A man who becomes stronger just by walking is a master of martial arts. Yet he pretends to be foolish every day to hide his true strength. This leads his classmates to mock him as a talentless waste in martial arts. Even his only girlfriend broke up with him. Until one day, the system forced him to kiss someone of the opposite sex within 30 seconds. The reward is a special eye, along with 3 guarantees for the supreme ancient body. The man thought to himself that even a dog wouldn't believe this. But he couldn't help himself and looked for the brightest face around. In front of everyone, he leaned in and kissed her. The classmates present were all shocked by the scene. His girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, was also dumbfounded. Congratulations, host. The system has been successfully activated, rewarding you with the upgrade to an all-around high dancer, along with the holy body of cold weapons, which allows you to wield any cold weapon with immense power. Hearing this, I was completely bewildered. Where's the promised reward of the supreme ancient body? Damn it, system. Dare to deceive me? At that moment, Shen was forcefully pushed away. What followed was an 18-meter-long giant cleaver. How about you give my giant cleaver a kiss? At that moment, Shen realized he had kissed the daughter of a martial arts family. The onlookers began to cheer. Girl, don't be impulsive. Just let him go, a hand will suffice. His ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan and Mei Jibo were both stunned, staring at each other as he invited Xiao Shui. Is he trying to get himself killed? She is the only daughter of the Xiao family, one of the 4 major martial families in the city. Shen performed a standard 90-degree bow, apologizing. Excuse me, miss, I didn't mean to. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui felt even more wronged. She never expected that her first kiss would be taken away by this stranger. Thinking of this, she raised her cold moon blade above her head and danced wildly. You should really talk to my big knife. Shen looked at the adorable female warrior and couldn't help but tremble. Everyone instantly understood that he couldn't escape this blade. He was about to be split in half. Unexpectedly, Shen sidestepped and exuded an arrogant aura, causing people around him to stagger. Xiao Shui was so stunned that she forgot to retract her blade, which struck the ground instead. Sorry, we'll talk later. Shen leaped and landed right on Mei Jibo's Maserati as he left. He created a gust of wind that flipped the sports car over. The lecher tried to flee, but Xiao Shui immediately chased after him with her big knife. Recovering from their shock, Mei Jibo and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, reluctantly touching the blood on their foreheads. Was he really an ordinary person? Could an ordinary person possess that kind of strength? At that moment, a Lamborghini pulled up beside the crowd. 2 men in black on the car, sipping orange juice, were shocked to see Xiao Shui swinging her big knife and quickly asked passers-by what was happening. Hey, you guys don't know yet? It's quite exciting. That pretty girl just got kissed by that young man. Hua Wan and Hua Wu turned pale. Oh no! If the family head finds out, they'll be in big trouble. The 2 were assigned to protect Xiao Shui closely, but she didn't want to draw too much attention and instructed them to keep their distance unless necessary. At this moment, Shen calmly used his skill, meteoric movement, leaving Xiao Shui behind. Occasionally, he looked back at her, who was still fuming. Xiao Shui's face turned red. As a dignified second-tier third-level high dancer, trained in speed techniques, he could run at 100 kilometers per hour, yet he still couldn't catch up. Shen smiled slightly, using 10,000 points to upgrade his realm, with 1,000 points remaining. After 3 years of hard training, he finally ascended to the second tier. This was his victory. Using the rewards gained from taking advantage of you, Shen was actually enjoying it. However, without any techniques or skills, he didn't dare to confront Xiao Shui directly. In a little while, he would be able to shake her off completely. At that moment, Hua Wan and Hua Wu drove their Lamborghini at 150 kilometers per hour, pulling up beside Xiao Shui. Miss, get in the car. Seeing this, Xiao Shui took a quick step and jumped under the car, striking a pose like a female warrior with her sword. Miss, please get in. Your actions are quite intimidating, Hua Wan and Hua Wu said, drenched in sweat. Xiao Shui wore an indifferent expression. This makes it easier for me to chop him down, she said, moving forward with determination. Shen turned around and his expression changed drastically. What? That's cheating. He couldn't outrun the sports car, so he glanced around and saw an old neighborhood, jumping into a narrow alley. Xiao Shui's lips curled slightly. It was a dead end. If you had just taken my blow earlier, I would have let you go. Meanwhile, Hua Wu and Hua Wan behind Xiao Shui were panicking as they got out of the car to follow her. Suddenly, a large truck passed by, and they exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? My legs are going to get crushed. With nowhere to run, Shen reluctantly picked up a discarded cane from the ground, preparing to fight back and test the effects of the holy body of cold weapons. Xiao Shui looked bewildered. Are you planning to duel me with a stick? Shen lied without batting an eye. A stick is more than enough to deal with you. Xiao Shui felt her dignity was insulted, her silver teeth gritting audibly. She retracted her cold moon blade. Then I'll go unarmed against you. Winning like this would mean nothing. After all, I'm a second-tier high dancer. Coincidentally, I'm also a second-tier high dancer, and Shen said, a hint of a smile appearing on his stern face. Didn't your little girlfriend say you were an ordinary person? How come you're already a second-tier high dancer? And Shen maintained a calm demeanor. First, she's not my girlfriend anymore, and second, I am a high dancer now. It seems you're not just any lecher anymore, she said, preparing to strike hard. With the ice and snow dance technique, an ice dragon swiftly extended towards Chen. And Chen charged forward. Although he couldn't dodge it, the meteoric movement had additional damage, wrapping him in a wave of scorching yellow energy as he collided with the ice dragon. Boldly retaliating against the proud high dancer, Chen felt like a brave and fearless lecher. His lecher points increased by 1,000, making him feel a bit embarrassed. The two remained locked in combat for a while, but Chen appeared relaxed and unhurried. They were evenly matched, but he was smiling. Xiao Shui thought to herself that she was at a disadvantage. She suddenly felt her strength waning. In the next moment, Ran added a bit more power and directly shattered Xiao Shui's ice dragon, then charged towards Xiao Shui with a surge of energy. Xiao Shui, in a panic, directly performed a backflip, trying to evade the breath. The strong wind blew Xiao Shui's clothes into a fluttering display, and Ran casually looked up, seeing the earthquake between the frost and snow peaks, and the hint of spring color between the two pieces of white jade. The little panda pattern, and Chen gently murmured a sentence. But Xiao Shui is sharp-eared and has already heard Ran's remarks about her, and the little pearl is about to come out, speaking in a fierce tone. Climbing the fool is taking advantage of me again. And Chen is both helpless and confused. I can't just blindfold myself and not look, can I? Expressing my feelings directly in front of a beautiful girl, what a shameless madman, adding 500 points of system to the yellow earth. I'm a bit unhappy with you saying that. Then you can't say it out loud. Ah. Xiao Shui was so angry that she stamped her feet. Hongyu is done for, and then took out the cold moon blade again. Isn't it said that this would be winning without fighting? And Ran let out a silly laugh. Xiao Shui took an attacking stance. It's better than losing to you. Watch out. Xiao Shui unleashed the S-rank second-tier martial skill, Blood Moon Dance Blade technique. Only to see Xiao Shui wielding the cold moon blade, constantly dancing gracefully, waves of cold currents continuously flying towards Ran, blocking all of Ran's escape routes. The Snow Moon Chaotic Dance Blade technique combined with the Cold Moon Blade makes me invincible in the second tier. You are doomed. And Chen also showed a hint of sadness. It seems that the time has come to let the staff take action. Let me see the power of the staff's holy body. The staff crossed in front of him, constantly rotating, emanating a hot air, directly knocking the cold blade away. Your movements are slower than that of a grandmother in a wheelchair, while Chen giggles, holding a cane, and pokes towards Xiao Shui's lower abdomen. Xiao Shui felt fear. Her cold moon knife combined with the blood moon chaotic dance technique unleashed a chill that forcibly sent his cane back. He angrily covered his injured little waist and began to fiercely hang the little pearl. The bigger factor of his anger is because he has been suppressed, the lonely star of the sadly talented girl, humiliatingly defeating the proud genius high martial girl. What a valiant and invincible madman. The madman adds 3,000 points, and Chen feels comfortable in her heart. Then, looking at Xiao Shui sitting cross-legged on the ground with tears like spring rain, she feels somewhat reluctant. Xiao Shui wiped her tears and suddenly pointed at Ran, stuttering, "Why, are you a freshman? Didn't you say I was one of the strongest freshmen? How did I end up so embarrassed by the heart's voice of an unknown, toxic putuako?" And Ran's face moved slightly. Don't cry, you are already very strong. Being able to let me use a cane, you are quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. Also, I just wanted to give the flowers to the prettiest girl on site, but who knew I got elbowed by someone behind me? I really didn't. It was not intentional to kiss you, and Ran is lying, without a blush or a racing heart. The prettiest girl. Xiao Shui's face turned red again, thinking to herself, are they talking about me? And Chen smiled gently and nodded. Then actually that was my first kiss, so you didn't lose out either. At that moment, a bright black abyss crack several meters wide appeared not far away, and two pairs of worried eyes were staring intently at Chen and Xiao Shui. When Xiao Shui saw the full picture, her face had already darkened. Gripping the cold moon blade tightly in her hand, she blurted out, the Shadow Blood Demon strength is at least tier 3. We need to leave here quickly. I'll call the inspectors to come and handle it. Third level, and Ran turned back to take a look at the already chaotic Xiao Shui, very strong. Why run? Xiao Shui gave Ran a glance. Under the same circumstances, a third-tier strength is probably 3 times that of a second tier. Even if the two of us are geniuses, it's still not worth it to combine our efforts. Anyway, I am second tier. Sanshong, you effortlessly exhale a breath of fairy energy, second stage first level ah. Lower than me, Xiao Shua's delicate features revealed a hint of disappointment, her left hand clutching her chest and rubbing it. Then let's leave first. If we retreat recklessly at this time, it will only make them feel that you are weak, and they will directly pounce on you. At this moment, the Shadow Blood Demon had finished observing and felt capable of dealing with the two little ghosts in front of him. Suddenly, a wave of blood mist surged from his body, directly dispelling Xiao Shue's layer of cold and the ice dragon. Xiao Shue felt a force of intense energy push her away, and her whole body flew up. And Chen watched the girl flying towards him, his eyes wide open. He instinctively threw away his cane, opened his arms, and tightly embraced her. The powerful impact made Chen unsteady, and he stumbled backward a few steps before falling. Pain, and Ran opened her eyes. Xiao Shue's hair blocked her nostrils, a gentle fragrance wafted in, and she felt her hands become soft, instinctively pinching the little girl twice. Xiao Shue's eyes caught sight of Ran's restless sleeves, and her hands had already returned to a porcelain-like face, which turned red again. And Chen awkwardly loosened her grip. Can't blame me. Can only blame your resistance is not good. Now is not the time to get entangled in this, let's think about how to get rid of one first. At this moment, the Shadow Blood Demon spat out a mist of blood and began to advance towards the two, sending a wave that was much faster than before. The blood mist calmly blocked in front of Xiao Shue, the golden light and blood mist clashed with each other. My cold weapon Holy Body paired with a cane can easily defeat this woman, so with his knife, wouldn't that be flying? Hey, let's cooperate a bit. Let me use the knife for a moment, he said, raising the cold moon knife high, and with all his strength, he swung it horizontally. In an instant, the cold moon knife unleashed a white cold wave blade several meters wide, accompanied by a frigid whirlwind sweeping through. The Shadow Blood Demon felt an unprecedented threat, but it was too late for him to evade. The white cold wave blade mercilessly severed him in half. End the battle here. Xiao Shui opened her eyes and saw the Shadow Blood Demon with blood flowing like a river. She accidentally met Ran's smiling face and couldn't help but feel her legs go weak, collapsing to the ground. And Chen walked by. Grandma's body is seriously overdrawn. It's time to go back and rest. Xiao Shui turned her head to look at Ran's tall figure, with flushed cheeks, anxiously shouting, "You are so handsome, so strong, tell me your name." Calmly stop, leisurely walk, we don't need to tell each other our names, and we don't need to have any entanglements in the future, then gracefully disappear from the ancient alley. Xiao Shui was first taken aback, then the corners of her pink lips slightly raised. Oh, really? Not waiting for. The next day in the Xiao family's practice room, a middle-aged strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes had a serious expression. What's going on with this Xiao Shui? I don't care about the sky, he just locks himself inside and sulks alone. Head of the family, you might want to take a look yourself. We have already taken the video down from the entire internet. Xiao Yang almost fainted at that moment. Damn it, which yellow-haired kid is this? Everyone was taken aback. Everyone knew that Xiao Yang was a daughter slave, and now someone was going to lose their life. What is Huawen martial arts for? Call him over to beat him up later. The head of the family and the other person were hit by a truck and are currently in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang pushed open the door with a stern face and said, Xiao Shui, a fu, I'm standing up for you. At this moment, Xiao Shui was swinging the cold moon blade, crazily chopping at a purple gold figure at a speed of 1 strike per second, each strike carrying a sharp killing intent and coldness, and the figure was no longer resembling a human. Upon closer inspection, there are watercolor pens on the person's outfit, neatly writing the two big characters and Ran. Seeing my daughter like this, Xiao Yang's heart is about to break. He opened his arms to hug Xiao Shui. Am I really a genius? Xiao Yang was startled by what he heard, and he touched Xiao Shui's head and said, with this kind of talent, you've risen to the second level in just 3 months. Who would dare say you're not a genius? So, Xiao Shui told Xiao Yang everything that happened after the kiss. Xiao Yang is a bit shocked now. Are you saying that he wasn't a high-level martial artist before, and then with a cane, defeated you who was using the cold moon blade, saved you, and then used your cold moon blade to kill a shadow blood demon? Xiao Shui wiped away the little pearl, nodded vigorously, realizing that her daughter wasn't concerned about her first kiss, but rather that an unknown guy easily defeated her. The appearance of that kid obviously shattered his perception and self-esteem, and of course, an important point is what Xiao Shui's attitude towards that brat is now. She no longer cares about her first kiss. You, what are you saying? Xiao Shui became anxious, breaking away from her father's embrace, her face flushed. Who said it didn't matter? I wish I could kill him. Okay, I'll have a sea throw him into the Heipu River to feed the fish. No, Xiao Shui realized something, her face suddenly turned red. After all, it is a life. A lesson is enough. Besides, it saved my life. Then let someone chop off his hand. Xiao Yang deliberately raised his voice. You dare to glare at Xiao Yan with a puffed-up face. Xiao Yang laughed, and the discovered Xiao Shui stomped her feet in anger, HMPF, ignoring a fu. And Xiao Yang said to a C in the private room, immediately tie that kid up and bring him to me. C's eyes are dazed, is he going to jump into the river? Xiao Yang looked at a C without any insight, saying that whatever river he throws into must be intact, especially that handsome face, it cannot be harmed at all. Also quickly investigate his background, family situation, dating history, and character. By the way, also take a look at his birth chart. Happy community in the Magic City. My good brother Zhou Peng is sitting on the computer chair, and Chen, it doesn't matter that you're here with me, as long as they want to find me, they can quickly come here. Just admit your mistake honestly, and maybe you can get close to their big family and stage an ancient tragic romance. Calmly lying on the edge of the bed, she gave him a glance. It's good enough that I can keep the whole body. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and 4 men in black appeared at the door, one of whom was tall and muscular. With the word kill tattooed on his face, Jiang Tianxiong was full of fierce weapons. Don't resist, we are looking for An Ran. And Chen heard a little noise, leaned out from the bedroom, and bumped into Jiang Tianxiong's magnificent chest muscles. Hello, and Chen showed an awkward smile, and then thought about activating her divine movement to escape. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianxiong directly took out a dagger emitting blue light, and within 1 second, accurately exposed a part of An Ran's finger from the binding. An Ran suddenly realized that the harder she tried, the tighter she was bound. Don't waste your effort, this is the S7 treasure binding rope. Jiang Tianxiong let out a cold laugh, and Ran directly collapsed, and Jiang Tianxiong and the others directly carried him away. Don't soak my koan. On a Maybach, Jiang Tianxiong sat next to An Ran, looking at him playfully. Don't even think about escaping, I am a 6th-tier high dancer, and I can kill you with a single glance. If you provoke our young lady, you won't have a good outcome. About an hour later, Jiang Tianxiong pushed In Chen forcefully into a crystal-made sealed room, then retracted the tether and hood, and closed the door. The bright lights turned on, and a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious garments sat on a purple gold throne, staring at me with cannibalistic eyes. Do you know who I am? And Chen scratched her head. A senior member of the Xiao family, in short, had a very high status. Xiao Yang chuckled, I am Xiao Yang. When Xiao Yang heard these 2 words, An Ran felt like she almost had a concussion. There was nothing to say, whether to kill or to cut, it was all the same. Xiao Yao calmly assessed An Chen, noting that he had exquisite features, was extraordinarily handsome, full of vitality, and had a compatible birth date. Being an orphan, there would be no family conflicts, and he had good character. There is an ex-girlfriend who is very soundproof, and it's uncertain if she has already taken on the shape of an ex-girlfriend. After pondering, Xiao Yang immediately switched to a stern face and said, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you better answer them well. And Ran trembled slightly, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Xiao Yang stared intently at An Ran, asking, why did you kiss Xiao Shui? Facing this problem, An Ran quickly thought of several answers in her mind. I wanted to send flowers to your daughter, but I was pushed a little. I can't just say that the system forced me to get close to relatives, and then I immediately took a liking to Xiao Shui, right? But Xiao Yang was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Is this answer just fooling me? And why send flowers to Xiao Shui? Aren't those flowers meant for your ex-girlfriend? Are you using Xiao Shui as a tool for revenge? My Xiao Shui is so beautiful, doesn't she deserve someone who genuinely wants to send her flowers? Xiao Yang's tone was increasingly gloomy, but it was already very clearly hinted at, and Ran thought, now I have to answer well, so I cleared my throat. It's like this, that flower was indeed given to my ex-girlfriend, but in a moment of unintentional glance, I saw Xiao Shui, and I realized I was wrong. My flower can only be given to an angel, and there is only one angel, which is Xiao Shui. I fell in love with her at first sight, and the last sentence, and Ran's tone is very serious. The scorching sun began to stretch its colors, although it cannot be ruled out that An Ran was putting on an act, at least she was willing to perform. That's not the next question. Why did you hide your strength before, and why didn't you do it when you awakened? Hiding strength. And Chen was stunned for a moment, and then realized how to explain the issue of her strength, so she quickly wove a lie on the spot, saying that when she awakened in June, it showed that she didn't have any, but a few days ago she suddenly discovered that she had actually awakened. You know, the awakening ceremony also has a tiny bit of misjudgment. Xiao Yang is circling around An Ran again, feeling that there seems to be some profound secret within An Ran. Why not reveal it? Perhaps it could lead to a dance of blades. In this world, high dancers are much more nourished than ordinary people, because I want to live an ordinary person's life, without having to worry about one kind of thing, which means not having to face more troublesome matters, calmly creating another excuse on the spot. Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh boldly upon hearing this. Huh? Then your plan might just fall through. And Shen let out a sigh of relief, then performed a on the spot, saying, so, why don't you kill me? Now it's a bit awkward for Xiaoyao, he can't just directly state his purpose, as that would lose face for someone of his stature. Well, this is Xia Xue's request. He said that although you are quite annoying when you kiss him, in the end, you still saved him from the third tier, saving his life. Finally, Xiaoyao let In Chen go. Before leaving, he patted In Chen's shoulder and said to get along well with Xiao Xue in the future. In Chen was stunned when she heard this, and then was sent to that Maybach while wearing a hood. In the car, Zhang Tianxiong smiled while holding In Chen's shoulder and said, young man, work hard, and you can eat soft rice to your heart's content later. In Chen has a face full of black blood, and even this silly big brother knows the calculations that Xiao Yang is making. After In Chen left, a C came out from a hidden door on the left side. Did the master really take a liking to him? Xiao Yang gave a C a meaningful glance. And Ran has looks, talent, character, and a will of steel. She is also an orphan, without the ambitions and powers of other families after marriage. The important thing is that Xiao Xue is interested in her, and that is enough. My daughter cannot turn into a tragedy called Lianin. Ah Si also understood Xiao Yang's thoughts, so he tentatively asked, then should we try our best to support Ran in the future? Xiao Yang chuckled softly. At the critical moment, just a little push is enough. I don't want someone who only knows how to live off others. If he wants to step into the Xiao family's door, he must at least be able to rely on his own strength to dominate the entire Magic City University High Martial Arts Department. Alright, send the recording of that kid's words to Xiao Xue. Xiao Yang suddenly had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, looking like he was enjoying his own daughter's gossip. Ah Si also chuckled and made an okay gesture. At this time, Xiao Xue was in a bathtub full of rose petals, blowing with enthusiasm. Oh, there is a message from the fourth uncle. Xiao Xue picked it up and opened the recording on the phone next to her. My flower can only be given to an angel, and there is only one angel, which is Xiao Xue. I have loved him at first sight for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Xiao Xue showed a surprised smile on her face. This was in Ran's voice. Then her cheeks suddenly turned bright red, and she shyly buried her entire body in the warm bathwater, trying to cover up that inexplicable shyness and embarrassment. What's wrong with me? I can't be. It's impossible. I'm not shallow and love-brained. Xiao Xue is happy, but Ran is in trouble. The development of the situation is comparable to a novel, and I no longer want to eat soft rice. Soft rice starts, what a shameless soft rice fanatic, rewarding the talent of the spiritual body. Your spirit is unmatched, greatly enhancing the attack power of your spiritual techniques and your ability to resist spiritual attacks. Eating soft rice is a shame, otherwise this talent will be cancelled. And Shen was somewhat speechless. Isn't the system forcing me to rely on others? Alright, can I not rely on others? At this time, someone with authority sent a message, and Ran, are you still alive? Getting involved with Xiao Xue means there's no way to survive. From this sentence, it can be seen that Lu Ruyan is very pleased, which makes Ran very angry. What a problem, too self-righteous, right? And Ran directly replied, none of your business, and then directly blocked Lu Ruyan. In a certain restaurant, Lu Ruyan looked at Mei Jibo with confusion. He is still alive. Xiao Xue let him go. Lei Jibo can't figure it out no matter how hard he tries, so he decides to observe a bit more. It is estimated that we will see his obituary in a few days. 2 days later, starting from today, it will be the military training of the ordinary department. Zhou Peng has dark circles under his eyes, having rushed over with a smell, looking left and right, feeling a surge of emotion. You are really alive, he said. Zhou Peng reached out and pinched Ran's face. Go, you are the one who will die. Isn't that the invincible handsome guy who forcefully kissed Xiao Xue? How is he still alive? I thought he was already in the dark. Pujiang. You are invincible, everyone is talking about him and Xiao Xue. Just treat it as a topic of conversation. At this moment, the class leader suddenly walked over and said, the counselor in Shen is looking for you for something. You don't need to participate in military training for now. And Ran looked completely confused. Could it be that she is going to punish herself? At this moment, in the office of Lu Yong, the freshman advisor of the mechanical engineering department, Lu Yong, who was smiling foolishly, was using precious tea leaves to entertain a white-haired young man, Xiao Shen, who had a sour expression on his face. Sitting next to Xiao Shen was his assistant. Covering up what classmate In Chen did is indeed very disappointing. We will decide what punishment to impose as soon as possible, and we will resolutely prevent such ugly behavior among students. Xiao Shen glanced at Lu Yong and said, I misunderstood. I'm not here to hold him accountable. I want to specially recruit him to Gao Wu. Xiao Shen took out a special recruitment certificate and handed it to Lu Yong. Lu Yong was so scared that he almost slipped off the sofa. This is too dramatic. Lu Yong looked at the name, photo, and stamp on the special recruitment certificate, and after sobbing, he was completely stunned. At this moment, Ran strode into Lu Yong's office confidently, a gift from talent. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Again seeing the unfamiliar Xiaoshen, staring at me with murderous eyes, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Lu Yong breathed a sigh of relief when the main person arrived. This was Teacher Xiao from the admissions office of the Advanced Martial Arts Department, along with his assistant Wu Zhu. "He came today to transfer you to the Advanced Martial Arts Department's band." And Shen's gaze shifted to Xiaoshen. The surname Zhao's soft rice began to exert force. "But why is there a strong hostility towards me? Teacher Xiao is good." Xiaoshen did not give a good expression. "Don't be too happy too early, I still have to assess you." Assessing one's own strength, isn't such a strong assessment easy to pass? When will the assessment start? Xiaoshen revealed a hint of sound effect. "Let's sit down and talk first. From now on, any moment could be my assessment of you." I only saw him using the third-level mental technique Sorrowful Crows overcoming obstacles. This is a type of mental attack activated by the eyes. When activated, all targets within the focused range can hear an exceptionally desolate sound, as if it comes from hell. "Uncle, didn't you say that Shen is already a second-level dancer? Then with my third-level mental attack, how should you respond?" Shen quickly covered her ears, staring at the strange condition of her body, looking at the astonished Xiao Shang. "So the assessment has already begun?" After being hit, he directly lay down, but this kid could still move normally. Xiaoshen didn't understand how a second-tier dancer could withstand a third-tier mental attack. Just as Xiaoshen was in shock, Ran began to prepare for a counterattack. The moment he activated the God Movement Meteor and got up, Xiaoshen suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his whole body quickly lay down against the back of the sofa, his face twisted. Shen was a bit confused upon seeing this and collected her thoughts like a shooting star. Xiaoshen got up from the sofa, sweating coldly. Only he knew what had just happened. His mental attack had been broken, and he finally understood Xiao Yang's words. He showed a friendly smile, extended his right hand, and welcomed him to the high martial world. Ran immediately realized, "So I have passed the assessment." Xiaoshen sighed. "Wu Zhu is a third tier, the high dancer took the medicine in advance, and was directly knocked down by my third tier mental attack, yet you managed to break it. This is the reason you passed. What 5 pillars are hard to believe, you broke through Teacher Zhao's mental attack. What level of high dancer are you? Second order double." When the 5 pillars heard this, they almost fainted. A wave of shame surged in their hearts. Look at what level the second tier is at, and what level the third tier is at. How embarrassing. Xiaoshen is also quite interested. "Let's go. I'll take you to the Gaowu department. It will start soon. You are in the Gaowu department." Ranking matches of the 5 top universities in Shanghai, each grades class, divided into 9 levels from low to high for Flash Bus. The educational resources enjoyed at each level are different, and points can be used to purchase various weapons and techniques, weapon battle armor, supplements, formations, and other essential artifacts for cultivation. Points are non-transferable and cannot be used for monetary exchange. Let me take you to the new student conference of the comprehensive department first. The High 5 department is divided into elemental systems according to talent categories. Presale system includes cold weapons system, hot weapons system, spiritual system, spell system, enhancement system, etc. Of course, for those with multiple talents, a comprehensive system has been separately established. Shen originally wanted to say to join the all-round department, but Xiaoshen said no. "By the way, what is your relationship with Xiao Shui, or what kind of deal do you have with the head of the Xiao family?" Xiaoshen suddenly leaned close to Ran's ear quietly, with a curious expression on his face, saying that since that kind of thing happened, the normal result is that you are now at Heipu River. Ran coughed a few times and said seriously, "You know what I mean." I understand nothing at all. I can't just say that Uncle hopes you and Xiao Shui will be together, right? If I don't say it, then forget it." Shen also has doubts, "So what is your relationship with the Xiao family?" When it comes to this, Xiaoshen has a proud look on his face. "I am the position of Xiao Yang." "I see, now I finally understand why I wasn't treated well at the beginning." At this time, the venue was bustling with voices, and the registration area was crowded with people. Xiao Shui was sitting alone, elegantly on a separate soft chair, next to Zhang Tianxiong. Xiao Yang absolutely would not allow Xiao Shui to be taken advantage of by any boy other than Ran. Liu Ruoyan and Mei Jibua sat together, occasionally glancing over at Xiao Shui, wondering why he hadn't dealt with Anran, etc. Why isn't Chen's name on the freshman list? Liu Ruoyan and Mei Jibua were originally gazing at each other affectionately. When did he become a high dancer? And Liu Ruoyan subconsciously felt a hint of disgust towards Mei Jibua, inadvertently pulling out the straw from the drink of cola, then immediately inserted it again, with a face full of guilt. But his action made Mei Jibua feel very heartbroken. Lu Ruyan is starting to regret. Is there really such a big gap between her appearance and Enran? No, I absolutely won't let you enter our Gao Wu department. Then Mei Jibua suddenly stood up straight, sternly pointing at Xiao Shui and asked, Xiao Shui, you let Enran go, and even allowed him to mix into the Gao Wu department. I Mei Jibua oppose En Chen entering our Gao Wu department. Mei Jibua's words resonated with many students, yet they actually tarnished them. The universally recognized first goddess of the comprehensive department, Xiao Shui, bears a deep-seated hatred for such insults to wives. This makes Xiao Shui feel indignant. You have no idea how amazing Enran is. Jiang Tianxiang cast a fierce glance at Mei Jibua, saying, Kid, you've really narrowed your path here. Isn't he the son of the Mei family? The teachers from the comprehensive department felt a wave of anxiety as they witnessed the intense emotions on site. Outside, Xiaoxin and Wu Zhu patted Enran's shoulder earnestly. Come on, young man, the road to becoming a god has many obstacles, and this is just the first one. How to convince them depends on you. Enran smiled. The principle of strength above all. Enran walked into the venue with his head held high, shouting loudly. Whose voice was that just now? Was it his voice? Xiao Shui's heart trembled, her brows revealing joy, her nervous heart having nowhere to settle. Others also turned to look at Enran. Enran remained calm and composed, exuding an endless aura of intimidation as he strode towards the sign-in area with a demeanor that showed no recognition of kin. At this moment, the most important thing was his presence. Strangely, everyone who saw Enran in this state was involuntarily intimidated and stepped aside for him. Enran felt that this might be the buffer brought by the spirit body. By the time others reacted, Enran had already signed his name at the bottom of the sign-in sheet. Ignoring the crowd's resistance, he resolutely stepped into the Hall of High Martial Arts, truly a confident madman, madman points plus 500. On the podium, the middle-aged Dean Zhou Guoping, dressed in a suit, looked at Enran's performance with satisfaction and smiled gently at a nearby teacher. This kid has a lot of spirit and an extraordinary presence. No wonder he is appreciated by Xiao Yang. I just wonder if his strength can match his presence. Zhou Guoping had actually been informed that Enran had single-handedly killed a third-tier mutant, but adhering to the principle of seeing is believing, he still had a big question mark in his heart. Enran suddenly raised his head, his gaze shooting in one direction, his tone sharp. You have the most objections to me, right? Mei Jibua mustered his courage and took a big step forward towards Enran. That's right, so what? The High Martial Arts Department of Magic City University is such a noble place, how can it allow a backdoor fraud to come in and muddle through? Mei Jibua spoke with conviction, winning the support of the boys, while Xiao Shui shot a murderous glance at him. Yes, support Mei Jibua in exposing the fraud. We don't need backdoor people in our High Martial Arts Department. Our High Martial Arts Department is not a garbage recycling station. The girls, however, had slightly different voices. Hey, to be honest, he really looks handsome on sight. If he has some skills, I would be very happy for him to stay in our department, that way I could see his charming face every day. Handsome guy, I can. Xiao Shui glared fiercely at a group of infatuated girls, her cheeks slightly flushed, pouting. Humph, a bunch of vixens. Miss, don't be angry, I'll keep them away. Jiang Tianxian felt Xiao Shui's endless chill. I feel like he has become even more handsome? Chen Xian looked a bit dazed, then glanced at Mei Jibua beside her. The contrast was striking. Enran turned to Dean Zhou Guoping on the podium, passionately asking, May I ask, Dean, what is the first criterion for admission to the High Martial Arts University? In an instant, almost everyone laughed derisively. What kind of question is this? The first criterion is of course the martial arts exam results. So what right do you, who have no martial arts exam, have to enter the High Martial Arts Department? But Zhou Guoping only said two words. Strength. At this moment, the students suddenly realized that the so-called results were just strength brought over. But what did that have to do with you, Enran? Enran was very satisfied with the dean's response, so he threw out the next question. I am already a student of Magic City University. As long as my strength meets the standard, transferring to the High Martial Arts Department is not too much, right? Not too much. Zhou Guoping squinted and smiled. Humph, who knows if your strength meets the standard? Mei Jibua stood aside, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Right, who knows? A group of people chimed in. Enran turned his gun towards Mei Jibua, grinning playfully. Why not give it a try and find out? How about it? Let's see if you can handle my strength. Enran began to provoke Mei Jibua, igniting the atmosphere in the venue. Yes, Mei Jibua, teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Otherwise, he might think our High Martial Department is a pushover. Just break his hands and feet, leave his life intact so he remembers the consequences of provoking the High Martial Department. Mei Jibua looked at Enran with a hint of disdain, starting to flaunt his identity. I'm the 10th in this year's martial arts exam in the Magic City. Enran replied lightly, so you're just a genius, then. Enran's nonchalant attitude left others feeling a bit stifled. Just a genius? What kind of statement is that? However, Enran followed up with an even more explosive remark. I'm here to beat geniuses. Explosive statement, looking down on geniuses. What a reckless daredevil, daredevil points plus 500. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the venue reached a peak. Arrogant, too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant newcomer. Zhou Guoping nodded with a slight smile. This was how young people should be. Xiao Shui smiled slightly, knowing better than anyone else how strong Enran truly was. Mei Jibua's strength was even a bit inferior to her own. At that moment, Mei Jibua looked like a eunuch who had just lost his prized possession, ready to explode, his hair standing on end. Alright, so you're that arrogant, huh? If I don't beat you until your family is reunited today, I won't call myself Mei Jibua. Mei Jibua learned from Chen Xian that Enran was an orphan. Everyone step aside, I declare this place our battlefield. Mei Jibua's veins bulged as he shouted madly. Everyone wisely stepped aside, clearing a large space in the middle for the two of them. Chen Xian watched her two ex-boyfriends about to fight, feeling quite pleased. If Enran is stronger than Mei Jibua, I might consider getting back together with him. Dean, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A teacher frowned at Zhou Guoping. I just feel like that interloper is deliberately provoking. Zhou Guoping, however, looked quite pleased, shaking his head. Young people should be this passionate. The teacher. At this moment, Mei Jibua conjured a golden spear, intricately carved with a dragon, its sharp blade radiating a brilliant aura. That's the Golden Dragon Demon Slayer Spear. Someone recognized the weapon. That's an S-class weapon. Mei Jibua beamed with pride. He had every right to be proud. His talents lay in the cold weapon and enhancement systems, and the combination allowed him to deeply tap into the power of the Golden Dragon Demon Slayer Spear. So, what weapon would Enran bring out to counter it? Everyone's gaze turned to Enran. Enran smiled and bit his lip, then looked around before walking towards the trash corner. What is Enran doing? Everyone was puzzled by Enran's actions, except for Xiao Shui, whose eyes sparkled with joy. When Enran picked up a dustpan, the other students burst into laughter. Could it be that he has no weapon and can only use a dustpan? He's too disrespectful. Zhou Guoping's interest in Enran grew. What kind of surprise will you give us? Xiao Shui could no longer contain her laughter, and the guard beside her joined in. Ever since Enran came in, miss, your smile hasn't stopped. Hearing this, Xiao Shui immediately changed her expression, shooting a glare at the talkative guard, shyly saying, you're talking nonsense. At this moment, Mei Jibua was already turning a dark shade, exuding a strong killing intent. You are humiliating me. Enran spread his hands, helplessly saying, I really have no weapons. Shut up. Mei Jibua shouted, look at the gun. Han Yuan spear technique. With that, Mei Jibua held a golden spear in both hands, wielding it with great might, its movements unpredictable, continuously emitting a sharp golden aura that made the crowd gasp in astonishment. What a powerful spear technique. Just watching it, we can feel the immense shock. This must be a second-tier S-class spear technique. I can't see it clearly at all. Mei Jibua snorted in his heart and charged towards Enran, a golden dragon appearing behind him, roaring to the sky. However, Enran remained calm and unperturbed. Why are you still so confident? Mei Jibua roared inwardly. When Mei Jibua reached Enran merely smiled slightly. Your spear technique can be seen through even by ants living in 2 dimensions. The talent of the cold weapon Saint Body not only allowed Enran to unleash the full potential of cold weapons but also enabled him to clearly see the techniques of others. Thus, Enran first swung a dustpan to block Mei Jibua's golden spear, while the godly movement meteor provided him with a layer of protective true energy. The two clashed, producing brilliant golden light. The two then exchanged several rounds, with Mei Jibua launching fierce attacks each time, only to be effortlessly deflected by Enran. Mei Jibua's golden dragon was almost beaten into a little loach. Wow, a dustpan can actually hold its ground against a golden spear? The other students and teachers were dumbfounded, shocked beyond belief. Zhou Guoping nodded in satisfaction, as if appreciating a work of art. Xiao Shui couldn't help but laugh heartily, forgetting her demeanor as a refined lady. It seems I need to reconcile with Enran, the two are simply not on the same level. Chen Xian revealed a confident smile. Meanwhile, Mei Jibua's face was ashen, his heart crying out in despair. Why can he see through my spear path every time? Why can he block my golden spear with that broken thing? Child, the game should end now. And Ran didn't want to linger any longer. He steeled his heart, seized the opportunity, and used Godly Movement Meteor to strike the dustpan forcefully. Bang! Meijibwa flew into the air, soaring over the crowd, and crashed hard against the wall. The entire venue fell silent. Meijibwa's defeat was truly tragic. He was embedded in the wall like a piece of art. The golden dragon-slaying spear also stuck in the wall. The whole scene resembled an artistic mural. From this point on, Meijibwa had become art. If it weren't for his body enhancement talent, this blow would have left him paralyzed. This can't be real. Chen Xin covered her mouth in disbelief, her determination to reconcile with Enran growing stronger. Enran was definitely a great genius. He would surely receive abundant resources for cultivation. At that time, she could PUA various resources from him, just like she did with his money in high school. The dignified 10th ranked in Magic City, a second-tier first-level high martial artist, Meijibwa, has been so disgracefully defeated? The crowd turned their gaze back to Enran, who appeared quite pleased with himself. Swiftly and decisively defeating a prodigy, what an invincible madman, madman points plus 2,000. The boys began to change their views on Enran. What can I say, he looks a bit pleasing to the eye now. Is he a hidden master? That dustpan is wielded so skillfully, it seems anything in his hands can become a divine weapon. In the girls' hearts, he had already become an incredibly charming figure. Sigh, his strength is as captivating as his looks. I can't take it anymore. I need to change my dream object to Enran. Sorry, Kuan. I want to use his photo to generate electricity. Even the potential Nantong couldn't help but swallow hard. However, some other students, who prided themselves on their superiority, were now casting subtle glances at Enran, still feeling somewhat unconvinced. Meijibwa lost, but that doesn't mean I will lose. He's just the 10th in the Magic City. For some reason, seeing Enran's overwhelming victory, Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, her mood soaring as the corners of her mouth lifted high, as if to say, look how amazing my Enran is. Don't just stand there in awe, hurry up and get him down to the infirmary, Zhou Guoping said, a hint of tension on his face as he pointed at the miserable Meijibwa. After all, Meijibwa was a promising talent in high martial arts, he couldn't be ruined. A group hurried over. Oh no, how did he end up like a pig's head? Quick, take him to the school doctor for treatment. Someone shouted for Chen Xin. Chen Xin, isn't Meijibwa your boyfriend? Hurry and come help. At that moment, Chen Xin looked at Meijibwa against the wall and felt a flash of disgust. How could he compare to Enran? Was I blind before? Looking at the human mold left on the wall, Zhou Guoping almost couldn't hold back his laughter. After sending Meijibwa away, the freshman meeting continued as usual. Enran casually found a seat and was instantly surrounded by a group of girls with ulterior motives, launching an offensive against him. Hey, Enran, let's add each other on WeChat. I can send you pictures every day. Mine is really big. However, Enran maintained a demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, as he was afraid that Xiao Yang would tear him apart. A 9th-tier expert was not someone to mess with. In the end, the girls lost interest seeing him so dull. On the other hand, Xiao Shui was fuming. It's not like I'm not bigger, what's there to be proud of? And I'm not whiter, what's so great to look at? A nearby bodyguard cautiously reminded her, Miss, if you want to sit next to him, we can help you chase away the other vixens. Pfft, who said I want to sit next to him? Xiao Shui said, her face a mix of frustration and shyness, whoever wants to sit can go sit. Next, Zhou Guoping explained the rules of the ranking battle. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 days of free-for-all on Shanghai Island. Unlimited fighting, except for killing or maiming. Defeating someone earns you 100 points, a draw gives you 50 points, and losing gives you 0 points. You have today to prepare. Dismissed. After the meeting, most people went to the Tiangong Pavilion to see if they could use their new student points to get some good treasures, increasing their chances of winning. Chen Xin originally thought about quickly reconciling with Enran, but before the meeting ended, Enran had disappeared. Enran, you can't escape. Enran, however, was sitting alone on a bench on the lawn, devouring hot dry noodles. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Zhou Peng sent a message of concern. You didn't get stuck in an orange, did you? Enran, I joined the High Martial Arts Department. Zhou Peng, Omega, _? Am I that easy to fool? Enran, believe it or not. Suddenly, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted by, and the bench gently swayed. Enran glanced sideways, and Xiao Shui was sitting next to him like a proud silver tabby cat, their bases seemingly in slight contact, while the autumn breeze tousled her hair. Enran admitted that for a second, he lost his focus, a tingling sensation coursing through him. He quickly snapped back to reality, cautiously shifting his body away from Xiao Shui, and continued eating his hot dry noodles. And Ran knew he couldn't get too involved too quickly, otherwise, if Xiao Yang turned against him one day, he would be in for it. Xiao Shui was immediately puffed up with anger. Humph, with such a beautiful girl sitting next to you, you only think about eating? Am I that unappealing in your eyes? Here. Xiao Shui irritably handed 2 scrolls to Enran, blocking his hot dry noodles. Enran leaned back, pulled out the hot dry noodles, and continued eating, then cautiously asked, "What is this?" Xiao Shui glared at Enran, clearly annoyed. "It's an S-level technique in martial skill that I exchanged with my new student points, a gift for you." Slap! Enran was so shocked that his hand trembled, causing the hot dry noodles to fall to the ground. He felt a pang of regret and then awkwardly looked at Xiao Shui's tender cheeks. "You want to give this to me?" Xiao Shui nodded firmly. Enran's pride kicked in. "I can't accept it. An S-level book costs 2,000 points. You just used yours to give it to me, what will you use? Wait, where did you get so many points?" Enran suddenly stared wide-eyed at Xiao Shui. Hearing this, Xiao Shui turned to the side, resting one elbow on the back of the bench, propping her chin up, her gaze filled with cunning. "Do you think, as the young lady of the Xiao family, I need to specially learn the techniques from school? That makes sense." Enran nodded dumbly. "But where did you get 4,000 points?" Xiao Shui replied, "My dad donates 100 million every year to Magic City University. Isn't it normal for me to have a lot of points?" Enran nodded in understanding, so it was the power of money. But Enran still wanted to refuse, wanting to rely on his own abilities to strive. Relying on others, if word got out, wouldn't look good. Seeing Enran still hesitating, Xiao Shui got a bit annoyed, like a cat in heat. "So, are you going to take it or not?" "Thank you." Enran quickly hugged both scrolls to his chest. Xiao Shui, feeling a bit shy, straightened up and said, "Well, I'm not giving this to you for no reason. Because you saved me, this is my repayment. My father said, a life-saving grace must be repaid heavily." Enran laughed crazily and nodded. I understand. And this?" Xiao Shui took out a bank card and handed it to Enran. Enran was stunned. "Are you trying to support me?" Xiao Shui's face turned bright red, and in a moment of panic, she stepped on Enran's toes. "What support? Did you forget? Killing exotic beasts comes with a bounty. A third-tier exotic beast is worth 300,000. I helped you claim it." Enran took the bank card while holding his toes. "The password is 159800706. "Ha? Why does that sound so much like a phone number?" Xiao Shui rolled her eyes at Enran. "It's my phone number. What's wrong with that?" Then Xiao Shui suddenly started stuttering while pointing at Enran. I tell you, don't think about adding me on WeChat, I won't agree." The verification has been sent. Just accept it." Enran smiled at Xiao Shui while holding up his phone. Xiao Shui jumped up from her chair like a fertilized rabbit, walking away while saying, "Idiot, I don't want to talk to you anymore." After a while, a WeChat message came through. "Xiao Shui has accepted your friend request." Enran smiled, and when he looked at the bank card, he realized it was a black gold card with a limit of at least 1 million. Enran smiled even brighter, feeling satisfied. After Xiao Shui left, Enran took the techniques and martial skills he received from her to the beginner training hall, preparing to find a private room to diligently practice. There were quite a few people here, all preparing carefully for the ranking competition starting tomorrow. As Enran was getting in line to pay, a blonde student walked by. The blonde student looked at Enran and felt he looked somewhat familiar, then shouted, "Enran, what are you doing here?" Enran recognized the voice and turned around, realizing it was his high school classmate, Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong is also a highly accomplished student in the High Martial Arts Department, reportedly skilled in swordsmanship within the Cold Weapons Division. However, he has a bit of a snobbish attitude. Ever since awakening, he has actively severed ties with his former ordinary friends. According to him, friendships with ordinary people would only hinder his path to becoming a deity. In Zhang Kang's world, Enran is still that ordinary person who, despite being admitted to one of the 2 prestigious universities of the Great Xia, the Magic City University, remains utterly unremarkable. "Well, I'm here to cultivate, what else could I do?" Enran replied with an expression that suggested Zhang Kong was asking a question he already knew the answer to. Zhang Kong looked and ran up and down through tinted glasses, as if he had heard something absurd. "Aren't you an ordinary person? How did you end up in the High Martial Arts Department?" "I remember that the entry and exit to our High Martial Arts Department is very strict. Students from the ordinary department can't come in." "Hey, how's it going between you and Chen Xin? The conflict between high martial artists and ordinary people hasn't crushed your love, has it?" As he spoke, a hint of disdain flickered in Zhang Kang's gaze towards Enran. Zhang Kang's words caught the attention of others, and some recognized Enran. Wasn't he the one who forcefully kissed Xiao Shui last night? How is he still alive? And Ran couldn't be bothered to engage in pointless banter with someone like Zhang Kong, who looked down on others. He pulled out his newly acquired student ID for the High Martial Arts Department. I've already awakened, I'm now a student in the Comprehensive Department of High Martial Arts. It must be fake. Zhang Kong clearly found it hard to believe and reached out to snatch a look, and Ran swiftly sidestepped and reclaimed his ID. Don't waste my time. After being rebuffed, Zhang Kong sneered. Feeling guilty, are we? Hey, are we going to get a room or not? Pay up. At this point, the counter staff could no longer tolerate the delay, their faces darkening. And Ran paid, took the key card for room 108, and tossed out, I can't be bothered with someone like you. Zhang Kong took the key card for room 109 and smiled at Ran. I'm right next door, just a friendly reminder, don't be startled by my noise later. Zhang Kong then swaggered into room 109, while Ran made a retching gesture behind him. And Ran entered room 108, which spanned hundreds of square feet, and leaned against the wall where a pile of iron men, specifically for target practice, was placed. And Ran opened 2 scrolls and saw that the technique was called Nightmare. When practiced to perfection, it would cause enemies to fall into an endless dream when they locked eyes with the practitioner, leading to their collapse. A typical mental-type technique, likely something Xiao Shui heard from Xiao Shen regarding his mental talent. Looking at the martial skill, it was named One Blade Azura. When perfected, a single strike would appear to a second-tier martial artist as if the heavens were being split open. This. And Ran felt a bit frustrated, why did they give me a sword technique? And Ran currently had no dedicated weapon, so the best scenario would be to cultivate a martial skill focused on fists and feet. However, the training room would also be equipped with some common, unranked cold weapons, so he could practice with the available sword first and later find a proper one at the artisan pavilion. And Ran checked on his phone, and both were typical second-tier S-level divine skills. The levels of techniques and martial skills correspond to the realm of high martial artists. Generally, a high martial artist of a few tiers can only practice techniques and skills of the same tier. Of course, as a high martial artist's realm improves, techniques and skills can also be elevated through certain methods. Time to start working hard. And Ran first stretched lazily, then opened the panel. Rebel points, 20,000. And Ran smiled, he had saved up so many rebel points without rushing to use them, just for the sake of his current diligent cultivation. Well then, help me upgrade Nightmare to perfection first. The proficiency of martial arts and techniques is divided into 5 levels, not initiated, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Only by reaching perfection can one be considered to have truly comprehended the martial arts and techniques. However, achieving the state of perfection is quite difficult, and it is common for high-level martial artists to elevate their realms while their martial arts and techniques remain unrefined. 30 seconds later, and Ran felt a surge of heat in his eyes, his vision sharp as a torch, emitting 2 beams of golden light that pierced through the humanoid target against the wall. Use 10,000 points to cultivate the S-rank second-tier technique Nightmare to perfection. This is an achievement you have attained after 3 years of hard training. You are truly diligent. And Ran took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his body, and thought to himself that he had indeed worked hard, given how much sweat he had produced. Next, I will elevate One Blade Azura to perfection. 30 seconds later, and Ran felt a wave of heat throughout his body. Great, it was perfected. Use 10,000 points to cultivate the S-rank second-tier martial technique One Blade Azura to perfection. This is an achievement you have attained after 3 years of hard training. You are truly a genius. I really have been diligent, expending so much energy. And Ran beamed with excitement and then stood up to look at the panel. Technique, Nightmare. Second-tier S-rank, perfection, locking eyes with the opponent causes them to fall into the most terrifying event mentally. Martial technique, One Blade Azura. Second-tier S-rank, perfection, the blade transforms into the king of hell, unstoppable in its path. And Ran smiled and walked towards a corner of the wall, drawing out an unremarkable long knife. The moment he grasped the hilt, he felt a warm current in his hand. Then, he approached the humanoid target on the right, gripping the hilt with both hands, and struck down. One Blade Azura. A loud bang echoed as a scorching blue wave surged into the air like a giant dragon, instantly transforming into the image of a king of hell, exuding endless majesty and dominance, rushing towards the humanoid target. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the humanoid target was split in 2, the sharp blade slicing through the air like lightning, not stopping, continuing to charge forward like a ferocious beast. Then, a crisp crack was heard as even the incredibly sturdy steel wall could not withstand this powerful force, easily cleaving a gap. The blue wave surged like a torrent into the adjacent room, stirring up a storm of chaos. 3 minutes earlier, in room 109, Zhang Kong held a bronze sword and slashed at the humanoid target on the left. A 3-meter-long white light shot out, crackling as it struck the target, which swayed slightly. Zhang Kong appeared very excited, as he seemed to have made some progress today. When he had come yesterday, his minor achievement in the supreme sword technique could not even scratch the humanoid target, but now he could make a slight impact. It should be noted that the humanoid target was made from the precious S-rank material, Space Mysterious Iron, which was incredibly hard. Such tremendous progress, I must be an extraordinary genius, Zhang Kong exclaimed excitedly, when suddenly a cracking sound came from the wall. A blue blade of the King of Hell burst through the wall from next door, instantly slicing the humanoid target in half and charging towards Zhang Kong. Whoa! Zhang Kong was startled and quickly dodged to the side, the bronze sword in his hand being violently wrenched away. After a moment of panic, Zhang Kong cautiously picked up the bronze sword and carefully approached the hole in the wall, his face pale. If I remember correctly, the room opposite is in Rance, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible, I must be mistaken. Then, Zhang Kong saw in Rance's eyes, and Rance smiled slightly. Nightmare. Zhang Kang's body instantly froze, his eyes losing their luster. A bizarre scene suddenly appeared in Zhang Kang's mind. The surrounding world turned a deep crimson, and he was surrounded by several muscular men wearing only underwear and with bronze skin. These men wore subtle smiles on their faces, and a chill ran up Zhang Kang's spine. Then, some indescribable images flashed before him. Zhang wanted to scream, but found that his throat had gone silent. A minute later, with a loud clap, Zhang Kong collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and trembling. Hey, Zhang Kong, how are you? And Ran waved and smiled at Zhang Kong through a hole in the wall. Zhang Kong shuddered, raised his head, his face ashen, and suddenly recognized in Ran's face, pointing at him, shaking all over. Is this all you're doing? When did you become so impressive? And Ran proudly gestured with the knife in his hand, grinning. It's nothing, just a little test of my skills. And Ran made a slashing motion, and Zhang Kong thought something was about to happen, twitching in fear and fainting. I was just demonstrating, and Ran said, speechless. He then put the knife back in its place and left without looking back, knowing that if he stayed any longer, he would be caught and have to pay for damages. A few minutes later, shouts erupted from the training hall. Damn it, who broke through the wall? And Ran hurried to the Tiangong Hall, a black and white building covering tens of thousands of square meters and several stories, located in the center of the High Martial Arts Department. Here lay the essence of the High Martial Arts Department of Magic City University accumulated over a century. At this moment, it was already packed with people, and Ran made his way directly to the cold weapons and armor zone. Compared to the popular areas for martial arts techniques or skills, the cold weapons and armor zone was much quieter, as most people already had their own weapons and armor and did not need to replace them in the short term. They generally came here for enhancement or maintenance. Walking down the central avenue of the weapon area, Ran saw various weapons displayed on both sides. The weapons on display were all low level, and few people paid them any attention, while the staff mostly neglected their duties, engrossed in games, completely ignoring Ran's presence. Ran had checked, weapons of the same level were twice as expensive as martial arts techniques or skills. Weapons were categorized by level, from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade, regardless of the realm. Anyone, regardless of their level, could wield them, it was just uncertain whether they could be effective. Ran's 1,000 points were only enough to buy a B-grade weapon, but a B-grade weapon was fine, and in Ran's hands, a cane and a dustpan could unleash power comparable to an S-grade weapon. Hey, isn't that Ran? A cheerful voice suddenly came from the right, and Ran turned to look and immediately straightened his posture, bowing slightly. Hello, Dean Zhou. It was Dean Zhou Guoping, accompanied by a mature woman dressed in a professional white shirt and a tight skirt, her slender legs covered in black stockings, her body curvaceous, with blue-dyed hair tied in a ponytail and wearing black-framed glasses. The woman looked down on him, as if viewing Ran through her nostrils. You are Ran? Indeed, you look like a little white face who relies on others. Her tone was as if she were speaking to trash, which made Ran particularly uncomfortable. Relying on others? Nonsense. I achieved this through my own efforts. Alright, there was indeed a hint of relying on others, but even if that were true, you shouldn't say it in public. However, Ran quickly realized, you are from the Xiao family? At this moment, Zhou Guoping's eyes were darting around wildly, grasping the implications of their conversation. I guess correctly, Xiao Yang has indeed taken a liking to this kid Ran. She is Kulan, the head of the weapons area, Zhou Guoping introduced with a smile. Oh, at least she's not from the Xiao family, Ran breathed a sigh of relief. I bought a watch last year, why would someone from the Xiao family be so sarcastic with me? She's Xiao Shui's cousin. Ran stared at Kulan in surprise. I was thinking too simply. Kalan had a strong opinion about Anran, recalling what had happened that morning. When she was wandering around the martial arts and techniques area, she saw Xiao Shui selecting martial techniques and skills. Xiao Shui, what are you doing here? As a member of the Xiao family, it was quite strange to be selecting martial techniques and skills at school. Are you picking for someone else? Ah. Xiao Shui was startled and blushed. Then she reluctantly nodded. And ran. Kalan was almost dizzy. Good grief, just because someone kissed her, she started to let the good stuff flow elsewhere? Given Xiao Shui's status as a young lady from the Xiao family, Kalan couldn't say anything about her, but it was different with Anran. Back to the present, Kalan felt indignant. What does my uncle see in him? He's handsome and has strength, but he has no family background. Kalan was a believer in family status. Now, both Anran and Kalan were displeased with each other, and Zhou Guoping noticed the oppressive atmosphere, so he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Anran, you're here to pick weapons, right? It seems you don't have your own weapon yet? Yeah, but no. Anran made a face. It seems the tiger doesn't welcome me here. Upon hearing this, Kalan frowned. Who is the tiger? He. Zhou Guoping laughed. Don't say that. Without a valid reason, no one can expel you. Right, Teacher Ku? Kalan remained silent. Zhou Guoping asked again, what kind of weapon do you want? A knife. I just learned a knife technique. Anran scratched his cheek with his right index finger. I want a good knife to match. Kalan snorted in her heart. It was given by Xiao Shui. But you only have 1,000 points now. You can only buy a B grade 1, Zhou Guoping said regretfully. A hero should be matched with a divine weapon. Suddenly, Zhou Guoping's eyes lit up. Oh, isn't there a divine weapon that only requires 1,000 points and is very strong? When Zhou Guoping said this, Kalan became a bit displeased. Director Zhou, isn't that one being looked at by Lu Zhao? Zhou Guoping smiled gently. Lu Zhao has been looking at it for 3 years. If he keeps looking, he'll graduate. Anyway, taking him to try it out won't hurt. Their conversation piqued Anran's infinite curiosity, and he looked at the two sincerely. Can I take a look? Kalan glanced at Anran, feeling a bit of fighting spirit. Fine, you should know your own weight. The three of them arrived at a special exhibition area, where a group of guards surrounded a crystal platform, on which lay a seemingly ordinary ring-headed knife, 1 meter long. A handsome young man with white hair and a white shirt stood in front of the platform, sighing at the ring-headed knife. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a jacket. Anran and the others squeezed into the crowd to watch Lu Zhao's actions. Lu Zhao stared at the ring-headed knife for a while, then suddenly made up his mind, cautiously extending his right hand to grip the hilt, then slowly raising his hand. Anran noticed that Lu Zhao's hand seemed to be trembling. Is it the knife's problem or the person's problem? Soon, the blade of the ring-headed knife began to show a faint red hue, and Lu Zhao revealed a hint of surprise. This knife is called Lianyao, a legacy of the legendary forging master Yi Mozi. Zhou Guoping began to explain to Anran from the side. It's an S+ grade divine weapon. His Anran's eyes sparkled. In the memories of his previous life, Yi Mozi's name was indeed thunderous. He was the foremost master of weapon forging in the Great Xia Kingdom, having crafted several S-class divine weapons. Unfortunately, he passed away 3 years ago. Wait a minute? Anran suddenly noticed a detail. How could there be such a strange grade as S+? At this moment, Kalan, who was beside him, explained with a hint of annoyance. Master Yi Mozi's greatest wish in life was to forge an SS-class divine weapon, so when he felt his time was short, he made a desperate effort to create the Lianyao. So, the Lianyao was forged according to SS-class specifications. However, the master's premature death resulted in the Lianyao being only a semi-finished product. But the quality of the Lianyao is clearly above S-class. Suddenly, Kalan's tone became serious as she fixed her gaze on Anran. Because the Lianyao is a semi-finished product, it is extremely difficult to tame. Lu Zhao is an exceptionally talented senior in the cold weapon department. He has tried for 3 years and still hasn't tamed it. The implication in Kalan's words was clear. What level are you, Anran? Are you here to embarrass yourself? But Anran met Kalan's disdainful gaze with utmost seriousness. I want to give it a try. Bang! At that moment, a metallic clattering sound echoed, drawing the attention of Anran and the others. The Lianyao lay askew on the crystal platform, while Lu Zhao held his left hand with his right, his expression vacant. Xiao Zhao. Kalan walked over with a look of regret, gently patting Lu Zhao's shoulder, her eyes filled with sympathy and softness. Try again next time, there will be plenty of opportunities. Goodness, the way she treated him was completely different. And what does she mean by there will be plenty of opportunities? Is she implying that she assumes he can't tame the Lianyao? Anran felt inexplicably displeased. Lu Zhao forced a smile as he looked at Anran. Sister Lan, I can finally barely lift the lianyao. According to the rules, if you can lift the lianyao, you can exchange it for it. I'm confident I can do it before graduation. Kolan nodded with a smile. This is? Lu Zhao suddenly noticed Enran, who had an extraordinary aura behind him. Enran? Enran was slightly taken aback. Goodness, he was so famous now that he could be recognized anywhere. Seeing that Enran did not respond, Lu Zhao's brows furrowed for a fleeting moment before he revealed a smile. What are you doing here? You're not here to try the lianyao, are you? Enran nodded. Exactly. The man beside Lu Zhao immediately stood up and scolded Enran. No way. Lu Zhao's expression changed suddenly, then he returned to his smile. Wang Mang, don't be unreasonable. He then smiled at Enran. Are you joking? I haven't tamed it in 3 years. What are you, a newcomer, doing here to make a fuss? And you're a student from the ordinary department, right? Enran rolled his eyes at Lu Zhao. It's now the advanced martial arts department. Lu Zhao turned his gaze to Kolan, seeking an answer. Kolan coughed lightly, her expression slightly serious. It's fine, after all, Enran is young and just playing around. Let him touch it, he'll give up. As she said this, Kolan shot a disdainful look at Enran. Enran felt a surge of irritation at such a demeanor. If I tame the lianyao, what will you say? Kolan snorted coldly. If you can tame the lianyao, then I'll eat shit while standing on my head. This statement shocked everyone. That was quite a harsh vow. Is that true? If I don't keep my promise, how can I manage the weapon area? Kolan's face was full of pride. Then what if you can't? If you can't, then don't step into the weapon area again. Enran thought for a moment and grinned. It's a deal. Enran wasn't afraid of losing. Even if he lost, he would abide by the bet, and who knows, Xiao Shui might give him equipment again. Moreover, he had the cold weapon saint body, he would win. You just prepare to eat shit while standing on your head. Kulan. Zhou Guoping looked at the three with great interest, thinking to himself. This Lu Zhao is the second son of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families, and he has always seemed determined to obtain the Firebird. Don't be fooled by his seemingly gentle demeanor. When he gets serious, he can be quite terrifying. However, since he is incapable of handling the Firebird himself, if it is taken away by someone else, he can only blame himself. Can you tame the Firebird? Zhou Guoping gazed deeply at the resolute Anren. He had great confidence in Anren. Seeing Anren easily defeat Mei Jibua with just a dustpan convinced him that this child was a rare master of cold weapons. Anren didn't want to engage in a war of words with them. Actions speak louder than words, and the only way to slap them in the face was to tame the Firebird. Anren stepped forward to the crystal display, and just as he reached out, Lu Zhao swiftly grabbed his hand. You can only try this once. If you fail, you can't touch it until I graduate, Lu Zhao said coldly. Anren pried Lu Zhao's hand away and retorted coldly, as if the Firebird belongs to you. You? Lu Zhao gritted his teeth for a rare moment before quickly regaining his refined demeanor. I apologize, I was rude. I want this Firebird so badly. Anren ignored Lu Zhao and continued to reach out, grasping the hilt of the Firebird, immediately feeling a powerful warmth surge into his body. No wonder it's an S+ level divine weapon, Anren thought to himself. Zhou Guoping began to ramble again. The 4 steps to taming a divine weapon. First step, be able to lift it. Second step, be able to reveal its true form. Third step, be able to resonate with it, freely storing it in your heart. Fourth step, be able to unleash its abilities at will. Hearing Zhou Guoping's words, Anren realized that there were so many intricacies involved, unlike a cane or a dustpan, which could be picked up and put down at will. Lu Zhao felt quite awkward listening, as he had spent 3 years just to complete the first step, and had almost broken through to the second step just now. What a pity! Lu Zhao felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Anren attempted to lift the Firebird and easily raised it high above his head. Is that it? Anren scanned the others with a look of surprise. Lu Zhao and Kolan looked as shocked and pale as if they had just lost their parents, while Zhou Guoping wore a satisfied expression, nodding slightly. Kolan patted Lu Zhao on the shoulder and said, It's okay, this is just a technical adjustment of the Firebird. He definitely won't be able to complete the second step. Kolan certainly didn't want to end up eating crow later, but Lu Zhao felt as if he had just eaten a bitter pill. How could he not take it to heart? Lu Zhao had spent 2 years just to complete the first step, and this Anren had done it in an instant? Where was Lu Zhao's face in this? A glint of malice flashed in Lu Zhao's eyes as he looked at Anren. Anren casually waved the Firebird a few times, and soon the bright blade began to show fiery red patterns, instantly becoming hot to the touch, even emitting steam. Wow, is this its true form? Anren exclaimed, it really is a good thing. This, Kolan's facial muscles trembled, his mouth seemingly blocked as if he couldn't speak. Progress, 50% to eating crow. Lu Zhao endured the pain, his heart already bleeding. He had taken 3 years to reach this step, and Anren had achieved it so quickly? Zhou Guoping smiled slightly. Anren had already gained his approval. Anren immediately decided to attempt the third step, trying to store the Firebird in his heart. To his surprise, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the Firebird transformed into a burst of red light, shooting into Anren's heart. Take it out again? As soon as the thought emerged, the Firebird appeared in Anren's hand. It's impossible. Kalan could only whisper in shock, is this the talent of a freshman? Lu Zhao was already struggling to maintain his composure, his face ashen. The progress of eating shit was at 75%. Zhou Guoping smiled with satisfaction. Next, the fourth step, let me see your true power. Anren commanded in her heart, and immediately the blade of the fiery bird began to be enveloped in blazing flames, transforming into the shape of an immortal bird, the intense heat scorching everyone present except Anren. So, have I succeeded? Anren held up the fully formed fiery bird, turning to scan the crowd. Zhou Guoping immediately applauded. The immortal bird has emerged. It's done. Kulan. The progress of eating shit was at 100%. At that moment, the flames forming the immortal bird flew straight out from the blade, and before anyone could react, it swept across the venue and disappeared after a few seconds. Kalan was the most affected by the immortal bird. Her clothes burned with several holes, exposing her fair skin, and she covered her clothes with a face full of shame. The guards who suffered minor injuries stared in disbelief. Is this something a freshman can pull off? Lu Zhao wiped the ash from his body, now in a state of shattered resolve, but still trying to maintain his dignity, looking both amused and helpless. Congratulations! Wang Mang looked at Lu Zhao with a cautious gaze. What to do now? Zhou Guoping first applauded and ran, then looked at Lu Zhao, his expression slightly heavy. Is this genuine or feigned? And Ran directly retracted the fiery bird and looked at the disheveled Kalan with ill intent. Want to eat shit? Teacher Kalan, you wouldn't want others to know you're someone who doesn't keep promises, would you? Upon hearing this, Kalan's body trembled, and her face turned pale. Do I really have to eat it? One must have integrity, oh, teacher. And Ran laughed mischievously. And it has to be eaten upside down. And Ran then took out her phone and started recording. I've already recorded it. Are you planning to post it online so everyone knows you're a typical girl who dares to talk but not to act? The guards nearby couldn't hold back anymore, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Kalan didn't expect Anren to secretly record her, releasing it would be bad for her reputation, so she showed a pleading smile to Anren. I'm a 25-year-old little fairy, just joking, let's forget about it. Besides, I am your teacher, this wouldn't be good for me. Anren wore a playful expression. If you don't eat the bet, you can eat something else. I see you still have a bit of charm left, teacher. Kalan's face turned red, constantly sizing up Anren's handsome figure, showing a conflicted expression. At this moment, Zhou Guoping, who had been watching the drama unfold, stepped in to mediate. Teacher Ko, one must be willing to accept the consequences of a bet. How about this, Anren, give me some face and follow my arrangement, I guarantee you won't suffer. I'm all ears. Anren nodded, realizing that making the little fairy eat shit wouldn't bring her any real benefits. Kalan quickly nodded, eager to escape the bet of eating shit. First of all, obtaining this fiery bird originally required a 1,000-point down payment, and then the remaining 4,000 points to be paid off before graduation. Zhou Guoping's gaze swept over Anren and Kalan. Now, let's waive the remaining 4,000 points. I have no objections. Kalan quickly agreed. 4,000 points were nothing compared to making her eat the bet. Me too. Anren smiled, but that's not enough. Of course, Teacher Ku. Zhou Guoping's gaze returned to the disheveled Kalan. How about Anren's future purchases in the weapon area are half price? Alright. Kalan's silver teeth ground loudly, leaving no room for other thoughts. Winning the bet between the common girl and the aristocratic ideology, what a gambling god maniac points plus 1,000. I have no objections, Anren said, a slight smile on her lips. She then paid 1,000 points and left the weapon area. Lu Zhao, who had been feeling down the whole time, suddenly ran over with Wang Mang and called out to Anren. Wait! Anren turned back in surprise. What's the matter? Lu Zhao hesitated, then took a breath. Sell me the Firebird, you set the price, any amount is fine. Anren was confused, any amount? How about a small target? Of course, no problem, Lu Zhao replied readily. After all, I am a member of the Lu family from the 4 great families. Lu Zhao deliberately invoked the name of the 4 great families, showcasing his financial power while also threatening Anren not to offend the Lu family. However, he miscalculated, and Anren felt displeased after hearing Lu Zhao's words. If you hadn't said that last part, I might have considered it. What I hate most is when others use their power to pressure me, Ayn Rand declared with righteous indignation, as if the pressure from Xiao Yang didn't exist at all. Unfazed by Lu Zhao's invisible threat, unafraid of the death-seeking maniac, maniac points plus 1,000. Lu Zhao felt deflated after hearing this. Alright then, please be gentle with the Firebird. Ayn Rand. After Ayn Rand left, Lu Zhao watched his retreating figure, his nostrils flaring with suppressed killing intent. Young master, are you just going to let him go? Let me take care of it for you, Wang Mang said, feeling quite dissatisfied. My strength at the 4th level, 5th stage should be enough. Lu Zhao was speechless and returned to his luxury car, saying fiercely, Wang Mang, help me contact James. Old James, it's Wang Mang. I need you to do something for me. It's inconvenient for me to do it myself. I want the Firebird from a person named Ayn Rand. If necessary, you can kill him directly. His strength was probably able to kill a 2nd level opponent in seconds before, and now with the Firebird's enhancement, he's probably above 3rd level. Your realm shouldn't be a problem. After the call ended, Lu Zhao's expression darkened. Ayn Rand, I consider myself a person of quality. I could have just robbed you directly, but I plan to trade with you. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong path, and I have no choice but to rob you. After school, Ayn Rand was on his way back to his rental apartment when, not far away, Xiao Shui watched his figure from a Rolls-Royce. Miss, why not let him get in the car for a ride? That way, you can have a good chat and enhance your relationship, Jiang Tianxiong joked, gripping the steering wheel. Xiao Shui blushed and stammered, Uncle Jiang, what are you talking about? Enhance what relationship? If he gets in the car and someone sees, how am I supposed to explain? No need to explain, isn't that just what you want? Jiang Tianxiong laughed. Nonsense. Xiao Shui huffed, pinching Jiang Tianxiong's shoulder hard from behind, I'm not talking to you anymore. Pouting, Xiao Shui opened her phone and thought for a moment before sending a message. Check on his training situation, I'm definitely not trying to find a topic to chat with him. Summer Snow. How's the cultivation method and martial skills I gave you? Did you understand? With your talent, you should have already made a breakthrough, right? Xiao Shui wasn't being sarcastic. Being able to master S-level techniques and martial skills in half a day was already a rocket-like speed. She had only managed to break through after practicing for a week and was just now reaching mastery. Ayn Rand received the message and smiled. What breakthrough? Isn't that looking down on himself too much? Ayn Rand as usual, yeah, I've already mastered it perfectly. Summer Snow. Do you think I look like an idiot? Calm as ever. Looks a bit silly. Summer Snow. Carrot. Ayn Rand chatted with Xiao Shui about trivial matters as they walked, and as night fell, they reached the deep alley where Ayn Rand rented a room. Ahead came heavy, hurried footsteps. Ayn Rand stopped, looked up, and saw a dark, bald, muscular man about 100 meters away, slowly approaching with heavy steps. The newcomer doesn't mean well. Ayn Rand could sense the hostility emanating from him. Who are you? James grinned ominously without answering, continuing to walk towards Ayn Rand. People do pass by here. So what? James scoffed. If someone sees me, I'll just kill them, and then no one will see. Ayn Rand felt a bit helpless. The man was a desperate criminal, and he was indeed coming for him. Ayn Rand turned to see if there was a way to retreat, and as expected, not far behind stood another person, thin and wiry, with a gaze full of unplaceable murderous intent. Ayn Rand couldn't gauge the strength of these two strangers, so he opened the chat interface with Xiao Shui. At this point, I can only ask Xiao Shui for help. Sigh, here comes the soft approach again. Before he could even type the first letter, Ayn Rand suddenly saw a blinding white light surrounding him. The white light vanished in an instant, and when Ayn Rand opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unknown place. It seemed to be the outskirts? You must be very curious about how you ended up here, right? A chilling voice came from behind Ayn Rand. He turned around and, through the faint moonlight, recognized the thin guy from the alley. I would like to hear more. Ayn Rand was indeed a bit curious. I guess you have spatial talent. Zhou Buguan pointed at the ground beneath Ayn Rand's feet, looking smug. Ayn Rand looked down and saw a faint red hexagram pattern on the ground. Got it, this is a teleportation array. You're from the support class. Ayn Rand looked at Zhou Buguan. Too bad the support class is practically asking for death by coming after me. Hey, your opponent is me. Don't get it wrong. James's rough voice came from behind. Ayn Rand turned around suddenly, looking bewildered. Where is he? James had a look of disbelief, gesturing wildly as he cursed. Damn, I'm just 10 meters in front of you, and you can't see me? Ayn Rand scratched his head and smiled knowingly. You blend perfectly with the night, looking like a black gorilla. James's expression darkened. Kid, that joke isn't funny. Don't try to cover up your weakness with verbal attacks. This is so bizarre. Ayn Rand picked up his phone, ready to continue typing and send an address to Xiao Shui. James was furious, emitting a cloud of red smoke, and with a swift leap, he raised his fist and jumped in front of Anran. "You don't take us seriously at all." Fire fist. James's fist, the size of a sandbag, swung directly towards Anran's head, engulfed in flames. Anran reacted instantly, a fierce look crossing his face as he bent sideways to dodge, causing his phone to fall into a stinky ditch. A fireball exploded on the ground a few meters behind Anran, creating a large pit several meters in diameter. Damn! Anran looked at his phone with regret. It seemed he would have to defeat both of them on his own. Anran activated meteoric movement, generating a golden light to protect himself, then flashed towards James, launching a barrage of attacks. But James withstood them all with his body. James retaliated casually, knocking off all the golden light surrounding Anran. In the first round of confrontation, both sides were evenly matched. At this moment, Zhou Buguang was hiding in the grass nearby, watching the battle with dazed eyes. Lu Ershao really didn't deceive us. Being able to fight like this against James, this Anran indeed has the strength of a primary 4th tier. It's a pity I'm purely supportive and have no combat ability, otherwise, I could also join in for some fun. Body enhancement? Anran was somewhat surprised. From the brief exchange, this black man was indeed quite strong, at least much stronger than Xiao Shui and Mei Jibua. Moreover, he could keep up with Anran's speed, making him the most challenging opponent Anran had encountered so far. James chuckled, "It seems you really have some skills." Anran was a bit displeased. "You still haven't told me what your purpose is." James spat to the side. "A dying person doesn't need to know our purpose." Then, a golden light appeared around James's body, and he held a wolf-toothed club in his left hand and a large bronze shield in his right, all while wearing a black robe battlesuit. After just a brief exchange, James had already determined that Anran was an opponent he needed to deal with seriously. In the grass, Zhou Buguang was filled with surprise. He, the complete form of James, self-proclaimed king of heroes. From sword to shield to battle robe, all are S-class treasures. Now you must be out of luck, Anran. In the midst of their conversation, Anran's right hand had already grasped the flaming phoenix, illuminating the surroundings in a fiery red. Upon seeing the phoenix, James's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed a good thing, no wonder Lu Zhao went crazy for it." "Then let's take it down, I will win," James declared confidently, raising his shield and swinging the wolf-toothed club towards Anran. "King Kong lights the lamp." James roared, and the wolf-toothed club instantly flashed with a deep blue light, crashing down towards Anran's head with fierce momentum. On the club, a massive blue gorilla clung to it, its eyes flashing with a fierce light, as if it wanted to tear Anran apart. Anran calmly swung the phoenix in his hand, unleashing a wave of scorching flames that collided with the wolf-toothed club. In an instant, the force generated by the collision spread out like a volcanic eruption, creating a powerful energy wave that radiated outward. This energy wave triggered a violent whirlwind, sweeping across the battlefield, with sand and dust flying everywhere. Equal in strength. Zhou Buguang marveled, "I can't imagine this is a battle between the 2nd and 4th tiers." Before long, the blue gorilla transformed into a torrent and flew towards Anran. The phoenix, sensing the opportunity, flew out and directly devoured the gorilla before sweeping towards James. Seeing this, James broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly raised his shield to block, but the powerful impact of the phoenix sent him staggering back several steps. Once James steadied himself, he suddenly found himself in a crimson area. "What is going on? Am I under a mental attack?" James was bewildered, and then he noticed a large number of white police officers surrounding him, all with stern expressions, holding rifles aimed at him, shouting in a foreign language, "Criminal, kneel down, or we will have no choice but to empty this magazine." How should he put it? This was the shadow of James's childhood in his homeland, where the police were truly unfriendly to them. James trembled and knelt down, raising his hands. "I surrender." Anran chuckled. Just a moment ago, during their exchange of glances, Anran had used Nightmare. No way? James is actually at a disadvantage? Zhou Buguang was now completely shocked. Is this really someone a 4th tier can defeat? It clearly requires a 5th tier. Damn it, Lu family's second young master is such a useless piece of trash. Give me the wrong information. Farewell, James. Anran raised the fiery bird, intending to split James in half. However, James was a 4th tier, 6th level high martial artist, and he quickly broke through his inner demons, suddenly shouting, "Brother Ni's life is also a life." Rise of the Planet of the Apes. In the dream, James successfully killed all the white overseers, and then he woke up in reality. "Humph, I almost got trapped by you." James proudly puffed out his chest, using his shield to firmly block the fiery bird. "What would you do if I used martial skills, Your Excellency?" Anran laughed playfully. James was stunned. "Why are you smiling so brightly?" Anren's eyes flashed coldly as he raised the fiery bird high. 1/Azura. In an instant, a blue Yama rode a fiery red phoenix, charging directly at James with overwhelming force. Ah! Fuck! James let out a wail, and then his shield and battle robe shattered, turning into a roast. Successfully defeated a formidable 4th-tier opponent. What a fierce madman, madman points plus 3,000. Anren marveled. What a pity, I originally wanted to leave a live one to gather information, but you forced me too hard. Then, Anren felt a wave of dizziness, his legs went weak, and he lay down on the ground. Was I attacked? No, I just ran out of energy. Energy is the blue bar. It seems I haven't learned a technique to replenish energy yet. This is not good for prolonged battles. Damn, it seems there's still someone here. At this moment, Zhou Buguan's eyes had lost their luster, trembling all over. Just as he thought about retreating, he found Anren already lying down. Goodness, I need to avenge the gorilla. Zhou Buguan sprang out from the bushes, picked up a stone, and walked towards Anren. After taking a few steps, he heard the sound of a car horn. Anren! Zhou Buguan was so scared that he flew away through the teleportation array. Xiao Shui rushed to the scene with Jiang Tianxiong and several subordinates. When she saw Anren lying on the ground, her face immediately turned pale, and her legs trembled. The conversation with Anren was suddenly interrupted, and Xiao Shui felt anxious, quickly locating the place through her family's divine positioning. She rushed over, squatted down, and hugged Anren tightly, starting to shed tears. Why are you crying? I'm just out of energy and lying down, not dead. Anren suddenly felt warm inside, the first time a girl had cried for him. His head also felt soft. Xiao Shui's expression froze, then her face changed, and she pushed Anren away, wiping her tears. Wasting my feelings, humph. Anren lay back down on the ground, groaning. You really are cruel. How could you run out of energy? Xiao Shui reached out her hands to pull Anren up, her big eyes full of confusion. Anren replied irritably, of course, it's because I haven't practiced any energy techniques. Wait. Anren suddenly had a clever idea, looking at Xiao Shui with ulterior motives. How about you give me a technique for practicing energy? Yes, Anren wanted to take advantage again. Soft rice, 2 meals a day, not too much. Anren's words made the subordinates nearby unable to hold back. They were surprised by Anren's shamelessness and began to stifle their laughter. Xiao Shui felt a bit angry at his request. You ask for this so naturally? I just gave you 2 S-rank books during the day, and now you're asking me again. You really have thick skin. After saying that, Xiao Shui looked all puffed up, like a balloon filled with air, as if it would explode with just a light poke. By the moonlight, Anren could see her slightly flushed cheeks, looking truly adorable. At this moment, Jiang Tianxiong, who was checking James's body, walked over, solemnly patted Anren's shoulder, and then squatted down to speak softly. Young man, you're taking advantage of this soft meal a bit too much. You haven't even started writing your 8 characters yet? Anren scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I guess I'm too thick-skinned. I wanted to ask you, would you be willing to give me a book? Anren suddenly made a 180-degree turn, nearly shocking Xiao Shui and Jiang Tianxiong to death. After being angry for a while, Xiao Shui's temper began to soften. She turned around, facing away from Anren, looking shy. Alright, I really can't do anything with you. Who told you to save my life? Not enough, I can't just get it that easily. What the heck? Jiang Tianxiong was greatly shocked, staring wide-eyed at Xiao Shui. My lady, if Anren runs away later, how much will you have to pay back? Great! Anren sprang up from the ground, so excited that he almost rushed over to hug Xiao Shui. Jiang Tianxiong quickly grabbed the corner of Anren's clothes, giving him a glare. What, trying to take advantage of my lady? Anren had no choice but to give up. Then, everyone dealt with James's body. This black man is a member of the Crow Society, James. Jiang Tianxiong pointed at James's corpse, looking very surprised. A 4th tier, 6th level strength. You beat him? Xiao Shui looked at Anren in disbelief. Anren nodded shyly. Not really, I can only say it was almost a tie. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. A 2nd tier person defeated and killed a 4th tier person? What kind of monstrous physique is this? Crow Society? Anren and Xiao Shui questioned in unison. Jiang Tianxiong realized he had let something slip, hesitating for a moment before making up his mind. Forget it, you will find out sooner or later, so I might as well tell you. On the surface, our martial arts families need to maintain a positive image in public, so there are some things we can't intervene in. Anren expressed his understanding. So, the Crow Society is actually the Black Hand of various families? Yes. Jiang Tianxiong nodded, and it's not just the Crow Society, they are actually closer to the Lu family. Ha! Xiao Shui looked at Anren dryly. When did you offend the Lu family? Jiang Tianxiong also cast a doubtful glance. and Ran then took out the Firebird. I think it's because of this, Lu Zhao really wants it. Zhang Tianxiong and Xiao Shui both gasped. The name of the Firebird is indeed well known. They both shouted in unison, "You tamed the Firebird?" And Ran nodded. I just casually took it. Xiao Shui and Zhang Tianxiong felt depressed. Seriously, is this even human? But if it's Lu Zhao, then it will be troublesome, Zhang Tianxiong muttered with difficulty. Without solid evidence, it's hard to take action. Too bad there are no survivors. One more ran away, a skinny one, can use the teleportation array, and Ran added. Zhang Tianxiong's brows relaxed. Zhou Guan? The family head is not here, I need to ask for his opinion. The next morning, all the students of the High Martial Arts Department were sent to Chonghe Island through the school's teleportation array. Chonghe Island was formerly known as Chongming Island. Since the Great Disaster, the entire land turned black, and people disappeared, leading to its renaming. It has since become the trial ground for the High Martial Arts Department of Magic City University. Before the ranking matches began, all students gathered in a square according to their grades and departments in their respective areas. As for Mei Jibua's situation, naturally, he was beaten up and couldn't make it. This semester was destined to be at the bottom. And Ran sat bored on a long bench, constantly rejecting some girls' advances. This made Xiao Shui furious. There was no way around it, after all, and Ran looked just as handsome as the readers, and his strength was starting to spread throughout the student body. Mei Jibua, Zheng Kong, and Lu Zhao were the three major contributors to his rising reputation. As the rumors spread, and Ran became the top figure among the new students. Shouldn't Ran thank them? After a night of adjustment and the boost from the powerful pills given by Xiao Shui, and Ran's energy had recovered significantly, and he felt ready for a productive day. The crowd parted to make way, and there stood Chen Xian, with her wavy long hair, wearing a super short skirt and sexy black stockings, bouncing her way through the crowd to stand in front of Ran. Wait, isn't she Ran's ex-girlfriend? Mei Jibua's current girlfriend? Just a few days ago, she was looking down on him for being ordinary and got together with someone named Mei Jibua. Now, could it be that Mei Jibua isn't good enough, so she's here to seek reconciliation with Ran? How disgusting. Chen Xian, however, didn't care about what others thought. She approached Ran with a slight smile. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Ran's good mood instantly soured, and he quickly raised his hand to stop her. No, don't come over. You annoy me just by being here. Chen Xian's expression changed slightly, but she quickly smiled brightly again. Ran, is there still a future for us? I thought about it, and I think it would be better if we got back together. After all, we have 2.5 years of unbreakable romantic history. In Chen Xian's mind, as long as she let go of a little bit of her dignity, Ran's submissive nature would kick in, and he would come crawling back to her, just like in high school. As for the fact that Ran had deleted all her contact information, Chen Xian believed it was just a moment of irrationality on his part. He must still love her deep down. Future? Ran was almost laughing in anger at Chen Xian. Lady, is your head filled with nonsense? Did you think about the future when you were cheating on me? At this, everyone around cheered. Chen Xian calmed herself and continued to argue. I know you're resentful, but you still love me, right? After all, 2.5 years of feelings are hard to let go of. Saying this, Chen Xian put on a pitiful look. If you apologize to me, I'll get back together with you. Everyone was shocked by Chen Xian's twisted logic. She cheated on Ran and then expected him to apologize? Get lost. Ran was getting angry, not understanding how he ever liked someone like her. Don't wait until I lose control of myself. Chen Xian was taken aback for a moment, then her tone turned fierce as she pointed at Ran. I've already humbly come to you for reconciliation. Why are you still so stubborn? At worst, I can apologize to you too. If we both apologize, won't that make it even? Is this even a reasonable argument? Everyone was left speechless, and Ran realized he was brewing anger. The existence of such a shameless woman was a cancer in the relationship between men and women. Chen Xian was now getting desperate. In love, I chose bread and power. Is my choice wrong? All women would choose the same. If I'm wrong, I only made a mistake that every woman in the world would make. Damn, how shameless. How could she say such things? Represent yourself, don't drag all of us women down with you. Almost everyone could no longer tolerate Chen Xian's bizarre statements. Damn it, this is unbearable, Ran suddenly turned. Don't come over. Chen Xian realized Ran was furious enough to take action and couldn't help but scream in panic. But it was too late. A gust of cold wind swept by, and Ran had already appeared in front of Chen Xian, radiating a golden light. Average girl, crawl for me. Ran directly extended her right hand and slapped her. Smack! Chen Xian didn't have time to let out a scream before her delicate body was sent flying, performing a 720-degree spiral in the air before soaring over the crowd in a perfect parabolic arc, crashing down heavily several meters away.
And Ran, you?
Chen Xian struggled to get up from the ground, covering her already swollen and bruised half of her face, transforming from a delicate beauty into a wretched ghost.
Hitting a woman, what kind of man are you? And Ran was furious.
This slap is for the feelings I wasted on you for the past 2.5 years.
Did you really think I was just a fool? Moreover, battles between high-level martial artists don't distinguish between genders. Right now, this is a duel between high-level martial artists.
After saying that, Ran rushed forward and kicked Chen Xian in the chest. Chen Xian hadn't even steadied herself before taking another heavy blow, flying out several meters again.
You. Chen Xian twisted on the ground, clutching her collapsed chest, where several ribs had already broken. This kick is for your deceased parents.
They hoped you would become an independent person, but you turned into a worthless leech relying on men.
The crowd watching was in an uproar. Beating up a scummy ex-girlfriend, and Ran did a great job. Well said. Scummy girls like you deserve to be hit. Almost everyone agreed with Ran's actions. Chen Xian's average remarks were simply too detestable. That's right, even though I'm a girl, I think Ran's viewpoint is correct. Only thinking of relying on men doesn't count as being an independent woman.
You're already a high-level martial artist, yet you don't want to rely on your own strength, but instead think of climbing up the social ladder with your looks. It's truly a disgrace to us high-level martial artists. Chen Xian struggled to get up again, her whole body looking like it was about to fall apart from Ran's beating, her eyes filled with fear towards Ran.
She truly couldn't understand why even the girls on site didn't support her. Wasn't it supposed to be girls helping girls? You're coming again? Chen Xian was startled once more.
Ran was already in front of her, throwing a punch at her eye socket, and Chen Xian flew out several meters again, rolling on the ground and starting to foam at the mouth and convulse.
This punch is for the public morals of society.
Your actions have stirred up the gender relations in society, and you truly deserve to die.
Beating up a social parasite, a righteous maniac, plus 2,000 for the maniac.
The crowd watching reached a climax.
Wow, Ran has opened up her perspective. A punch with foresight.
Lan Yu, the teacher in charge of the teleportation array, squeezed through the crowd with a group of people, quickly helping Chen Xian up.
What's going on? What's happening?
Oh no, such a handsome person has been beaten into this state.
Are you even human? Lan Yu blared at Ran, gritting his teeth. I'm going to call the inspector to come and arrest you. Ran appeared indifferent, feeling immensely satisfied after beating Chen Xian.
Moreover, most of the students from the comprehensive department supported Ran.
That bitch deserves it. Stupid whore. She got off easy.
Seeing the students supporting Ran, Lan Yu couldn't help but feel furious. I don't care, I want the school to expel you. Lan Yu was infuriated. Chen Xian had been flirting with him on WeChat these past few days, and he had a chance to get involved. At that moment, Zhou Guoping led a group of teachers from the comprehensive department, pushing through the crowd with a strong voice.
Teacher Lan, what nonsense are you talking about?
Accompanying them were inspectors who had come to help maintain order, led by a middle-aged fat man named Wang Gang. But when Zhou Guoping caught a glimpse of Chen Xian's near-lifeless state, he was taken aback and felt a bit troubled.
Goodness, I know this female fighter deserves a beating, and I understand you have a lot of grievances, but beating her to this extent is hard to wrap up. He then turned to Wang Gang beside him and said, Director Wang, how do you think we should handle this?
Wang Gang was a bit at a loss. He had also seen Chen Xian's earlier performance and felt an impulse to go up and give her a beating.
Ran is one of our Xiao family members. I wonder who would dare to touch her. Xiao Shui suddenly appeared beside Ran, issuing a cold declaration to everyone. At that moment, Jiang Tianxiong also showed up behind Ran with dozens of subordinates.
Ran turned in surprise to look at Xiao Shui, who seemed like an ice queen at that moment.
Do you want to hear what was just said?
Xiao Shui was momentarily stunned, realizing she had misspoken, and quickly corrected herself. I meant to say Ran is our Xiao family's benefactor. But it was too late. Everyone only wanted to remember the first part of her statement, with one thought in mind.
Was this Xiao Shui making a public declaration, asserting her claim? What does it mean to be a member of the Xiao family? Could it really be as the legends say, that Xiao Yang has taken a liking to her?
Wang Gang gazed at Ran with dazed eyes, as if he saw Xiao Yang standing behind her.
Wang Gang immediately became resolute.
Well, I think Ran did the right thing. She upheld the basic morals of our society.
Director Wang, you.
Lan Yu hesitated, glancing at the murderous Xiao Shui, and immediately felt guilty, ultimately dragging the lifeless Chen Xian away with resentment.
Before leaving, Chen Xian struggled to open her sunken eyes and glared fiercely at Anren. I will definitely find a man stronger than you. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao Shui let out a sigh of relief, feeling secretly pleased. I didn't expect our Xiao family's reputation to be so useful. Anren cautiously asked Xiao Shui, do you think I'm too violent? Aren't you angry? Yes, I am very angry. Xiao Shui puffed her cheeks and looked at Anren with a hint of grievance. I don't know why I felt so angry when I saw Chen Xian coming to find you. But when I saw you beat her up, I was really happy. Xiao Shui stuck out her tongue and winked at Anren. Moreover, as a medical-type martial artist, Chen Xian isn't that easy to kill. You must have considered that too. Anren really hadn't thought about that. She was just focused on beating up the B*TCH. After things calmed down, Zhou Guoping began to announce the rules for the ranking competition. Once the ranking competition starts, everyone will be randomly teleported to a certain location. Inside, all mobile phone signals will be blocked, and you won't be able to communicate through your phones. The rule is to find and defeat other participants as much as possible. Whether you act as a lone wolf or cooperate, as long as you can win, it's fine. But if you cooperate, the points will be split evenly. Xiao Shui tugged at Anren's sleeve. If you encounter me later, should we cooperate? Anren shook her head. Didn't you hear that the points from cooperation are split? I want to earn all the points myself. Xiao Shui huffed, infinity, and then lifted a delicate foot to step on Anren's toes. Zhou Guoping continued, everyone has a watch that contains a one-time QR code, which is also a scanning tool. After defeating an opponent, the watch will automatically scan and calculate points, and two students can only scan each other's codes once. Begin the match. Lan Yu glanced at Anren and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Anren was teleported to an unknown forest, and just as she was about to move, she heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes behind her. Anren shouted, "Who?" A voice with a smoky tone and extremely unclear enunciation came from behind her. It's really unfortunate that we ran into each other. I want to test your code. At this moment, outside the competition area, in the monitoring room, Zhou Guoping was discussing the real-time scoreboard with a group of teachers from the comprehensive department. In this qualifying match, who do you think will score first among the freshmen? Who will ultimately be the champion? Without hesitation, Zhou Guoping stated his answer. I think it will be Anren. Lan Yu looked at Zhou Guoping with dissatisfaction. Director Zhou, do you really think so highly of Anren? Although Anren defeated Mei Jibua is only the 10th in Magic City. If he encounters some experts from the major martial arts examination provinces, I doubt he can win. Zhou Guoping had a disdainful expression. He had seen how Anren tamed the fierce bird. I not only think highly of him, I even believe his strength can get him into our school team. Director, don't joke around. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Zhou Guoping didn't know why he had made such a bold statement. Lan Yu, however, was unconvinced. I think it should be someone else. Then tell me, who do you think it will be? Lan Yu then began to list them off. For example, the top scholar from Wuchuan Province, Ding Zhen. The third place from Jibei Province, Wu Jiang. The fifth place from Jinan Province, Cheng Kuan. The second place from Qilu Province, Niao Fei. These four are all top students from major martial arts examination provinces. Their qualifications are not something the 10th place from Magic City can compare to. Of course, there's also the young lady from the Xiao family, Xiao Shui. With the Xiao family's background, her strength shouldn't be underestimated. Lan Yu's words received unanimous agreement from the other teachers. Upon hearing Lan Yu's words, Zhou Guoping couldn't help but feel delighted. Xiao Shui? Xiao Shui had already been thoroughly defeated. Just looking at the naive expressions of these teachers, Zhou Guoping was curious about their reactions later. In that case, let's wait and see. Speaking of which, Anren turned around and saw a boy with an innocent smile riding a snow leopard coming out from behind a large tree, dressed in a brown robe, holding a black staff in his left hand and two books in his right. Hello, my name is Ding Zhen. Anren looked at him, puzzled by his illiterate appearance. Ding Zhen? I don't know you. Which province are you from? Anren deduced from his appearance that Ding Zhen possessed both beast taming and spellcasting talents. Ding Zhen flashed a bright smile. Born from my mother. Anren chuckled. I asked which province you are from. Oh, I'm from Lidang in Wuchuan Province. Ding Zhen scratched his head and smiled. Sorry, I don't really understand standard Mandarin. Anren's eyes darkened. He really was an illiterate. So, you chose me as your first opponent, right? Anren's voice gradually turned cold. Ding Zhen nodded confidently. That's right, I want to test your code. Don't think that just because you easily defeated Mei Jibua, you can run rampant among us freshmen. Ding Zhen laughed again. There are fewer locals in Magic City, so the selected ones naturally can't compare to us from the major martial arts examination provinces. An Run smiled. So, you mean to say that you think my victory over Mei Jibwa isn't impressive? Ding Jin nodded. That's right.
If it were me, I could easily defeat him too. After all, I'm the top scholar from Wuchuan province. He then patted the snow leopard beneath him. She's Snow Leopard, her name is Pearl, she's my strongest friend, and she's excited to come in and tear you apart. At this point, Ding Jin's innocent smile vanished, replaced by a sinister look. I'll give you a chance to show your weapon and robe. You should know that the staff in my hand and the robe on my body are S-class treasures funded by the provincial government. If you go into battle naked, you won't be my opponent at all. And Ran was quite surprised that Ding Jin unexpectedly had dueling etiquette, so he instantly grasped the fiery bird in his hand, and the temperature around them rose sharply. Seeing the fiery bird emerge, Ding Jin's untainted eyes suddenly lit up, and he silently thought, so this is the fiery bird that Lu Ershao mentioned, it truly is a treasure. No wonder he is so obsessed. But why wasn't An Ran wearing battle robes? Did he look down on him? Ding Jin felt a bit angry and pointed to his own robe. What about this? I don't have that thing. An Ran appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was thinking, I forgot to get myself a battle robe, should I ask Xiao Shui for one? Wouldn't that be too greedy? At that moment, Ding Jin laughed. This gives you a chance, but I can't help it. You're bound to lose. Then Ding Jin jumped down from the snow leopard. Go, Pearl! Ding Jin's snow leopard let out a roar, its body enveloped in green smoke as it charged towards and ran with claws bared. At the same time, Ding Jin opened his spellbook and dictionary, reciting incantations. S-class spell Electric Purple Smoke Rain. Merge with the snow leopard. Instantly, a thick purple smoke enveloped the snow leopard, with lightning flickering within, creating a howling wind around them. Not done yet, Ding Jin shouted, extending his staff. Wild Staff's enhancement. A blue light shot from the wild staff to the snow leopard, causing it to triple in size, appearing even more ferocious. Enjoy the strongest attack from the youth of Lidong. Ding Jin grinned widely, and Ran laughed at Ding Jin's comical performance and waved his hand. One blade Azura. In an instant, a blue king of hell riding a fiery red immortal bird flew towards the snow leopard. Bang! In less than half a second, the snow leopard was devoured by one blade Azura. With a meow, the snow leopard turned into a bubble and vanished. My Pearl! One blade Azura continued to fly towards Ding Jin, who was filled with shock, breaking out in a cold sweat as he frantically flipped through the spellbook for a protective spell. Got it! This one! There's a character I don't recognize, let me check the dictionary. Damn, I bought a pirated dictionary. Finally, with a wail, the smoke cleared, and Ding Jin lay sprawled in a scorched pit, his staff, spellbook, and dictionary scattered on the ground, his robe torn in several places. Defeated the young genius from Lidong. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 2,000. Damn it, this pitiful Lu Zhao only told us An Ran was strong, he didn't say he was this strong. Ding Jin's face was filled with resentment. 5 seconds earlier, outside the large villa in the competition area, several teachers from the comprehensive department exclaimed, Look, the first battle of the freshmen has begun. It's An Ran against Ding Jin. All the teachers, including Zhou Guoping, focused on the battle timer displayed on the screen. Ha! It's over? How long was that? 5 seconds? And Ran won? Lan Yu, who was drinking tea, sprayed it all out. What was the previous shortest record? I think it was 3 minutes, after all, they are all elites, the strength difference shouldn't lead to a one-hit kill. However, An Ran made history. All the teachers, including Zhou Guoping, fell silent, this time indicated that Ding Jin hadn't landed a single hit. An Ran, what kind of monster are you? An Ran looked speechlessly at Ding Jin in the pit. I haven't even used my full strength, and you're down? How about I give you a finishing blow? Ding Jin suddenly looked panicked, gritting his teeth. Don't mess with me, I'll tell you something. And Ran pulled Ding Jin up, somewhat puzzled. Go ahead. Ding Jin sat on the ground, pulled out a Rikvi, and took a puff. This taste is really authentic. You know, you've already caught the attention of someone quite formidable, right? Ding Jin then glanced at An Ran. And Ran's heart skipped a beat, he hadn't expected that just scaring Ding Jin would yield such unexpected results. And Ran was startled. How does this illiterate know? It seems he has connections with Lu Zhao. And Ran nodded. I would like to hear more. Ding Jin looked at An Ran in confusion. What? You want to hear the defense? An Ran was speechless, talking to Ding Jin couldn't involve even a hint of classical language habits. Just tell me what's going on. Ding Jin took another puff. Someone wants the flaming bird in your hands, so they've found over a dozen people, including me, to take you out. And Ran frowned deeply. Shouldn't they just snatch it directly? Ding Jin revealed an innocent smile. Don't you know that if a student is disabled, the school will directly confiscate their weapons? It's obvious even a fool can see that.
There's such a system?
And Ran had just temporarily entered the High Martial Department, so he was less informed.
And Ran calculated in his mind that Lu Jiao likely knew he had the Shao family backing him, so if he acted outside, it would conflict with the Shao family. Here, however, the Shao family couldn't come in, which was actually a good opportunity. And Ran couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly.
So, Lu Jiao is really ruthless in wanting to get the flaming bird.
And Ran suddenly showed a fierce look and turned to Ding Jun. Why did you agree to his demands? Ding Jun sighed. Because the offer was just too generous. Even if we don't earn a single point this semester, we won't lose out. And Ran frowned. The Lu family was indeed powerful and could offer a lot, but Lu Jiao was just a second son. How could he have that much say?
It was probably just an empty promise.
Ding Jun continued, moreover, we only need to cripple you. At worst, we can just say we were too rough, and we'll only face some punishment. Lu Jiao wants to protect us, it's not that simple. Ding Jun suddenly laughed again.
And one more thing, the people Lu Jiao found are all those who aren't very convinced by you, including me. We are all the pride of our respective provinces in martial exams. How could we willingly let you step on us?
And Ran's gaze darkened slightly. Not convinced by me? Then I'll beat you until you are. What if they team up against you? Do you have a chance?
Ding Jun chuckled. Let me remind you, we all have the cheat devices Lu Jiao gave us, which can locate everyone's watch. After saying that, Ding Jun took out a small tablet, showing an electronic map densely populated with little light spots representing each student. Moreover, the teacher responsible for teleportation, Teacher Lan Yu, has also been bribed to teleport us near you.
Is Lu Jiao contacting you directly? And Ran suddenly asked. Ding Jun was taken aback.
No, it's Wang Mang, who is by his side, but it doesn't matter, Wang Mang is fiercely loyal to him.
Wang Mang can represent Lu Jiao. And Ran frowned. There must be a reason for that.
And Ran changed the subject.
Why are you telling me all this? Ding Jun suddenly became angry.
Damn it, when we were deciding who would be the first to challenge you, they knew I wasn't very educated and made me play idiom solitaire.
And Ran almost choked.
It turned out they were bullying the honest person. Moreover, Lu Jiao probably hadn't told Ding Jun and the others that he had already sent experts to test him. If he had, this group wouldn't dare to act. And Ran left Ding Jun to continue his journey. Originally, Ding Jun wanted to stick around to gain experience, but Ran kicked him away.
If he didn't even want to bring Xiao Shui, why would he bring along this illiterate Ding Jun?
Of course, and Ran also took the cheat device from Ding Jun's hands.
Rather than waiting for you to come find me, I might as well go find you first and strike hard, taking you all down before you can form a united front. And Ran looked at the glowing dots on the tablet and let out a cold laugh. The ones closest to me are Miao Fei and Wu Jiang, right?
At that moment, all the students received the news on their watches that Ran had defeated Ding Jun in 5 seconds, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble.
Looks like she's gotten stronger? I need to step up too.
Xiao Shui clenched her small pink fist and smiled. As for the others, there was only one thought in their minds. To defeat Ran, they would probably have to cooperate.
An anti-Ran alliance was rapidly forming.
In the distance, a girl in a tight combat suit with a ponytail faced off against a long-haired boy holding a bow and arrow across a stream.
So, are we still going to fight?
Miao Fei looked down at her watch. I didn't expect Ding Jun, that illiterate, to lose so quickly.
Wu Jiang disdainfully flicked his hand.
What a waste, that Ding Jun.
He then shot a glance at Miao Fei.
Our target is Ran, so there's no need for us to fight among ourselves. As long as the two of us team up to attack before she finds any allies. With our combined strength, taking down Ran shouldn't be a problem.
Let me join too. Cheng Kuan suddenly walked over from behind Miao Fei. Once we deal with Ran, the three of us can split up. Miao Fei and Wu Jiang exchanged glances with Cheng Kuan and smiled in agreement.
Among the first-year students in the comprehensive department, the original 4 top experts had gathered, except for Xiao Shui.
If they still couldn't take down Ran now, wouldn't that be a joke for others? Are you looking for me?
Ran suddenly sprang out from the side, her face filled with killing intent.
Miao Fei, Wu Jiang, and Cheng Kuan exchanged glances, signaling their cooperation. Since you've come to us, there's nothing more to say.
Wu Jiang shot a sharp look at Ran. Ran, don't think that just because you killed Ding Jun, that illiterate, in an instant, you can easily take us down too. At most, he just couldn't withstand your big move. It doesn't mean we can't handle it. In his words, Wu Jiang was filled with disdain for Ding Jun. Ran looked at Wu Jiang with approval. He guessed correctly, she had indeed taken Ding Jun down with a big move.
But how can you be sure you can withstand my big move?
At this moment, Miao Fei stepped forward with a frown, pointing at Ran with indignation. We're all at the same second level. You're not some kind of monster. Why look down on others? We won't make it hard for you if you think you're not a match for the three of us.
Cheng Kuan paused, we can reluctantly engage in a wheel battle with you. In Chang Kuen's view, even if he couldn't take Ran down alone, the three of them could wear her out. If things went wrong, they could all attack together. The other two shared the same thought. As the chosen ones, they felt a bit embarrassed to gang up on a peer. Ran then put on a troubled expression. Then I'll choose to fight one-on-one. Humph, you're not that impressive. Niao Fei let out a contemptuous laugh. Wait, I haven't finished. When I say one-on-one, I mean I take on all three of you. Chang Kuen gritted his teeth in anger. People like you, who are so arrogant, just need a good beating. With that, a black conch appeared in Chang Kuen's hand, and a colorful spiritual robe manifested on him. Stop wasting time with him, since he wants to take us on 3 against 1, let him come. Wu Zhang's expression darkened, carrying a hint of killing intent, and he began to string his bow, wearing a golden battle armor. Niao Fei had already summoned all her equipment, holding a, "Today, I'll use you to test my Qingguang sword." Watching the three unleash their various skills, Ran couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The fierce bird instantly appeared in his right hand, exuding a powerful aura. Chang Kuen and the others could feel the aggressive momentum of the fierce bird, causing them to instinctively take a step back. It could be said that the fierce bird had already begun to inflict damage on them without launching any attacks, and they understood why Lu Zhao was so obsessed with this weapon. What a fine blade, Niao Fei couldn't help but exclaim, suddenly feeling that the Qingguang sword in her hand was lacking. She then noticed that Ran was still wearing ordinary clothes. But why don't you reveal your battle armor? For a high-level martial artist, defense and offense are equally important, and battle armor is undoubtedly the greatest reliance for defense. Do you think you don't need defense to deal with us? Chang Kuen's voice was deep, his eyes filled with anger. Wu Jiang was so furious that his teeth were grinding. What a guy, going 1 against 3 without battle armor, you really look down on us. Ran was also quite exasperated. Did he really have to tell them that he didn't have battle armor? Ran simply decided to play along with their words. That's right, I do look down on you. Ran's words instantly ignited the emotions of the three, and they stopped wasting breath and charged in. At that moment, in a large villa outside the competition area, a teacher pointed at the 4 light spots on the screen. Look, Chang Kuen, Wu Jiang, Niao Fei, and Ran are all huddled together. Are they going to have a free-for-all? No, it looks like a 3-on-1, 3 against Ran. A teacher's eyes were filled with fear. Lan Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhou Guoping pondered for a moment and turned his gaze to Lan Yu. Teacher Lan, this seems a bit coincidental, doesn't it? A few of your favorite students just happened to be teleported to a place very close to Ran? Dean, what do you mean by that? Lan Yu showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Are you implying that I arranged this on purpose? Lan Yu was the teacher responsible for the teleportation array, and Zhou Guoping's words were undoubtedly a jab at him. Zhou Guoping chuckled. Look, you're getting anxious. I didn't mean it that way, after all, it's random teleportation. Statistically, anything can happen. Zhou Guoping then changed the subject. So, who do you think will win in a 3-on-1? Since it's 3 against 1, Ran will definitely lose, Lan Yu adjusted his glasses and said without hesitation. Wu Jiang, Niao Fei, and Chang Kuen are no ordinary characters. They are elites who fought their way out of the 3 most hellish martial arts examination provinces. To put it bluntly, they are all above Ding Zhang. Although Ran defeated Ding Zhang in an instant, facing the siege of 3 top experts, he is likely in grave danger. The other teachers unanimously agreed with Lan Yu's opinion. If he really wins a 3-on-1, then he would be qualified to join the academy team. At this moment, Zhou Guoping was also caught in hesitation. Rationality told him that no matter how extraordinary Ran was, he was just a freshman, only slightly more talented than others. Now, facing 3 top freshmen, it was indeed hard to believe he would win. However, Zhou Guoping ultimately smiled and said, I still choose to believe in Ran. Chang Kuen brought the black conch to his lips and blew a sound like a pig being slaughtered. When the rooster crows, the world awakens. Instantly, Ran's spirit began to blur, the voice of G&I is too beautiful echoing repeatedly in his ears. Chang Kuen couldn't help but smile. Gotcha. As a genius dual cultivator of the mental and fire elements, Chang Kuen's specialty was to first use sound illusions to pave the way, then attack with fire damage. Seeing that Ran had fallen for Chang Kuen's illusion, Wu Jiang, a dual cultivator of weaponry and lightning elements, immediately shot an arrow at Ran. Thunder God Arrow. In an instant, a sharp steel arrow, shaped like a ghostly face and crackling with electricity, shot towards Ran at supersonic speed. This electricity was a full 1,000,000 volts. Let's see how you escape this. Wu Jiang coldly snorted in his heart. Niao Fei was not to be outdone. She flew towards Ran on her sword, continuously forming seals with her hands. Earth-binding spirit.
Suddenly, a pair of gigantic earth arms emerged from beneath Anran's feet, grabbing hold of her ankles.
You're finished, Anran. Miao Fei felt an overwhelming excitement in her heart. We will definitely win. The three of them launched their attacks on Anran from different directions, and it seemed like Anran was doomed. So naive. Anran suddenly shouted, forcefully breaking through Chang Kuan's illusory dragon chant. Do not underestimate the talent of the spirit body. A powerful backlash directly exploded Chang Kuan's conch. What the hell?
Chang Kuan broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth turning into a sausage shape. Anran instantly activated her meteoric movement, talent, golden light enveloping her body, directly blocking the Thunder God arrow.
What? Wu Jiang was shocked. My Thunder God arrow was so easily neutralized?
At the same time, Anran swung the fierce bird with force.
1/Azura. A blue llama rode the immortal bird, sweeping towards Miao Fei head-on. No!
Miao Fei shouted in panic, and was swept away, her body flying back over 100 meters. Anran casually swung her hand, directly severing the two earth hands that had grabbed her, then turned to attack Wu Jiang. 1/Azura sent Wu Jiang flying.
Finally, it was Chang Kuan. Anran glared fiercely. Nightmare.
Chang Kuan found himself in a scarlet space, then transformed into a rooster, surrounded by countless little black figures stabbing at his body with sharp blades. He immediately knelt down, holding his head and crying out in pain.
Ouch, what are you doing? Don't do this. Chang Kuan was mentally collapsing.
Simultaneously killing three prodigies, what a formidable madman, madman points plus 10,000.
Anran approached Chang Kuan with a strong killing intent, the fierce bird resting on his neck.
Where it touched, it emitted the smell of roasted chicken, but Chang Kuan, already broken, felt nothing. Anran lifted the nightmare, and Chang Kuan instantly recoiled like a startled rooster, touching the cooked meat on his neck, his eyes trembling uncontrollably.
Don't kill me! Anran stepped forward, placing the fierce bird between his legs. Next, you must answer my questions truthfully. Otherwise, I can't control my fierce bird.
Chang Kuan was so scared he was about to wet himself, continuously speaking.
You can't kill me. Do you know what crime it is to kill someone here? You can test my courage? Anran's lips curled slightly, then he feigned authority.
I think you should know who is behind me. If I really kill someone, it shouldn't be a big problem. Anran deliberately brought up the Shao family to pressure Chang Kuan, who struggled for a moment before surrendering.
What do you want to ask?
Anran smiled slightly, taking out his phone to prepare for a video.
Anran was relieved he hadn't been unable to communicate and had brought his phone in. What is your purpose? To defeat you, Chang Kuan tried to argue. Anran directly stabbed the fierce bird into Chang Kuan's thigh. Still not telling the truth, huh?
Chang Kuan cried out in pain.
I'll tell. Lu Zhao told us to cripple you, so the school can reclaim the fierce bird. Chang Kuan confessed everything, feeling that not doing so might really lead to his death. Good, very good. Anran put away his phone, smiling broadly. Chang Kuan thought he was saved and was very excited. So can I leave? Anran's expression turned cold.
I'm just not killing you, that doesn't mean I won't do anything else.
Chang Kuan then hugged his feet on the ground, wailing and crying.
In order to prevent Chang Kuan from recovering and continuing to deal with her, Anran severed his Achilles tendons, ensuring that it would take at least 3 months for him to move again.
Anran did the same to Wu Jiang.
She then walked over to Miao Fei, who was lying on the ground, and after recording the video, Miao Fei suddenly turned red. Don't cut my tendons, Anran said coldly.
Why not? Because I'm a woman. Isn't it said that women should be treated preferentially? Miao Fei argued quite confidently. Anran laughed. Aren't we all advocating for gender equality or female empowerment now?
With that, Anran felt a surge of disgust and raised the knife to sever Miao Fei's tendons.
Wait!
A strong desire to survive sparked Miao Fei's quick thinking as she rubbed her chest.
I can offer myself to you.
When she said this, Miao Fei didn't even blush.
But Anran was angry, cursing inwardly. I already have Xiao Shui, why would I be interested in someone like you? You should take a look at your own level. Being connected to you dirties my body. So Anran casually severed Miao Fei's hand tendons as well. Severe punishment for the evil scoundrels who tried to harm me. What a vengeful maniac, plus 3,000 for the maniac. They all want to cripple me, and I'm just cutting their tendons. I'm still too kind. Anran felt a bit unfair. If it weren't for the consideration of crippling Chang Kuan and the others causing too much trouble, making it hard for her to escape, Anran would have really wanted to cripple them. Now, she had only cut their tendons, and with their acknowledgement of being instructed to cripple her, it would save her a lot of trouble later. But Anran vowed that Lu Zhao must be crippled in the future. At this moment, Lan Yu was staring at the screen showing that the battle between Anran and Chang Kuan lasted only 10 seconds, his face twisted in disbelief. Those three are among the best in our comprehensive department this year, and they were taken down by Enran in just a second?
The other teachers fell silent. Enran was truly exceptional. Previous freshmen had only been on par with others, but Enran's performance clearly surpassed several levels of other students.
Moreover, he had transferred from the ordinary department?
Zhou Guoping's gaze was deep. Despite his high expectations for Enran, he had to admit that Enran had exceeded his expectations by a lot. So, Zhou Guoping calmed himself and then looked around at the other teachers with a smile.
I told you, Enran is very strong. Do you all think he can make it into our department's team?
The other teachers still had doubts.
This still needs further observation.
You know, even our substitutes can take down 3 elite freshmen in a second. It doesn't seem like a big deal.
Let's wait and see.
I think he can do it, Zhou Guoping said happily, stroking his chin. Only Lan Yu looked ashen, not expressing his thoughts, but he scoffed inwardly.
What team?
There are still 15 people waiting for him. I don't believe he can take down a team of 15 just like that. If my information is correct, Enran shouldn't have any cultivation techniques to recover his energy. At this rate, his energy will run out quickly. At noon, a large number of helicopters began to appear in the sky, dropping supplies. Throughout the ranking matches, the students' food sources relied on these airdrops. It was also because they knew helicopters would come that Enran felt at ease cutting Chen Kuan and the others' tendons. The helicopters would see the 3 lying there and take them away. A beautifully crafted supply box landed precisely beside Enran, and when she opened it, she was stunned. Caviar, Buddha jumps over the wall, Dragon and Phoenix in harmony, 1982 Lafite red wine.
Is the food prepared for students by the school this extravagant?
When Enran saw the character Xiao engraved on the food tray, he instantly understood what was going on, and he looked up at the helicopter still hovering above him.
Is this considered soft rice too?
In the helicopter, Jiang Tianxiong looked down through the window at the silly Enran and couldn't help but laugh.
Go ahead, eat up.
Anyway, you're quite bold when it comes to eating soft rice now. After finishing his meal, Enran continued on his journey, searching for the remaining people Dingjun had hinted at. However, these people began to avoid him, Enran analyzed, probably because his impressive achievements had frightened them.
In the past 2 days, whenever other students encountered Enran, whether they were lone wolves or small teams of 2 or 3, they were either instantly defeated or surrendered. After all, the strongest Chen Kuan, Wu Jiang, and Miao Fei had all been taken down by Enran in an instant. What could the others do? Some girls even confessed to Enran on the spot. Enran had won 100 battles without a fight, earning 10,000 points, far ahead of the second place, Xiao Shui, with 2,000 points, and the third place, Dingjun, with 1,800 points. In just 2 days, he had shattered the previous record for freshman points in ranking matches, which was 6,000. The teachers in the monitoring room were numb. Everyone was exclaiming, this Enran, could he be a once-in-a-century genius?
Lan Yu merely snorted with a smile.
Once in a century? He's about to be wasted.
On the 3rd day at noon, in an abandoned square, Xiao Shui and a beautiful girl with twin ponytails sat on the steps, taking a break and teaming up.
Xiao Shui, your little boyfriend is really impressive. He's left us far behind, Lin Lan said, glancing at the points ranking on her watch, teasingly looking at Xiao Shui.
Xiao Shui shivered all over, her face flushed.
No, you're talking nonsense. What little boyfriend? He's just my lifesaver. Lin Lan chuckled, hee, is that so?
Then I'll see if I can tempt him later.
You dare. Xiao Shui's tone was resolute. Tell me, has he been eating your soft rice? Lin Lan nudged Xiao Shui, laughing. No.
Xiao Shui lied. She wanted to maintain Enran's dignity in front of others. At that moment, in an old, abandoned street, Enran was squatting in a deserted courtyard when Jiang Tianxiong, as promised, airdropped a luxurious meal to him. Jiang Tianxiong joked from the plane, there's a treasure inside too. I snuck it out while the master and the butler weren't around. If the master finds out, let the young lady take the blame. After moving all the food, Enran suddenly noticed a scroll under the box. He quickly took it out and saw it was titled Transforming Void into Spirit. Note, S-rank second-tier technique, upon perfect cultivation, can transform air into usable energy. Greatly increases energy limits and recovery speed. This was the cultivation technique Xiao Shui had given him for energy. Sigh, this soft rice is really hard. Over the past 2 days, Enran had been stopping and starting, and his energy was nearly depleted. It was time to replenish. I'm going to start cultivating hard. Enran clicked on the panel. Use 10,000 points of Madman points to cultivate Transforming Void into Spirit. 3 seconds later, cultivation in progress. At the same time, a dozen figures were moving around nearby. The early bird catches the worm, diligence can make up for clumsiness.
After 3 years of relentless effort without eating, drinking, or sleeping, you have finally cultivated transforming void into spirit to perfection. This is the epic of the diligent. Now, every pore in your body is a bridge communicating with nature. Remaining Madman points, 13,000. After finishing the cultivation, Enran was drenched in sweat, as if he had truly trained for 3 years. But the next moment, he felt refreshed all over, and with every breath, he could feel the air transforming into surging energy filling his empty body. Even more astonishing is that even the pores are continuously absorbing the essence of nature. This feeling is amazing. Enran stretched lazily, no wonder it's an S-level technique. I actually completed the energy cultivation method, and I can use the remaining Madman points to elevate my realm. Use 3,000 Madman points to elevate the realm to the second stage, 3rd level. Use 3,000 Madman points to elevate the realm to the second stage, 4th level. Use 3,000 Madman points to elevate the realm to the second stage, 5th level. Use 3,000 Madman points to elevate the realm to the second stage, 6th level. Remaining Madman points, 1,000. Congratulations, after 2 years of bloody battles, waking up earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs, you have finally achieved a historic breakthrough. Enran could clearly feel a significant increase in his strength. Lifting his shirt, he could see the well-defined 8-pack abs. Not bad, isn't this a bit overpowered? Enran was very satisfied with the results of his diligent cultivation, feeling that with his current strength, he could easily take down more than 20 Xiaoshues. After the joy, Enran's expression suddenly changed. Next, I need to deal with the rat that's been following me. On the roof opposite Enran, a fat man was lying down, nervously staring at him. Damn it, after waiting for 2 days, I finally caught him when he has no energy. According to the intel, this kid hasn't cultivated any method to recover energy, so he's in a completely depleted state. Mo Gong let out a cold laugh. Now, even if I take action myself, I estimate it will be a piece of cake. He then waved to a few people on other rooftops, signaling that they could move. The other 14 people, seeing the gesture, quietly descended from the rooftops. Mo Gong and these 14 had been following Enran for half a day. They thought Enran was completely unaware of their actions, but they didn't know that Ding Zhen's tablet was already in Enran's hands, and he had long known their movements. If it weren't for his lack of energy in the morning, Enran would have already engaged them. Enran walked out of the courtyard and onto the street, heading in Mo Gong's direction. At that moment, Mo Gong was also fully armed, emerging from the abandoned house across the street, and the two met like this across the road. In just a few seconds, the other 14 people had surrounded him from different directions, trying to block every possible escape route for Enran. Mo Gong looked at Enran, who appeared quite spirited, and a doubt arose in his heart. Why does it feel like his energy has improved? Is it my illusion? Mo Gong wore an envious and jealous expression, his facial fat squished together, looking extremely ugly. Enran, you've been quite the sensation lately. The girls I've met have been praising you like crazy. Enran flicked his bangs. What can I say? Being handsome and strong makes it hard for girls not to love me. Unlike you guys, all looking like you're on a family planning program. Facing 15 aggressive enemies, the first to insult, what a fearless madman, Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining Madman points, 2,000. Enran's words broke the defenses of this group, especially Mo Gong, who angrily pointed at Enran, his face contorted. Even in this situation, you're still so arrogant? Let me tell you, you're completely out of energy now. Each of us can easily take you down alone. Right. The others echoed, Enran, I advise you to be sensible and surrender obediently. We can still leave you with a complete face. Damn it, what's a freeloader like you being so arrogant for? Enran got angry, his eyes filled with killing intent. This handsome face, comparable to that of any esteemed reader, could not be threatened. Enran drew out the flame bird, his killing intent released. Enough with the nonsense, why don't you all make your move? Mo Gong was momentarily intimidated by Enran's imposing aura. You seem very confident, even though you're clearly out of energy. We're not unreasonable people, Mo Gong said, touching his flabby flesh. Just send someone to take care of you. No need, Enran replied with conviction. I want to take on 15. Facing 15 fierce opponents, a bold declaration. What a fearless madman, Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining Madman points 3,000. Now, the 15 were completely enraged. Mo Gong roared, everyone, beat him to death. Instantly, everyone prepared to show their skills. However, Enran waved his hand. Blade of the Azura. Shadow clone. In an instant, 15 blue Yama Kings rode on fiery red phoenixes, sweeping towards the 15 people. How does this kid have so much energy? Did he grow up eating Wei Ji's food? Mo Gong's face twisted in rage. The intel was wrong. This kid has a cultivation technique for energy. Lu Zhao, you bastard, gave us false information,
simultaneously killing 15 high-level martial artists of the same rank. What an invincible high-level martial artist, Madman points plus 10,000.
Remaining Madman points 13,000.
At this moment, the monitoring room erupted in gasps.
What the hell? There were 15 people preparing to encircle Enran. This is an unprecedented spectacle. Now Enran should be unable to win, right?
The teachers had been watching Enran win continuously these past few days, and now, suddenly seeing a group that could defeat him, they became unusually excited.
Completely forgetting, is this reasonable? Zhou Guoping fell into deep thought. Moreover, these 15 were all from the ranks below Chang Kuan and Xiao Shui, considered excellent students among the comprehensive department's freshmen. Their goal was undoubtedly to enter the X-level class for study, and now with 15 people sharing points, Zhou Guoping noticed their scores had all dropped to the mid-range. So, there must be a problem here. Director Zhou, you're not going to bet on Enran winning again, are you? At this moment, Lan Yu, smiling, said, even you, Director Zhou, can't possibly think Enran can defeat 15 people, right?
Zhou Guoping sighed silently. He was right, no matter how much he believed in Enran, he couldn't think that someone at the second level could defeat 15 equally ranked high-level martial artists,
because that defies science. This is something that requires at least 5th level strength to accomplish. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Suddenly, all the other teachers covered their mouths, staring at the screen in disbelief.
Enran won. Still a one-hit kill. 15 seconds.
The entire monitoring room fell into an infinite silence. Even Zhou Guoping, who had the most faith in Enran, wore an expression of disbelief.
Enran, just how many surprises are you going to give me?
Hey, I was just trying to boast for you in front of the other teachers, but I didn't expect my boast to be too small. Zhou Guoping finally broke the silence, his face beaming.
Everyone, how do you now view Enran's strength?
If you think it's acceptable, then after today's ranking match, I will officially grant Enran the qualification to join our academy's team. The other teachers exchanged glances, then whispered and discussed for a while, beginning to loosen up about Enran joining the academy team. From the looks of it, joining our academy team should be no problem.
At least as a substitute, he's definitely qualified. As for whether he can enter the starting lineup, we need to observe a bit more. Just afraid those old students won't accept it.
The so-called academy team is composed of the 8 strongest individuals in the entire academy, with 5 starters and 3 substitutes, competing against other academy teams to determine the overall ranking of the academy within the school.
The standard for selecting people is strength above all.
According to the rules, it is mostly monopolized by seniors, with the occasional junior. However, in history, there has never been such a person in the first year.
Enran's rise means that an upperclassman will be pushed down.
Therefore, the concerns of these teachers are not unfounded.
Zhou Guoping just smiled and said, that's fine.
When the time comes, whoever is unconvinced can just have a match with Enran, and we'll know. Zhou Guoping's eyes kept darting among the teachers, finally landing on the already disappointed Lan Yu.
Teacher Lan, what do you think?
Lan Yu seemed to have just woken up from a nightmare, trembling for a moment, and smiled weakly at Zhou Guoping.
Me? What opinion could I have? Since everyone agrees, I have nothing more to say. But, let's not forget, Enran has severed the tendons of Chen Kuan, Miao Fei, and Wu Jiang. Shouldn't we give some punishment? Lan Yu placed his final hope on unrealistic fantasies.
Zhou Guoping, however, was not troubled. There must be a reason why Enran severed their tendons.
We'll know when he comes out. Lan Yu's face immediately looked as if he had eaten something terrible. Enran walked with a disregard for kinship to Mo Gong, who lay there like a dead pig, opened his phone, and began his routine. Speak up, who sent you to mess with me?
Mo Gong touched his already sunken belly and unexpectedly felt resentment towards Enran.
No one, it was purely spontaneous. Enran's expression immediately turned cold.
You can fool others, but don't fool yourself.
Then he directly placed the flaming bird between Mo Gong's legs. Do you know why Chen Kuan, Miao Fei, and Wu Jiang still have 0 points? Could it be that you? Mo Gong suddenly realized and quickly nodded. I see. Mo Gong then confessed. Now I should be in the clear, right? Mo Gong's face was full of relief.
Enran chuckled, raised the flaming bird, and struck Mo Gong's tendons with 2 swift cuts. They only got their tendons severed because they provoked me.
Damn it, Enran, you're inhuman. Mo Gong cursed while holding his feet.
Hearing this, Enran restored his hand tendons.
Severely punished the evil villain who tried to harm himself. What a vengeful maniac, plus 500 maniac points.
Enran walked up to a pretty girl lying down.
Why are you being a dog for Lu Zhao? Zhang Jinyu's face turned red. He promised me that I could be his fiancé. If we cripple you, you'll only lose your healthy body. If you cripple me, I'll lose the chance to enter a wealthy family.
In a fit of anger, Ran directly severed all of Zhang Jinya's limbs.
Severely punished the evil villain who tried to harm himself. What a vengeful maniac, plus 500 maniac points. Severely punished the evil villain who tried to harm himself. What a vengeful maniac, plus 500 maniac points. Remaining maniac points, 20,500.
Ran recorded videos of everyone to leave evidence. With testimonies from over a dozen people, he could surely drag Lu Zhao down. Ran returned to the abandoned house and sat cross-legged. A group of helicopters arrived outside, taking all 15 injured away. Seeing that his maniac points had accumulated so much, Ran decided to go all in and upgrade to the 3rd tier. Directly upgrade me to the 3rd tier. Using 15,000 maniac points to ascend 5 levels, entering the first stage of the 3rd tier. Remaining maniac points, 5,500. After 4 years of relentless cultivation, you have finally stepped into the realm of the 3rd tier. Although you are not a genius, you have proven yourself to the world with your sweat.
Geniuses can go, and so can I. This is a victory for ordinary people. Gained the talent of Shadow Warrior.
Ran gasped for breath, feeling that his body had truly been tempered over 4 years, a wave of heat coursing through him, refining him.
Cultivation really is a tormenting thing. Ran relaxed his body. I should be able to easily defeat dozens of Xiao Xue now, right? Help me level up one more time. Insufficient madman points.
Ran sighed and gave up. It seemed that using madman points to upgrade was indeed strictly following a threefold relationship. Right now, what I lack is still the techniques and martial skills, which are only at the 2nd tier. Ran muttered to himself. Techniques and martial skills must match the realm to maximize their power. Based on his previous battles, Ran calculated that if his techniques and martial skills were also at the 3rd tier, he could probably fight across 3 realms. As it stands, he estimated he could cross about 2.5 tiers.
Ran then turned his attention to the newly acquired talent. Talent 4, Shadow Warrior.
You are the master of the dark, an omnipotent shadow master.
1.
Your shadow will serve as your avatar, sharing your strength.
2.
You can swap bodies with your shadow. The shadow's abilities grow with your realm.
3.
Attacks against shadow creatures have a half-tier bonus.
Shadow, come out?
Ran called tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure began to emerge from Ran's shadow, bowing respectfully to him.
It looks just like me, even the outfit is the same.
Ran stood up, pinched his own shadow, and lifted the other's pants to take a look.
That thing has been copied. Just as magnificent as mine. Can you talk? Hello, I am Shadow Ran. Ran's body shook. It really can talk?
Ran then noticed that there was something resembling a panel above the shadow's head. Name, Shadow Ran strength, 10% of the main body's strength, including talents, techniques, and martial skills other than Shadow Warrior.
Talent 1, Meteoric Movement. Talent 2, Cold Weapon Saint Body. Talent 3, a Spiritual Body. Technique 1, Nightmare. Technique 2, Transform Void into Spirit. Martial Skill, 1 Blade Azura.
Note, prefers shadows, can hide in darkness, and when the shadow dies, it will automatically disappear and return to the main body's strength. Ran then looked at his own panel. Realm, 1st tier of the 3rd realm. Minus 10%, including all talents, techniques, and martial skills. So, my shadow borrowed 10% of my power?
Ran pondered seriously. I thought there wouldn't be any negative effects.
Although it was different from what he imagined, it was still a good thing.
Rather than a shadow, it's more like a perfect puppet. Sometimes, a puppet that can perfectly replace oneself can yield great results. For example, can I fight myself?
Ran decided to treat the Shadow Warrior as his secret because if others found out about the puppet, it would no longer be a good puppet. Ran decided to test his shadow.
Show me your strength?
It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to witness your strength with my own eyes.
Understood.
Shadow Ran bowed and then revealed a flame bird. Ran was dumbfounded.
This is possible? Shadow Ran then carried the flame bird and walked towards the door. A shadow is coming. I'll go cut them with a blade. Ran. Shadow?
Sure. Ran curiously followed Shadow and ran outside. Do alarm, alarm. A large number of alien species detected in multiple competition zones.
Shadow alien species, Shadow Ant. Alien mother body, Shadow Ant Queen, location unknown. Please notify all students to enter the teleportation array and evacuate.
Leave the competition zone before the Shadow alien species act. In the monitoring room, Zhou Guoping and the other teachers stared at the large screen filled with red dots from various locations and the sudden alarm sounds, stunned for a moment.
Shadow Ant? Shadow Ant? Shadow Ant?
One teacher trembled as he repeated it 3 times.
Zhou Guoping couldn't help but stand up. How did an aberration appear out of nowhere, especially a shadow ant? This is troublesome. The trouble with shadow ants doesn't lie in how powerful they are, most of them are only second or third tier. However, their characteristic hiding in the shadows and killing invisibly. They usually appear at night, but sometimes they choose to show up during the day. In daylight, they hide in shadows, including human shadows. This trait makes it very troublesome for most high-level martial artists when facing them. Your strength may not be weaker than theirs, but they are the old six. They might just jump out from your shadow and stab you. Especially that queen, the shadow ant queen, an 8th tier aberration, can isolate all external information within a 3-kilometer radius. Moreover, as long as it doesn't die, it will continuously produce new shadow aberrations. Therefore, in the face of such a valuable creature, to avoid serious casualties, one generally has to call in the specialized department of the inspectorate. Fortunately, they need a few minutes to hide in the shadows. We still have time. Quickly notify all students through their watches to look for nearby teleportation arrays. Zhou Guoping issued the order with a serious expression. I hope no one is near the shadow ant queen. At this moment, Ayn Rand had just stepped out of the room and was being led away by Shadow Ayn Rand, as the surroundings began to darken gradually. Ayn Rand noticed that not far away, it seemed to be wrapped in a layer of shadow. Looking down at her feet, there were also waves of shadow. Looking up at the sky, it was the same, with only a little faint light shining through. What is going on? Ayn Rand felt a tremendous energy that made her feel very oppressed. Why does this situation feel like a huge crack? Do you understand? Shadow Ayn Rand replied calmly. I am very sensitive to shadows. Ayn Rand understood. It's probably an aberration related to shadows. But this is way too big. What level is this? Am I half a foot in the coffin? Did you trap me? Shadow Ayn Rand turned back with a face full of grievance, looking at Ayn Rand. Look at the range of this crack. From the moment I sensed it, we were surrounded. Ayn Rand looked around. Indeed. Is there a way out? Shadow Ayn Rand said confidently. I am very sensitive to shadows. I guarantee you will win. Seeing Shadow Ayn Rand's expression, Ayn Rand felt even more anxious. Watch your feet. Shadow Ayn Rand suddenly shouted, then directly swung the shadow flaming bird down at Ayn Rand's feet. Hiss! A cry of pain came from her feet, and Ayn Rand quickly stepped back. She saw a small monster resembling a pitch-black ant being killed on the spot by Shadow Ayn Rand. Killed a second-tier aberration shadow ant. What a ruthless maniac. Maniac points plus 100. Remaining maniac points 5,600. Smoothly, Shadow Ayn Rand indeed had 30% of Ayn Rand's strength. Impressive. Ayn Rand couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Shadow Ayn Rand. Shadow Ayn Rand smiled. See? I told you it was a sure win. Be careful, there are many similar aberrations lying in ambush in this crack. Ayn Rand felt a bit troubled. Let's try the second ability. I'll become your shadow. You should be more than enough to deal with these aberrations. Ayn Rand quickly slumped down and turned black, becoming Shadow Ayn Rand's shadow. At this moment, all the students had received the evacuation notice and were frantically running into the nearest teleportation array to return to the assembly square outside the competition area. The teachers and the inspectors had already arrived, and everyone was nervously watching the enormous screen in the square displaying the electronic map. Soon, the sound of announcements echoed through the square. Weapon area, all personnel, evacuation complete. Support department, all personnel, evacuation complete. Elemental department, all personnel, evacuation complete. We have called the Morningstar team to handle it. They will take about half an hour to arrive. Wang Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reassured a group of teachers, while Zhou Guoping stood beside him, equally tense. Ah, it's really something, this bizarre creature just appears out of nowhere. If it were anything else, we could have just eliminated it easily. Fortunately, you managed to evacuate all the students. Wang Gang's face was filled with relief. At least there wouldn't be any student casualties, right? Xiao Shui was anxiously pacing in the crowd, desperately trying to reach Ayn Rand on the phone. Please, you have to pick up. Why can't I get through? Ayn Rand, please don't be in trouble. Lin Lan and Jiang Tianxiong quietly watched her from the side. The announcements continued. All students have been evacuated. No. Comprehensive department. First year comprehensive department, there's still one person. Wang Gang's massive frame shook. Ah. He turned to Zhou Guoping, who was equally shocked. Who is it? People stared at the remaining yellow dot on the screen, erupting into thunderous voices. Ayn Rand. Crack. Xiao Shui heard the sound, and her phone fell to the ground. Ayn Rand was still walking in one direction. Ayn Rand, why are you still inside? Why isn't he coming out? Does he want to fight the shadow creature? But everyone immediately thought of the only reasonable possibility. The shadow ant queen had appeared near Ayn Rand,
and he couldn't receive any information from the outside.
Sure enough, on the screen, Enrant's yellow dot disappeared, and less than 100 meters from his original position, a large red sphere appeared. An 8th-tier creature, the Shadow Ant Queen, had appeared. Xiao Shui's face turned pale, trembling as she shook Jiang Tianxian's arm. Uncle Jiang, is there any way? Jiang Tianxian's body trembled slightly, his lips slowly parting.
Miss, against an 8th-tier Shadow Ant Queen, only someone of the family head's level or the Morning Star team has a chance. Anyone else going in would undoubtedly be walking to their death. Now we can only pray that he can hold on until the Morning Star team arrives. Xiao Shui's hand slipped from Jiang Tianxian's, her head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she bit her pink lips.
I believe in him. Lan Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed, his lips curling up. Great, great, even heaven is helping us. Just out of the competition area, Lu Zhao's first reaction upon hearing Enrant's name was disbelief that that guy was still alive? Were those freshmen really that useless, unable to handle one Enran with over a dozen of them? He couldn't help but show a sly smile. This is even better, if he gets killed by the Shadow Ant Queen, there will be less trouble. Dingjin lamented, I was thinking that once you came out, I would help you accuse Lu Zhao, but now it's a pity. Zhou Guoping looked regretful. Enran, can you survive this calamity?
20 minutes passed, and the Shadow Enran had been fighting the shadow creature for 20 minutes.
Killed a 2nd-tier Shadow Ant, what a ruthless man, plus 100 for being a maniac. Remaining maniac points 7,500.
No matter where the Shadow Ant emerged from, Shadow Enran could accurately predict and slay it with one strike.
Watching from below, Enran was amazed.
If it were him, he would definitely also take them down with one strike, but he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be ambushed. Shadow, you are truly a mature shadow. Then, Shadow Enran began to tremble.
What are you trembling for?
Anran felt a twinge of surprise, even I am starting to tremble.
The Shadow Anran shivered. There's a huge monster ahead.
Not far in front, a massive, indistinct black shadow began to rise from the ground, eventually reaching about 100 meters in height, and then it started to morph into a gigantic ant-like creature, with a round, enormous head embedded with 2 glowing white eyes, and its large nostrils continuously spewing out clouds of black mist. Anran strained to see, but could only make out the pillar-like limbs of the Shadow Ant Queen, yet she could feel the intense oppressive aura radiating from it. This feeling was far more overwhelming than the dozens of times she had encountered 3rd-tier blood demons.
Anran began to worry. Is there any hope? The Shadow Anran shook its head. I don't know, let's give it a try.
At that moment, the appearance of the Shadow Queen excited the Shadow Ants in the crevice, and they began to emerge from all directions, swarming in droves.
Anran's heart stirred. With so many, how are we going to fight? Master, even if I die, I will protect you.
The Shadow Anran's voice was loud and clear.
Anran was immediately touched. Her shadow was indeed a loyal servant.
But the current situation was that even if it died, it couldn't protect her. At this moment, the Shadow Anran's gaze darkened as it raised the Shadow Flaming Bird.
One strike. These Shadow Ants aren't attacking us?
The Shadow Ants completely ignored the Shadow Anran and fervently surged towards the Shadow Queen, then began to dance around her. As the Shadow Ants danced, the Shadow Ant Queen emitted bursts of light points that scattered onto them. The Shadow Ants that received the light points began to visibly swell. The Shadow Anran was stunned, it was neither an attack nor a non-attack. Those ants seemed to be worshipping the big queen. To gain the queen's nurturing? Anran voiced her speculation. But why isn't the queen attacking you? You inherited my extraordinary appearance, yet it didn't notice you? I'm not smart enough to figure it out. The Shadow Anran shook its head.
Suddenly, Anran had a flash of inspiration and asked, you said they are sensitive to shadows, so are these strange creatures essentially shadows? The Shadow Anran nodded. You could say that. Then that's it.
Anran's voice began to rise with excitement. It might be treating you as one of its kind.
Why don't you try getting closer to it? The Shadow Anran also realized, right, I am a shadow too.
So the Shadow Anran cautiously approached the Shadow Ant Queen, and when it squeezed under the queen's feet, the light points actually entered the Shadow Anran's body.
Ha! What is this? The Shadow Anran looked up in confusion at the queen's fierce visage.
Meanwhile, Anran noticed that the power distribution between the Shadow Anran and herself was changing.
Shadow Anran, 10. 1%, 10. 2%, 10. 3%, 10. 4%. Anran, 89. 99%, 89. 98%, 89. 97%, 89. 96%. The queen is nurturing my shadow as well. Anran couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Now we not only have no danger, but we also have the other side helping us train? This wool is definitely worth sharing.
10 minutes later, the Shadow Anran's power had risen to 15% of Anran's, and Anran felt quite pleased. However, suddenly the queen lowered her head, fixing her giant yellow eyes on the Shadow Anran, and then directly grabbed it with one claw.
Oh no, have we been exposed?
The Shadow Anran was tightly held in the giant claw of the Shadow Ant Queen, brought right up to her face, with the black mist from her nostrils occasionally enveloping the Shadow Anran. In front of the queen, Anran felt so small, even smaller than her eye socket. The Ant Queen's massive head swayed slightly, as if trying to discern whether the little creature in her grasp was one of her kind. It didn't look like it, but the scent and attributes were those of a shadow, right?
The Ant Queen felt a bit confused. This fog is toxic. Shadow Anran couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, I'm of the shadow attribute, so I can resist it effectively. After the black mist dissipated, Shadow Anran observed the terrifying appearance of the Ant Queen up close. Phew!
What a scary creature. It must have sensed something unusual. Anran, transformed into a shadow, analyzed as he elongated. But ants have a two-dimensional vision, so it probably can't see us clearly. So it's hesitating. But it will recognize us sooner or later. How do we solve this? Shadow Anran felt a bit panicked. I'm no match for it at all. I can't even open my eyes against its hand. The shadow only had 15% of Anran's strength, making it quite difficult for him to break free. But if it were Anran's true form, he would likely be wiped out on the spot.
Anran clearly understood that this alien species was not something he could contend with at the moment. Anran thought for a moment. Since you're so familiar with shadows, can you determine where its weak point is? If we can attack its weak point, there might be a glimmer of hope. Shadow Anran's mind raced. Fortunately, his intellect was a bit stronger than his power. Since shadows are dark, the brightest spot might be its weak point. Its eyes. Its eyes are very bright. Great, then I'll attack its eyes later to give it a try. Anran smiled. When we get close enough to its eyes, we'll switch places. The Shadow Ant Queen watched for a moment before pulling Shadow Anran closer to her eyes. Suddenly, her face began to struggle and twist, finally confirming that what was before her was a counterfeit. Now's the time. Shadow Anran called out. However, before Anran and the shadow could switch, the Ant Queen's yellow eye shot out two beams of yellow light, piercing through Shadow Anran. Bang! Shadow Anran instantly turned into a mass of black foam, retracting back into a shadow, while Anran instantly returned to human form, unscathed. However, Anran could clearly feel that his body was damaged. This was the price of having his shadow erased. Oh! The Shadow Ant Queen was startled by Anran's sudden change, momentarily relaxing her grip. Anran immediately activated meteoric movement, golden light surrounding him, deflecting the Ant Queen's claws, quickly darting out, standing on her wrist, and swinging the blazing bird with all his might. One slash of the Azura. At the same time, the Shadow Ant Queen instantly released two beams of golden light from her eyes, bravely striking the Shadow Ant Queen's weak point and pushing it back. What a fearless maniac! Maniac points plus 12,500. Remaining maniac points 20,000. 5 minutes ago, the square outside the competition area was bustling. The Morning Star team has arrived. Dozens of people in white uniforms emerged from several vehicles, each holding a guiding lamp, led by a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. Zhao Chang, filled with anxiety, approached Zhou Guoping with his team, briefly greeting Wang Gang before speaking urgently. The Shadow Ant Queen can enhance the strength of shadow ants by feeding them energy balls. So we need to get in quickly and push it back, otherwise, once it fattens up those disciples, it will be too late. Isn't Anran in more danger then? Xiao Shui, who had just entered, looked bewildered. What level is Anran at? Zhao Cheng furrowed his brow. Zhou Guoping replied from the side, right now, it seems to be at the 2nd level, but his true strength should be above the 4th level, probably around the 5th. Zhou Guoping's words startled Zhao Chang and the others. A 2nd level realm comparable to a 5th level strength? Does this teacher think I'm a fool to be easily deceived? However, Zhao Chang did not refute but sighed, only at the 2nd level, and after being inside for so long, there's almost no hope of survival. At least you need to be at the 7th level to have a small chance of surviving in there until now. Prepare yourself mentally. Xiao Shui covered her mouth in disbelief, her body trembling as she took several steps back. This must be a lie. Jiang Tianxiang and Lin Lan quickly supported her. What a pity. Zhou Guoping looked regretful. It's hard to find such a great talent. Lan Yu almost laughed out loud. The crack of the Shadow Ant Queen cannot be entered from above. We need to break through from the bottom. Zhao Cheng swallowed hard. Please, Director Zhou, send us to the nearest teleportation array. Okay. Zhou Cheng led the team to a teleportation array, and they soon saw a massive crack in the distance, with dark energy swirling upwards. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but grit his teeth. Light the lantern. All team members summoned white flames in one palm,
channeling them into the lantern they held in the other hand to ignite it. Instantly, the bright white light from the lantern gathered together, revealing the hidden shadow ants lurking in the darkness around them.
Just clear the way, don't get entangled with them.
Zhao Chang issued orders sternly, then conjured a bright fireball to incinerate several shadow ants that lunged at them.
Woo woo! Suddenly, a wail echoed from the crack. Everyone froze, and Zhao Chang murmured uncertainly, "Is that the voice of the Shadow Ant Queen? Impossible, there are no experts inside hunting it. Let's go in." With the lantern lit, Zhao Chang led the team easily into the crack.
The weakness of the Shadow Ant Queen is its eyes. Generally, as long as someone at the 6th level attacks its eyes, it can be forced back. Zhao Chang instructed the team behind him at the edge. "Wait, you all help me clear the shadow ants and attract the queen's attention while I attack its eyes."
"Understood, Captain."
Then, Zhao Chang took a few more steps forward, a strange expression appearing on his face. Cracks where exotic species are found usually exert an unusual pressure on the human body. High-level cracks can even directly erase a person.
But now, this was too easy, right? What's going on?
Zhao Chang was suddenly shocked, and where his gaze fell, there was no sign of the Shadow Ant Queen or the Shadow Ants, only the back of a spirited young man, holding a fiery red ring-headed knife, bent over and panting. The crack was gradually collapsing.
So, that young man drove back the Shadow Ant Queen?
Zhao Chang felt a bit dazed, shaken.
"Who are you?"
Zhao Chang couldn't confirm whether it was real or not for a moment.
Slap! Slap!
And Rand's sweat dripped continuously from his forehead to the ground. Just now, it was undoubtedly the most dangerous moment he had encountered.
That was close.
And Rand straightened up, turned to look at the astonished crowd behind him, and smiled proudly.
And ran.
All the members of the Morning Star team were instantly taken aback. Outside the competition area, the screen displayed that the Shadow Ant Queen had disappeared, and a large crowd was cheering for the Morning Star team's swift handling. In front of the teleportation array area, Zhou Guoping was anxiously waiting with several teachers. Xiao Shui sat on a step in front of the teleportation area, her brows furrowed, her pale face now dull and lifeless. Jiang Tianxiang and Lin Lan were beside her, feeling very downcast. Xiao Shui's world at this moment was devoid of any color. Soon, she would have to face the news of Enran's misfortune.
"Wait, Enran, it's Enran!"
A loud voice suddenly erupted from the crowd.
"Enran's signal has appeared again." Zhou Guoping's body shook. "Ha? Still alive? Ha?" Xiao Shui's brows relaxed, and she suddenly stood up. The winter snow had melted, and the spring breeze was coming?
A flash of white light passed, and the graceful figure of the young man appeared in the teleportation array, smiling and waving at himself. Xiao Shui rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming again and again before taking the fastest steps she had ever taken. She threw her arms around the bewildered Enran, resting her head on his shoulder. "You bastard, I thought you were dead." Xiao Shui's voice trembled with tears. "You're holding on too tight," Enran said with his hands at a loss, finally seeming to make a decision as he wrapped his arms around Xiao Shui's waist. Lin Lan walked over, and upon seeing the real Enran, her eyes lit up as she took out her phone. Click! Click! Startled, Xiao Shui quickly pushed and ran away, her cheeks flushed bright red.
"Hee, I've got the evidence."
Lin Lan laughed, holding up her phone, and Jiang Tianxiang joined in the laughter. At that moment, Zhao Chang and his team passed by and ran, surprised to see Xiao Shui's red eyes.
"Looks like the rumors are true."
"Thanks to your help," Zhou Guoping came over to thank Xiao Chang.
"Otherwise, Enran wouldn't have made it back."
Zhao Chang's expression changed slightly, then he chuckled.
"No need to thank us, we didn't do anything."
The Shadow Ant Queen was driven back by Enran himself. The others, unaware of the situation, looked at Enran.
_/Omega. Well,
Enran scratched his head and told them the story he had concocted. He said that because he had shadow talent, he could survive in the Shadow Ant Queen's rift, and his attacks had a bonus effect, allowing him to hit the Shadow Ant's eye by a narrow margin. Enran wasn't entirely lying, he just didn't want to reveal his trump card about shadows for now.
"Wow, you really surprised me again." Zhou Guoping's expression was extremely excited. "I knew I didn't misjudge you."
Jiang Tianxiang kept sizing up Enran, thinking to himself, "Now, how evenly matched are we?" Zhao Chang was also puzzled. It was known that to attack the Shadow Ant Queen's weakness, one needed at least 6th tier strength to be effective.
Was Enran's strength equal to 6th tier?
Even with the so-called shadow talent bonus, that was still astonishing.
"I don't understand, I really don't understand."
Xiao Shui was completely stunned. How had Enran left her so far behind in just a few days?
"Director Zhou, where are the students from the Cold Weapons Department?" Enran's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Zhou Guoping replied, "They're in the square, why?" Enran took out a video, which made everyone extremely angry. I told you, you wouldn't just cut someone else's tendons for no reason. They were all bribed by Lu Zhao. Zhou Guoping's face turned red. And that Lan Yu, he was indeed deliberately making things difficult for you. Xiao Shui's silver teeth ground together loudly. This Lu Zhao really thinks the rules don't exist? Hey, where are you going? I'm going to settle the score with him. Do you want to come along? Zhou Guoping panicked. Oh no! And Ran activated meteoric movement and directly rushed to the square, heading straight for the gathering place of the fourth-year students from the Cold Weapons Academy, with the others hurriedly following. Where's Lu Zhao? The fourth-year students from the Cold Weapons Department looked at Anran and Lu Zhao in confusion. Isn't that the Anran who survived the Great Disaster? What's up? Looking for Lu Zhao? Lu Zhao just went to the tea room. Anran then dashed towards the tea room, and from a distance, he saw Lu Zhao and Wang Meng preparing to enter. Ran strode over with the fierce aura of a fiery bird. Lu Zhao, I'm here. Ran shouted at Lu Zhao. Hearing the voice, Lu Zhao turned around and saw Ran, momentarily feeling a bit flustered. Ran, what do you want? But Lu Zhao quickly realized something. My realm is higher than his, my status is higher than his, why should I be afraid of him? So Lu Zhao regained his confidence and immediately revealed his divine weapon, the Black Pheasant Blade. A 1-meter-long, pitch-black and shiny katana lay horizontally in Lu Zhao's right hand. Ran raised the flame bird and struck down at Lu Zhao, who quickly blocked with the black pheasant. Instantly, a burst of flames erupted from the flame bird, enhancing its power, and Lu Zhao's expression changed drastically as cracks appeared in the floor beneath him. He staggered back a few steps, then stood still, staring at Ran in horror. What kind of strength does he have? Shouldn't it be equivalent to the 4th tier, just a bit higher than James? But I have the strength of a first-level 5th tier. Ran's gaze darkened as he activated meteoric movement, pushing Lu Zhao back 3 meters. People nearby gathered, stunned by Ran's attack on Lu Zhao. Who is this? He really dares to attack Lu Zhao? I think his name is Ran. A freshman attacking a senior, isn't that a bit arrogant? He really has guts. Is there some connection between the two? Of course, what shocked others even more was the strength Ran displayed. Wait, what kind of strength does Ran have? How could he make Lu Zhao suffer? Did he gain strength after coming out of the Shadow Ant Queen? That knife in Ran's hand, isn't it the flame bird that Lu Zhao has been obsessing over? How did it end up in Ran's hands? Did he conquer the flame bird? Is this the source of their conflict? Ran, are you publicly provoking our second young master? Do you want to challenge the Lu family? Wang Meng drew a large battle axe and deflected their blades upward. Ran lowered the flame bird and let out a cold laugh. You think you're impressive, huh? You resent me for taking the flame bird first, scheming with a group of students and Lan Yu to get rid of me. What a white lotus. Everyone, I will upload the video to P-Station, and you can observe for yourselves, Ran proclaimed, holding up his phone. Ran's goal was to publicly execute Lu Zhao, leaving the Lu family with nothing to say. If he killed Lu Zhao privately, it would invite endless pursuit from the Lu family. Right now, Ran couldn't withstand that, especially with the Lu family's high-level martial artist, who was at the 9th tier, just like Xiao Yang. After the onlookers watched the video, a wave of curses erupted. How can a person be this shameless? I didn't expect this Lu Ershao to act all refined and elegant while being this kind of person behind the scenes. Lu Zhao also went to watch the video, his face turning pale as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, a bunch of idiots exposed me. Didn't we threaten that speaking out would mean death? Lu Zhao quickly realized that Ran was likely using their lives to threaten them. So ruthless, Ran. Lu Zhao looked at Ran. I've run into a tough opponent. Lu Zhao began frantically signaling to Wang Meng. Wang Meng understood and suddenly knelt down, bowing his head to Ran. Ran, this matter has nothing to do with our second young master. Ran looked at the kneeling Wang Meng and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So they really want to push out a scapegoat? This is all my own doing. I acted without informing my second young master. Wang Meng's face was filled with regret. You can ask the people in the video if they've ever met my second young master. Lu Zhao feigned innocence at that moment. Wang Meng, are you foolish? How could you do such a thing? Wang Meng was in a panic. I couldn't bear to see you, who have pursued the flame bird for 3 years, hand it over to someone else. The Lu family saved my life. At this moment, the onlookers were confused. What was going on? Why did it seem so unreal? Ran's mind was clear as he realized that Lu Zhao had never directly contacted Cheng Kuan and the others. Thus, Lu Zhao's scheme was that Wang Meng, being loyal, was willing to take a crooked path to get the flame bird for himself? At this moment, Zhou Guoping approached with the inspection team, followed by Xiao Shui, Jiang Tianxiong, and Lin Lan, but their expressions were not good. Xiao Shui walked up to An Ran, her face suddenly clouded, and whispered softly, "I'm afraid we can't move Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao has long been prepared to push the matter onto Wang Meng. I just caught Lan Yu on the road. He said it was all Wang Meng who contacted him, and I'm afraid Cheng Kuan and the others are the same. I advise you, even if you want to move Lu Zhao, you need to think carefully." Jiang Tianxiong also came over to An Ran and gently reminded her, "Unless you can solidly prove that it was Lu Zhao who did it, the Xiao family can only guarantee for you." That's what the previous head of the family said. And Ran smiled recklessly at Xiao Shui. "I know it's unrealistic to take Lu Zhao away with just this, but taking Wang Meng away should be possible, right?" Xiao Shui stared at An Ran in a daze. "You mean, am I justified in crippling Wang Meng?" "Justified." At this moment, Lu Zhao, looking anxious, asked Wang Gang, "Director Wang, how should we handle Wang Meng's situation?" Wang Gang glanced at Lu Zhao, thinking that his act was too fake, but who told him to have the surname Lu? Even if it was fake, it had to be taken seriously. According to the great Xia Hai martial artist handling method, Wang Meng deserves to die. And Ran was waiting for this sentence, gripping the flaming bird. A shadow flashed by. By the time everyone reacted, and Ran's flaming bird had already pierced through Wang Meng's forehead and out the back of his head. "You!" Wang Meng's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. And Ran smoothly pulled out the flaming bird, now covered in blood and brain matter. Wang Meng collapsed with a thud. Justifiably and with evidence killing one's enemy on the spot, a thrill-seeking maniac, maniac points plus 5,000. Remaining maniac points 25,000. And Ran felt a wave of disdain in her heart. He was a loyal and righteous person, but unfortunately, he was loyal to the wrong person. Originally, An Ran just wanted to cripple Wang Meng, but after hearing Wang Gang's words, she changed her mind. Bystanders were shocked by An Ran's straightforward handling. Just like that, he was killed, so ruthless and decisive. But it's understandable that An Ran killed him. Isn't this the current trend? Xiao Shui and Jiang Tianxiong stared at An Ran in shock. Wasn't it just supposed to be crippling him? So An Ran is this ruthless? Zhou Guoping admired her in his heart. Decisive in killing, never soft-hearted, a good seed. Wang Gang looked at An Ran with a cold face. Although he deserved to die, isn't killing him in public a bit too much? An Ran smiled at Wang Gang. Should I still pay with my life? That's not necessary. Wang Gang shook his head. According to the current great Xia Hai martial artist handling method, you are innocent. Just need to pay a bit of money. It seems you have studied the law as well. Just need to pay attention to public image. Image? The image I, An Ran, want to present to the public is this. Anyone who dares to provoke me for no reason will end up like this. Lu Zhao looked at Wang Meng's tragic corpse, his eyes filled with emptiness, and Ran's ruthlessness exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that with the Lu family's connections, they could at least protect Wang Meng. It was hard to guarantee that An Ran wouldn't use the same method to kill him later. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao became furious and pointed his black feather knife at An Ran. "An Ran, you guy. One day, I will make you pay blood for blood." Lu Zhao, momentarily losing his mind, prepared to attack An Ran, wielding the black feather knife. Flowing cloud water knife technique. A wave of power like water surged towards An Ran. An Ran was furious. "You brought this on yourself. Your speed of drawing the knife is like an old lady crossing the street." An Ran directly raised the flaming bird. One strike. Just as An Ran was about to counterattack, a tall, thin figure appeared in front of her, holding a long spear, and with a gentle flick, broke Lu Zhao's flowing cloud water knife technique. An Ran's hands were simultaneously held down by Wang Gang, Jiang Tianxiong, and Zhou Guoping, and the three shook their heads at An Ran. "Do not act rashly." An Ran smiled slightly. I understand. Only when he puts a knife to my throat can I act, right?" The three of them replied in unison, "If no one stops Lu Zhao, you can certainly take him down directly, but someone has already acted." After saying this, they released their grip and focused their gaze on the gun-wielding youth, and An Ran curiously looked over as well. "Wang Fei, why are you blocking me?" Lu Zhao roared hysterically. "That's enough, reason is on An Ran's side," Wang Fei said, retracting his gun and coldly reprimanding Lu Zhao. "If you keep making a scene, you might end up in trouble too. If I die, there will be no reason." Lu Zhao immediately softened, putting away his weapon, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. At this moment, a group of onlookers began to praise Wang Fei, throwing around words like invincible and domineering. To think he can make Lu Zhao so obedient, who is that Wang Fei? An Ran couldn't help but ask with interest. Wang Fei, the top student of the cold weapons department, Xiao Shui said as she walked up behind An Ran, her expression stern. More importantly, he is the eldest grandson of the Wang family and also the pillar of the new generation of the Wang family, Lin Lan added with a half-smile as she approached. He can be considered the next generation heir of the Wang family, rooted and well-bred. Anran immediately understood, the Wang family, the most prosperous among the 4 great families. Strength plus background forced Lu Zhao to bow his head in front of Wang Fei. At this moment, Wang Fei turned around, looking somewhat handsome, perhaps a tenth of Anran's charm. Wang Fei walked a few steps towards Anran, very polite. Give me some face, let Lu Zhao go this time. If you kill or cripple him, you won't have it easy either, right? Anran tilted her head and exchanged a glance with Lu Zhao. Alright, since we can't kill or cripple him, then. Nightmare. Humph, I won't let Lu Zhao off easily. Lu Zhao suddenly trembled all over, and the surroundings turned a deep crimson, like a mirage, with himself being pinned to a cross, unable to move. He looked around in panic, then noticed a fierce-looking Anran approaching him with a flaming bird. Lu Zhao's face changed drastically, he had fallen victim to a mental attack. The simplest way to break a mental attack is to overpower the attacker with significantly greater strength. Break it for me. Lu Zhao exerted his strength, but there was no change at all. What? At this moment, Anran had already swung the flaming bird down. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Lu Zhao suddenly went mad, screaming as he hugged the ground, it's all my fault. Everyone was startled by Lu Zhao's sudden deranged behavior. What happened? Has Lu Zhao gone crazy? Lu Zhao then knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy into the air. Don't kill me, Anran. Before long, he collapsed on the ground and then wet himself. Everyone turned their gaze to Anran, who stood tall and imposing, his eyes like torches. They immediately understood that Lu Zhao had fallen victim to Anran's mental attack. Xiao Shui was in a daze, her eyes fixed on Anran. Is this the nightmare I gave him? To make Lu Zhao so miserable, could it be that he wasn't lying to me and really mastered it? How long has it been? Thinking of this, Xiao Shui couldn't help but feel fear at Anran's terrifying talent. Jiang Tianxiong was astonished. Not bad, kid, you adapted to the soft life so quickly? Zhou Guoping was quite comforted, seeing Anran unleash a mental attack for the first time with such immense power. Wang Gang's gaze was deep. This Anran has some guts, can't we let Lu Zhao off this step? Some troublemakers quickly took out their phones. Lu family's second young master losing his composure, now that's a rare sight. Ha ha ha, hurry up and take a picture to post online. Humiliating Lu Zhao on the spot. What a delightfully vengeful maniac, maniac points plus 2,000. Remaining maniac points 27,000. And Ran lifted the nightmare and looked with satisfaction at Lu Zhao, who was twitching and urinating on the ground. Humph, since I can't kill or cripple you right now, making you mentally paralyzed for a while should be fine. Wang Fei glanced at the grotesque expression on Lu Zhao's face, then shot a sharp look at Anran. Are you not giving me face? Anran bared his teeth. I did give face, I didn't kill him or cripple him. Director Wang, is there a problem with what I'm doing? Anran tossed the question to Wang Gang. Wang Gang shot Anran a glance. Lu Zhao threatened you first, you retaliated, and it was a mental attack, not lethal or crippling. So it's not a crime. Wang Gang sneered again. I said you must have studied law, why else would you ask me? However, I wonder if you can handle the Lu family. Wang Gang looked at Xiao Shui with interest, and Xiao Shui puffed out her chest, indicating that the Xiao family was here. Take care of Wang Meng's body, then send Lu Zhao back to the Lu family. Let's call it a day. Wang Gang directed his subordinates to act. Alright. Wang Fei's expression returned to normal, then he carefully examined and ran from head to toe. You're a senior? Wang Fei, focused on martial arts, was not very aware of outside matters. I'm a freshman. A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Fei's cold face, then he snorted. I've never seen such an arrogant freshman before. Aren't you seeing one now? And Ran refused to back down. Wang Fei turned around and glanced at the onlookers. I hope everyone keeps today's events to themselves and gives me some face. And give the Lu family some face. Wang Fei quickly took pictures of the crowd with his phone, a warning and a threat, making it clear to everyone that Lu Zhao should be given some dignity. Wang Fei finally dropped a line that left Ran puzzled. I hope to meet you in the college competition. Ran cast a confused look at Zhou Guoping. College competition? What is that? Zhou Guoping didn't answer directly but pulled Ran aside to his car and asked back, do you feel frustrated that Lu Zhao got away? Of course. Ran's face began to flush with anger, clenching his fists. I wish I could cripple him on the spot. Unfortunately, he's from the Lu family, I can't just disregard that. Now, do you want an opportunity to publicly take revenge? Zhou Guoping chuckled, looking mysterious. Ran relaxed his fists, his brows unfurling. Is there such a good thing? Of course. Zhou Guoping pulled out a poster from his pocket under the curious gazes of the crowd. He unfolded the poster and pointed to the content. This is a ranking competition organized by departments. Each department selects the strongest 8 to compete, 5 main members and 3 substitutes.
Usually, when seniors graduate, the juniors fill in. The last session had 6 seniors graduate, so the vacancies will mostly be filled by juniors.
Get to the point. And Ran's expression turned serious.
Zhou Guoping paused for a moment, then said, Lu Zhao will definitely enter the Cold Weapons Academy's team this time.
As long as you get into the team, you'll have the chance to face him.
At this point, Zhou Guoping let out a sly smile. Sometimes, it's inevitable to accidentally hit hard in a ring match. The penalties for casualties caused this way are much lighter, as long as you play it right.
And, Zhou Guoping's face was full of cunning. Lu Zhao is so crazy about the Firebird, this time, he even sacrificed Wang Mang, so he will never let go easily. But now he doesn't dare to act against you privately, partly because he's wary of the Xiao family, and partly because if something goes wrong with you, he would be the prime suspect. At this point, Zhou Guoping felt a bit guilty. Lu Zhao's obsession with the fierce bird exceeded his expectations. If he couldn't have it, he didn't want anyone else to have it either.
Zhou Guoping continued, if you join the academy team, Lu Zhao will think it's a perfect opportunity. If he wants to take the stage himself, he won't have the chance to shift the blame onto others.
Zhou Guoping let out a cold laugh. This will draw the snake out of its hole. At that time, it won't be a problem for you to kill him or cripple him. The reasoning is on your side. The Lu family will have much less confidence in holding you accountable.
The Xiao family will also have reasons to support you.
After hearing this, Ran couldn't help but smile. How do I join the academy team?
Zhou Guoping chuckled. If someone thinks they're better than those team members, they need to find a faculty member to recommend them to gain the qualification to challenge. Zhou Guoping paused, whoever you defeat, you will replace. Suddenly, Zhou Guoping pressed his right hand heavily on Ran's shoulder, his expression serious. This time, I want to nominate you. Whether you get selected or not depends on you. If I push you up, there will definitely be many who won't accept it.
Do you have confidence?
Zhou Guoping didn't ask Ran if he was willing. He was certain that Ran had already decided to participate.
Ran smiled. Would I say no?
After returning to the comprehensive department's gathering area, Xiao Shui pulled Lin Lan, her big eyes wide with curiosity, and asked Ran, why did Dean Zhou call you over? Considering it wasn't wise to announce too early, Ran leaned closer to Xiao Shui's ear. Xiao Shui felt the warm, moist breath of Ran, and an inexplicable heat surged through her body.
Ran whispered softly, he recommended me for the academy team.
Xiao Shui and Lin Lan exchanged shocked glances. Both were freshmen, so how could the gap be so large?
Ran was already competing in the academy matches?
Subsequently, Zhou Guoping announced that due to the sudden invasion of foreign species, the ranking matches ended a few hours early. In the end, in the comprehensive department's freshman rankings, Ran topped the list with 10,000 points, Xiao Shui came in second with 3,000 points, and Ding Jin was third with 2,800 points. Of course, there were some unfortunate souls, like Chen Xian and Mei Jibua, who were hospitalized after being beaten by Ran before the matches, resulting in 0 points. There were also Cheng Kuan, Miao Fei, Wu Jiang, and Mo Gon, and others who had their tendons severed by Ran, suffering greatly. All these people would have to go to the worst F-level class for at least the first semester. As for Ran, due to the special treatment for high-level martial artists, he wouldn't face any punishment.
After everyone returned to school through the teleportation array, they each went home.
On the way back, Ran and Lin Lan were in Xiao Shui's Lamborghini, with Jiang Tianxiang acting as the designated driver.
Oh, by the way, who is this? I haven't seen you before?
Ran looked at Lin Lan through Xiao Shui and suddenly remembered that the two hadn't introduced themselves yet. Lin Lan gave Ran a complaining look.
You're so rude. A big beauty like me has been by your side for so long, and now you think to ask my name? Is it because of Xiao Shui that you don't dare to ask?
Lin Lan playfully pushed Xiao Shui towards Ran.
What are you talking about? Xiao Shui pouted.
Ran chuckled foolishly, remaining silent. Lin Lan blinked. I'm Lin Lan, Xiao Shui's best friend. I was sick at home and only arrived after the ranking matches had started, so it's normal you haven't seen me. By the way, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you want to go out and have some fun?
Xiao Shui lowered her head, her fingers poking together. Are you inviting me or him?
Lin Lan asked deliberately. Xiao Shui, puffing up her cheeks, pinched Lin Lan.
Both of you both go. Are you going or not?
Xiao Shui looked at Ran with bright, expectant eyes. Ran was puzzled for a moment, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
Sure.
Xiao Shui nodded and secretly smiled for a moment, then added proudly, don't think of this as a date.
You have to bring a male companion too.
Okay. A few hours later, the car stopped at the grand entrance of a magnificent building on the Bund, and Lin Lan got out.
Bye.
and Ran was stunned to see the plaque that read Lin Mansion in big letters.
Wow, so Lin Lan is from the Lin family of the 4 great families?
Now she was connected to all 4 great families.
Then why doesn't she have her own car? And Ran curiously asked Xiao Shui.
Xiao Shui looked at Lin Lan's back and, after a moment of sadness, said, "She's a love child, both her parents are gone." And Ran fell silent as well, no wonder.
Time quickly passed, and it was Saturday morning at 10 o'clock at the Carnival Amusement Park.
And Ran and Zhou Peng sat on a long bench, dryly watching the flow of people coming and going. After becoming a high martial artist, and Ran did not abandon her ordinary friends like some ungrateful people. Zhou Peng was initially shocked by Ayn Rand's transformation into a high martial artist and took a few days to accept the reality. What shocked him even more was that Ayn Rand really seemed to be getting involved with Xiao Shui.
Big brother, you said they would arrive at 9, so why haven't they shown up by 10? Does it take that long to put on makeup? Zhou Peng complained in despair. We agreed to go gaming today.
And Ran glanced at the time and smiled wryly at Zhou Peng.
They're already on their way. Why do you 3 high martial artists want to bring me along for fun?
Zhou Peng was speechless.
This puts a lot of pressure on me. Xiao Shui might be afraid of misunderstandings, and Ran suggested.
Come on, she just wants to date you but is too shy to say it outright, so she's doing all this. Zhou Peng rolled his eyes. I'll discreetly take another girl away later.
He, maybe I'll have a romantic encounter too, Zhou Peng fantasized.
And Ran looked at him, seeing his pathetic expression, and thought he was overthinking it.
Hey, isn't that Ayn Rand and Zhou Peng? A familiar, annoying voice rang out.
And Ran and Zhou Peng looked up to see Chen Xian linking arms with a boy with dyed yellow hair and an average appearance. It wasn't Mei Jibua, but someone else.
And Ran couldn't help but sigh. Having medical abilities is great.
Chen Xian had been beaten to a pulp by him, and in just 3 days, she had almost fully recovered, with only a few small bruises left.
It seemed he had held back. Seeing the 2 men, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel smug. It seemed the rumors about Ayn Rand and Xiao Shui were false. After all, how could the eldest daughter of the Xiao family possibly be interested in an ordinary person like Ayn Rand?
Zhou Peng deeply despised people like Chen Xian, who became ungrateful once they became high martial artists, and rolled his eyes at her.
Old shoes are being worn by a third person so quickly? Ayn Rand couldn't hold back his laughter.
Chen Xian's expression changed suddenly, and she snapped at Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, remember, you're just an ordinary person.
Watch your mouth. Chen Xian's new boyfriend also threw down a harsh remark. Chen Xian, remember, Zhou Peng is my friend, and Rand glared at Chen Xian with a fierce look. Chen Xian instinctively felt a chill but quickly regained her composure. You should talk to my boyfriend Qianlong instead.
Qianlong, wanting to show off, stood in front of Chen Xian, looking down at Ayn Rand.
I am Qianlong, you must have heard of my name, right? Ayn Rand, _? Who are you?
Qianlong's face turned green with displeasure. Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately patted Qianlong's shoulder and proudly said, Ayn Rand, you really are quite ignorant. He is the 6th place in this ranking competition for our comprehensive department's senior year.
Qianlong turned to smile at Chen Xian. Loki, it's just 6th place, it's not something to brag about. Chen Xian's enthusiasm grew stronger, her tone rising high. Do you know what this represents? Qianlong, but he can join our. You know what the is, right? Chen Xian's lips were almost unable to contain her excitement. That's the face of our entire academy. And Ran laughed. Isn't he just a lousy substitute? 6th place, lousy substitute, and Ran emphasized repeatedly. Chen Xian, that bitch, thought that finding a member would put her ahead of Ayn Rand. She didn't know that Ayn Rand could toy with Lu Zhao, so how could Qianlong compare to Lu Zhao? It seemed that Wang Fei's threat was quite effective. Very few knew about the conflict between Ayn Rand and Lu Zhao. What? Qianlong was first taken aback, then his entire face wrinkled up. Good kid, it seems Chen Xian was right, you're just an arrogant fool. Someone needs to take you down a peg. Qianlong paused, then pulled Chen Xian closer, pointing at her still healing wounds. Those injuries are from you, right? So what if I did? She's still alive and kicking, which means I went easy on her, and Ran disdainfully glanced at Qianlong and Chen Xian. Qianlong's anger flared up. She just went to apologize to you, and you went all out? You used to beat her up all the time before she awakened as a high martial artist. And Ran was dumbfounded. Was that what they called an apology? This redefined the concept of an apology. And what did he mean by beating Chen Xian up before? The images that flashed in Ran's mind were completely opposite. And Ran also understood, it was just that Chen Xian, that bitch, was twisting the truth in front of her new lapdog. Chen Xian pretended to look pitiful, squeezing out a few tears. Qianlong, it's all in the past, let's not bring it up. Qianlong's blood boiled, gripping Chen Xian's hand angrily. What do you mean don't bring it up? We're settling old scores and new grudges together. Qianlong pointed at Enran. Hurry, apologize to my girlfriend, or don't even think about leaving today. The onlookers were clearly swayed, joining in to criticize Enran. Hey, such a beautiful girl, you really don't cherish her. Look, this girl is so understanding, defending you. Hurry up and apologize. Zhou Peng's anger flared up. Enran, can you tolerate this? Enran smiled as she looked at Qianlong. Bro, have you lost your mind being a lapdog? A person who can have 3 boyfriends in 10 days, and you dare to speak? I think you're really hungry. At this, the crowd erupted in shock. 3 boyfriends in 10 days was too terrifying. Chen Xian was furious. You're a violent man, and the other one you almost beat to a pulp. What's wrong with me changing again? Qianlong was suddenly exposed, his face turning red. He knew about Chen Xian's rapid boyfriend changes, but who could blame him for being single for 21 years? He had all the talent, but unfortunately, he was just too much of a family planning product. So when he saw such a beautiful woman like Chen Xian offering herself to him last night, he was instantly captivated. Moreover, Chen Xian had assured him she was the original model. Putting facts aside, don't you have any fault at all? Qianlong's veins bulged, his right hand igniting with flames. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. Whoa! A high martial artist, it's about to get real. The crowd gasped. Violence is prohibited here. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the back of the crowd, stunning everyone. Qianlong's flames extinguished automatically, cold sweat pouring down. A top expert? Enran also curiously stood up to look, as a burly man in a black suit with a bit of white hair approached with a group of people, causing the crowd to part in fear. Huang Chang looked at the 2 groups, his expression quite displeased. My name is Huang Chang, and I am the owner of this mall. As soon as the name was mentioned, Qianlong was directly shocked. Huang Chang? The Huang Chang who was a 7th-tier martial artist. How did he become the owner here? Enran looked at Huang Chang with great interest, indeed sensing a kingly aura emanating from him. Huang Chang's gaze swept over Enran and the others. What happened here? I won't allow anyone to cause trouble in my place. Whoever is wrong, I will teach them a lesson. Chen Xian immediately stepped forward, starting to twist the truth, saying that Qianlong just wanted to teach her ungrateful ex-boyfriend a lesson. Just as Enran was about to refute Chen Xian, the voice of Xiao Shui broke the tension. Uncle Huang, what brings you here to check on your mall? Everyone's attention was drawn to the elegantly dressed Xiao Shui and Lin Lan standing behind Huang Chang, who then gracefully walked over to Enran's side. Enran and Zhou Peng were almost stunned. Chen Xian's heart sank. What's going on? Is Xiao Shui dressed like this to go on a date with Enran? Have they gotten together? It's over. Qianlong glanced at Chen Xian anxiously, unable to help but complain softly. Why didn't you say Enran is Xiao Shui's friend? And the owner here knows Xiao Shui? How would I know? Chen Xian was flustered and directly stepped on Qianlong's foot. So it's Xiao Shui? Huang Chang smiled broadly. I rarely have free time today, so I came to take a look. Huang Chang then teasingly looked at Enran and the specially dressed Xiao Shui, wondering what was going on. Calling you Uncle Huang? Enran looked at Xiao Shui in confusion. Do you know each other? Xiao Shui pouted her proud little pink lips. He used to be part of our Xiao family, but last year he left the martial arts world and went into business. Enran fell silent, thinking that having a powerful backing is indeed good. Xiao Shui's gaze swept over Chen Xian and Qianlong, feeling a strong sense of disgust. What happened? After hearing the story, Xiao Shui couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. I can only say that liking to film videos is sometimes a good habit. When I beat you 2 later, it has to be justified. With that, she took out her phone and played the exciting footage from the day Chen Xian sought and ran for a so-called reconciliation and apology. Chen Xian and Qianlong turned pale, one scared of being exposed for slandering, the other numb from being deceived. As the video played, Chen Xian's rumor that Enran had hit him for no reason was instantly shattered, and everyone began to scold them. Truly shameless, you deserve to be beaten. I think the beating was still too light. Wait, how did you film this? Enran glared at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui mischievously stuck out her tongue. This is your stain, of course, it had to be filmed. Huang Chang now looked coldly at Chen Xian and Qianlong. Alright, according to my rules, you 2 are causing trouble in my place, so I'm going to give you both a beating. Chen Xian and Qianlong were both scared stiff. After all, he was a 7th-tier expert. Can I join in? Enran raised her hand to speak. Chen Xian trembled at Enran's words, knowing that her so-called joining in was definitely aimed at him. Enran, what do you want to do? Enran ignored him and smiled at Huang Chang. These 2 are slandering me here, it's really too hateful. I can't help but want to get involved. Alright, do you want a man or a woman? Huang Chang tilted his head and smiled. Of course, a woman. And Ran let out a cold laugh.
Huang Chang nodded in understanding, then shouted harshly at his subordinates, "Take these two to the entrance. Daring to cause trouble on my turf, do you really not take me, Huang Chang, seriously?"
A dozen subordinates directly grabbed the already scared Chen Xian and Qianlong, dragging them toward the entrance.
The two of them didn't dare to resist at all and could only keep begging for mercy.
No, we were wrong. I won't dare again. The strength of a 7th-tier expert is no longer on the same level as an ordinary high martial artist.
Although the realms are simply divided into 10 tiers, they are further categorized into 3 major stages.
The 1st to 6th tiers are referred to as regular or ordinary, the 7th to 9th tiers are extraordinary, and the 10th tier is the entry to sainthood.
There is a significant power gap between each major stage. For instance, the strength of a 7th-tier expert far exceeds 3 times that of a 6th-tier expert.
And Ran and the others followed Huang Chang over, and on the way, and Ran quietly asked Xiao Shui, "Is his way of doing business legitimate?" Xiao Shui smiled.
"That's one of the benefits of coming from martial arts into business, there's strength to back it up."
And Ran nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the entrance, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and Ran and Huang Chang walked up to Chen Xian and Qianlong.
"Oh, by the way, let me tell you two something," and Ran said, his gaze playfully sweeping over the flustered Chen Xian and Qianlong.
"I've been recommended to participate in the academy team selection, and I've decided to use you as my stepping stone." Chen Xian and Qianlong looked at and Ran in shock simultaneously. "What? You're just a freshman, why?"
Huang Chang was also astonished. In his memory, the most incredible record for the academy team was still Xiao Yang, who participated as a substitute in the 2nd semester of his sophomore year. "Just don't kick them to death or cripple them," Huang Chang reminded, "or it will cause me trouble."
"Understood." And Ran made an okay gesture. Chen Xian felt he still had a chance and struggled desperately. "And Ran, don't you have any lingering feelings for me? Is 2.5 years of relationship worth so little?"
Hearing this, and Ran's anger reached its peak, he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick.
"You make me sick."
The dust-covered sneaker slammed into Chen Xian's chest, accompanied by a scream as Chen Xian flew several meters away, the recently healed ribs breaking again in an instant.
On-site hammering of the scum ex-girlfriend. What a satisfying act of vengeance. 1,000 madness points.
Remaining madness points, 28,000.
Well done. Zhou Peng couldn't help but shout. Damn. Qianlong turned to look at Chen Xian's miserable state, terrified. If An Ran was this ruthless, what would Huang Chang do?
At that moment, Huang Chang was staring at Qianlong with a serious expression, and a transparent aura suddenly emanated from his body, directly sending Qianlong flying over 30 meters, crashing into a fountain. The onlookers cheered, calling it a purification of our social morals. Qianlong squirmed on the ground for a moment before getting up, his gaze fixed fiercely on An Ran as he swore, "I'll be waiting for you at the academy team selection. If I don't beat your brains out, I'll never marry."
Huang Chang waved his hand. "Call an ambulance to take them away." "Shi Gong?" And Ran looked at Huang Chang with admiration.
"You can control the lethality at will. Senior, you are still too kind-hearted. If you had used your foot directly, you might not have been able to hold back and would have kicked him to death." Huang Chang glanced appreciatively at An Ran, then at Xiao Shui beside him, and revealed a hint of a doting smile. "From now on, you two are free, enjoy yourselves." "That's fine, and we aren't short on money," Xiao Shui attempted to decline politely.
Huang Chang smiled slightly. "It's not about the money, it makes us seem like family."
"Or we were once family, after all, your father treated me like a brother." Xiao Shui had nothing more to say.
"How is your father doing lately? Please send my regards to him." Huang Chang's expression turned a bit melancholic.
Xiao Shui's brows moved slightly at his words. "Father as well, he has been in the imperial capital for a while. When he returns in a few days, I will convey your good wishes."
Huang Chang nodded and then turned to leave with his group. An Ran watched Huang Lang's departing figure and couldn't help but turn to Xiao Shui and ask, "Why did he leave martial arts? And it seems there's a gap between him and your father?"
Xiao Shui shook her head, looking just as confused.
"My father said it's too complicated and didn't tell me. Come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's start having fun."
Lin Lan came over, taking Xiao Shui's hand.
"Let's play until it gets dark tonight." An Ran and Zhou Peng followed behind.
The four of them enjoyed almost all the attractions in the amusement park, during which Zhou Peng and Lin Lan occasionally performed their disappearing act. By 6:30 in the evening, only the Ferris wheel remained as the grand finale. Lin Lan excitedly suggested, "It's evening now, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. They say the night view from the top is especially beautiful."
"Okay."
The four of them made their way to the Ferris wheel, and Lin Lan pointed at An Ran and Xiao Shui, her eyes full of hints. You two should sit in one cabin, and Zhou Peng and I will sit in another.
Anren was taken aback. Why not sit with us? A cabin can fit 4 people comfortably. What a wasted opportunity. Lin Lan was almost exasperated.
Zhou Peng suddenly raised his hand to speak. No, I'm not riding the Ferris wheel because I'm afraid of heights.
Right, I'm afraid of heights too. He quickly chimed in. Anren shot a glance at Zhou Peng and Lin Lan. Afraid of heights? I don't believe you. You had so much fun on the roller coaster this afternoon and now you're saying you're afraid of heights?
Lin Lan shot Zhou Peng a look and quickly retreated from the scene. Oh, then there's no choice. It looks like it's just the two of us going in. Xiao Shui cheerfully entered the cabin. Anren had no choice but to follow her in. The two sat opposite each other, silent, gazing through the window at the increasingly enchanting night view.
As the height changed, their thoughts shifted like the night scenery.
After a long while, Xiao Shui suddenly gently bit her pink lips.
Anren, I want to tell you something. Anren's heart trembled slightly. It couldn't be.
My dad said that when he comes back, he wants to invite you to my house for dinner.
Oh.
Anren covered his mouth to prevent orange juice from spraying out, unable to tell if he was more disappointed or scared.
That's too frightening. Is it my dad who's frightening, or my family?
Xiao Shui turned her head back, playfully kicking Anren's calf with her right foot.
Be clear.
It must be both very frightening. Anren swallowed the orange juice and then wore a serious expression.
No, I mean, on what grounds is your dad inviting me?
You guess, how would I know?
Xiao Shui shot Anren a sly look. Whether to go or not, you decide for yourself.
Go. I definitely want to go. Anren made a gesture of surrender. I wouldn't dare not go. I can't afford to offend your dad.
Xiao Shui couldn't help but smile, biting her lip.
After a long silence, Xiao Shui clutched the collar of her shirt, biting her lip hard, as if she had made some kind of resolution.
Anren, can I ask you something?
What is it?
What you said to my father that day, was it the truth or a lie?
At that moment, fireworks unexpectedly erupted from the mall across the amusement park, drowning out all the noise and whispers of the world.
What did you just say?
Anren turned back to look at Xiao Shui, realizing she seemed to have said something. Xiao Shui opened her mouth, looking at Anren's profile, appearing somewhat unreal under the brilliant fireworks. The slight anticipation in her heart dissipated along with the falling fireworks. In the end, Xiao Shui didn't repeat herself but smiled and said, I didn't say anything, you heard wrong.
Then what were you going to ask? When does the team selection start? If I have time, I'll come cheer for you. It starts on Monday. So soon?
Meanwhile, Zhou Peng and Lin Lan sat on a bench, watching the dazzling fireworks together.
After it ended, Zhou Peng tried to find a topic. I heard you are from the Lin family, one of the 4 great families? That's quite enviable.
Not at all, I would rather not be a member of the Lin family. Lin Lan's words sounded a bit angry. Zhou Peng, degree, alright, it seems I've touched her sore spot. I killed the conversation as soon as I opened my mouth. When the fun time was over and they were preparing to go back, the two girls were filled with laughter. Zhou Peng tugged at Anren's sleeve from behind and cautiously asked, I said I envied Lin Lan for being from the Lin family, why did she get angry? Anren looked at Zhou Peng seriously.
Are you interested in her? Isn't admiration allowed?
Anren shook her head inside. Don't think about that, there are 2 insurmountable thresholds between you. Zhou Peng was left speechless, but it felt off. How could Anren cross over?
On Sunday, Anren sat upright on her bed preparing for the academy team, mainly researching how to allocate her berserker points.
She currently had a total of 28,000 berserker points, which could only upgrade her realm to the 3rd level.
Can I use berserker points to upgrade my techniques and martial skills?
Anren had already looked into it. At school, upgrading a 2nd tier S level technique or martial skill to a 3rd tier S level required 3,000 points, and there was also a risk of failure. If she wanted to buy a 3rd tier S level technique or martial skill, it would cost 6,000 points, which was too expensive for her. But what if she tried to take advantage of someone else? Anren attempted to message Xiao Shui.
Anren, as usual, do you have any 3rd tier techniques or martial skills?
Summer Snow, I'm scared. I previously took a 2nd tier one for you, and I'm afraid my dad will come back and beat me up.
Summer Snow, Omega.
Wait, did you upgrade to the 3rd tier? Anren thought it was better to give up. Mastering new techniques and martial skills would still require a lot of berserker points. At that moment, a prompt appeared on her panel.
Technique 1, Nightmare, 2nd tier S level.
Proficiency, perfect. Can use 20,000 berserker points to upgrade to 3rd tier S level technique Dream Abyss. Mastery level unchanged.
Technique 2, Transforming Void into Spirit, 2nd tier S level.
Proficiency, perfect. Can use 20,000 berserker points to upgrade to 3rd tier S level technique Spirit of the Void. Mastery level unchanged.
Martial Skill 1, 1 Blade Azura, Second Tier S level.
Proficiency, perfect, can use 20,000 Berserker points to upgrade to 3rd Tier S level martial skill, Double Blade Azura Slash. Mastery level unchanged. Hiss. And Ran gasped, it really can be done.
But you can only upgrade one.
And Ran thought for a moment and decided to upgrade 1 Blade Azura.
Using 20,000 Berserker points to upgrade 2nd Tier S level martial skill 1 Blade Azura. Starting upgrade. 30 seconds later. Tempered through countless trials, leaving double blades in the world.
After 3 years of relentless research, you have finally transformed 1 Blade Azura into the 3rd Tier S level martial skill, Double Blade Azura Slash.
This is a victory belonging to ordinary people. Remaining Berserker points, 8,000.
Hiss. After taking a deep breath, and Ran panted heavily, drenched in sweat, as if she had truly experienced 3 years of arduous struggle.
And Ran looked at the new changes on the panel with joy.
Martial Skill 1, Double Blade Azura Slash, 3rd Tier S level, Proficiency, perfect, and unstoppable double-bladed cross slash, 2 demons knocking at the door, sharp and irresistible.
And Ran looked satisfied.
Then, unlike other high-level martial arts students who spent their weekends thinking about how to improve themselves, and Ran decided to relax.
And play games with Joe Pang. Can a weekend be called a weekend if you don't relax?
On Monday morning at 7:52, the alarm still didn't go off.
Not hearing it means it didn't go off. Damn it, I'm going to be late again.
And Ran launched herself off the bed, getting dressed, washing up, and heading out in 3 minutes, arriving at school in 5 minutes.
And then she was late.
Today is the first day of class assignment, and as the clear leader, Ran was naturally placed in Class X. As soon as Ran walked into the classroom, which was decorated like a luxury hotel, she saw more than 30 students sitting on comfortable sofas. Xiao Shui and Lin Lan were sitting together, smiling and waving at her, having deliberately left a small space beside them. Strangely, Ran did not see Ding Zhang, who was in 3rd place. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, the new homeroom teacher Sun Liang, sat alone on a sofa and looked serious when he saw Ran arrive.
Being late on the first day is not a good habit, he said. Don't think that just because you're first, you can ignore the school's rules.
Ran walked in nonchalantly, plopping down beside Xiao Shui, drawing everyone's attention.
Their relationship was already close enough to sit like that?
Sun Liang glanced at Ran and Xiao Shui, shaking his head. He actually had some grievances against Ran because she had cut off the tendons of a large number of students, leaving only Xiao Shui, Ding Zhang, and herself to enter Class X. If the students' grades were not ideal by the end of the semester, it would affect Sun Liang's future. Sun Liang thought to himself, I admit that Ran's performance in the ranking competition was impressive, and she could bring a lot of honor and benefits to this class in the future.
But can that make up for the loss of cutting off more than 10 people's tendons?
As Sun Liang pondered this, he received a call from Zhou Guoping, which shocked him greatly.
And Ran was going to participate in the college team selection? Was she that strong? Was the dean joking?
Sun Liang had not attended the ranking competition, so he was unaware of Zhou Guoping and Ran's deal, which left him astonished.
After the call, Sun Liang's body trembled with excitement.
Ran, Dean Zhou wants you to go with him now for the college team selection. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Ran, Xiao Shui, and Lin Lan erupted.
We're all freshmen. Why is there such a big gap?
We're still caterpillars, and she's already a dragon. I might as well just die. Living and comparing myself to her is just suffering. Sun Liang was overjoyed. If Ran really made it into the college team, it would be a huge boost for his future, and people like Cheng Kuan, Miao Fei, and Wu Jiang would be irrelevant. In the conference room of the comprehensive department's training hall, a robust Huang Shilong, wearing glasses and a tight yellow suit, sat in the main seat, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 4 men and 3 women present. Everyone here is either a veteran from the last team or the top performers from this senior ranking competition. You could say you are the elite among the elite of our department. However, this does not mean your positions are secure. In the next 3 days, your positions will be constantly challenged. Whether you can hold on to your positions depends entirely on yourselves.
Qianlong, here. Qianlong's voice was strong and powerful. You say that the freshman Ran specifically wants to challenge you? Huang Shilong's tone carried 3 parts doubt and 7 parts disdain.
Yes. I looked at the information on that Ran. She's only at the 2nd level. Huang Shilong snorted lightly. She can defeat 15 attacks from those at the initial 2nd level and advanced 1st level.
Indeed, a rare genius.
But,
Huang Shilong's tone suddenly became sharp. It's just that she started with a big move, and those with weaker strength couldn't handle it.
I'll assume her limit is 20 initial 2nd level opponents, but that's only the strength of an advanced 4th level. You all are at least initial 5th level.
Dean Zhou must be confused. How could he dare to recommend her? Isn't that wasting a spot? If you lose to her, I advise you to just start over. Qianlong's body trembled at once. Huang Shilong's words were undoubtedly a strong shot of encouragement for him. And Ran, if you dare to come, you won't have a good time. And Ran arrived first at Zhou Guoping's office, where Zhou Guoping took out a letter of recommendation and a list from his drawer. The information of the 8 members of the team is all here, Zhou Guoping said solemnly, looking at Ran. Even the weakest among them is at Lu Zhao's level. Although you might think that Lu Zhao being bullied by you isn't a big deal, Zhou Guoping paused, his eyes glinting mischievously. The main reason is that you used a mental attack to ambush him. If it were a fair fight, Lu Zhao would still have a chance against you. And Ran quickly glanced over the list and nodded. Zhou Guoping stretched a bit. Be careful, a small mistake can lead to big troubles. Is there anything else you want to ask? And Ran saw that Qianlong was indeed the substitute for position 6 and revealed a sly smile. I want to push this substitute down first, then fight for a position like Lu Zhao's. Is that possible? And Ran took out Qianlong's information and smiled at Zhou Guoping. Zhou Guoping's expression darkened slightly. Of course, as long as you have the ability, you could even sit on the top seat before the matches with other departments begin. But is there any need for that? This person is Chen Xian's new boyfriend. Chen Xian came to trouble me with him on Saturday. Zhou Guoping spat out his tea. Sorry, my bad. He wiped the table, his face filled with shock. Are young people playing this hard these days? Is that Chen Xian from Leichten? Changing boyfriends faster than the speed of the Hair Nation's surrender? Zhou Guoping then looked at Ran with a hint of pity. How did you ever fall for her? And Ran could only awkwardly say he was blind back then. He couldn't exactly say he was from another world, enchanted by a vixen. Dean, I think someone with such a corrupt moral character as Chen Xian will only tarnish our school's reputation. And Ran's tone was fierce. If necessary, she should be expelled. Zhou Guoping couldn't help but laugh, pointing at Ran. You little rascal, are you trying to settle personal scores? But I promise you, if Chen Xian does anything outrageous again, I will propose her expulsion to the higher-ups. Zhou Guoping now only wanted to cultivate Ran well, investing in his future. Expelling Chen Xian would make Ran happy, and Chen Xian was indeed quite outrageous. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And Ran left Zhou Guoping's office satisfied with the letter of recommendation and headed straight to the training hall of the team. Upon entering, he caught the team preparing for a sparring session. Hello, I'm here to submit my letter of recommendation, and Ran smiled and waved at them, walking over to Huang Shilong. Everyone's gaze turned to Ran, scrutinizing this first-year prodigy. He seemed unremarkable aside from being very handsome. Upon seeing Ran, Qianlong involuntarily felt a surge of fear, but quickly reacted. What am I afraid of? It was Huang Chang who beat me up on Saturday, not Ran. Thus, Qianlong's spirit rose, and he shouted at Ran. Ran, you came so quickly, huh? Can't wait to be tortured by me? Huang Shilong took the recommendation letter, opened it, glanced at it a few times, and then looked at Ran with a hint of mockery. So you are Ran, huh? I heard you came because your ex-girlfriend is with Qianlong, and you're here to stir up trouble out of jealousy. How can you bring romantic matters into such a sacred occasion as the team? After saying this, Huang Shilong's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, and the other team members felt the same. And Ran was taken aback, turning to look at Qianlong, who was grinning at him, cursing inwardly. What the hell? What nonsense is he spouting now? Since that's the case, I'll make sure to hit you harder later. And Ran quickly regained her composure, grinning with bared teeth. You misunderstand, I just think that Qianlong, as a substitute, must be quite weak, so I won't have to waste much time or effort in the fight. What do you mean by you? And Ran, you're insulting me. Qianlong blared at Ran from the audience. I will definitely knock you out. The others also looked displeased. The main team thought Ran was too arrogant, while the other 2 substitutes felt that Ran was insulting them all. Boldly despising and looking down on one's own high-level martial artist. What a fearless madman. Madman points plus 1,500. Remaining madman points 9,500. And Ran looked at the madman points she received and smiled proudly. Huang Shilong glanced at Ran. Strength isn't something you can just talk about. It's proven through fighting. Get ready, we'll start in half an hour in the arena. In the arena, Qianlong locked himself in a small space, practicing his punches and kicks frantically. Meanwhile, Ran was in the waiting area, doing nothing, leaving the others looking bewildered. This person is really too arrogant. After a few minutes, Chen Xian suddenly appeared in front of Ran. The news about the selection for the academy was being pushed to all the teachers and students, and as soon as Chen Xian received the news, she skipped the class meeting. She was eager to see Ran being beaten up by Qianlong in person. Ha, isn't this Ran? Chen Xian revealed a smug smile, her face looking a bit puffy. And Ran sighed. It had only been a few days, and she was already lively again. It seemed she had indeed gone easy on her. You spread rumors about me every day. Be careful that one day I might lose control and beat you to death. Chen Xian immediately changed color. First, think about how to get through this round. And Ran, my boyfriend will definitely knock you down and make you lose your teeth. Upon hearing this, Ran shot a glare at Chen Xian, scaring her into retreating repeatedly. What do you want to do? Chen Xian was a bit flustered, but thinking of Qianlong being there, she mustered her courage. You want to hit me, right? Come hit me then, you idiot, Chen Xian mocked, pouting. The next second, Chen Xian saw a cold flash in front of her, a powerful hand coming towards her cheek. Chen Xian's face instantly contorted, her neck cracking as she spun 720 degrees in the air before crashing into another waiting area, landing hard on Huang Shilong's seat, her head swollen like a pig's head. Publicly beating up a provocative ex-girlfriend. What a vengeful madman. Madman points plus 2,000. Remaining madman points 11,500. You all saw it. She asked for it herself. I've never seen such a request, and Ran said, returning to her seat with a grin. Huang Shilong glanced at the unconscious Chen Xian, his eyes filled with disgust. It was Chen Xian who provoked first, so he couldn't say much, and he instructed the other team members. Don't let Qianlong know about this, it will affect his mindset. In the following time, more people arrived to watch the match. Some were just there for the excitement, while others were challengers preparing to gauge the situation. When the time came, Ran and Qianlong stepped onto the arena. Qianlong held a crystal fire-blowing stick, wearing a shimmering blue-scaled battle armor. Even though he looked like he was from a family planning program, he still appeared quite impressive. And Ran knew from the information that Qianlong possessed both fire element affinity and enhancement talent, which meant his fire was particularly powerful. And Ran also revealed her Firebird, which seemed to sense the will of fire emanating from Qianlong, letting out a shriek that echoed throughout the training hall. Almost everyone was startled by the sound, and those who recognized it immediately identified it as the Firebird. How did an S+ divine weapon end up in the hands of a freshman? Lu Zhao took 3 years to get his hands on it. Next, what was even more perplexing was that Ran did not don his battle armor. Hiss! Why doesn't he want his armor? Does he think he doesn't need it against Qianlong? So confident? I think it's arrogance, looking down on everyone. Huang Shilong couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Qianlong wore a disdainful expression. Idiot, pretending to be a big shot. So what if you have a fierce bird? Can it compare to my fire? Qianlong brought the fire-blowing stick to his mouth and blew hard. With a soft puff, the stick unexpectedly spewed forth a roaring flame, instantly spreading out to form a sea of fire that engulfed half the arena. The flames illuminated the entire room, and everyone could clearly feel the intense heat and blinding light. Impressive! That's a 5th-tier S-class technique, Heavenly Fire. Super great extinguishing technique. Qianlong is going all out right from the start. It seems he's treating this freshman with the highest standards. This fire, and Ran definitely can't withstand it. To be fair, Qianlong's flames were indeed fierce, and Ran's gaze sharpened. Shadow, switch. Understood. In an instant, Ran and Shadow and Ran exchanged bodies, with Shadow and Ran being directly consumed by the fireball. The audience began to voice sharp critiques. Wow, isn't he going to dodge? This is really over. Rather than saying he isn't dodging, it's more accurate to say he can't dodge in such a wide area. He doesn't have any defensive techniques and isn't wearing armor. He deserves this. Beautiful. At that moment, Chen Xian woke up, covering her swollen face and joyfully bouncing up from her seat. Hubby, go for it. Winky face. The people nearby were almost sickened. Qianlong felt that Ran was finished, so he withdrew the flames. This technique consumed an astonishing amount of energy, and he could only use it 3 times in one battle. He started with a big move just to directly eliminate Ran and see if he would still be so arrogant. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, Ran's mocking expression was revealed. Haven't you eaten? Is that why you have such a gentle fire? Ran was completely unharmed, not even a trace of being burned, because it was Shadow and Ran who had taken the heat. What? Qianlong was dumbfounded. My heavenly fire. The super great extinguishing technique didn't work on him? Everyone was left speechless, and Chen Xian sat down with a thud, covering her mouth. Huang Shilong crossed his arms, staring intently at Ran. I haven't heard that he has any fire resistance talent. It's my turn. Ran's eyes flashed with cold light. Nightmare. Qianlong's body trembled slightly, but he soon revealed a proud smile. Your mental attack is initiated with your eyes. As long as I don't make eye contact with you, it won't be a problem. Qianlong's eyeballs turned into red flames, fire eyes. Here it comes, Qianlong's other ultimate skill, Fire Eyes, the audience gasped. On one hand, the eyeballs are replaced by flames, preventing Ran from launching a mental attack through eye contact. Huang Shilong looked at Qianlong with admiration.
On the other hand, Fire Eyes can also focus and generate high concentrations of flames out of thin air.
For a low-tier high martial artist like Ran, it's almost a guaranteed hit, an unavoidable attack. It seemed that Qianlong's intelligence work was quite good.
Qianlong aimed directly at Ran's head.
Fire Eyes, heavenly punishment.
Ran felt the temperature rising in his head, activated, meteoric movement, and while golden light protected him, he dodged a large fireball that had already formed.
What? You dodged my heavenly punishment?
Qianlong retracted his Fire Eyes, utterly shocked.
Huang Shilong's breathing became heavier, his mouth slightly agape. It might be a fluke.
You should see an eye doctor, your vision is worse than a blind person's. Ran, with a mocking tone, had already appeared beside Qianlong, who was filled with terror. Such a fast speed, I can't escape. Directly blasted several meters away by the golden light of godly meteor, before even landing, Ran's gaze sharpened.
One blade Azura.
Yes, after upgrading to the double-edged Azura slash, it can still be used. To deal with Qianlong, there was no need to use the double-edged Azura slash. Suddenly, a gigantic blue living llama, riding on an immortal bird that flew out from the blazing bird disc, swept towards Qianlong, taking him away in one wave. A hot storm erupted on the scene, and everyone felt the immense energy emitted by the one-blade Azura, with many starting to break out in cold sweat.
Ah!
Qianlong let out a miserable scream, rolling several times on the ground.
Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Qianlong taken out in an instant?
But Qianlong quickly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and let out a cold laugh.
Don't forget I have a strengthening talent, this little injury is nothing. Ran, I underestimated you.
He then took out a small vial and gulped it down.
At this moment, the crowd erupted in an uproar because Qianlong was consuming a supplement that could temporarily enhance his strength by 20%.
Supplements are precious items, and ordinary students usually consume them sparingly, while a major privilege of the academy team is to provide free supplements. A newcomer like Ran definitely wouldn't have any on hand, and Qianlong's actions were equivalent to directly admitting that his base strength was inferior to Ran's.
The noise on the sidelines grew. Isn't this against the rules? It's a bit unfair. Ran should be declared the winner directly.
Huang Shilong felt a bit of a headache, unsure how to judge, as the situation was somewhat special, and the rules didn't cover it. Previously, there had never been a case of a newcomer like Ran, who had nothing, coming to participate in the academy team selection. Those who came were all seasoned veterans who had been through many battles and lacked for nothing in terms of supplements. Everyone having supplements meant that no one had an advantage. Ran, however, didn't care. He wouldn't rest until he had thoroughly defeated Qianlong.
If Qianlong surrendered now, Ran wouldn't have a chance to strike.
After consuming the supplement, Qianlong's body immediately warmed up.
Transform, Fire God Soldier.
In an instant, Qianlong was enveloped in a great fire, transforming him into a giant. The crowd was astonished.
Oh no, has Qianlong mastered another big move?
That's a powerful move that combines offense and defense. Ran is in danger now, let's see if he still dares to be arrogant.
Humph.
Ran's gaze sharpened.
One blade Azura X4. Suddenly, four blue living llamas, each riding an immortal bird, swept towards Qianlong.
The first one directly dispersed the flames surrounding Qianlong, the second broke through his armor's defense, and the last two crashed directly into his body, sending Qianlong flying off the stage and crashing heavily to the ground. Even with the talent for body hardening, Qianlong's body was deformed. What was once a planned appearance now looked like a broken legacy. Dozens of bones were broken, and he fainted.
Ran harshly mocked Qianlong.
If you had any strength at all, you wouldn't be completely powerless. Easily defeating a 5th-tier high martial artist, what a lonely and invincible madman. Madman points plus 3,000.
Remaining madman points 14,500. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Qianlong really taken out in an instant? The entire venue fell silent for several seconds, followed by a wave of noise.
Hey, this is a joke, right?
Didn't they say Qianlong would definitely win, but at least he shouldn't lose this quickly? Qianlong rose up, and then was taken out? Huang Shilong's pupils began to dilate, murmuring continuously, could it be that my judgment was wrong?
The other team members also felt a wave of panic.
Do you think if it were us, could we withstand that last attack? The coach said Ran's strength is high-level 4th tier, but why do I feel something is off? Chen Xin lay motionless like a dead fish, already on the brink of despair. Is it not enough that my boyfriend has already found his way to the team?
Huang Shilong trembled slightly as he raised the loudspeaker.
I announced that the winner is Ran. With Huang Shilong's declaration, the dust settled.
Chen Xian got up, preparing to leave, casting a disdainful glance at Qianlong, muttering softly, "Damn Qianlong, wasting my feelings."
With her healing talent, she was even unwilling to treat her boyfriend. She then shot a glare at Enran. "Enran, don't think there aren't better men in the world than you. I must prove that my choice back then was right."
Huang Shilong approached with the remaining team members, looking at the sprawled Qianlong with disdain, then took off his team badge and handed it to Enran, smiling. "Now, you officially replaced Qianlong as our substitute." The team valued strength above all. Since Enran had won, Huang Shilong had nothing more to say.
Moreover, who could be Enran's coach was a matter of honor.
But Huang Shilong didn't forget to suppress Enran with a remark. "Although you're in, becoming a main player isn't that easy." Enran smiled without speaking. Finally, Huang Shilong added Enran to the team's chat group and kicked Qianlong out.
The remaining 6 members reluctantly lifted Qianlong away.
On the way to the medical room, Qianlong, who had been beaten to a pulp, suddenly woke up and grabbed a girl's hand tightly, visibly agitated. "Vice Captain, I admit my lack of strength and accept my loss, but I won't accept this for you. You saw Enran's arrogant behavior, he doesn't take our team seriously at all.
Can you all tolerate this?"
Zhang Wei's bright eyes flickered with fierce light as she bit her red lip. "I will make Enran understand what rules and respect mean."
"Sister Wei, should we wait for the captain to discuss this? When the captain is not here, I am the captain."
After confirming her membership in the team, Enran and the others listened to Huang Shilong ramble on for more than 2 hours. Among the 8 current team members, only Captain Tang Kai and Vice Captain Zhang Wei had joined in their junior year. The others, like Enran, were new recruits who had only received the team's notice yesterday. This meant that Qianlong had been in the team for less than a day before being kicked out. Thinking of this, Enran couldn't help but smile unkindly. "From now on, don't let your guard down, challenges can come at any time. Especially you 2 substitutes, don't embarrass yourselves like Qianlong did."
Huang Shilong had a particularly strong opinion about Qianlong.
"That's it for the morning. My wife might be giving birth to our 3rd child this afternoon, so I won't be coming. Zhang Wei, you need to lead the team well this afternoon and take them to collect some joining benefits."
Zhang Wei nodded respectfully, looking like a well-behaved child. Meeting adjourned. Huang Shilong hurriedly left.
"When the coach and captain are not around, I am your leader." Zhang Wei, dressed in a sailor suit with a ponytail, hands on her hips, though not tall and flat, exuded a queenly demeanor. "Our team values rules above all, so I will enforce strict discipline. Anyone who wants to be a troublemaker, refuses to be disciplined, or disrespects others, I will definitely exercise my rights as vice captain to deal with them." At this point, Zhang Wei shot a fierce glare at Enran, sending a chill down his spine.
"Gather in the supplement room at 1:30 this afternoon. Aren't classes at 2?
Enran raised his hand to voice his objection.
"Don't we need enough sleep?"
Zhang Wei crossed her arms.
"At your age, how can you sleep? You're all high-level martial artists now. If you don't squeeze out time to train, are you planning to go to the construction site to carry bricks in the future?
Only talentless fools need to go through this."
Enran was a bit dissatisfied with Zhang Wei's mindset. To directly refute the vice-captain's unreasonable management, what a defiant lunatic, lunatic points plus 500. Remaining lunatic points 15,000.
Just joined the team and already clashed with the vice-captain, points deducted. Zhang Wei's face turned red as she picked up a small notebook and wrote -10 next to Enran's name.
Enran, _?
At noon, Enran, Xiao Shui, and Lin Lan were having lunch at a high-end restaurant, each recounting the events of the morning. "I'm missing a piece of battle armor compared to Qianlong, and this coward even stopped to take supplements halfway through.
I really am lacking in innate resources."
Enran shot a mischievous glance at Xiao Shui.
Lin Lan tilted her head and teased Enran. "You're not thinking of living off someone again, are you?"
Xiao Shui shot Enran a glare and, under the table, lifted her delicate foot to stomp hard on Enran's toes.
"Dream on." Xiao Shui's expression softened a bit. "Even if I wanted to give you supplements and battle armor, we don't have any at home.
High-level martial artists rely on 3 main categories: techniques and martial skills, battle armor and weapons, supplements and formations.
To prevent us big families from becoming too powerful, the higher-ups only allow one family to manage each category.
Our Xiao family handles techniques and martial skills, the Lu family handles battle armor and weapons, and the Wang family handles supplements and formations."
"What about your Lin family?"
Enran asked, puzzled, looking at Lin Lan. Lin Lan replied calmly, "All 3 categories require spiritual or as raw material. The Lin family specializes in this."
Enran understood and nodded, realizing for the first time that the 4 great families were also restricted.
The higher-ups Xiao Shui mentioned were basically the forces from the imperial capital. The 2 also relayed Sun Liang's words to Enran.
Teacher Sun said to prioritize the academy team, and you don't need to come to class anymore. He also said that participating in class training is simply wasting your talent in life. Later, Ayn Rand complained to the two about Zhang Wei. Oh, I really can't stand her attitude of thinking she's the best in the world. I definitely plan to beat her up later. Lin Lan looked surprised. Zhang Wei, huh? I heard she's a famous Mother Night demon who often made disobedient classmates cry when she was a class officer. But she really does have strength. She was a substitute for the academy team in her third year first semester and became a main player by the next semester. Now she's already at the 5th level, 5th stage, second only to Tang Kai in the entire comprehensive department, and she can even rank in the top 10 in the whole school. Xiao Shui looked at Ayn Rand with concern. Right now, even if you have talent, you probably aren't her match, right? It's better not to provoke her. If you want, I can have someone scare her a bit. Ayn Rand shook her head. I'll handle my own matters. Ayn Rand arrived at the academy team supplement room before 1:30. As soon as she reached the door, she saw a spirited Zhang Wei and other team members yawning. Zhang Wei saw Ayn Rand and immediately put on a stern face. Ayn Rand, you said 1:30, why are you only arriving now? We've already distributed the supplements. You made us wait for you for almost half an hour. How are you going to make up for this time? Ayn Rand's temper flared up. Didn't I say 1:30? Zhang Wei coldly replied, did you not see the group message? Why is it that everyone else is on time, but you're late? Do you just want to sleep? Ayn Rand opened a WeChat group that Zhang Wei had set up in the morning, which didn't include Huang Shilong and Tang Kai, and a notice from 1250 popped up. All team members, schedule change, gather at 1:30. Ayn Rand directly cursed. Idiot. I was taking a nap at that time, show it to your dad. Everyone else was taking a nap with Zhang Wei, who directly shook them awake. To openly refute the unreasonable management of the vice captain, what a rebellious spirit, plus 500 rebellion points. Remaining rebellion points, 15,000. The others immediately woke up, staring at Ayn Rand in shock. Young man, you are quite brave. Zhang Wei's face turned pale. Look, you're getting anxious. Not only are you late, but you also insulted me as the vice captain. Points deducted, 2 points off for each infraction. Zhang Wei took out a small notebook and wrote it down fiercely. Ayn Rand's patience was nearing its limit, just a matchstick away from igniting. A woman like Zhang Wei would become obedient after a good beating. Now your discipline score is only 50 points, that's failing. Zhang Wei confronted Ayn Rand with the discipline chart. I think this supplement can be temporarily withheld from you. Ayn Rand was furious. Flat-chested B*TCH. To openly insult the unreasonable vice captain, what a rebellious spirit, plus 500 rebellion points. Remaining rebellion points, 16,500. The other team members were dumbfounded, and Rand had touched Zhang Wei's sore spot. What did you say? Zhang Wei's small body trembled, her gaze fierce. Say it again. Flat-chested B*TCH. To openly insult the unreasonable vice captain, what a rebellious spirit, plus 500 rebellion points. Remaining rebellion points, 17,000. Zhang Wei threw the discipline chart on the ground, her voice trembling. Your discipline score is 0. Given that you are truly unmanageable, I will eliminate the disunited elements from our team. Zhang Wei's body radiated a colorful robe, and she brandished a pink and white peach blossom fan, pointing it at Ayn Rand. If you don't submit to me, I will make you submit. I've wanted to take you down since this morning. Ayn Rand retorted defiantly. To openly insult the unreasonable vice captain, what a rebellious spirit, plus 500 rebellion points. Remaining rebellion points, 17,500. Ha! What kind of wolfish words are these? The others were drenched in cold sweat from the exchange between the two. Suddenly, a boy exclaimed, if you're going to fight, take it to the arena. In the arena, the other team members began to critique sharply. This Ayn Rand is really bold, actually wanting to challenge Zhang Wei one-on-one. Zhang Wei's level is at the peak of the 5th stage of martial arts. Her strength is roughly equivalent to 1/5 Qianlong. Does Ayn Rand think that just because he defeated Qianlong, he can challenge Zhang Wei? In the arena, Zhang Wei coldly snorted at Ayn Rand. You didn't wear armor when fighting Qianlong. Are you not wearing armor against me either? Do you think you're very impressive? Ayn Rand brandished the flame bird in his hand, pointing it at Zhang Wei with a cold smile. I don't think I'm impressive, I think you're weak. Fighting you, I have no risk of injury at all, so why wear armor? Ayn Rand thought, I can't exactly say I don't have armor right now, can I? To openly humiliate the unreasonable vice captain, what a rebellious spirit, plus 500 rebellion points. Remaining rebellion points, 18,000. The other team members' faces turned slightly pale. Hey, and Ran, your words have offended all of us. I now fully support the vice captain in teaching him a lesson, otherwise, won't we be humiliated to death later? Alright, so you wanna be tough, huh?
Jiang Wei's face grew increasingly ugly. Just don't beg for mercy after I beat you.
With that, Jiang Wei waved her fan dramatically. Wind, come.
Instantly, 10 tornadoes erupted from the peach blossom fan, rushing towards and Ran. The other team members were instantly thrilled. Jiang Wei is proficient in wind elements and spells. The wind blades she generates are incredibly sharp, capable of slicing ordinary steel into shavings.
If An Ran gets caught by them, it would be disastrous. Moreover, this wind can block the line of sight between the two, preventing An Ran's mental attacks.
I must say, Jiang Wei truly thinks of everything. And Ran narrowed his eyes coldly, first activating the meteoric movement, with a golden light protecting his body, then raised the flaming bird and struck down.
One blade of Azura X10.
In an instant, 10 blue living Yama rode the fiery phoenix, rushing towards the tornado, intertwining with it. The entire arena was filled with the screeching sounds of friction between the two sides, causing others to instinctively cover their ears.
Jiang Wei was taken aback.
Not good. His ghostly thing is about to break through my tornado. Then, the 10 tornadoes directly dissipated, and the small wind blades generated were all blocked by An Ran's golden body. An Ran's blade of Azura still had 2 left, heading straight for Jiang Wei.
Jiang Wei's face changed dramatically. She immediately crouched down and held the peach blossom fan in front of her. Wind shield. A wall of wind rose before Jiang Wei, effectively neutralizing the blade of Azura. Thank goodness, I'm saved.
Jiang Wei let out a sigh of relief, but then was horrified. An Ran was already in front of her, raising the flaming bird to strike down, scaring her into quickly getting up with the peach blossom fan to prepare to block the flaming bird. An Ran merely snorted coldly. This was just his ruse, and he directly swept his leg to kick Jiang Wei's platform. Your moves are even worse than a primary school student playing games. Jiang Wei was sent flying 3 meters, covering her platform, and managed to land on her feet after a backflip.
The others below were dumbfounded. Was Jiang Wei really at a disadvantage just now? She must have been holding back.
Jiang Wei felt both humiliated and ashamed. She had already been quite flat, and now it was going to be even flatter, her eyes instantly turning red.
I find you not only arrogant but also a rogue. Rogue? Just look at your figure, a family planning poster. How could you make me want to be a rogue?
And Ran was speechless. He had originally planned to kick her in the abdomen, but who knew she was so low?
You!
Jiang Wei felt her fists clench.
Publicly humiliating the unreasonable vice captain. What a defiant maniac, plus 500 maniac points. Remaining maniac points, 17,500. You flat board. And Ran roared. Nightmare. Oh no, I forgot about this.
Jiang Wei's small body trembled, and she immediately felt surrounded by a sea of crimson. Looking around, a group of surging spicy girls surrounded her, continuously cursing. Flatboards don't deserve to live in this world. Flatboards don't deserve to live in this world. This was the most terrifying scene for Jiang Wei.
This is an illusion. This is an illusion.
Jiang Wei's gaze darkened, but she quickly calmed down. She should have already fortified her heart against such things.
And Ran, you will not insult me again. Break!
Jiang Wei returned to the real world, drenched in sweat, as it flowed smoothly down her chest. The other team members gasped.
Amazing, Jiang Wei has broken An Ran's mental attack.
An Ran's mental attack and the blade of Azura have both been broken. I see the outcome is already decided.
And Ran's gaze slightly darkened, expressing his appreciation for Jiang Wei's strength with his eyes.
She actually broke the nightmare. It seems the nightmare struggles against a master of her level. I need to quickly earn maniac points from her to upgrade the nightmare.
His gaze is like that of a superior looking down on an inferior, which annoys me.
Jiang Wei bit her red lip.
Dance of the Rose.
Jiang Wei raised the peach blossom fan above her head, standing on tiptoe and spinning her body. Instantly a massive amount of roses danced around her, centered on her body. The team members became incredibly excited upon seeing this.
Here it comes, Jiang Wei's ultimate skill in the realm of magic.
It's even more twisted than her wind-based abilities. The thorny rose can obliterate enemies. And Ran's blade of Azura can withstand Jiang Wei's wind, but it can't handle her flowers. Upon hearing this, An Ran attempted to unleash a blade of Azura, but it was dissipated before it could even get close. I can only say, as expected of a 5th-tier, 5th-level warrior, 2nd-tier martial skills are no longer effective against her.
Jiang Wei laughed heartily. An Ran, it seems you're out of tricks now. Watch me.
The rose petals danced wildly towards An Ran, exuding a murderous intent that sent chills down the spines of those below. Everyone believed this would be the strike that led to An Ran's defeat. An Ran's lips curled slightly. Double-edged Azura slash. Holding the flaming bird, Enran casually drew an X, and instantly, two fiery red Yama figures appeared on either side, symmetrically pulling two beams of intense red light, each over 10 meters long, charging towards Zhang Wei with overwhelming force. With a single surge, it directly shattered the Dance of Roses, and the defensive robe was also smashed to pieces, creating waves that made others uneasy. The destructive power was truly vast.
Zhang Wei was taken aback. Omega Omega, he still has a hidden move?
Then, she flew out of the arena in a perfect parabolic arc.
It's not over yet.
And Ran had already chased after her. Even my dog can spin better than you.
Before Zhang Wei could land, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. This is for making things difficult for me. This is for provoking me. This is for changing the class schedule at will. This is for being a flat board. Each punch and kick deformed Zhang Wei, leaving her unrecognizable, her body embedded in the ground like a grotesque mold. Rolling her eyes, foam and blood erupted from her mouth, her body swelling up, transforming from a flat board to a sea cup. Humiliatingly beating the unreasonable and strong vice-captain. What an invincible maniac! Maniac points plus 5,000. Remaining maniac points 22,500. Who? And Ran stood up, stepping on Zhang Wei's swollen head like a pig's, took a deep breath, and turned to the petrified other team members. That feels good. Who else wants to challenge me? A few team members felt a chill at Enran's words and quickly waved their hands in denial. No, we have no intentions.
The short-haired, long-legged girl with glasses, Hu Tianyi, hurriedly denied it.
Right.
The other four trembled in agreement.
Successfully intimidating other ill-intentioned team members. What a formidable maniac! Maniac points plus 500. Remaining maniac points 23,000. No? And Ran deliberately scrutinized them. I feel like you all came with her to set me up?
Hu Tianyi stood up straight, pointing at the now unrecognizable Zhang Wei, reprimanding, everything is the vice-captain's own idea.
We even tried to advise her. Pushing all the blame onto Zhang Wei, Hu Tianyi felt a bit guilty.
And Ran couldn't be bothered to argue with them anymore, and at this moment, he felt a bit drained. Using the third-tier double-edged Azura Slash had consumed too much energy, and the second-tier energy cultivation method was starting to falter.
And Ran stepped directly over Zhang Wei's head, humiliating the already downed vice-captain. What a formidable maniac! Maniac points plus 500. Remaining maniac points 24,000. And Ran, underscore? This works too?
The other team members were shaken to their core. How invincible Zhang Wei used to be, always stepping on others' heads. Now, the heavens have turned, and it's her turn to be stepped on by a mere freshman.
And Ran looked down disdainfully at Zhang Wei, then pointed at Hu Tianyi.
You four stay behind to clean up this garbage, and the remaining one take me to the supplement room to see how the supplements are distributed.
Who will take me? Step forward. The other four quickly retreated, leaving Hu Tianyi looking bewildered. It's you!
And Ran pointed at Hu Tianyi, then stepped over Zhang Wei and headed straight for the supplement room, humiliating the already dead deputy captain. What a domineering madman! Madman points plus 500.
Remaining madman points 24,500. If it weren't for the fear of stepping on Zhang Wei, and Ran would have definitely given 100 kicks. Hu Tianyi trembled and jogged to catch up.
The other four watched Ran's imposing figure leave, then looked down at the former deputy captain, and couldn't help but sigh in unison.
I think this team will change in less than a day. You can't say that. There's still the captain. That's true.
Inside the supplement room, Hu Tianyi carefully took a few bottles from the shelf and packed them into a small box, then respectfully handed it to Ran, looking obsequious. This is the supplement you can receive as a substitute for the team this week. And Ran was a substitute for the team, and even Hu Tianyi felt it was hollow to say that.
10 B-grade energy recovery pills, each worth 200 points.
3 bottles of B-grade auxiliary holy water, which can temporarily increase the cultivation speed by 15%, each bottle worth 250 points. 3 bottles of B-grade foundational strength pills, which can temporarily increase strength by 10%.
And Ran frowned upon hearing this and casually remarked, is this it? So little, and all B-grade?
And Ran's casual comment held great significance in Hu Tianyi's ears.
Ha! He must suspect that I'm deliberately giving him less.
No, I need to meet his demands, or I'll be finished if he hits me later. So Hu Tianyi quickly grabbed a bunch of A-grade supplements from the shelf, a smile plastered on his face.
Oh, I gave the wrong ones. These A-grade ones are the real deal.
Hu Tianyi placed the A-grade supplements on the table and reached to take back the B-grade ones, but Ran turned around directly.
This looks acceptable. Hu Tianyi's hand froze in midair, and he sighed. How did I, a senior, end up bowing to a freshman?
And Ran planned to find a practice room to allocate points and work hard to elevate his energy cultivation technique to the 3rd level first.
Hu Tianyi saw and Ran about to leave and mustered the courage to call out to him. What are we doing next?
Ha! And Ran turned around, looking confused.
Hu Tianyi cautiously said, since Zhang Wei is like that, you can arrange our activities in her place. I'm just a substitute. And Ran left speechlessly. Hu Tianyi.
Ha! And Ran found a practice room, sat down in a swivel chair.
Time to work hard. He opened the panel, and the Madman system provided a prompt. Using auxiliary supplements can accelerate the cultivation speed, and the usage of Madman points will decrease by the same proportion. And Ran's brows relaxed, and he smiled. This works. And Ran immediately took out a bottle of A-grade auxiliary holy water and poured it in, instantly feeling refreshed, with strength surging. Good, Madman points. I want to upgrade the second level transforming void into spirit to the third level. Speed increased by 50%, using 10,000 Madman points to upgrade the second level S-grade technique transforming void into spirit. Starting upgrade. 15 seconds later. Why seek energy from the outside world? I have my own source of energy. After a year and a half of relentless research, you have finally transformed transforming void into spirit into the third level S-grade technique void spirit. This speed is somewhat genius-like. Remaining Madman points 14,500. Technique 2, Void Spirit, 3rd level S-grade. Proficiency, perfect. You are the embodiment of energy, every cell in your body is constantly nurturing that energy. Hiss, how terrifying. And Ran felt a lightheaded sensation, energy continuously generated within him, replenishing his speed and energy limits, elevating them by a whole level. And Ran glanced at the remaining points and discovered the bonus. Ha! A 50% increase in speed? Didn't that woman say 25%? And Ran quickly understood that Hu Tianyi's 25% was for their 5th level, the speed for the 3rd level must be even faster. And Ran grinned, in that case, let's upgrade Nightmare to the 3rd level, and raise the remaining to another realm. Speed increased by 50%, using 10,000 points to upgrade the 2nd level S-class technique Nightmare. Starting upgrade. 15 seconds later. I come from the abyss, bringing you to the abyss. After a year and a half of relentless research, you have finally transformed Nightmare into the 3rd level S-class technique Abyss of Dreams. This speed is somewhat genius-like, invincible. Remaining points, 4,500. Speed increased by 50%, using 4,500 points to elevate the realm to the 3rd level 2nd stage. After 2.5 years of continuous cultivation, you have finally stepped into the 3rd level 2nd stage. Although you are not a genius, you have proven yourself to the world with your sweat. Geniuses can go, I can go too. This is a victory for ordinary people. Remaining points, 0. And Ran was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, as if he had truly practiced for 2.5 years. I really worked too hard. He looked at the panel. Realm, 3rd level 2nd stage. Technique 1, Abyss of Dreams. 3rd level S-class, perfected. When activated, all living beings within 100 meters will fall into the abyss of the mind. The biggest improvement of Abyss of Dreams compared to Nightmare is that it no longer requires eye contact. And Ran smiled with satisfaction, then lay down to rest. In the evening, outside the surgical emergency room of the High Marshal Department Hospital, Zhang Wei lay on the bed, wrapped like a mummy, with a 1,000 milliliter 4-drip hanging. Hu Tianyi and the other 4 team members sat in the family area yawning, when suddenly the door opened, and a cold voice came through. Who turned Zhang Wei into this state? Hearing the voice, Hu Tianyi and the others turned to look, and a tall, thin young man with long hair stood at the door, his gaze extremely cold. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. Tang Kai? Oh no, Captain. You're here? A chubby guy named Jia Cheng asked sulkily. Did you break through to the 6th level? Tang Kai hadn't gone to the hospital team today because he was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. Just a step away, probably need a few more days. Tang Kai's voice carried a hint of disappointment as he walked steadily to the bedside, looking at the pitiful Zhang Wei, his cold face wrinkling. You only told me she was injured. I didn't expect her to look like this. Which challenger did this to her? No, among all the students in the comprehensive department, only I have that capability. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to say it was in Ran. If it got out, they would have to form a trio of patients with Zhang Wei and Qianlong. Well, Hu Tianyi spoke up like a little kitten, it was that in Ran. And Ran? The freshman who replaced Qianlong? It was an unexpected answer, and Tang Kai inhaled sharply, his expression darkening. Such a freakish level of strength? A freshman took down Qianlong, which was already shocking, and now he had taken down Zhang Wei? And Ran, Tang Kai had heard some rumors about recently, he had been making quite a stir, even killing Lu Zhao's subordinates on the spot. It was said that just over 10 days ago, he was still an ordinary department student.
Everyone is saying that he was deliberately hiding his strength before, acting low-key, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger.
But can someone really be so low-key that they can't even get into a high martial arts university?
This In Ran has many doubts. It always feels like his purpose for joining the team is not pure.
How did the conflict start? Tang Kai said.
A few people started to clamor, all pointing to In Ran violating the rules. What's worse, Hu Tianyi even spread rumors with a wronged expression. That In Ran, he even threatened me to give him the main player's subsidy.
He's clearly just a substitute.
But Tang Kai saw through their lies at a glance. I know Zhang Wei, she probably went too far and was too rigid. However, going this hard is over the line, and then there's this extortion thing. I'll give him a warning tomorrow, otherwise, I won't need to be the captain anymore. Tang Kai felt quite confident, although In Ran's current displayed strength was higher than Zhang Wei's, it was still far from his own. At this moment, in the royal foot bath shop, Zhou Guoping was being served in the foot washing room, sipping on a cup of De Hong Pao, with Principal Wu Chengnan and the 4th-year X-level class instructor Kong Zheng beside him.
Wu Chengnan's eyes were hazy. Xiao Zhou, that In Ran you mentioned, has he joined your team?
I didn't ask, he didn't respond proactively, but I feel it's stable. Zhou Guoping was all smiles.
Should I make a call to check?
Hey, how's it going?
Did you get the spot? In Ran was laughing in the Lamborghini with Xiao Shui.
It was a piece of cake. Chen Long was directly knocked out by me. The phone was on speaker, and Kong Zheng frowned, feeling a headache. The team members were all students from his class.
I knew you could do it. Getting the main position shouldn't be a problem. You can try for positions 4 and 5.
It's guaranteed. I even sent that Zhang Wei, the vice captain, to the hospital.
Zhou Guoping thought In Ran was joking.
Kid, you can fool others, but don't fool yourself. Zhang Wei is a 5th level 5-fold. You should still be a bit short, right?
If you don't believe me, look at the photo.
And Ran sent over an artistic photo of Zhang Wei he took.
Put. Zhou Guoping directly sprayed De Hong Pao all over the foot washing girl's face. Kong Zheng's hand trembled, and the teacup fell to the ground.
The principal's eyes widened in anger.
Sorry.
Zhou Guoping shouted in shock while helping to wipe.
Wow, you just gave me a surprise.
It seems now that as a freshman, you're already the second in our department. Only Tang Kai is above you. Zhou Guoping was so excited he felt like he could fly. His future dream of being principal might depend on In Ran. In Ran was a bit dissatisfied. Is that Tang Kai really that impressive? Of course, he's impressive. Zhou Guoping began to recount Tang Kai's remarkable points. It's said that he has already touched the threshold of the 6th level.
What does it mean to break through to the 6th level just after starting the 4th year?
After finishing the 3rd year, top students can touch the threshold of the 5th level, and the best are in the mid-5th level. Someone like Tang Kai, who has already touched the edge of the 6th level, can be considered a once-in-a-century genius. Only Wang Fei from the Cold Weapons Department can overshadow him in the entire school.
Moreover, Wang Fei is also backed by the Wang family, so in terms of talent, Wang Fei might not necessarily be above Tang Kai.
Don't think that just because you beat Zhang Wei, you can challenge Tang Kai. Tang Kai's strength is at least 70 to 80% higher than Zhang Wei's. This last sentence was a warning. Zhou Guoping knew In Ran's temperament might lead him to clash with Tang Kai. After hanging up, Zhou Guoping looked at Wu Chengnan and Kong Zheng with a beaming face.
Did you all hear that?
Kong Zheng also saw the photo and was immediately dazed, his face resembling Guan Gong's. This In Ran is really a troublemaker. He's only been in the high martial arts department for a few days and has already caused so much trouble.
Isn't this ruining our school's reputation?
I think we should expel him.
Zhang Wei and Qianlong were both his students, and he was getting anxious.
As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Chengnan directly reprimanded, I could expel all the students in your class, but I won't expel In Ran.
Do you know what it means for a freshman to defeat Zhang Wei?
That is a genius far surpassing the former Xiao Yang and the current Wang Fei and Tang Kai.
The genius of dominance.
Yes, Teacher Kong, your perspective is too narrow, Zhou Guoping teased from the side.
Don't think about revenge just because In Ran defeated your student. Kong Zheng's face was filled with grievance. What was wrong with speaking up for his student?
This In Ran, I think he can participate in the exchange meeting with the Imperial Capital University. Wu Chengnan glanced at the two.
What do you think?
But he has to be in the top 3 of the whole school.
Zhou Guoping exclaimed. The top 2, Wang Fei and Tang Kai, are almost guaranteed.
Although he had always been optimistic about In Ran, Zhou Guoping still thought it was absurd to say In Ran was second only to Wang Fei and Tang Kai. In terms of the whole school, Zhang Wei was about in the 20s. In Ran, if he can make it into the top 10, I think that would already be the limit. Zhou Guoping made a bold estimate. The principal chuckled.
No ambition.
Xiao Shui sat next to In Ran, listening to his phone conversation with Zhou Guoping, sweating profusely. The dialogue between the two had far exceeded his level. Xiao Shui was puzzled. Just over 10 days ago, when Enran first met her, he was only slightly better than her.
Laughs, what went wrong?
Zhang Tianxiong's hand gripping the steering wheel began to sweat, feeling a bit panicked. Wow, he can already defeat someone at the 5th level, 5th stage. But thankfully, he is still far from my 6th level, 6th stage. Zhang Tianxiong inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Arriving at the shabby street where the rental house was located, Enran got out of the car, and Xiao Shui leaned out curiously to look for a while.
Clearly, you already have $1 million, why not live in a better place? After watching for so long, are you going to stay over with me tonight?
Enran joked with Xiao Shui. Zhang Tianxiong's body shook, his eyes fixed on Enran, thinking, what's up with you, kid?
Stay, you big-headed ghost.
Zhang Tianxiong nodded in appreciation.
Xiao Shui's face turned crimson, angrily pointing at Enran. If anyone is staying over, it should be you at my house.
Zhang Tianxiong turned back in shock to look at Xiao Shui. My young lady, do you even hear what kind of wolfish words you are saying? Xiao Shui, embarrassed, covered her mouth and buried her head. Don't misunderstand, I mean my dad is coming back soon, you need to be prepared. Enran, the next day, Enran arrived at the training hall of the academy team right on time. According to the rules, all team members had to train together until the academy competition was over. Enran didn't know what was so good about training for him, he just needed to take some supplements and add a bit. At that moment, Hu Tianyi saw Enran coming at the door, her lips slightly curling up.
Enran, the captain wants to see you in his practice room.
Sure, please lead the way. Enran smiled slightly, ready to add some crazy points.
Ha! Hu Tianyi drooped her head, feeling a bit confused. Why does he show no signs of panic?
Come in with me. Hu Tianyi turned around, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Enran swaggered in behind her, arriving at the largest training room. Hu Tianyi stood at the door, looking at Enran with a full smile.
This is it.
I wish you a pleasant conversation with the captain. Enran opened the door without knocking and walked in, while Hu Tianyi showed a hint of a cold smile to Enran.
Let the captain educate you well. The training room was filled with training equipment, and Tang Kai was sitting on a corner sofa.
Enran swaggered over and sat on the sofa opposite him, and Tang Kai showed a hint of dissatisfaction with Enran's arrogance, his brows slightly furrowing.
Did you defeat Zhang Wei?
Yes, that's right.
Enran said coldly, what's wrong? Do you want to say I shouldn't have hit her? Tang Kai shook his head.
No, Zhang Wei is a person who needs to learn a lesson. Getting hit by you might be good for her. Enran raised her eyebrows in surprise.
This Tang Kai seemed a bit reasonable, but
Tang Kai suddenly shot a cold glance at Enran, his tone darkening.
What you did was too much.
Zhang Wei might miss the team competition because of you. That's a huge loss for her.
Don't you?
Enran interrupted Tang Kai with a cold snort.
What does her loss have to do with me?
She's not anyone important to me. I couldn't care less about her interests.
Relentlessly rebutting the captain's accusations. What a shrewd man, plus 200 shrewd points. Remaining shrewd points, 200.
Tang Kai straightened up, staring directly at Enran.
Don't you have any sense of collective spirit? Zhang Wei, in our academy, is second only to me. Tang Kai paused, second only to me and you. If she can't play, it's a huge loss for our academy.
So what the hell? Enran interrupted again. If you're thinking about the so-called team, you should first think about how to please me.
Relentlessly rebutting the captain's accusations. What a shrewd man, plus 200 shrewd points. Remaining shrewd points, 400.
Tang Kai's mouth, which had been slightly open, slowly closed, his gaze wandering over Enran as he pondered. The kid's words weren't without reason. Given the potential he displayed, the school leaders would definitely support him as long as they weren't fools. Last night, Kang Zhang also mentioned the principal's attitude towards Enran, but it was just inexplicably irritating.
Are our 3 years of hard work going to be trampled underfoot like this?
With that thought, Tang Kai changed the subject.
Alright, let's talk about your extortion of Hu Tianyi. Enran's eyes widened. What? I'm extorting? Hu Tianyi said you extorted the main team's allowance as a substitute.
I think, although you will definitely be a main player later, isn't it a bit reckless to rush to extort the main team's allowance now?
Enran's expression darkened. Do you believe Hu Tianyi's little essay? Tang Kai smiled slightly. Based on your arrogant style, I choose to believe Hu Tianyi. There was nothing more to say.
I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you.
Enran stood up, ready to leave. What a pure waste of my time. Silly bird. Insulting and slandering his captain. What a shrewd man, plus 300 shrewd points. Remaining shrewd points, 700.
Wait, did you just insult me?
Tang Kai's face turned pale, his fists tightening, feeling a bit of heartache. Goodness, as one of the top students, he hadn't been insulted for 3 whole years, and now he was being insulted by a freshman? Although this freshman was no ordinary freshman. Apologize to me right now. Tang Kai clutched his chest. Apologize to me, and I might let you go. Otherwise, today you'll also have to go to the hospital to accompany Zhang Wei and Qianlong. And Ran's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Silly bird. Insulting and slandering his captain, what a shrewd man, plus 300 shrewd points. Remaining shrewd points, 1,000. Alright. Tang Kai could no longer hold back. You don't know how to seize the opportunity. Tang Kai stood tall, his mouth twitching slightly. Don't think that just because you defeated Zhang Wei, you can stand on equal footing with me. I want you to know how vast the chasm is between the 5th level 5-fold and the 5th level 10-fold. Silly bird, stop talking so much, just make your move. And Ran couldn't wait to add more shrewd points, he was that confident. Since my cultivation technique has already upgraded to the 3rd tier, I can now hold my own against someone at the 6th tier. When it comes to dealing with Tang Kai, who is at the peak of the 5th tier, the advantage is mine. Insulting and framing my own captain, what a reckless fool, plus 300 reckless points. Remaining reckless points, 1,300. Tang Kai's expression had turned extremely sinister, draped in S-rank phantom armor, with a yellow Shen iron sword appearing in his right hand S-rank phantom moon. Another cold weapon talent? And Ran felt that she had encountered quite a few cold weapon talents. Moreover, according to the information, Tang Kai's strongest suit was his mental system talent. It was inevitable that there would be a mental clash. And Ran immediately summoned the fiery bird, and the temperature in the entire training room rose instantly. Upon seeing the fiery bird, Tang Kai's eyes lit up, exclaiming that it was indeed a fine blade, then he coldly narrowed his gaze. Phantom sword technique. And Ran immediately felt her spirit sink, and in an instant, a group of Tang Kai's phantoms began to spin wildly around her. Guess which one is the real me? Countless Tang Kais sneered, then all lunged at and ran. So boring. And Ran scoffed. Your mental attack is even weaker than my aunt's scolding back home. Break. The talent of the mental body was incredibly powerful, and Ran instantly obliterated all of Tang Kai's phantoms. Then with a quick turn, she swung the fiery bird at Tang Kai. What? It was broken so easily. Does he have a way to counter mental attacks? Tang Kai was startled, and as the phantom moon sword intertwined with the fiery bird, he suddenly felt a numbness in his hand. The phantom moon sword fell away, and Ran struck at Tang Kai with a fierce slash. Put! Tang Kai turned into a mass of foam, and Ran was slightly taken aback, then felt a surge of killing intent behind her. Tang Kai lunged at her with the phantom moon sword. Ha! When our blades meet, you've already fallen into my mist and flowers. And Ran activated, meteoric movement, golden light enveloping her, bracing against Tang Kai's strike from behind. Then she spun around and aimed to decapitate Tang Kai. You really are ruthless, going straight for my head. Tang Kai, now headless, immediately transformed into 2 Tang Kais, laughing at Ran, then their figures began to blur. Soon, the area around Ran started to twist and turn crimson, with countless Tang Kais emerging from the distorted space, swords raised, lunging at her. And Ran knew very well that she was now in the mental world constructed by Tang Kai, an extreme sense of oppression flooding her body. If an ordinary person encountered this move, they would have likely collapsed by now, but unfortunately, this was Ran. Break! The space was corrected in an instant, and all the fake Tang Kais turned into foam. Tang Kai stood over 10 meters away from Ran, utterly astonished, his teeth grinding together. Unscientific, why would someone at the mid-level of the 5th tier be able to so easily break his mental abilities? Unless he had hidden his strength during his battle with Zhang Wei. Thinking of this, Tang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. He. And Ran suddenly laughed. You've had your fun, now it's my turn. Against Tang Kai, even physical attacks would be dodged by his mental abilities, so dream abyss. Tang Kai thought Ran was about to unleash a nightmare, so he hurriedly closed his eyes. After all, his mental abilities didn't require his eyes to activate. However, Tang Kai suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, his body plummeting rapidly. Damn it, I've been hit. When Tang Kai opened his eyes, everything around him was pitch black, with only a few glimmers of light far above. What kind of mental attack is this? Tang Kai tried to escape, but found he couldn't muster any strength, ultimately being swallowed by darkness in the abyss below. And Ran leisurely walked up to the frozen Tang Kai, who was drenched in cold sweat, and shouted angrily, "Kneel down!" Thud! In a daze, Tang Kai directly knelt down, his body collapsing forward. It's not over yet. And Ran dashed forward and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the down Tang Kai. The blows were fierce. He was directly pounded into the ground. Defeated the exceptionally talented team captain. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 9,000. Remaining madman points 10,300. Hu Tianyi and Jia Qing had been hiding outside the door,
listening to the commotion. When the sounds of violent punches and kicks echoed out, Hu Tianyi felt a bit anxious. It seems the captain has been beating Ran for several minutes now. If this continues, someone might get seriously hurt. Don't forget that Ran has never worn battle armor. Should we go in and stop the captain? Zhao Qing appeared hesitant. If Ran really gets killed, it would be a disaster. Let's go in. Just as the two were about to break down the door, the sound suddenly stopped. Hu Tianyi was momentarily stunned. Is it over? It seems the captain showed some mercy. After all, the captain isn't a violent person. Zhao Qing nodded. The door opened, and the two immediately straightened up. Captain, how is Ran? Captain? Ran laughed. Do you see who I am? Upon seeing Ran, Hu Tianyi was first dumbfounded, then his legs went weak, and he began to step back. How is this Ran? Who was the one getting beaten inside just now? Damn! Zhao Qing reacted and rushed in, instantly gasping in shock, his whole body freezing. Tang Kai was deformed, embedded into the ground, blood slowly oozing through the cracks in the floor. Hey, call someone to take the two away, Ran shouted back at Zhao Qing. Why two? Zhao Qing, underscore? Ran turned back and slowly fixed his gaze on the trembling Hu Tianyi. Because there will soon be another person. Ran extended his right hand and slapped Hu Tianyi hard. He couldn't dodge in time, and his cheek instantly contorted, bones cracking, as he spun 720 degrees in the air before embedding himself into the wall on the other side of the corridor. From then on, Hu Tianyi became a work of art. The hospital room had 4 heroes. Severely humiliated the slanderous little person. What a shrewd madman. Madman points plus 2,000. Remaining madman points 12,300. Damn it, I told you not to spread rumors about me. Ran spat at Hu Tianyi on the wall and kicked him as he left. Zhao Qing, with a face full of confusion, stepped outside and watched Ran's retreating figure, his legs finally giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Oh my, what kind of monster is this? Fortunately, I didn't provoke him. At this moment, at Magic City University, outside the hospital room of the High Martial Department, Zhou Guoping, Kang Zhang, and Huang Shilong gathered to visit Zhang Wei. After a night of effort from the top medical martial artists in the hospital, they finally managed to restore Zhang Wei to her human form. Kang Zhang let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she should be able to make it to the competition. Huang Shilong, as the coach, felt a bit complicated. With Ran's extraordinary strength appearing in the team, he felt invigorated. If this pace continues, Ran might dominate the entire Magic City University by next semester, and then continue to reign until graduation. No, to exaggerate a bit, it's very likely he would also dominate the Imperial Capital University. Students dominating universities is a thrill for coaches. Continuous domination is continuously thrilling. As his coach, one could gain countless honors, and the position of principal doesn't seem too difficult either. Although during this time, he might not have done anything. But this kid really goes too far. In just one afternoon without him around, he turned Zhang Wei into this state. After all, she is a fierce general, although she indeed deserved a beating. His temperament needed someone in the team to keep him in check, and fortunately, there was a Tang Kai in his team who could temporarily suppress him, even if just for a semester. Ha? What did you say? Kang Zhang suddenly received a call from Zhao Qing, his face filled with surprise. Ran and Tang Kai got into a fight? Why did they fight? Upon hearing the phone call, Huang Shilong and Zhou Guoping immediately perked up. Who do you think will win? Zhou Guoping grinned at Huang Shilong. Huang Shilong blurted out, Tang Kai, as his coach for almost a year, I know his strength well. And as Ran's recommender, what about you? Zhou Guoping hesitated for a moment and slowly said, Tang Kai is indeed stronger now, but Ran also has a chance. It should be about 70-30. As Ran's recommender, I can't diminish my own ambitions. I bet on Ran to win against the odds, but it will be a hard-fought victory. The bet is 1,000 yuan. Okay. Well, it's fine. Tang Kai is someone who knows his limits, so Ran shouldn't get seriously hurt. Kang Zhang said reluctantly. He does need to be kept in check. No, teacher, it's already over. Tang Kai was beaten badly by Ran, just as badly as Zhang Wei. They're currently being sent to the hospital. And Hu Tianyi got smashed too. Slap. Kang Zhang's phone fell directly to the ground, his head stiffly scanning the equally shocked faces of the other two. The three of them simultaneously gasped, a chill creeping up their spines. Tang Kai lost? Tang Kai was defeated badly? What about Ran? Kang Zhang quickly picked up his phone, almost roaring as he asked, what about Ran? How is Ran? Is he seriously injured? Ran seems completely unscathed. Kang Zhang took a deep breath and fell silent. Zhou Guoping and Huang Shilong stared at each other numbly, realizing that both of them were wrong. After a long moment, Zhou Guoping, coming back to his senses, suddenly shook Huang Shilong's shoulder excitedly. "Hey, my god, and Ran has repeatedly surpassed my expectations. The principal said yesterday that he could join the school team, and I didn't dare to believe it. Our school has always valued strength, and I have a suggestion. Why not let Ran be the captain?" Hearing this, Kang Zhang looked at Zhou Guoping with resentment, feeling indignant. Hey, have you considered how I, the homeroom teacher, feel? Right. Huang Shilong was very excited. Plans had changed, and Ran was going to dominate Moda University this semester. And we should keep Ran as our hidden ace, our secret weapon. We must not let anyone from other colleges know that Ran is such an amazing presence. You guys should care about how badly Tang Kai is hurt. He won't die anyway. After beating Tang Kai, Huang Shilong was no longer around, and the entire team's operation fell apart. And Ran wandered into the armored combat zone of the Tiangong Pavilion, feeling it was time to equip himself with a set of armor. To avoid being questioned by those he had easily defeated about why he wasn't wearing armor, even though he indeed looked down on them. Armor, as the most important defensive gear for high-level martial artists, could save your life at a critical moment. And Ran dared to beat Chen Long, Zhang Wei, and Tang Kai mercilessly partly because they were wearing armor. Although he was currently facing weaklings like Chen Long, Zhang Wei, and Tang Kai, who couldn't reach him, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't encounter strong opponents in the future. And Ran checked the electronic catalog. 20,000 points could be exchanged for the only SS-level armor in the venue by Gui Mingqi. And Ran had 11,000 points, and with Kulan's promise of half price, he could exchange it for 10,000 points. However, Ran found it strange that although 20,000 points was a lot, surely someone would have saved enough over 4 years of college. Why had no one taken it? It had been lying there quietly for decades? And Ran walked into the sparsely populated armored area, and as she was about to turn into another corridor, she suddenly collided with 2 mountain peaks, sending a figure flying back a meter. Kulan was half sitting on the ground, holding her lower abdomen. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Her relative had arrived. And Ran saw it was Kulan and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Don't pretend, if your butt hurts from squatting, how can your stomach hurt from that? Kulan was lamenting that she must have bumped into some stableman to be sent flying when she heard Ran's voice. She immediately propped herself up against the wall, first casting a resentful glance at Ran, then her expression turned a bit panicked. She had heard about the things Ran had been up to lately. With her barely at the 5th level, she was probably no match for him. Especially thinking about the dispute that arose between him and Lu Zhao over the fiery bird made her feel scared. Kulan adjusted her gaze. What are you here for? And Ran crossed her arms and grinned. That question you asked is really stupid. It perfectly matches my impression of you. Haven't you seen what the sign over here says? And Ran felt some aversion towards Kulan, not only because of her bad attitude when they took the fiery bird that day but also because she had heard from Linlan that Kulan had thoughts of an old cow eating tender grass regarding Lu Zhao. Now, Ran always wanted those she disliked to take the initiative against her, making it easier to harvest some crazy points. Kulan ground her silver teeth a few times, feeling a surge of anger. She told herself that the current Ran was not someone she could provoke, so she forced a smile. You don't happen to not have any armor, do you? And Ran said. That's right, I don't have any armor. Ah, Kulan was just joking, not expecting to hit the mark. What a surprise. So, it's just right that I ran into you. Come with me, and Ran pointed at Kulan. Otherwise, how am I going to buy the 100 Ghosts Cry at half price later? What? Kulan was so shocked her glasses almost fell off. You want to get the 100 Ghosts Cry? Hee, I warn you, the 100 Ghosts Cry is not that easy to wear. And Ran, look, you're getting anxious again. You're starting to belittle me again. Kulan fell silent for a moment, twisting her round hips in high heels as she turned around. Come with me. And Ran followed Kulan to a separate space, and the two stood at the entrance, looking in at a prominent piece of armor hanging in a crystal cabinet. It was entirely black, continuously emanating a black aura that even penetrated the crystal cabinet. Even from over 10 meters away, and Ran could clearly feel a strong sense of intimidation. In front of the crystal cabinet, there was a gray long table, and an old man with white hair was sitting at the table, tinkering with a shiny silver armor. Kulan whispered in Ran's ear. Strictly speaking, the 100 Ghosts Cry doesn't belong to our school, but is passed down from that senior by Qishan. He is the top armor expert in Magic City, and his name is associated with us. So, the 100 Ghosts Cry is also displayed here. It's designated only for students of Magic City University. Then Kulan respectfully bowed from a distance to Bai Qishan. Senior Bai, I brought a new trial wearer. Bai Qishan stopped his work and looked up, casting a sharp gaze at the two. Don't waste my time.
This person might be a bit special, Kolan said with a bitter smile. Bai Qishan's gaze turned specifically to Anran. What's special about him? Is Wang Fei special? Is Xiao Yang special? Or is Luan special? Or is Lin Yao special? They all failed. Kolan was momentarily at a loss for words. Anran's lips curled slightly upward. The 4 people Bai Qishan mentioned could be considered the top talents in the history of Magic City University. Wang Fei and Xiao Yang go without saying. If memory serves, Lin Yao and Luan are now the heads of the Lin and Lu families, respectively. If you can't say anything, just leave. Don't waste my time, Bai Qishan ordered, burying his head back into the armor he was working on. Senior, I'm a freshman, Anran confidently called out. Kolan was taken aback, wondering what he meant. What's a freshman doing here instead of going back to drink milk? Bai Qishan replied coldly, still focused on his work. Anran's smile widened. Have you heard of Tang Kai? Kolan interjected. Tang Kai? The top student in the comprehensive department, 4th year? What does that have to do with you? Anran replied confidently. I just sent him to the hospital. Ha? Kolan couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Are you joking with me? If you don't believe me, you can call the hospital team and ask. At that moment, Bai Qishan officially stopped what he was doing, hesitated for a moment, then stood up agilely. Come in. Anran was overjoyed and walked over to Bai Qishan's side amidst Kolan's astonishment. Bai Qishan turned and said, The 100 Ghosts Cry has a strong malevolent aura, be careful. He then suddenly yanked open the cabinet door, and an overwhelming black aura surged out. Anran immediately felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on him, but fortunately, his spiritual body talent held firm. Anran couldn't help but marvel. This was the allure of an SS-level armor. The opponents he had faced before, their so-called S-level armors, were at best just high in defense. The 100 Ghosts Cry seemed to have functions beyond mere defense. Kolan behind him directly knelt down, clutching her chest, her lips trembling wildly. The malevolent aura of the 100 Ghosts Cry is still so intense. When the black mist dissipated, Bai Qishan looked at Anran in surprise. You can still stand so steadily? Anran. Give it a try. Bai Qishan began to look a bit expectant. Anran reached out to touch it, and the black aura of the 100 Ghosts Cry immediately seeped into his body through his fingers. Anran's body shook, and a sound that was not human-like echoed in his ears, making him feel as if his body was about to burst from an overwhelming energy. Seeing this, Bai Qishan sighed, thinking to himself, another failure. Ding! You can increase your mastery of the 100 Ghosts Cry by consuming frenzy points. 6. Anran was overjoyed. If you want to sleep, just hand over the pillow. Frenzy points add. Consume all frenzy points to enhance your control over the 100 Ghosts Cry. Through decades of persistent cultivation, you have finally gained a bit of recognition from the 100 Ghosts Cry. It has removed its malevolent aura towards you, and you can now wear the 100 Ghosts Cry like an ordinary armor. Remaining frenzy points, 0. Phew! Anran gasped. Having gambled all his frenzy points, he had worked hard for decades just to gain a bit of its recognition. When Anran looked at the 100 Ghosts Cry again, the black aura had already receded. In the astonishment of Bai Qishan and Kolan, Anran directly donned the armor, feeling a rush of power without any discomfort, and finally stored it into his void. How is it? Anran curiously looked at Bai Qishan. Is this okay? Bai Qishan was momentarily stunned, then instantly excitedly exclaimed, 50 years sealed, just waiting for you to come. Seeing Bai Qishan's reaction, Anran smiled knowingly. It seems I've succeeded. Kolan hurriedly adjusted her glasses, and upon seeing Anran clearly, her mouth slightly opened. You really put it on? Reflecting on her earlier certainty that he couldn't do it, she felt like a clown. Bai Qishan appreciatively looked Anran up and down. Not bad, you look like a Black Reaper when you wore it. Very much like my father back in the day. Seeing you is like seeing my father from back in the day. Your father was the master of the 100 Demons Whale? Anran immediately became interested. Bai Qishan shifted in his chair and sat down, reminiscing about the past. It's not just as simple as being a master. The 100 Demons Whale was crafted from the scales of 100 9th-tier exotic beasts that my father killed, infused with an extremely strong malevolence. This malevolence can erode the wearer's body. For 50 years, no student has been able to overcome this force. Anran was taken aback. 100 9th-tier exotic beasts? If one person can slay 100 9th-tier exotic beasts, what level is he at himself? My father was Bai Tu, known as the god of killing. Bai Qishan said, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Before his fall, he was at the peak of the 9th tier. Bai Tu was the strongest principal in the history of our high martial department, Kolan added. Hiss. Anran rarely showed a surprised expression. Bai Qishan continued, my father said before he passed, you can tell a person's future by their childhood. If you can't wear the 100 Demons Whale during university, it means your talent is insufficient. Giving it to them would be a pure waste. That's also why he left the 100 Demons Whale at the school. By his standards, even Xiao Yang is untalented. Bai Qishan scoffed, then his eyes scrutinized and ran. You far surpass those talents in the history of Magic City University. This was a high praise, even Kalan had to acknowledge this fact. I think so too, and Ran grinned, showing his teeth. After all, I am now the master of the 100 Demons Whale. Bai Qishan, however, poured cold water on him. You can only suppress its malevolence for now. You haven't yet been able to harness its true power. Only the simplest defensive function. Ah, then am I not at a loss? And Ran's face immediately fell. Bai Qishan glanced at him and snorted. Do you think the defense of the 100 Demons Whale is the same concept as those S-rank mundane items? Lan girl, show him. And Ran pointed at Kalan and laughed, his expression quite disdainful. Are you going to let her fight me? Kalan was only a first-tier 5th rank, far from being in Ran's opponent at second-tier 3rd rank. Kalan was also stunned. What? I'm supposed to fight in Ran? What are you saying? Bai Qishan was almost dizzy, and Ran will just stand there for you to hit. You should use your strongest technique against him. Isn't that bad? What if I seriously injure Ran? Kalan let out a cold laugh. And Ran chose to trust Bai Qishan. The two walked to the open space in front of the table, and Kalan was filled with glee, finally able to regain her honor. He. Kalan chuckled, I come from a reinforcement background. Just a regular punch has a force of over 5 tons. If you get hurt by me later, don't blame me. And Ran frowned, the black 100 Demons Whale materializing around him, resembling a black reaper. You're really something else. Upon seeing the 100 Demons Whale, Kalan's body momentarily went blank, then her eyes narrowed, raising her right fist and charging at Ran. Mountain Crushing Fist. Kalan's right fist was enveloped in a thick azure light, the brilliance as hot as burning flames, carrying a powerful heat as it swiftly smashed towards Ran's abdomen. Hit! A tremendous roar echoed, the entire space shook violently, and then Kalan was struck by a powerful repulsive force, her whole body flying backward, her butt hitting the ground heavily, her face filled with gloom. My stomach hurts. Standing still can kill a 5th-tier high martial artist. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 1,000. And Ran stood still like a mountain, looking down joyfully at his abdomen, where Kalan had only left a small bruise. Was this the simplest form of defense? If it were fully developed, what would happen? Kalan panically climbed up, covering his stomach, and looked at Ran in fear. Now he was a monster. A monster. A monster. Bai Qishan looked at Ran with appreciation. Even the simplest defense, the 100 Ghosts Crying, is not to be taken lightly. Moreover, its defense grows along with the wearer. Those so-called S-ranks are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of it. Huff. And Ran took a deep breath and then smiled as he took out his phone. Well then, it's time to pay the points. Bai Qishan, however, said lightly, it's a gift to you, free of charge. And Ran's hand froze instantly. What? Free? Kalan immediately stuttered, Senior Bai, that's not good. I already put a lot of pressure giving him half price, and you. Free. Bai Qishan dismissed it with a wave. I'll bear the pressure. Originally, according to my father's last wish, the 100 Ghosts Crying was meant to wait for a fated person, and you all took it upon yourselves to assign it points. Kalan was instantly left speechless. After Ran left, Wang Fei appeared in front of Bai Qishan. Senior Bai, I'm here to pick up the galaxy armor. Bai Qishan pointed to the galaxy armor on the table. It's fixed, took me quite a bit of effort. This armor is a good thing, you need to take care of it, understand? Where? Wang Fei squinted and smiled, compared to that 100 Ghosts Crying behind you, this is nothing. It's been 50 years, and no one has been able to wear it. If there's anything I regret from my time at school, it's not being able to get the 100 Ghosts Crying. Laughing, Wang Fei suddenly froze. Senior, where's your 100 Ghosts Crying? Bai Qishan looked at the dazed Wang Fei and said lightly, oh, it was just worn away by someone. Who? Wang Fei suddenly leaned on the table, his tone anxious. Someone more talented than you. More talented than me? Wang Fei's face was full of question marks, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Senior, you're joking. I can't say for sure about others, but at least in the entire senior class, I'm the most talented, I have that much confidence. Did I say it was a senior? Bai Qishan said lightly. It's Ran from the freshman class. Wang Fei's pupils instantly dilated, his expression turning bitter. And Ran got the 100 Ghosts Crying, doesn't that mean? Don't worry, Bai Qishan seemed to see through his thoughts. He can only wear it simply. It only has defensive capabilities. Wang Fei's gloomy mood instantly lifted. Wasn't this just like an ordinary S-rank battle armor? Wang Fei smiled. In the afternoon, in the team meeting room, looking at the team of 8, now reduced to 5, and then at the culprit and Ran, Huang Shilong's expression was about to crack. After a moment, Huang Shilong spoke. We need to report the order tomorrow. And Ran, are you sure you just want to be in the 5th position? I originally wanted you to replace Tang Kai as the captain, after all, we still value strength. And Ran calmly replied. Yes, I don't like to be in the spotlight? And Ran couldn't just say it was because Lu Zhao was the 5th position in the cold weapons department. Huang Shilong, underscore? Is this even human language? If you don't let me be in the 5th position, I'll withdraw from the competition. And Ran's tone was very indifferent, non-committal. Huang Shilong had no choice but to comply, unable to understand why he wanted the 5th position. He originally wanted Ran to see if he could win against Wang Fei in the team competition, but whether Ran was in the 1st or 5th position, it wouldn't significantly affect the team's final score. Huang Shilong looked at Jia Qing. Since that's the case, Jia Qing, you will adjust from position 5 to a substitute, okay? Do you have any objections? Or do you want to fight Ran? Coach, I have no objections. Jia Qing replied firmly. How could Jia Qing dare to have objections? If he did, he would likely become the 4th genius in the infirmary. And Ran couldn't sit still. How can you have no objections? The difference in subsidies and rewards between substitutes and main players is huge. If Jia Qing didn't fight with him, how could he earn crazy points? Jia Qing was about to cry. I really have no objections. I don't want to fight you. What a useless thing, and Ran cursed. Alright, we'll decide this way. Huang Shilong began to look serious. Additionally, you must not let anyone from other teams know about Ran defeating Zhang Wei and Tang Kai. If it gets out, the dean and I will directly expel him from the team. Everyone immediately understood Huang Shilong's intention. After the team competition, a few judges would decide the 2 strongest individuals to have a personal match. This was to use Ran as a secret weapon against Wang Fei. Ran, however, was laughing inside. He had intentionally leaked this to Kalan so that it would reach Lu Zhao's ears. Lu Zhao would think he was definitely in position 1, preventing him from choosing another position out of fear. When Lu Zhao realized he had to face him, given his desire for the fierce bird, he would definitely act recklessly. Who knows what underhanded tactics he might resort to, haha. Xiao Shui used the Xiao family's resources to find out that Lu Zhao still harbored a lot of resentment towards Ran and had a strong possessiveness over the fierce bird. This was the result Ran wanted. Let's not forget, in the team competition, if someone accidentally gets seriously injured, the punishment is very light. Lu Zhao, backed by the Lu family, might not even have to pay any price. After the meeting, Huang Shilong kept Ran behind, looking somewhat hesitant. Do you have confidence that you can conquer the judges just by relying on position 5, making them choose you as the second candidate for the personal match? And Ran grinned. In the end, won't the fact that I beat Tang Kai be exposed? Right. Huang Shilong slapped his forehead, laughing unkindly. How could I be so stupid? Huang Shilong then looked at Ran seriously. Wang Fei is a 6th-tier double, his strength is about 1.5 times that of Tang Kai. With your current strength, it will be very difficult to defeat him. I will win, Ran said with a confident smile. Huang Shilong shook his head. Well, boasting has no effect on victory. Wang Fei is the strongest gunman genius our school has ever seen. You can't win just by talking. To increase your chances of winning against Wang Fei, I will use a gun to guide you. You also have a talent for cold weapons? Ran was a bit surprised. Huang Shilong chuckled. The talent for cold weapons is just my secondary talent. It can't compare to Wang Fei's specialization. Then Huang Shilong's face was full of confidence. However, as a peak 6th-tier man, the effect of using a gun should not be far off from Wang Fei. Ran's eyes lit up at this, staring at Huang Shilong's head, thinking about how many crazy points he could earn. He had no resources left. Then let's get started. The two walked into Huang Shilong's training room, and Ran's expression was very excited, making Huang Shilong feel flustered. He's a bit too excited, isn't he? But Huang Shilong thought again. However, this might reflect his extreme obsession with martial arts. The more he battles strong opponents, the more excited he gets. Very good, very spirited. As the two charged in fiercely, Shadow and Ran was almost crying. What happened to holding on for 30 seconds? How come it's been over 2.5 minutes and he still hasn't come out? I may not really die, but I'm afraid of pain. Call the master, summon the master. Child, don't be afraid, I'm back. Hearing Yingzi Anren's call, Anren exchanged smiles with Yingzi Anren while activating the meteoric movement golden light shield. I am Anren, the glorious resurrection. Lauda and Green were rushing over, their faces filled with shock. He still has the mood to laugh? The moment their legs and elbows touched Anran's body, they immediately understood why Anran was smiling. Meteoric movement plus wailing of the 100 ghosts plus body of the Overlord equals unbreakable. Lauda and Green were instantly rebounded by the tremendous counterforce, landing several steps back, their expressions turning pale. What the hell? What's going on? Green anxiously stared at Anran, clutching his toes. Lauda, why does it feel like his strength has skyrocketed, and he's even tougher than you? Lauda also looked helpless, covering his elbows. What else can I say? People's talents are just different. At this moment, Luoyin in the helicopter was stunned by Anran's display. What kind of talent is that? It's definitely a strengthening type. Where did this strengthening type come from? Don't tell me you're omnipotent, Anran. This is terrifying. This person must not be left alive. Luoyin sighed, realizing the outcome was already decided. It was time to escape. Anran, with a grim face, looked at Lauda and Green. What kind of death do you want? Lauda revealed his white teeth. Although we are opponents, you have conquered me. I, Lauda, am willing to respectfully call you man. Then goodbye. In an instant, Lauda unleashed the elbow strike storm, leaping into the air, trying to escape. Green was left dumbfounded. What about me? Aren't you taking me along? I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. Did I let you go? Anran's eyes were filled with fierce light. You think you can run after provoking me? Wailing of the 100 ghosts. In an instant, a tremendous commotion erupted, and hundreds of massive shadows, exuding powerful auras, were released from the eerie wailing of the 100 ghosts. Their appearance filled the entire space with a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere. Each of these shadows radiated a heart-pounding power, far exceeding the might displayed at the third tier. At this moment, the surrounding environment became exceptionally quiet, with only the chilling cries of ghosts echoing in the air. They then charged towards Green and Lauda. Green didn't have time to react and was directly overwhelmed. Successfully killed a 6th tier 5-fold high martial artist. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 12,400. Soon after, Lauda also suffered, being knocked down by the wailing of the 100 ghosts in mid-air, leaving only one exclamation. Man! Successfully killed a 6th tier 5-fold high martial artist. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 22,400. The whirlwind from Lauda's elbow strike storm and the impact of Anran's wailing of the 100 ghosts affected Luoyin's helicopter, even from hundreds of meters away. The helicopter shook violently for several seconds before stabilizing. Damn it, that dead Lauda almost got me killed before he died, Luoyin cursed as he fled with the helicopter. At this moment, the sun began to rise, breaking through the darkness with a few rays of sunlight. Anran smiled knowingly. He had seen the sunrise in Magic City at 5 in the morning. He picked up his phone, took a picture of the beautiful sunrise, and sent it to Xiao Shui with a message. It's beautiful. I hope one day I can watch the sunrise in Magic City with you. As Anran was lost in the beauty of the sunrise, a commotion arose around him. Don't move! Anran looked at the newcomers in confusion, realizing it was the inspectors, and he saw the familiar Wang Gang. Isn't this Director Wang? Anran smiled and nodded at him. Wang Gang looked at Anran with a face full of surprise, holding a flashlight and examining him from head to toe. What are you doing here so early in the morning instead of sleeping? Someone just called us saying there was a fierce fight here, and it turns out to be you. Of course, I was gaming at the internet cafe until now, Anran replied, his face full of drowsiness. Then on my way back, I ran into a bit of trouble. I killed 2 guys from the Crow Society. Wang Gang frowned as he looked at the hundreds of meters around them with no intact buildings. This is called a bit of trouble? Luckily, there were few people around, and no lives were lost. Director, the 2 are Crow Society members, number 24, Lauda, and number 23, Green, both at the 6th stage, 5th level. Several coroner officials reported to Wang Gang. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang looked at Anran in shock. You killed 2 6th stage, 5th level fighters? Anran nodded naturally. Was it that hard? Wang Gang inhaled sharply. He really couldn't tell if Anran had suddenly leveled up or had been hiding his strength all along. But either way, it seemed quite extraordinary. Yet, when it came to Anran, it felt reasonable. You can go now. Wang Gang glanced at Anran. Normally, you'd have to come with us to make a record. But since they were from the Crow Society, there's no need. You know who the mastermind is. Anran said nothing. Everyone knew the Crow Society was the Lu family's black glove, but it was impossible to use this to take down the Lu family. Otherwise, the Lu family would have ceased to exist long ago. Anran bid farewell to Wang Gang and headed directly towards the school. On the way, he yawned heavily, feeling extremely tired and quite helpless.
His energy cultivation method was still at the third stage, unable to keep up with his fourth stage strength, which led to the massive energy consumption from the fourth stage level 100 Ghosts parade he had just unleashed. Right now, the most important thing was to rest, so Enran made a decision.
Shadow Enran, obey.
Here. In the morning, go help me play, I need to sleep, and I'll come back in the afternoon.
Ha! Shadow Enran looked helpless. What? I'm playing in the college competition? What if I can't win?
Don't worry, I'm roughly equivalent to the strength of a dozen fifth positions, Enran yawned. You have 15% of my strength, it's a sure win.
If it really doesn't work, call me.
In an instant, Enran switched bodies with Shadow Enran. When they arrived at the school, Shadow Enran, after being beaten up, was in a damaged state and needed to recover, so he found a place to rest first. Before the college competition began, Wang Fei was surrounded by reporters from the school newspaper. Wang Fei, everyone says you are definitely the candidate for the final individual match in this college competition. And the other likely candidate is Enran, who has been in the spotlight recently.
Are you afraid of Enran?
Wang Fei's previously smiling face suddenly turned ugly. I find you, classmate, really don't know how to speak.
When have you ever heard of a senior being afraid of a freshman? Do I not care about my face?
The reporters were relentless. But everyone says Enran is the greatest genius in our school's history, with strength comparable to the sixth stage. Although he's only at the fifth position, he has defeated opponents in one move. Everyone says he's hiding his strength.
And I heard he once beat up Tang Kai.
The reporters then pointed to Tang Kai, who happened to be passing by.
If you don't believe it, ask him.
Tang Kai was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then began to lie without blushing.
Rumors, all rumors.
Enran is strong, but I'm 50-50 with him. I've been practicing with him these days, and we have our wins and losses. Wang Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Tang Kai's words. Thankfully, if he was at the same level as Tang Kai, there was nothing to be afraid of. Wang Fei then put on a graceful demeanor and criticized the group of reporters. I find you reporters always trying to create big news, believing every rumor you hear. Identified as those who specifically study journalism.
Pattern. Hey, Enran is here, let's go interview Enran.
The reporters changed their expressions at lightning speed and rushed over to surround Enran. Wang Fei's expression instantly turned to stone, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart that he had never felt before. Why should it be like this? I was clearly the first to arrive. Whether it's the title of the top genius, the praise from various big shots, or the admiration from classmates, they were all originally mine, but Enran's appearance took them all away. A super genius has appeared in the school, and I now have another strong opponent to contend with. Clearly, these are two things that should bring joy, yet intertwined, they make me feel so miserable. Wang Fei was someone who cared a lot about his image, as evidenced by the fact that after he reached the sixth level, he didn't bring any guards with him. He had always been very confident in his strength and charisma, but Enran's appearance seemed to shatter all of that. In the comprehensive department's lounge, Huang Shilong looked at Shadow Enran with a worried expression.
Your mental state doesn't seem too good? We're currently neck and neck with the Cold Weapon Academy in scores.
It might come down to a personal battle with Wang Fei to decide the outcome.
I was counting on you. Will you win? Shadow Enran perked up. I will win.
The state can be lacking, but the momentum must not falter. Then the competition began, and the regular season ended. The Cold Weapon Department and the Comprehensive Department had an unusual tie in scores, and now it really had to be decided through personal matches. As for Enran, he had promised to only sleep in the morning, but ended up sleeping through the afternoon as well. Shadow Enran was almost crying from exhaustion. He had fought in all 6 matches. Moreover, his battles throughout the day left everyone puzzled. Although he won, it wasn't like the previous 2 days where he would defeat his opponents in seconds. Instead, he often got entangled in fights for several minutes before winning. In no time, rumors spread throughout the competition area that Enran's strength was nothing special. After the match, in the lounge, Zhou Guoping found Shadow Enran and asked in confusion, "Why hide your strength at this time?
Don't you want to face Wang Fei in a one-on-one?" Shadow Enran was dumbfounded, internally lamenting.
I don't want to either, but my master just won't wake up no matter how I call. Then Shadow Enran scratched his head and fabricated a reason.
Principal, I, Enran, am a considerate person. I think defeating my classmates in seconds would really hurt their self-esteem, so I'm guiding them in their training. Zhou Guoping's mouth twitched slightly, his face full of suspicion. You're considerate?
You can fool others, but don't fool yourself.
What scheme does this Enran have?
Forget it. Anyway, the principal has the final say, and he will definitely let Enran compete. Zhou Guoping then patted Enran on the shoulder and left with a smile.
In another lounge,
Wang Fei listened to others belittling and ran and couldn't help but smile slightly. In that case, my opponent should be Tang Kai.
And Ran's strength has indeed been overestimated. Hee, I wonder what I'm worried about. At that moment, the announcement sounded.
According to the judge's decision, the competitor for the personal match from the Cold Weapon Academy is Wang Fei, position number 1. Wang Fei smiled slightly upon hearing this.
This is inevitable.
The other competitor, from the Comprehensive Department, position number 5, and ran.
Please have both competitors enter the duel arena number 9527 in 1 hour. Wang Fei, Shadow and Ran.
Shadow and Ran sat on the long wooden bench in the lounge, head down, helplessly calling out to Ran.
Master, wake up, wake up.
If I fight Wang Fei, I will lose.
Slap.
Suddenly, a big white leg heavily stomped down on the empty seat to Shadow and Ran's right, and a fierce yet cute voice came over.
Ran, why haven't you returned my calls and messages all day?
And Ran, who was dozing off, suddenly jolted awake upon hearing a voice, and in that instant, she and her shadow exchanged places.
This action left Shadow and Ran dumbfounded. What the heck, such double standards? I've been calling for ages and you wouldn't wake up.
And Ran opened her drowsy eyes and saw Xiao Shui standing on a bench, leaning forward with a worried and annoyed expression in her lively eyes, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. She wore a black, tight-fitting, breathable top with a V-neck that showcased Xiao Shui's advantages perfectly, while the black contrasted strikingly with her snow-white skin. Below, she paired it with a casual white and green floral skirt, brown knee-high boots, and snug white socks that covered most of her calves. She looked just like a lovely little silver tabby cat, so adorable. And Ran couldn't help but swallow, having not seen this girl for 2 days, and had vowed to bully her a bit when they met again. So, and Ran, almost unconsciously, reached out her hands towards Xiao Shui's cheek. The moment her fingertips made contact, Xiao Shui recoiled as if shocked, stepping back several paces, then glared at Ran, both shy and angry.
What do you want? There are a lot of people watching.
Xiao Shui's chest rose and fell rapidly, her breathing quickening. And Ran glanced around, others were casting envious or teasing looks in their direction. Reluctantly, and Ran withdrew her hands. But the key point was Xiao Shui's remark about a lot of people watching, which implied that if no one was watching, it would be fine, right?
And Ran smiled knowingly.
Xiao Shui was annoyed again.
You still haven't answered my question. Because my phone is broken, and Ran casually lied. Oh, I see.
Surprisingly, Xiao Shui believed her, then elegantly sat down beside Ran.
And Ran was a bit intoxicated by the delightful fragrance wafting from her.
Wang Gang told us about this morning. Xiao Shui turned her head, looking at Ran with concern, her voice very soft.
So my dad specifically sent a 7th-tier extraordinary expert to protect you.
And Ran felt a wave of emotion, her eyes brightening as she looked around.
How considerate. Where is he?
He's very mysterious. We can't detect him at our level, Xiao Shui replied.
He's in the shadows. And Ran nodded, then asked, so, what about your dad? How was he injured? Why did you suddenly come over?
Xiao Shui shot Ran a sly glance.
Want to know? Go ask him yourself.
Come to my house this Saturday, as we agreed. And Ran was momentarily stunned, almost forgetting.
Xiao Shui then glanced at Ran's clothes. Your clothes are too old. Tonight, I'm taking you shopping. I want you to look your best when you come to my house. And Ran was slightly taken aback, thinking, here comes the soft meal again, right?
Xiao Shui suddenly leaned in to sniff the clothes on Ran's shoulder.
What are you doing, sniffing like a dog?
And Ran tilted her body in confusion. Xiao Shui looked up, poking Ran's cheek with her finger like a frisky little cat. Your clothes must smell like Chen Xin, they all need to be changed.
You can only wear the clothes I buy for you from now on. And Ran helplessly sniffed her own clothes and retorted, what Chen Xin smell?
I haven't had any intimate behavior with her, I don't think it's necessary.
Don't mention that unlucky name again. Are you a dog?
I don't care what you think, I care about what I think, Xiao Shui boldly countered Ran's words.
And Ran's momentum immediately deflated. Alright, I'll listen to you. Only then did Xiao Shui relent. And Ran was secretly laughing. Alright,
then tonight, she would thoroughly bully this little girl back in revenge.
Aren't they going shopping for clothes? Buying clothes would take a long time, right? Maybe they would end up staying out.
Who knows, they might even get on the bus and buy tickets later.
Hee. The playful scuffle between the two drew laughter from many onlookers. If one were to say that these two were not a couple in name, who would believe it?
At that moment, in the VIP lounge, Yuan Shen, the dean of the Cold Weapons Academy, was frowning as he complained to Wu Changnan.
Principal, isn't it ridiculous to let that Ran compete against Wang Fei? You've seen Ran's performance in today's match. Can he represent our school's highest level to compete with Wang Fei? he doesn't have that capability, you know? You let Ran participate in the individual match, and according to the rules, he must take the stage when the exchange team from the Imperial Capital University comes to spar. At this point, Yuan Shen was almost laughing in anger. Are you going to let him go up there and embarrass us, letting the people from the Imperial Capital University laugh at us? Among the high martial arts universities in the country, Magic City University and Imperial Capital University have always been known as twin stars, holding an exchange match every year. Although it is not an official competition, it receives special attention. The winning school will be tacitly recognized as the top institution in the entire Great Xia for a year, which is a huge advantage for recruitment. Moreover, this year, Yuan Shen happened to be the team leader, so he was anxious. Wu Changnan smiled easily at Yuan Shen. Look, you're getting anxious. You're jumping to conclusions before the match even starts? I've decided on Ran. Yuan Shen was at a loss. Principal, how can you be so autocratic? Wu Changnan didn't waste words with him and gave him a light glare. Because I'm the principal. Just that slight tone and action was enough to leave Yuan Shen stunned for a moment. The students from the comprehensive department have no objections, right, Xiao Zhou? Zhou Guoping nodded. That's right, I, Huang Shilong, and Tang Kai have no objections. Yuan Shen felt as if he had swallowed a fly, but inwardly he was resentful towards Wu Changnan and Zhou Guoping. In recent years, Magic City University had gradually fallen behind in the competition with Imperial Capital University, with the exchange matches resulting in more losses than wins. Yuan Shen believed that as the principal, Wu Changnan bore a significant responsibility, but who could blame him when he was a 9th-tier powerhouse, and no one dared to criticize him. Damn it, how can I manage the school with such pests? Yuan Shen cursed inwardly before leaving. Half an hour later, Ran and Wang Fei were already standing on the duel stage number 9527. The entire audience was packed, buzzing with discussions. Do you think Ran has a chance of winning? 1 point is too little, 5 points too much, so let's say 2. 5 points. So many? Come on, I'm calculating on a 100-point scale. Just look at how Ran played in today's regular match. It was a complete mess, flashy but ineffective. It's like Cohen playing basketball and the boss shooting bricks. Under normal circumstances, it should have been Tang Kai. There must be some shady dealings. I heard it was decided by the principal's vote, and Ran might not be the principal's illegitimate child. Maybe there's some kind of shady deal. Wang Fei, go for it. Take down Ran, the one who got in through the back door. Soon, the arena was filled with thunderous cheers for Wang Fei. Huang Shilong, hearing the voices from the crowd, showed a nervous expression, constantly praying in his heart. Ran, step it up, rise to the occasion. Whether I can improve depends on you, I really want to progress. Wang Fei, hearing the audience cheering for him, couldn't help but mock Ran. Did you see that? I'm the one everyone expects. Your level isn't enough to impress anyone, just step down already. Ran stood proudly, hands in his pockets, calculating in his mind. Since everyone supported Wang Fei, did that mean the frenzy points would explode even more? Then there was nothing more to say. Wang Fei, give me a good explosion of frenzy points. What are you barking about? Ran began to verbally attack Wang Fei. If you had any strength at all, don't just talk to me. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. To insult the school's top student in front of everyone, what an arrogant madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points, 53,400. You? Wang Fei, in a fit of anger, momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his calm. He was a rational person, aware that Ran was deliberately provoking him, using a tactic to incite him. In truth, Ran simply wanted to curse him out. Wang Fei then manifested a set of galactic battle armor, draped in a white cloak, and brandished a galactic spear, beginning to spin wildly with a confident expression. All 3 items emitted a dazzling silver light, resembling the brilliant Milky Way in the night sky, which sent the audience into a frenzy. So cool, Wang Fei, he's like a general in a white robe. All S-class gear, a dream set. Master General Mo Zilio, armies avoid the white robe. Seeing his imposing outfit, I know Ran is no match. Ran coldly glanced at Wang Fei, then effortlessly revealed the 100 demons wailing and the fiery bird. As soon as the 100 demons wailing appeared, it exuded a suffocating aura, causing many in the crowd to frown. That armor seems even more formidable than Wang Fei's. What is it? It looks quite sinister, not at all comparable to Wang Fei's galactic battle armor. Most ordinary people did not recognize the terrifying nature of the 100 demons wailing, but the big shots led by Wu Changnan all smiled. Yuan Shen was watching Ran's match for the first time, and upon seeing the 100 demons wailing, his eyes widened in disbelief. The 100 demons wailing? That armor, which no one has worn for 50 years, is now worn by Ran. Could he really be a once-in-a-century genius? Wang Fei coldly glanced at Enrant's 100 demons wailing, a hint of disdain in his eyes. It's a good piece of equipment, but you've got it. Such a pity. That's enough, Wang Fei, I'm in a hurry. Enran tilted his head and shot Wang Fei a cold glance. Stop barking. Wang Fei's expression changed slightly at those words, and he pointed the galactic spear at Enran, his face as cold as frost. Spear technique, galactic storm. Wang Fei suddenly erupted, his body gracefully soaring into the air, the spear tip aimed at Enran, then spinning like lightning, the released power creating gusts of wind and brilliant silver light. Finally, like a drill bit, he charged straight at Enran in a flash. Everyone in the audience felt Wang Fei's formidable power, and many ordinary students couldn't help but exclaim. It's said that this spear technique is renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. In battles between Wang Fei and other students, there's no defense that can withstand this move. It's the strongest spear among the students of Magic City University. Enran is definitely going to lose. With that unknown dark armor of his, he'll surely be pierced with 1,000 transparent holes. Enran had already decided to conserve his energy for the evening, to go shopping for clothes with Xiao Shui. So, what if I stand here and let you hit me? Enran stood firm like a pine, relying on the basic defenses of the 100 demons wailing, plus meteoric movement, plus body of the overlord, entangled with the charging Wang Fei. Wang Fei, like a super drill, attempted to penetrate Enran's absolute defense, and they remained locked in this stalemate for a few seconds. Wu Changnan and Zhou Guoping exchanged surprised glances. Where did this enhancement talent come from? When did Enran acquire another enhancement talent? Enran was simply a treasure boy, unearthing a gem every few days. Zhou Guoping then laughed heartily. Wu Changnan smiled subtly. The student audience was taken aback, erupting into a wave of excitement. Why is Enran standing still? Does he want to endure it? Is he an idiot? How could he possibly rely solely on defense to block Wang Fei's sharp spear? Does he want to be the strongest shield? Just when all the students thought Wang Fei would surely break through Enran's defense immediately, Wang Fei himself was already drenched in sweat. He knew best that he had been completely blocked by Enran, unable to advance even a bit. Shame! Even more humiliating was the realization that Enran hadn't used any techniques at all, he had simply relied on his innate talent to stop him. Are you scraping your back? Enran looked at Wang Fei and smiled slightly. Your spearhead is softer than a hibiscus. Get lost. Enran merely shook his body forward, and Wang Fei was sent flying over 10 meters, along with his spear. After landing, Wang Fei stumbled back a dozen steps, only stopping when his galaxy-long spear struck the ground. The students were stunned. What was happening? Wang Fei couldn't break through Enran's defense? Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. At that moment, Yuan Shen understood why Wu Changnan supported Enran and couldn't help but start laughing. Alright, I was wrong. Enran, you kid, are already invincible. With you, the geniuses of the Imperial Capital University are nothing but a fish. He even forgot that Wang Fei was from his Cold Weapons Academy. Ha! In a panic, Wang Fei gasped, casting a fearful glance at Enran. What kind of monster was he? But Wang Fei still refused to give up and began to wield his galaxy-long spear again. Spear technique, crossing the galaxy. Wang Fei raised the galaxy-long spear, its tip glowing red, surrounded by a white light, flashing towards Enran, creating huge waves in its wake. The audience, which had been dead silent, began to stir again. Wang Fei's another great move, said to be both offensive and defensive. The white light provides defense, while the red light at the spearhead offers unparalleled piercing power. If it's this move, he will definitely win. Enran smiled at the almost frenzied Wang Fei. His gaze inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Shui praying for him, warming his heart, and he smiled knowingly. For you, I will defeat Wang Fei in an instant. Enran finally began to wield the fierce bird, his face cold and stern. Double-edged Azura slash. I, Enran, at the 4th tier realm, can defeat you, a 6th tier warrior, with a 3rd tier technique, no problem. Instantly, 2 fiery red Yama figures appeared on either side of Enran, their hands symmetrical, pulling 2 intersecting beams of intense red light, charging towards Wang Fei with overwhelming force. Wow! Wang Fei's entire defense was instantly shattered, and he flew out in a perfect parabolic arc, headfirst into the ground. Successfully defeated the first genius of Magic Capital University, a 6th tier double realm high martial artist. What an invincible madman! Madman points plus 9,000. Remaining madman points 62,400. Enran took a gentle breath. Alright, it's over. Going to buy clothes with Xiao Shui is now my top priority. He. The venue was first engulfed in silence, with almost all the students staring in disbelief at Wang Fei, who was stuck headfirst in the ground, before intense discussions began to arise. Is this a joke? The so-called number one of Magic Capital University, Wang Fei, would lose so miserably? He was easily defeated by a freshman who has been enrolled for less than a month? Is Wang Fei that weak? It's probably not that Wang Fei is weak, but that Enran is too strong. Wang Fei, the so-called number one, now it's my time to shine. The coach of the Cold Weapons Academy first turned red with anger, then fainted in shock. Enran had already killed one of his team members and easily defeated his number one. It was as if he had smashed his life's ambitions to pieces with a hammer. Huang Shilong excitedly shouted, I knew he would win. I'm going to improve. Yuan Shen looked at Enran's towering figure, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Compared to the combat power displayed by Enran, those two from the Imperial Capital University who are said to be the strongest geniuses in history are nothing. The winner, Enran. With this announcement, the venue erupted in cheers for Enran. Everyone was completely convinced. Enran! Enran! Enran, with his hands in his pockets, surveyed the cheering crowd, savoring his glory. Now, I can say I am the king of Magic City University. He then turned his gaze to the audience, where Xiao Shui was covering her mouth and laughing. Now she is the queen. Wu Changnan looked at Enran with admiration, then turned to Zhou Guoping and smiled. Enran was discovered and recommended by you to the academy team. What was your purpose in recommending him? Zhou Guoping scratched his head a bit awkwardly. If I had to say, I really wanted to improve. You see, my position as vice president? Look, you're in a hurry. Wu Changnan chuckled. No one has stepped down yet. You really want to make progress? Zhou Guoping laughed. Isn't it to not let you down? If it weren't for you personally appointing me back then, I might still be the principal of a high school now. Of course, being a high school principal isn't bad, but the stage of university is much broader for me. Wu Changnan and Zhou Guoping exchanged smiles. Wu Changnan then stood on the podium and announced that the comprehensive department was the top department of the semester. Enran received 10 million yuan and 20,000 points, along with priority access to all cultivation resources, and even had the privilege of not following the school's arrangements. He had one big. Wu Changnan finally set a rule for everyone. The information about this academy competition will be kept confidential until the exchange match with Imperial Capital University. It must not be leaked. Whoever leaks it, I will deal with them. I am the principal, I have that power. Instantly, the crowd was first shocked, then began to cheer. Everyone knew the principal wanted to give the people from Imperial Capital University a little shock from Enran. Around 6 in the evening, Enran and Xiao Shui finished a simple dinner and arrived at the Rich Man Mall, a place where the poor should not enter. They went to the clothing floor on the 3rd floor, and as they passed a huge women's clothing store, Enran's eyes suddenly lit up. There were high-end bunny girl outfits inside. Enran immediately stopped in his tracks. Xiao Shui looked at Enran in confusion. Why did you stop? Enran said nothing, just looked up and down at Xiao Shui's excellent figure and her pair of beautiful legs. Bunny girl, haha, what would it be like if Xiao Shui wore a bunny girl outfit? It would definitely be unforgettable. Well, I can't be the only one buying clothes, you have to buy something too. Enran pretended to be serious and pointed at the store. I think this one is good, how about this one? Xiao Shui was momentarily stunned. It was agreed that he would buy clothes for her, so why was he suggesting she buy first? This was upside down. But then she thought, this is Enran caring about her, and she couldn't help but smile happily. But I take a long time to buy clothes. No problem, I'll buy out the whole place, and we can take our time choosing. Enran's lips curled up. Now that he had money, buying out the place was no problem. Enran pulled Xiao Shui over, and when the staff saw Enran in ordinary clothes, they briefly frowned. A poor person came here? I'll buy out all the clothes here. Enran shouted boldly to the staff. Instantly, all eyes were on him. The staff looked at Enran with a hint of disdain, thinking he was just joking. Who is this? Dressed so ordinarily, does he have money? Besides having a handsome face like the readers, he was nothing special. At this moment, Xiao Shui leaned closer to Enran with a smile. Do you have money? Buying out the whole place costs a lot. I have 11 million. Enran was full of confidence. Don't forget, the 10 million from the competition will only be distributed next week. Xiao Shui mischievously winked at Enran. Enran was stunned, having gotten too carried away and forgotten. Clearly having no money but pretending to be a wealthy person in front of everyone. What a thick-skinned lunatic points plus 1,000. Remaining lunatic points 63,400. Enran. That. Enran scratched his head and looked at the shop assistant. Suddenly, Xiao Shui quietly slipped a bank card into Enran's pocket, smiling as she whispered, there are still tens of millions in there, just take it and pretend. She couldn't let Enran lose face in front of outsiders. This was one of Xiao Shui's life principles now. Enran was first taken aback, then pouted and murmured, how can I just use your money? I'm not the kind of person who only eats soft rice. Are you even qualified to say that? Xiao Shui pinched in Ran's back without mercy, and Ran took the opportunity to pull out Xiao Shui's bank card from his pocket and threw it to a female shop assistant. Catch the card. The shop assistant panicked and caught the card, and after looking at it, she was directly shocked. Super Diamond card, with deposits exceeding 50 million. Her expression immediately did a 180-degree turn, and she smiled deeply. Welcome, young masters and young ladies. And Ran glared at her, and the shop assistant was so scared she fainted, shocking the other staff, who were frantically smiling and apologizing. Retaliating against the snobbish waitress. What a vengeful lunatic. Lunatic points plus 100. Remaining lunatic points 63,500. Useless, just 100 lunatic points. And Ran swaggered past with Xiao Shui under the amazed gazes of the crowd, instantly causing a stir of whispers. Hey, I didn't expect him to be so ordinary in his clothes, yet he really is a rich guy. This is called being low-key with depth. I suspect that outfit is an expensive antique. He was already handsome, and now with money, he looks even better. And Ran deliberately pulled Xiao Shui towards the bunny girl costume section, stopping to maliciously point at the bunny outfit, whispering softly in Xiao Shui's ear. How about you try on the bunny outfit, and we won't look at anything else? Xiao Shui immediately snapped back to reality. Goodness, and Ran, you lecher, is this what you were thinking? I will never wear that. Xiao Shui glared at Ran, both shy and angry, pouting, you bad guy. As a young lady from a prominent family, Xiao Shui usually dressed very conservatively. Bunny girls in black stockings were simply unimaginable for her. Oomph, and Ran, you big pig's hoof, you can forget about ever seeing me in a bunny outfit or black stockings. Seeing Xiao Shui refuse, and Ran smiled slightly. Not agreeing, huh? I have ways to make you agree. And Ran gently leaned his mouth close to Xiao Shui's ear, the warm breath and voice constantly disturbing the girl's heart, causing her face to flush instantly. And Ran's lips curled slightly, his voice clear and powerful. Let me tell you a secret. I often dream of a bunny girl when I sleep. Xiao Shui, Omega Omega. Underscore? At that moment, outside the store, a short-haired girl in a short skirt sat on a bench, her gaze fixed on Ran and Xiao Shui, her ears twitching slightly. Shikawa Mio curled her lips into a sneer. And Ran, you really have no male virtue. Key project for male virtue training, plan exclusion. Activate. Xiao Shui's body trembled, her bright eyes widening, and then she turned around, lifting her right foot to stomp heavily on Ran's left toe. Which vixen is it? Xiao Shui's face turned crimson, her tone a mix of shyness and anger. You are not allowed to dream of other women. Under the sudden attack, Ran quickly raised both hands in surrender. It's Sakura Mai, a cartoon character. The fire of jealousy in Xiao Shui's heart instantly diminished by more than half, but it still hadn't completely faded. That's not allowed. You get jealous over the second dimension too? And Ran pretended to be shocked. Xiao Shui playfully punched in Ran's chest like a frisky little cat. If I dream of a second dimension male god, you wouldn't mind, would you? And Ran replied casually. I don't mind. You. Xiao Shui was momentarily speechless, then she broke down. I don't care, you can't dream of other women, including those from the second dimension. Only I can appear in your dreams. When she said the last sentence, Xiao Shui's tone was as delicate as a thread. And Ran's lips curled up slightly upon hearing this. Hee, I've got you. He then gently leaned his head on Xiao Shui's shoulder, a sly smile on his face. Xiao Shui, you wouldn't want me to dream of a bunny girl who is Sakura Mai, would you? Then please wear the bunny girl outfit. Xiao Shui was taken aback. What logic is there between these two? And Ran pulled back, seriously sizing up Xiao Shui from head to toe, a proud smile lifting the corners of his mouth. That way, you can replace Sakura Mai and become the only bunny girl in my dreams. If you wear the bunny girl outfit for me, I'll kick Sakura Mai out. This deal is quite fair, right? And Ran thought his logic was simply genius, a breakthrough. Xiao Shui, after a moment of embarrassment, calmed down. Did this guy actually make a bit of sense? Xiao Shui tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, biting her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally making up her mind. Alright, I agree. But can I take it home to try? What if I take it home and find it doesn't fit? And Ran said this, but his actual intention was to feast his eyes immediately. Once Xiao Shui was dressed, he would directly go into the fitting room to take a look. Okay. Xiao Shui's face turned red. Victory! And Ran's smile was so wide it seemed like it couldn't be contained, urging Xiao Shui to grab several bunny girl outfits and rush to the fitting area. At that moment, the staff were dumbfounded, watching Ran and Xiao Shui's figures. Have we become part of their cosplay? Xiao Shui slipped into a luxurious fitting room,
then immediately poked her head out through the door crack, winking at Enran with bright eyes, her face full of shyness.
Do you prefer white or black? Enran smiled slightly. You're so fair, black would definitely look better on you. Hateful. Xiao Shui pouted and ducked back inside. Outside the store, Ishikawa Mio was on the verge of losing her composure, her silver teeth grinding loudly. Goodness, not only does Enran lack male virtue, this Xiao family heiress lacks female virtue too. Where's your independent personality? Why are you trying to please a guy without male virtue? This is no ordinary couple, a heavy-handed approach is necessary. Ishikawa Mio then revealed a confident smile. This fairy is a 6th-tier 8th-level master of mental prowess, capable of turning the unreal into reality. If our intel is correct, you didn't show any mental talent when fighting Aizawa Nan, right? Then you're not my opponent. Don't think that just because you defeated Aizawa Nan, that no one in our GHG organization can handle you. How can I teach you about male virtue, Enran? Ishikawa Mio revealed a chilling smile again. By the way, I'll make you socially dead first, embarrass you in front of your own woman, and rescue Xiao Shui. Then I'll take you out. 10 minutes later, Ishikawa Mio stood up and swaggered into the store. Sorry, but this area has been reserved. Several female staff rushed over to try to stop Ishikawa Mio. Ishikawa Mio shot them a cold glare. The female staff immediately became dazed, muttering, "Please come in. Everything I do is for your own good." Ishikawa Mio glanced at them before walking towards the fitting room. At that moment, Enran was sitting in the adjacent lounge with Xiao Shui, playing on her phone and impatiently calling out, "Xiao Shui, are you done yet?" The voice from the fitting room was Xiao Shui's, sounding annoyed. "Look, you're rushing again. You've asked 3 times already. Do you want me to go in and help you?" Enran chuckled. Xiao Shui pouted. "Go away." "Ha!" Enran suddenly furrowed her brows, feeling a strange sensation around her. Just then, a woman in a super short skirt walked in and sat down across from Enran. Enran was a bit displeased. "I've already reserved this place, how did you get in?" Ishikawa Mio shot Enran a cold glance. "What's wrong? Is a girl not allowed in the women's clothing store fitting area? Did she eat your rice?" Just as Enran was about to retort, she suddenly noticed her phone had automatically switched to camera mode, the screen showing Ishikawa Mio's short skirt and long legs. Then, the phone started snapping pictures on its own, taking dozens of shots. Hiss! Enran widened her eyes in astonishment. What the hell? An even more astonishing scene unfolded. Her own figure was seen behaving lewdly towards the woman, and the phone captured it immediately. Enran had now realized, this feeling was a damn mental attack. Avoid reality, huh? You pervert! Ishikawa Mio suddenly pointed at Enran and shouted, "Someone, there's a pervert here." Soon, all the store staff rushed over, glancing nervously at Enran and Ishikawa Mio. Ishikawa Mio began her performance, pointing at Enran. "He's being a pervert and taking secret photos. Is that true? With so many of us here, would he be that bold?" A few staff members looked puzzled. Ishikawa Mio feigned a tearful, pitiful expression. "What's there to be afraid of? The scum of this world is much lower than you can imagine. He's one of them. Can't you see my clothes are all messed up? And no girl would sully her own reputation to slander a guy." Ishikawa Mio's words gained the agreement of most of the staff. "That makes sense, indeed. Exactly. Just look at his phone and you'll know." Enran let out a cold laugh at Ishikawa Mio's performance. "Typical, too typical, another GHG person. Keep pretending, you just keep pretending. Stupid XXN, don't you know I have a spiritual body? I want to see Xiao Shui's bunny girl form come to disrupt, huh? Just wait, I'll smash you to pieces. I'll make sure to unleash a frenzy on you." Enran, what happened? Xiao Shui, who was finishing up in the next room, heard the commotion and looked flustered. Enran smiled broadly and shouted towards Xiao Shui, "I was accused by a martial artist. It's fine, you keep trying on clothes, that's the most important thing. I'll handle it, don't worry." His Xiao Shui took a deep breath and continued with her final preparations. At this moment, no one noticed a pair of eyes silently appearing on the wall near the door. Emotionzone's eyes were constantly assessing Ishikawa Mio, deep in thought. A 6th-tier 8-fold mental and support high martial artist, this is already one of the top levels beneath the extraordinary. Being able to cleverly construct the false reality they desire, what a troublesome person. Emotionzone's attention then shifted to the calm-faced Enran. This is not a match for Wang Fei, who is only a 6th-tier 2-fold, even surpassing those 2 6th-tier 5-fold members of the Crow Society when they team up. Looking at you, so carefree, I wonder if you are confident in your own abilities or if you know that I, an extraordinary martial artist, am secretly protecting you, which gives you such fearlessness. The landlord sent me to secretly protect you, but but stipulated when I should take action. Hee hee, let me see where your limits are. Sir, please show us your phone to prove your innocence. The store manager reached out to Enran with a somewhat domineering attitude. Enran shot a glare at the manager. Get lost. Without releasing any power, a fierce pressure emanated from Enran, causing all the managers and staff to step back a few paces. A single glare scares everyone away. What a fierce aura of a madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 64,500. Shikawa Mio seized the moment. You all saw it, he's feeling guilty. I'm going to post this on Weibo, calling for the sisters to hunt you down. With that, Shikawa Mio began typing a post on Weibo. Sisters, who understands, I ran into a shrimp-headed man in a women's clothing store. Before Shikawa Mio could finish typing, she suddenly felt a jolt in her body, and her phone fell to the ground with a thud. Has the fabricated reality been broken? Shikawa Mio was taken aback. It was broken so easily? This fairy is a 6th tier 8th level mentalist. Emoshingzone also looked somewhat surprised. To break the fabricated reality so easily, the strength must be between the 6th and 7th tiers. Interesting. Emoshingzone smiled and glanced at Enran. What's going on? Several staff members pointed at Shikawa Mio and shouted. Weren't you all disheveled just now? How did you suddenly become so tidy? Shikawa Mio's expression instantly turned cold. Enran's sharp gaze swept over the group of staff, coldly saying, Can't you tell? This is a battle between two high-level martial artists. Do you want to dance too? Upon hearing this, the staff members turned pale with fright and scattered in a panic. Enran, it seems I underestimated you. Shikawa Mio sneered at Enran, but it won't be that simple from now on. 1,000 women execution. Suddenly, the area around Enran transformed into an endless dark realm, and he found himself bound to a chair, unable to move. Suddenly, a group of bizarrely shaped women emerged from the surroundings, each holding strange torture devices, grinning sinisterly at Enran. At this moment, Emoshingzone couldn't help but frown for Enran, from the sense of pressure generated by this move. It seems this is not something Enran can break. It looks like I need to take action soon. Shikawa Mio, like a queen, crossed her legs, first pulling out a dagger from her pocket and placing it beside her, then lighting a cigarette, taking a puff before smiling. This is my trump card mental attack. Don't think you can escape the predicament I've created for you. However, if you bow your head and learn male virtue with us, I might consider letting you go. With that, Shikawa Mio took out a book titled On the Cultivation of Male Virtue to flaunt it to Enran. Enran looked at Shikawa Mio as if she were a corpse. Stop barking at me, you're not qualified. Shikawa Mio's expression changed. So you really are a guy without male virtue. How can you let girls wear bunny girl outfits for you? You're just a lustful male who objectifies women. Shikawa Mio's tone was filled with intense malice. Emoshingzone turned to Enran with a horrified expression. Good for you, kid, really something, making the young lady wear a bunny girl outfit? Enran's fists clenched at this moment. You don't understand a thing. I'm appreciating beauty. Let's not even talk about whether I'm objectifying women. Just by your looks, I wouldn't even bother to objectify you if you paid me. Shikawa Mio was hit where it hurt, her face turning red, her teeth grinding loudly. Sisters, charge at me. Immediately, all the women with torture devices rushed towards Enran. Not good. Emoshingzone's eyes narrowed. It's time for me to take action. Just as Emoshingzone was about to unleash his power, a chill swept across the entire scene. All the women instantly turned to ashes, and the realm of the underworld dissipated. In the end, Shikawa Mio was hit by a backlash of power, crashing heavily against the wall, blood slowly trickling from the corner of her mouth. Wow! Emoshingzone admired Enran with a glance. Looks like I underestimated you. Shikawa Mio looked at Enran in terror, struggling to scream, impossible. My ultimate illusion technique couldn't possibly be broken so easily by you? Enran coldly stood up from her seat, filled with killing intent, and charged at Shikawa Mio with lightning speed. If you come to trouble me again, I'll kill your entire organization. Then she swung her fist at Shikawa Mio, delivering a flurry of blows. Each punch was enough to deform Shikawa Mio's body, shatter her bones, and the entire room began to shake. For a full 3 minutes, Shikawa Mio was beaten until her body swelled up, embedding herself into the wall, becoming a mural. Defeated a 6th tier 8th level high martial artist with brutal force. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 74,500. If it weren't for Xiao Shui being next door, fearing the repercussions, Enran would have long since cleaved her with a fiery blade. After it was over, Enran took a deep breath. That felt good. Then she walked out of the room with her hands in her pockets. Hey, out there, call the inspection department to come clean up. The staff outside trembled in fear. Is it over?
Xiao Shui suddenly peeked her little head out from the fitting room, her head drooping with 2 rabbit ears.
And Rant's eyes lit up instantly. I've already beaten her into a pulp. And you?
Xiao Shui nodded, her face flushed with shyness.
Come in.
Then she shrank back like a little rabbit, and Ran chuckled and followed her inside.
Mo Xingzong covered his eyes and shook his head. I really can't bear to look. He was stunned to see Xiao Shui already dressed in a bunny girl outfit. On a land called Bailu Plain, snow fell for miles, with 2 pairs of twin snow-capped peaks in the front and back, and Rant's gaze was deeply captivated by this magnificent scene, unable to pull away. Suddenly, one day, a wave of black mist rose, like a mysterious veil, surrounding the 2 twin snow peaks, giving a sense of beauty that was both elusive and apparent, as if nature's skilled hands were gently manipulating it all. And Ran was momentarily stunned, instinctively touching his nose to see if he was bleeding.
He felt increasingly parched.
This couldn't go on. It felt like something would go wrong. Does it look good?
Xiao Shui turned her body, casting a shy glance at Ran.
Looks great.
And Ran nodded frantically. Xiao Shui was more than just good-looking. She was simply the best, like the roar before a plane crash, an unforgettable sight.
Am I cute? Cute. The cutest. Can I be the bunny girl of your dreams? Can I replace Sakura Mai?
Of course, I swear, starting tonight, you'll be the only one in my dreams. And Rant's tone was very certain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui's tension instantly vanished, her face flushed with joy. Seeing this, Ran couldn't help but take out his phone and pointed at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui panicked, covering herself with her hands, shyly protesting, "What are you going to take a picture of?" "Eternal memories," Ran said with a cheerful smile.
"You're so annoying."
Xiao Shui pouted in annoyance but didn't refuse. Ran then took pictures of Xiao Shui's adorable appearance from various angles. He also let Xiao Shui try on several different styles of bunny girl outfits. At midnight, in Xiao Shui's Rolls Royce, she had changed back into normal clothes, glaring at Ran with puffed cheeks.
"I promised to buy you clothes, but instead, you spent the whole night trying on bunny girl outfits, and I didn't buy a single thing for you. Ran, you big jerk." Ran scratched his head and chuckled. "What's the point of buying anything when we've already booked the place?"
The part-time driver, Jiang Tianxiong, listened to their conversation, his mouth twitching, feeling embarrassed inside.
The young lady actually wore a bunny girl outfit for Ran? Omega. What would the head of the family think? Jiang Tianxiong, let's go to the auditorium building, Xiao Shui suddenly spoke. The auditorium building, the tallest structure in Magic City.
Xiao Shui smiled sweetly at Ran.
Let's go watch the sunrise.
Ran and Jiang Tianxiong both looked puzzled.
What are we going there for? Didn't you say you would take me to see the sun at 5 in the morning in Magic City? Xiao Shui smiled slightly. There's a viewing pavilion at the top of the auditorium building. Forget about tomorrow's classes. Ran nodded.
With the Xiao family's status, Ran took Xiao Shui up to the top of the auditorium building without any hindrance.
As an electronic voice sounded, "Welcome to the highest point in Magic City, the auditorium building."
Ran and Xiao Shui nestled together in the viewing pavilion, first dozing off for a while.
Jiang Tianxiong hid at the stairway on the top floor, pulling at Xiao Yang. Head of the family, the young lady might not come back tonight. What? Xiao Yang was shocked. She's spending the night with Ran. Oh, then it's fine. Xiao Yang chuckled. Jiang Tianxiong, why are they spending the night together? Xiao Yang laughed. To watch the sunrise. Xiao Yang looked surprised and a bit disappointed. Is that all? The sun at 5 in the morning in Magic City appeared. A few faint rays of light fell on Xiao Shui's fair cheeks, waking her up. Xiao Shui called Ran awake, and they stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, Xiao Shui pressed her right hand against her chest, her breathing growing more rapid, the rise and fall intensifying, lightly biting her red lips, as if she had made some kind of resolution. Ran, aren't you going to say that to me now?
Ran immediately woke from his beautiful dream, turning his head in shock to look at Xiao Shui. He saw her with her head lowered, her cheeks still visible in the weak sunlight, flushed. What words? Ran was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit confused, but then he quickly realized, a hint of shame blossoming in his heart. For the first time, Ran felt he had gone a bit too far. At that moment, Xiao Shui turned her head quickly, locking eyes with Ran. Ran saw that Xiao Shui's eyes were no longer lively, only filled with tears, mixed with a hint of anger and disappointment. We're about to go to my house, and you still can't bear to say those few words? What identity are you going to my house with? Xiao Shui's voice grew louder, making Ran shudder. This was almost a forced demand. He didn't know what kind of feelings Xiao Shui had when she said this. For a girl to say such things to a boy took immense courage. Those words, being the first to speak them, were Xiao Shui's last dignity in this relationship. I'm such a jerk. And Ran scolded himself for the first time in his heart. It was time to end this childish game of love. This girl, whose eyes were filled with him, must not be left feeling cold. And Ran suddenly pressed down on Xiao Shui's shoulders, turning her body around, his face serious. I like you, Xiao Shui. I really like you. Xiao Shui was first shocked, then filled with joy, her face blushing like the morning sun. He finally said it. Is that true? Xiao Shui lowered her head. It's serious. How do I prove it? Like this. And Ran first lifted Xiao Shui's chin, then leaned in and sealed her lips with his. You idiot. 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 And Ran. Jiang. Tianxiong. Is here. Still. Haven't. Brushed your teeth? It's fine, beautiful girls don't have bad breath. I was talking about your bad breath, Anran. Anrun. At this moment, Jiang Tianxiong had already collapsed at the stairway, sound asleep. He was just too tired. 10 minutes later, Xiao Shui was already limp in Anran's arms, gasping for breath as if she had just gone through an unprecedented fierce battle. Xiao Shui, what about you? Anran suddenly had a mischievous smile. Do you like me? Xiao Shui shyly rubbed her cheek against Anran's chest. Do I even need to say? Say it. I like to hear it. I like you, Anran. How do you prove it? Like this. Xiao Shui immediately sat up and pecked Anran on the cheek. Anran looked unsatisfied. Is that it? Then came the second wave of attack, blocking Xiao Shui's pink lips again. Idiot. Idiot. Anran. No sticking your tongue in. You were the one who stuck it in first. Xiao Shui, Omega Omega. Saturday morning at 7, Anran turned off the alarm. It was time to go to the Xiao family to meet the father-in-law. The last time he saw him was the last time. At this moment, the Xiao family was bustling with activity. Busy until 10, Anran carefully groomed himself in front of the mirror, looking even more handsome, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Hee hee, the Xiao family is lucky to have such an excellent son-in-law like me. He then took a few photos of his parents from before they passed away and went downstairs, just in case both families wanted to meet. Xiao Shui's Rolls-Royce was already waiting below, and as soon as Anran opened the car door, he saw Xiao Shui dressed in an elegant black and white dress, looking like a dignified young lady. However, after 2 days of intense studying, Anran's mind was filled with the image of Xiao Shui in a bunny girl outfit. Xiao Shui turned to look at Anran, a hint of a shy smile on her face. Seeing Anran's handsome appearance, she couldn't help but become a bit dazed. He was so handsome. Anran naturally sat down next to Xiao Shui, intending to block her pink lips. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It had been a day since they last saw each other, and he missed her terribly, so he had to make a move. Jiang Tianxiong quickly coughed, his face twitching. Could you at least consider my existence as a 30-year-old single dog? Every day, you're just feeding me dog food. Xiao Shui was startled and quickly pushed Anran away, pouting. Idiot Anran, do you just think about kissing when you see me? Anran teased, if not kissing, then are you thinking about going further? You. Xiao Shui pinched Anran's arm like a cat in heat. Anran could only give up reluctantly and shot a glare at Jiang Tianxiong. Then, with a mischievous smile, Anran whispered in Xiao Shui's ear, can you wear the bunny girl outfit for me at your house? Xiao Shui jumped a little like a startled cat, looking at Anran nervously. If my dad sees it, it'll be over. Xiao Shui didn't even dare to bring the bunny girl outfit back to the Xiao family, otherwise, Xiao Yang would probably go crazy. But, Xiao Shui whispered in Anran's ear with a sly smile, if you behave well, it might not be impossible. And, I bought a very sexy nightgown too. Wow! Anran suddenly became extremely excited. The Rolls-Royce drove into the Xiao residence, and Anran couldn't help but admire it along the way. The Xiao family truly lived up to being one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. It was like a small palace complex. If rented out, who knows how much they could earn in a month. Moreover, there were numerous servants inside, and various high-level martial artists belonging to the Xiao family were constantly flying and using their powers. The car then wound through the Xiao residence and finally stopped outside a very secluded courtyard. Anran's eyes were a bit dazed. Why come here instead of going to the hall? My dad wants to meet you alone first. Xiao Shui playfully stuck her tongue out at Anran. I'll take you to see him. Xiao Shui pulled and ran into the courtyard, then to the side of an artificial lake, extending her index finger into the water. This lake only recognizes the fingerprints of the core members of the Xiao family. In an instant, the water of the lake vanished, revealing a meticulously crafted lakebed with a sloping passageway. Anran clicked her tongue in amazement, then took Xiao Shui's hand and followed her down the passage for about 10 minutes, arriving at a golden door. We're here. Xiao Shui walked over and pressed her palm against the door, which opened instantly. Go in. To be honest, Anran felt a bit nervous, so she took a deep breath. Upon entering, she couldn't help but be startled. Wow, isn't this the place where I first met Xiao Yan?
There sat the ninth-tier man on the purple gold throne, waiting for them. The oppressive aura he exuded was still incredibly strong. Even though Ran had worked hard to reach the fourth tier, she felt no threat in front of him, just like the first time. "Dad, Ran is here." Xiao Shui bowed to Xiao Yang. "Dad." Ran naturally blurted out, then realized she might have said the wrong thing and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Shui trembled slightly, her face turning red as she looked at Ran. "What did you just call me?" Ran scratched her head awkwardly. She couldn't just call him old Deng, could she? If it were an ordinary person's father, Ran would probably have been slapped to death. But Xiao Yang was not an ordinary person. He smiled and walked down from the purple gold iron throne towards the two. "You have to change how you address me sooner or later, so it's fine to do it now." "I love to hear that." Xiao Shui looked at Xiao Yang in shock. "Wait, Dad, are you that eager to marry me off?" "Alright, Dad." Ran sighed in relief and no longer held back. Xiao Shui looked at Ran in shock. Omega Omega. She accepted it so naturally? Xiao Yang approached Ran, admiringly sizing her up and revealing a satisfied smile. "Ha ha ha, I've heard about your achievements. You've completely exceeded my expectations. Originally, I thought if you could dominate Magic City University within 4 years, I would agree to you being with Xiao Shui, but I didn't expect you to do it in less than a month." Xiao Yang was truly shocked and fond of Ran. You have to know, Xiao Yang himself was once hailed as the greatest genius in the history of Magic City University, and it took him 2.5 years to dominate it. Xiao Yang's record was already astonishing, but compared to Ran's, the gap was even greater than that between Koan and Lauda in basketball. Ran seemed to exist like someone from another world, as if she had a cheat code. Ran was stunned. Is this the purpose of dominating the university? Xiao Shui's face turned completely red in an instant. Ran, feeling at ease, joked with Xiao Yang, "So, do I need to pay a bride price to marry Xiao Shui?" "Although you don't need to pay a bride price, it's considered a custom." Xiao Shui pouted at Ran. "What nonsense are you talking about? We just started dating, and you're already thinking about marriage?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yang stared at Ran with a serious expression, speaking each word clearly. "A bride price is definitely required, but what I want is not an ordinary bride price. What I want is you. Your talent." Ran trembled at his words, then the corners of her mouth lifted as she felt Xiao Yang's immense affirmation of her. Xiao Shui was also inspired, showing a proud smile at Ran. Her most beloved boy received the highest level of recognition from her most respected father. Xiao Yang then shifted the tone, smiling as he asked, "Not only that, but Xiao Shui will also have a generous dowry. Can you guess what it is?" Xiao Shui, hearing this, glared at Ran and Xiao Yang, puffing up in anger. Alright, the two most important men in my life can't wait for me to get married, right? I don't need any dowry." Ran's lips curled up slightly as she glanced happily at Xiao Shui beside her. "I just want a football team." At the same time, she silently added in her heart, "I'll be the striker, and Xiao Shui will be the goalkeeper." Xiao Yang and Xiao Shui were both slightly surprised. "I didn't expect you to like football? What do you need a football team for?" "And I don't play football." Xiao Shui looked at Ran with her big, innocent eyes, her face full of question marks. Seeing that the father and daughter didn't understand her meaning, Ran could only smile awkwardly. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously. If I can marry Xiao Shui, what more do I need? To me, Xiao Shui is the best dowry." As she said this, Ran turned back to Xiao Shui and smiled. Xiao Shui's youthful heart was hit with 1,000 points of damage, and she blushed as she whispered, "You sure know how to talk." Xiao Yan looked at Ran with satisfaction, thinking to himself that this kid really knows how to be considerate. However, how could his daughter get married without a dowry? Is the Xiao family's face not worth anything? Xiao Yang straightened his posture and looked at Ran seriously. "Ran, Xiao Shui must have a dowry, and I hope you can accept this dowry." Ran and Xiao Shui immediately sensed the different tone from Xiao Yang and couldn't help but become serious. Xiao Shui's future dowry is the entire Xiao family. Xiao Yang said this with utmost solemnity and determination. Ran and Xiao Shui were both stunned upon hearing this. Playing such a big game? At this moment, Xiao Yang's elder brother, Xiao Yi, the second in command of the Xiao family, happened to be at the door and heard the shocking conversation inside. He was anxious. He had to stop Xiao Yang's crazy idea. "Third brother, you need to think this through." Xiao Yi hurriedly walked in. "What you just said was a joke, right?" Ran turned around and saw a middle-aged man who resembled Xiao Yang walking in, casting an unfriendly glance as he passed by. "This is my uncle Xiao He, a 7th-tier extraordinary warrior," Xiao Shui whispered to Ran. Seeing it was Xiao Yi, Xiao Yang first smiled back, then his face became serious. "Elder brother, I am the head of the family, and what I say is definitely not a joke. Didn't you decide that Xiao Shui is the future heir?" Xiao He was a bit speechless. What does this mean?
It was a well-known secret in the Xiao family that Xiao Shui was the next heir in Xiao Yang's heart.
Who says the Xiao family can only have one head? Xiao Yang chuckled.
Xiao Shui and Ran exchanged surprised glances.
Third brother, what do you mean? Xiao He's face darkened. In the end, will the Xiao family still have the surname Xiao? Are you suggesting he should be adopted into the family?
Xiao He pointed at Ran in annoyance.
Xiao Yang shook his head. It's up to Ran. If he doesn't want to be adopted, that's fine too.
Upon hearing this, Ran was also shocked.
What a remarkable father-in-law, readers, have you ever encountered such a one?
Xiao He was also confused. What is this? Ran's mind raced, and she smiled. No problem, if the future heir is my child, I can let him have the surname Xiao. Xiao Shui chimed in, I have no objections. Xiao He looked at Xiao Shui speechlessly.
Xiao Shui, has your soul been taken away?
Then Xiao He coldly looked at Ran.
Third brother, why do you value him so much? He's just an 18-year-old.
Xiao Yang sighed at Xiao He. First of all, I really like this kid, and secondly, his talent can solve future crises. Xiao He fell silent for a moment. Ran and Xiao Shui were both slightly taken aback. Since you're not an outsider anymore, I'll just tell you, Xiao Yang said to Ran with a wry smile. Ran, do you think our Xiao family is powerful?
Of course, it's powerful. Ran answered without hesitation.
I have many crises, and your Xiao family easily helps me fend them off.
However, Xiao Yang's expression grew heavy. It seems glorious, but in reality, it is fraught with danger. Ran was filled with confusion. What do you mean?
Xiao Yang smiled slightly.
Above the four great families, there are the aristocratic families, understand? The aristocratic families of the imperial capital? Ran began to understand something. Xiao Yang nodded.
The operating rights of our four great families are granted by the aristocratic families of the imperial capital, and we have to give them profit dividends every year. We take 8, they take 2. Every year, the heads of our four great families have to go to the imperial capital to negotiate with them for the operating rights of the next year. I went to the imperial capital recently for this matter, but now the situation has changed. They want a 70-30 split.
Ran took over the conversation.
A 70-30 split seems acceptable. The four great families just lose a tenth of the profit. They take 7, we take 3, Xiao Yang snorted coldly.
Ran immediately fell silent. Xiao Yang's tone grew increasingly cold.
And they declared that if we don't accept, we should be prepared to face their family's sanctions. They just want to gradually take back our rights. They have been planning this little by little since a few years ago.
Do you know why Luan and I have become enemies?
Xiao Yang laughed, his eyes filled with anger, because he is preparing to surrender with the Lu family. Luan, a dignified 9th-tier martial artist, is actually serving the aristocratic families like a dog. Even when I returned, he teamed up with the aristocratic families to ambush me.
With the aristocratic families and their dogs in the imperial capital, our Xiao family's future path won't be easy.
At this point, Xiao Yang exuded a terrifying aura, causing even Xiao He to change color.
After saying this, Xiao Yang looked at Ran with a softened expression. Alright, I have been honest with you. Actually, I have my own selfish motives regarding you, understand?
Ran nodded. Xiao Yang believed that with his talent, he could resolve this crisis.
What about your decision? Are you willing to take on this burden? Xiao Yang posed a probing question to Ran.
If you don't accept, I won't say anything. You and Xiao Shui can live your lives well. I will bear the burden myself. Xiao Shui clutched her chest with her left hand, her breathing quickening as she looked at Ran with concern.
Ding! The host has triggered a new long-term mission. After dominating the Magic City, dominate the entire country within 2.5 years.
Mission completion reward, direct access to the 10th tier sanctification.
Does the host accept the mission?
Ran smiled, dominating the Magic City first and then the entire country. It was getting more exciting.
Accept. Ran felt very calm. After all, there's no loss, right?
Moreover, it just so happened that he had a grudge with the Lu family, which was likely to be a fight to the death. Both Xiao Yang and Xiao Shui let out a sigh of relief at the same time.
Xiao Yang then turned to Xiao He. What do you think, big brother?
Xiao He looked at Ran, who appeared incredibly resolute, and after a moment of silence, with a complex expression, he slowly spoke.
Third brother, you say his talent is high. How high is it? As high as 100 floors. Ran confidently replied.
Xiao He began to size up Ran, raising his hand.
It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to see for myself. How about this, third brother?
Xiao He turned to Xiao Yang. Let Ran show off in front of everyone, demonstrate the talent that even you are obsessed with.
Let him have a PK with a master.
That way, everyone can see for themselves and be convinced.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded slightly. That's true, I can't let everyone say I'm too autocratic. But who should it be? You, big brother? Xiao Yang squinted at Xiao He. Xiao He sized up Anran and scoffed. I'm extraordinary, bullying an ordinary martial artist. Where would I put my old face? Let's have the strongest ordinary martial artist from the Xiao family give him a try. The strongest ordinary martial artist refers to the peak of the 6th stage, 10th level, which is the pinnacle below the extraordinary. What do you think? Xiao He turned to Anran, squinting his eyes. Anran chuckled inwardly, ready to unleash his crazy points. I will win. Anran was filled with confidence. Sure. He. Xiao He sneered. You really are confident in yourself. Let's start after lunch, and don't back out if you lose. Third brother, I will take my leave now. Xiao He then leisurely walked away. What a difficult person, Anran remarked. At that moment, Xiao Shui whispered in Anran's ear, actually, there's another reason for his behavior. Anran's interest was piqued. Xiao Shui murmured, I have a cousin whose talent is slightly inferior to mine. Xiao Shui stopped speaking at this point. Anran quickly realized that Xiao He was trying to secure his son's position as the heir. Originally, with Xiao Shui being a daughter, his son had a slight chance, but now that Anran had come to heavily support Xiao Shui, his son was completely out of the running. No wonder, Anran smiled. Xiao Yang glanced at Anran and Xiao Shui. You two can go out first. After bowing to Xiao Yang, Anran pulled Xiao Shui out the door. After a short distance, Xiao Shui suddenly stopped, clutching her chest, her face full of hesitation. Anran turned back in confusion. What's wrong? I'm sorry, Anran, it seems I dragged you into something serious. Xiao Shui's face was full of regret. Anran sighed, feeling warmth in his heart. Sigh, this silly girl has done so much for me, yet she still feels guilty. So, are you going to compensate me? Anran suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Xiao Shui looked bewildered. Compensate? Surprise attack. Anran swiftly sealed Xiao Shui's soft lips. Idiot. Anran. Here we go again. My dad is still inside. Anran ignored her, wrapping his arms around Xiao Shui's slim waist, slowly moving down, constantly seeking a breakthrough at the edge. Dad! Xiao Shui suddenly screamed. Hearing her voice, Anran quickly withdrew his hands, halting his daring ascent. Xiao Shui, in a fluster, pushed and ran away, clutching her chest and stepping back a few paces, her face flushed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Anran turned around, awkwardly looking at Xiao Yang, his face full of guilt. To bully someone else's daughter in front of her father could be considered one of the most reckless actions in the world. Kissing his precious daughter in front of his 9th stage father. What a reckless fool. Crazy points plus 5,500. Remaining crazy points 80,000. Anran was taken aback. Is that even possible? Should I go for a few more? Xiao Yang was first stunned, then shocked. What, do you think I don't exist? Finally, Xiao Yang glanced at Anran and Xiao Shui, then chuckled as he walked over, not forgetting to remind them. Don't cause any trouble before Xiao Shui enters the extraordinary. One person, 2 lives is a significant burden for a female high martial artist's cultivation. Is that all? Xiao Shui stared at Xiao Yang's departing figure, dumbfounded. Am I still your daughter? Xiao Shui, shall we continue? Anran slowly leaned towards Xiao Shui, a smile on his face. Xiao Shui shot Anran a glare, then angrily lifted her delicate foot and stomped on Anran. Don't even think about kissing me for the next week. Xiao Shui was a bit scared. Anran's speed was too fast, even exceeding the limit in her home. If they were at Anran's place, wouldn't he just take off? Seeing that Xiao Shui was genuinely a bit angry, Anran could only coax her while heading out. After Xiao Shui had a simple lunch with Anran and met with a few relatives, her grandfather, grandmother, and mother were all no longer in this world. She then encountered Xiaoshan, and the two exchanged smiles. However, Xiaoshan's feelings were quite complicated. Less than a month ago, Anran was still someone he brought to the High Martial Department, and now she had dominated the entire department. Moreover, she had truly started living off a man? An unimagined path indeed. This child is terrifying. At this moment, in the Xiao residence, in the Xiuhe living area, Xiao He walked into the courtyard with a stern face and immediately saw his son, 26-year-old Xiao Yu, lazily lying on a rocking chair, humming a tune. Xiao He was instantly filled with anger and walked over to slap his thigh hard. Look at you, so useless. How are you going to compete with Xiao Shui for the position of heir? Xiao Yu glanced at his father with a confident expression. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Shui is a girl, even if her talent is a bit higher than mine, I might not necessarily lose. It's not that simple now, Xiao Yi snorted coldly, then told Xiao Yu about Jiang Xiaoyang's thoughts and Anran's achievements one by one. Xiao Yu was astonished and looked at Xiao He with a silly expression. Dad, do you think I still have a chance? What are my odds? Do I have 2.5 out of 10? Xiao He shot a glance at Xiao Yu. Heh, as long as Enran doesn't enter the Xiao family, you have a chance. Then let's get started quickly, Xiao Yu said impatiently. I'm still waiting for you to improve 100 years from now. Xiao He first laughed. See, you're anxious again. Then he realized and glared at Xiao Yu. What kind of heartless words are you saying? The first step is to stop your third uncle's attempt to hand the Xiao family over to Enran. The good water doesn't flow to outsiders. Xiao He couldn't help but chuckle. Third brother, since you think Enran's talent is so great that it's worth giving the entire Xiao family to him, then I'll let Jiang Jingfu prove that he's not worth it. Upon hearing Jiang Jingfu's name, Xiao Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Jingfu, a reinforcement type, peak 6th stage 10th level, with exceptional martial arts skills, was the best among the extraordinary of the Xiao family, and there were rumors that he might enter the extraordinary within a year. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's face was filled with excitement. Jiang Jingfu against Enran. She will definitely win. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Yang gathered all the martial artists and the Xiao residents at the martial arts competition venue. Xiao Yang openly explained his intention to hand over the management of the Xiao family to Xiao Shui and Enran, which inevitably stirred up a huge uproar. The reasons were the same as Xiao Yi's. Handing the Xiao family over to an outsider was simply too hasty. In the end, Xiao Yang relied on the authority of the family head to suppress all opposing voices. No matter how much we argue, it's useless. It's better for you to witness Enran's strength and talent with your own eyes before making a judgment. If Enran can defeat Jiang Jingfu at the age of 18, then it proves that the future of the Xiao family can be entrusted to him. Everyone agreed with this approach because Enran was unlikely to win. In fact, Xiao Yang himself was not confident, feeling that Enran was still too strained against Jiang Jingfu. Emoshingzong, you've been here for 2 days, what's your judgment? Xiao Yang quietly asked Emoshingzong beside him. Emoshingzong thought for a moment and replied reluctantly, Enran is very strong, able to easily defeat someone at the 6th stage 8th level, probably has the strength of an average 6th stage 10th level. But, Emoshingzong smiled bitterly, Jiang Jingfu is not an average 6th stage 10th level. So, Enran is in a precarious position. Ah, Xiao Yang felt even less assured now. At this moment, Jiang Jingfu on the stage looked around at the people below and confidently declared, everyone, I guarantee victory. If I lose, I'll never enter the extraordinary. Instantly, a crowd nearby erupted in excitement. Then, Jiang Jingfu provocatively looked at Enran, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, future son-in-law, I heard you defeated Wang Fei. You're only 18, really impressive, but unfortunately, you're still far from my match. Stop pretending in front of me. Enran suddenly shot a sharp glare at Jiang Jingfu. Damn it, I hate pretentious people the most. If you can fight, then stop the chatter. A verbal retort to a peak 6th tier expert. What a fearless madman, madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 81,000. Jiang Jingfu's face flushed with anger. He had initially wanted to show some mercy, but his mind changed immediately. A surge of rage filled his heart. For the Xiao family, I will completely crush this arrogant brat. In an instant, Jiang Jingfu's hands revealed a set of silver finger tigers, and he donned a black battle armor. A powerful aura radiated from him, instantly enveloping the entire venue. All the martial artists below the extraordinary level were thrilled. What a strong sense of pressure, it feels incredibly oppressive. So, Jiang Jingfu intends to go all out, showing no mercy to the future son-in-law? The future son-in-law won't be able to escape without breaking a few bones. Well, for the future of the Xiao family, we can only make things difficult for the future son-in-law. But Enran stood with his hands in his pockets, showing no fear. He had worked hard to reach the 4th tier, and a 6th tier person was no match for him. At worst, he could just add some points later. Enran immediately revealed the 100 Ghosts Wailing battle armor, holding the fiery red phoenix in his right hand. The black of the 100 Ghosts Wailing and the red of the phoenix instantly captivated the entire audience, and everyone became restless. Isn't that the SS level 100 Ghosts Wailing and the S plus level phoenix? And they're all in Enran's hands? Is Enran really only 18? But even so, it can't erase the gap between the two. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sit up slightly. Although he had heard that Enran successfully donned the 100 Ghosts Wailing, seeing it in person was still shocking. As the first genius in the history of Magic City University, not taking away the 100 Ghosts Wailing was Xiao Yang's biggest regret in his college life. Seeing this, Jiang Jingfu's morale began to waver, but he still pretended to be calm. No matter how powerful the divine weapon is, it can't completely make up for the huge gap between us. Instantly, Jiang Jingfu was enveloped in red light, and his fists, equipped with finger tigers, became exceptionally fiery, raising the temperature of the entire venue. Martial technique Heavenly Change 3 Fists. Jiang Jingfu flashed towards Enran, and as he passed, the space rippled with turbulence.
Everyone below the extraordinary level gasped in their hearts, impressive, this is the first punch below the extraordinary.
3 punches, each punch's power will stack.
It's said that at its peak, it can knock down a small mountain.
Facing such a fist technique, Ran can only rely on dodging, right? Wait, why is Ran standing still? Everyone was shocked. Did Ran want to die?
He stood firm like a pine tree, smiling slightly.
This was the confidence brought by meteoric movement plus 100 ghosts wailing plus body of the Overlord. Ran wanted to test how much damage he could withstand.
At this moment, Jiang Jingfu was already furious.
Future son-in-law, you are insulting me. He then threw a fierce punch at Ran.
The two powers intertwined, causing a slight tremor throughout the venue. The first punch broke through the defense of meteoric movement but was blocked by the black aura of the 100 ghosts wailing. Immediately, Jiang Jingfu unleashed an even more powerful second punch, this time breaking through the defenses of the 100 ghosts wailing, but it was blocked by the formidable physical defense brought by the body of the Overlord. In great shock, Jiang Jingfu threw a third punch, which directly pierced through all defenses. Ran took a few steps back, unable to help but furrow his brow, feeling injured. However, soon the talent of the healing mage healed the wounds. Ran looked as if he had not been hurt at all. Ran smiled slightly, the test was complete, and he had a rough idea of his capabilities.
Everyone, including Jiang Jingfu, was left dumbfounded.
To withstand Jiang Jingfu's attack and remain unscathed was unheard of.
Is this really 18 years old? Could Ran be extraordinary? However, the extraordinary beings, including Xiao Yang, gave a negative answer.
Ran's displayed strength was indeed above Jiang Jingfu, but it was still far from that of a 7th-tier extraordinary. The gap between the 6th and 7th tiers was not just a simple 1-tier difference, but a qualitative one. It could only be said that Ran's current strength was not at the 7th-tier extraordinary level, but stronger than the peak of the 6th tier, stuck in between.
Jiang Jingfu, unwilling to back down, launched a second wave of attacks. Martial skill, Tiger descending the mountain.
Jiang Jingfu instantly leaped dozens of meters into the air, then dove down towards Ran. Behind him, a colorful tiger, dozens of meters long, appeared. Ran relied on the talent of meteoric movement to dodge, and the ground was instantly blasted into a large pit by Jiang Jingfu. The ordinary martial artists below were immediately filled with awe.
As expected of Jiang Jingfu's trump card.
What a powerful attack, it looks much stronger than the previous one.
Ran better pray he doesn't get hit.
After landing, Jiang Jingfu did not stop his assault, continuing to charge at Ran with the tiger behind him. Ran wielded the flame bird while using the defenses of meteoric movement and 100 ghosts wailing to continuously dodge or block all of Jiang Jingfu's attacks. Each collision between the two caused the entire training ground to tremble.
It looked as if they were evenly matched.
The ordinary martial artists below were stunned.
The young master is actually evenly matched with Jiang Jingfu? Is this really 18 years old? Invincible, this kid.
Meanwhile, Xiao He, who had originally felt victory was in his grasp, became restless.
What evenly matched? Didn't he see that Ran hadn't even made a move yet? If this continued, Jiang Jingfu would lose. Ran suddenly shouted, "Is this all you've got?
Your impact is not even as strong as my little dog jumping into my arms.
The game of cat and mouse is over."
Ran immediately stopped, his eyes sharp.
Dual Blade Azura Slash.
Instantly, two fiery red Yama figures appeared on either side of Ran, symmetrically pulling two beams of intense red light, each over 10 meters long, charging towards Jiang Jingfu with overwhelming force. The dual blade Azura Slash directly clashed with Jiang Jingfu's tiger descending the mountain.
Then, Ran smiled slightly. 100 Ghosts Parade.
In an instant, a tremendous momentum erupted, and over 100 massive shadows, exuding powerful auras, were released from the eerie 100 ghosts wailing.
The entire arena was instantly shrouded in terror and oppression.
The shadows, accompanied by ghostly wails, charged towards Jiang Jingfu, whose face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Come forth, my strongest defense."
Shield Mountain.
Instantly, Jiang Jingfu transformed into a small mountain peak standing on the ground.
The crowd erupted again.
There it is, Jiang Jingfu's strongest defense.
Ran actually forced Jiang Jingfu to this extent. Is this really 18 years old?
However, when the 100 ghosts wailing touched the Shield Mountain, it completely obliterated it without reservation.
Jiang Jingfu's terrified expression was revealed as he sought to escape.
But at this moment, Ran had already charged up with the meteoric movement, wildly hacking at Jiang Jingfu's steel-like body, as if he were forging iron. Defeating a peak 6th tier expert. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 12,000.
Remaining madman points 93,000.
As the dust settled, Ran stood tall on the field, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth.
Phew, that was close. If I hadn't won, I would have had to work hard to level up. The once noisy training ground was now silent. Those who opposed and ran were stunned by his performance. Is this really 18 years old? Xiao Shui relaxed and laughed. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. Everyone and Ran has defeated Jiang Jingfu. Is there any dissent? What about his talent?
At this moment, others seemed to awaken from a dream, nodding in praise.
They were convinced.
Whether Jiang Jingfu could reach the extraordinary within a year was uncertain, but the potential in Ran displayed was already a fact that rivaled the extraordinary within a year, even more so than Dingjin.
Wait, I have something to say. A hurried voice rang out. The crowd was surprised. Was there another expert?
Following the voice, it turned out to be Xiao He bouncing out again.
Xiao Yang's expression darkened, his hands excitedly spread out. Big brother, is there really a martial artist below the extraordinary in our Xiao family stronger than Jiang Jingfu?
Xiao He calmly scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Xiao Shui.
Third brother, have you thought about a question?
If this potential continues to develop, the gap between Enran and Xiao Shui will only grow larger. When Enran enters the extraordinary, Xiao Shui will probably still be stuck at the third or fourth tier.
By then, can Xiao Shui handle it?
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Everyone understood the implication and began to whisper. Xiao Yang was first stunned, then his face turned ashen, his mind in chaos.
I almost forgot about this. Only Xiao Shui and Enran were confused. What is this nonsense? At this moment, the crowd was already buzzing with discussion, many showing expressions of regret.
Yeah, what Brother Xiao said is right. The gap between the two is indeed too large. They are not suitable to be together. That kind of marriage won't last long. But Enran can't be the son-in-law. He can still be brought into our Xiao family for high-level training.
You wish. If he can't be the son-in-law, why would someone with his talent work for you?
Xiao Yu, who had originally looked ashen, couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to his father, chuckling.
Old Deng is wise, quick-witted in a crisis.
Enran listened to the words and regretful expressions of others, especially seeing his father-in-law's troubled face. He understood what was going on. So he walked towards the crowd where Xiao Shui was, who was also anxiously looking around.
Xiao Shui first looked at Jiang Tianxiong with a puzzled expression.
Jiang Tianxiong scratched his head awkwardly. Miss, I'm a 30-year-old single dog. I don't understand these things either. Speechless, Xiao Shui grabbed a stunning woman beside her, dressed in a tight wine-red outfit, and nervously asked,
Sister Yunyu, tell me, what's going on?
Zhuang Yunyu first glanced at Enran teasingly, then smiled and whispered in Xiao Shui's ear.
Well, young lady, let me explain.
If the gap between couples is too large, the stronger party contains too much power, and the weaker party can't bear it. So, upon hearing this, Xiao Shui suddenly understood, her face flushed with shyness, while her heart was extremely anxious.
She panicked, grabbing Zhuang Yunyu and asking, how big of a gap is considered large? Zhuang Yunyu had a mischievous smile. If Enran is extraordinary, you at least need to be at the 5th tier to ensure safety.
Xiao Shui's body trembled, shaking all over. This was too difficult. Seeing this, Zhuang Yunyu teased.
How about you give Anren to your sister?
Sister, I'm 35 years old, and I like this kind of young fresh meat.
And I'm quite capable, so there won't be any problems.
Xiao Shui, hearing this, became anxious, like a puffed-up silver tabby cat, pushing Zhuang Yunyu away.
No way!
At that moment, Anren came to Xiao Shui's side, directly grabbing her hand with a serious expression. Xiao Shui, leave it to me to solve, I will find a way. Xiao Shui looked into Anren's eyes, and her mood immediately calmed down, breaking into a sweet smile.
Alright, I'll leave everything to you.
The intimacy between the two drew envious glances from the crowd, especially Zhuang Yunyu, whose eyes seemed to blaze with jealousy at the sight of Anren. Xiao He surveyed the reactions of everyone, a barely perceptible smile flashing across his lips, feeling quite pleased with himself.
That was close. I almost let that kid succeed.
Luckily, I was quick-witted and remembered this crucial issue. As long as Anren and Xiao Shui couldn't be together, the probability of his foolish son succeeding would be at least 2.5%.
Winning. Then, Xiao He pretended to express regret as he spoke to Xiao Yang. Third brother, it's not that I'm deliberately obstructing things, but can Xiao Shui and Anren really accept such a marriage?
After saying this, Xiao He feigned a heartbroken look at Anren and Xiao Shui. Xiao Yang, with a cold expression, looked at his elder brother, feeling a sneer in his heart.
Not deliberate? If it weren't deliberate, would he bring this up in front of so many people?
However, Xiao He's words were indeed correct. Previously, he had been too enamored with Anren's talent and overlooked this point. Xiao Yang sighed, looking worriedly at Anren and Xiao Shui.
Anren, Xiao Shui, you both understand the situation now, so what is your decision? All eyes in the room were focused on Anren and Xiao Shui.
Xiao Shui bit her lip and softly said to Anren, no matter what decision you make, I will support you.
Anren took a deep breath, pondering in his heart.
No, for Xiao Shui's happiness, he couldn't give up.
But what method could he use?
Suddenly, Anren noticed the talent, healer, on his panel, and his mind lit up. He remembered an anime from the Sakura country he had watched before crossing over, called something like Healer. In it, the male protagonist, as a healer, could automatically enhance his companion's strength in a special way. Since they were both healers, there shouldn't be much difference. Maybe this could work.
Anren whispered to himself before speaking up. Is there no medical type technique to solve this issue? Or one that can enhance oneself while also enhancing others? The Xiao family specialized in researching techniques, so there might really be one. However, everyone was baffled by Anren's question, exchanging confused glances. What kind of miraculous technique exists in the world? If there were, it would have spread long ago. Xiao Yang also looked troubled, remaining silent.
Just when everyone thought Anren was joking, an elderly man with white hair in the VIP area suddenly spoke up. There is indeed such a technique. The speaker was Nan Huaran, the chief technique developer of the Xiao family. As soon as Nan Huaran spoke, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was curious.
Xiao Shui's brows relaxed instantly. Is there hope?
Xiao Yang seemed to grasp a lifeline.
What is it?
Xiao He was shocked, inadvertently casting a reproachful glance at Nan Huaran.
Old dang, you can't just sit there and not say anything, can you?
Nan Huaran then began to explain. Decades ago, in order to solve this problem, Xia Yaozi dedicated himself to developing a technique called twin source.
Everyone gasped in surprise. There really was such a technique? Why hadn't they heard of it before? Nan Huaran quickly explained. At the final crucial step of injecting words into the twin source, Xia Yaozi passed away.
So, it's a book without words.
Without words, isn't that just a piece of junk?
The crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers.
Then what do you suggest? The most important aspect of a cultivation scroll is the text. Cultivation itself is about absorbing those words into the brain.
No one can cultivate a book without words. Nanawaran, seeing the crowd's reaction, smiled awkwardly. Anren was just asking if it exists, not if it can be practiced. At this moment, the light faded from Xiao Shui's face. The hope she had finally ignited was extinguished once more.
Xiao Yang's expression also froze upon hearing this.
Xiao He, however, couldn't help but smirk.
Turns out it was just a false alarm. Anren, on the other hand, smiled slightly. No one can practice? Then let's add some.
Please, master, take me to comprehend the twin source, Anren politely requested of Nanawaran.
This left everyone dumbfounded. Was Anren so eager to improve that he had lost his mind? Wanting to practice a book without words? Was he crazy? Are you sure?
Nanawaran looked at Anren in confusion. I was just saying that casually, don't take it too seriously. Historically, no one has ever been able to cultivate a book without words.
Anren spoke with full confidence. Soon there will be.
I have quite a bit of research on cultivation methods, perhaps I can comprehend it.
10 minutes later, a large group arrived at the Xiao family's collection pavilion, all eager to witness Anren's understanding of cultivation methods. In the abandoned area, Nanawaran pulled out a dusty scroll from a shelf and handed it to Anren. Young man, it's not that I look down on you, it's just that can you really comprehend it? I can comprehend it, Anren replied confidently.
He then walked into a small room nearby, not forgetting to remind them.
I can't be disturbed while cultivating, don't come to call me before dinner. I will have results.
Anren entered the training room with the twin source and closed the door.
This left a group of bewildered people discussing among themselves. Does he mean he can comprehend this book without words in half a day?
I think the young master has probably gone mad. Xiao Yang and Xiao Shui felt uncertain as well. Xiao He and Xiao Yu, however, were secretly pleased. What a pure waste of time. Anren casually found a spot in the training room to sit down, chuckling to himself. Who needs half a day? I just don't want you to know the secret of my hard work.
Then, Anren's face turned serious.
Madman, for Xiao Shui's happiness, I must strive to comprehend the twin heart technique.
Add some.
Understood, beginning to comprehend the S-level medical technique, the twin source.
Step 1, comprehend the wordless content. Will you use 30,000 madman points to make the words appear?
Anren frowned, as expected of a book without words, just to make the text appear requires so many madman points.
However, for Xiao Shui's happiness, Anren went all in.
Use.
Understood.
Using 30,000 points to explore the mysteries of the twin source.
30 seconds later. After 10 years of relentless study, you have become a master craftsman in the field of cultivation methods.
Congratulations, through your talent and hard work, the twin source has seen the light of day again.
Remaining madman points, 63,000. Phew.
Anren's face flushed, breathing heavily, drenched in cold sweat.
Look, I really worked too hard, the floor is all wet. Anran wiped his sweat vigorously and then looked at the scroll. Sure enough, the previously blank scroll now had words appearing. Hee, this is the result of my hard work. Anran smiled slightly. Very well, madman, next I will strive to cultivate to perfection in one go. Understood. Using 30,000 points of madman points to cultivate the third tier S-level technique Twin Source. 30 seconds later. 3 years of laying the foundation, 5 years of honing the technique, 8 years of time, you wake up earlier than a rooster and sleep later than a dog, and finally comprehend it. Remaining madman points, 33,000. Huff huff huff. And Ran gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, unable to help but marvel at how hard he had worked. Ha, a boy who loves to work hard won't have bad luck. And Ran looked at the new technique on the panel. Technique, Twin Source, 3rd tier S level, perfected. By physical contact, establish a contract with a certain person, generating a source of power, and dissolving the barriers caused by strength between the two parties, continuously feeding power back to both sides. The cultivator and the contractor share a 70-30 split, with a daily limit. The closer the two parties are, the stronger the source of power. When the distance exceeds 100 meters, the source of power disappears. Seeing the panel's content, and Ran couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. The person who created this technique truly understood it. According to the content of this technique, he and Xiao Shui would have the strongest effect if they were close together. No, there's also negative distance. At that time, he would have a legitimate reason to bully Xiao Shui. Sai, I'm just doing this to help you improve your strength. How can you say I'm being a rogue? With that thought, and Ran happily lay down in the training room and fell asleep, saying half a day meant half a day. Until before dinner, Xiao Shui, with a nervous heart, arrived at the door of the training room. I wonder how Ran's training results are. Will he succeed? Xiao Shui cautiously opened the door, peeking inside, and saw Ran lying on the ground, sound asleep, with traces of sweat on the floor, causing her eyes to well up with tears. He worked so hard to cultivate the technique for me, he's so exhausted that he fell asleep. Xiao Shui quietly approached, crouched down, and shook Ran's body. And Ran suddenly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Xiao Shui, felt a rush of excitement. Establish the contract. And Ran half rose, taking advantage of Xiao Shui's moment of surprise to seal her pink lips. Xiao Shui, startled, pushed and ran away and stood up, her face flushed, looking at him with a mix of shyness and anger, finally letting out a soft complaint. I told you not to kiss me for a week. You didn't keep your promise. And Ran stood up, feigning innocence. I'm wronged. Twin Source, I've already mastered it. The requirement of this technique is to establish the contract through a kiss for it to take effect. Xiao Shui wiped her lips, looking at Ran with a dazed expression. Really? And Ran nodded seriously. Really? And Ran lied, actually, holding hands would suffice. So, is the contract established? Xiao Shui couldn't help but ask. And Ran shook his head. I don't think so we need to do it again. Ding, contract established successfully. Source of power generating. And Ran furrowed his brows. Damn. I'll just assume you haven't generated yet. And Ran swiftly moved in again, sealing Xiao Shui's soft red lips and pushing her against the wall. 10 minutes later, and Ran sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, while Xiao Shui slumped in his arms, panting. At that moment, both Ran and Xiao Shui saw a light source resembling a small pool in their minds, continuously emitting light points, and both could feel their realms gradually increasing. Xiao Shui was filled with wonder. It seems to be real. When we go out, they will definitely be scared to death. And Ran nodded in satisfaction. This was still the 3rd tier, and if he kept raising it, the effects would probably be even more terrifying. Then Ran explained the content of the technique to Xiao Shui. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui panicked, looking at Ran with a hint of fear. And Ran's speed was too fast. With this enhancement, he would probably take off soon. Don't be afraid, I am a gentleman. And Ran tightly held Xiao Shui's delicate white hand, his face serious. From now on, hold my hand tightly. That means holding on to the future. And Ran exuded a damnable masculine aura, and Xiao Shui was momentarily captivated, then suddenly went limp, collapsing into Ran's arms. And Ran, you are so nice. After a while, Ran suddenly whispered mischievously in Xiao Shui's ear, did I perform well today? Xiao Shui smiled and nodded. Very well. Then can I have a little reward tonight? And Ran began to reveal his true self. Xiao Shui looked up at Ran like a fertilized kitten. The bunny girl outfit, not at my house, I wouldn't dare wear it at home. But Ran laughed. I don't want to see the bunny girl outfit anymore. Didn't you buy a sexy nightgown? You said you performed well today, so wear it for me. Is that okay? Just tonight? Under Ran's persistent persuasion, Xiao Shui reluctantly agreed, and the two went out for dinner.
At this moment, the main hall of the Xiao family was packed with people. Xiao Yang sat in the main seat, his shocked voice filling the entire hall.
Did you really comprehend the blank text of Twin Source and cultivate it in just half a day? And Ran held Xiao Shue's hand and nodded.
Xiao Shue also shyly addressed the crowd. I feel the power within me growing continuously. Instantly, the hall erupted with gasps of amazement. Xiao He waved his hands vigorously, unable to believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Nan Huarang quietly walked over to check their pulses, his eyes lighting up. Completely possible. I can feel the power of that source. Nan Huarang was the most authoritative on martial arts in the Xiao family, and his affirmation was conclusive. The crowd began to buzz with excitement, praising them. The young master is truly the strongest genius in history. Congratulations to the head of the family for acquiring a rare treasure. Congratulations to the young lady for finding a good match. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that our Xiao family seems to be the one benefiting more. Zhuang Yunyu looked at and ran with regret, sighing inwardly. Little fresh meat, can't have him now. Xiaobi felt a wave of confusion, stunned by Enran's shock. His carefully laid traps were so easily broken? Is Enran even human? Xiaoyu shot a slightly annoyed glance at Xiaohe, thinking bitterly. Useless old fool, I'll fight for my position myself. Xiao Yang was very excited, keeping everyone for dinner, as if hosting a wedding banquet. At the dining table, Xiao Yang enthusiastically brought out a century-old health wine to treat his son-in-law, and after Enran downed a glass, he was completely drunk. Xiao Yang chuckled, pointing at Enran. This won't do. Someone, take your son-in-law to his room. Xiao Shui quickly got up to help, escorting Enran to a luxurious guest room of over 100 square meters, laying him on a large soft bed. Once the servants left, as Xiao Shui tidied up for Enran, he suddenly woke up and pulled Xiao Shui into his arms. Are you pretending to be drunk? Xiao Shui was startled, trying to break free but couldn't. Enran grinned mischievously. If I don't pretend to be drunk now, I'll really be drunk later and won't get to see you in your sexy nightgown. Hurry and put it on for me to see. I'm going to take a shower, and I hope to see it when I come out. Unable to resist Enran's persistent coaxing, Xiao Shui blushed and agreed. When Enran finished his shower and came out, he was completely stunned, almost unable to move. Xiao Shui's so-called nightgown was actually a thin, semi-transparent outfit. Xiao Shui's fair, jade-like skin and the layers beneath were faintly visible. Those with experience knew that the feeling of being partially revealed was the best. Xiao Shui was like a delicate flower, half hidden behind a pipa, her whole being exuding charm. Enran suddenly scooped Xiao Shui up in a princess carry. Enran, what are you doing? Xiao Shui's face flushed red, her voice a mix of urgency and playful reproach. You big bad guy, put me down quickly. Despite her words, Xiao Shui's arms tightened around Enran's neck. Enran gently set Xiao Shui down on the soft bed, a mischievous smile on his face. Tonight, I'll sleep with you and help you gain experience. Do you want experience? Xiao Shui knew Enran's intentions were not as innocent as they seemed, yet she found herself nodding inexplicably. Enran lay down beside Xiao Shui, pulled the blanket over them, and draped his right arm across her belly. You should lie on your side too, I want a hug. Xiao Shui panicked, stammering a bit. I'm scared. I'm a gentleman, Enran smiled slightly. If you don't believe me, wait until tomorrow morning to see if anything happened. So the two embraced and fell asleep. At this moment, at Huangqiao Airport in the Magic City, Yuan Shen was waiting at the exit with a group of teachers from Magic City University, holding a banner for the exchange group from Imperial Capital University. This year's exchange competition had the people from Imperial Capital University coming to Magic City University. Soon, dozens of groups from Imperial Capital University marched through the exit, led by a middle-aged man in a white shirt, Zheng Zhuang. Yuan Shen quickly approached them, smiling as he extended his right hand to Zheng Zhuang. Welcome to the teachers and students of Imperial Capital University to the Magic City. Zheng Zhuang glanced at Yuan Shen, hands in his pockets. Who are you? Where's Wu Changnan? Why isn't he here to welcome us? Yuan Shen's mouth twitched slightly, suppressing his anger, forcing a fake smile. Our principal is very busy and couldn't make it. Zheng Zhuang's face immediately darkened, pointing a finger at Yuan Shen. Your local university really doesn't understand the rules. Isn't it a top priority to welcome our Imperial Capital University delegation? Hearing this word, Yuan Shen frowned. What an air of authority Zheng Zhuang had, thinking that just because he was a dean, he could demand their principal come out to greet them. It was clear he wanted to assert Imperial Capital University's superiority over Magic City University. However, there were indeed rumors that the Imperial Capital University delegation had received instructions from the influential families in the capital to suppress Magic City University significantly.
They aimed to undermine Magic City's influence starting from the foundation of the school. Forget it, forget it. Zheng Zhuang flashed a hypocritical smile at Yuan Shen. We won't engage in such formalities. We'll see the real results at the exchange competition. But I believe this time, Imperial Capital University is already guaranteed to win. Zheng Zhuang couldn't help but start boasting again. Not only do we have the strongest graduate in history, Sima Chengrui, who is already at the 6th stage and 8th level in his 4th year, rivaling your Xiaoyang from back then. We also have the once-in-a-century strongest freshman, Wang Yuan, who has already reached the 3rd stage upon entering school and can even defeat opponents at the 4th stage. Does your school have such talented individuals? Zheng Zhuang shot a mocking glance at Yuan Shen, full of pride. And Rant's information had been deemed confidential by all relevant units in the Magic City, and no hints could be leaked to Imperial Capital University before the exchange competition. Therefore, Zheng Zhuang had no knowledge of Enran. Yuan Shen smiled slightly at Sima Chengrui and Wang Yuan in the crowd, but they looked down on him with disdain. Other teachers from Magic City University were also getting angry, ready to explode, but Yuan Shen stopped them with a glance. Let them show off for a while. It would be more satisfying when Enran slapped their faces later. Then, Zheng Zhuang waved his hand at the people from Imperial Capital University. Let's go eat and rest first. We'll take a day to adjust tomorrow. Starting Monday, we will properly guide the students of Magic City University. With that, Zheng Zhuang led the people from Imperial Capital University away, striding with an air of indifference, even playing the music from The Great Star of the Turbulent Times. Yuan Shen looked at the arrogant figure of the exchange group from the Imperial Capital University and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Heh, the so-called geniuses from your Imperial Capital University are nothing compared to Enran. Thinking of Enran, Yuan Shen crossed his arms and smiled. That kid not only has exceptional talent, but he is also rumored to be incredibly diligent. It is said that he practices secretly for 16 hours a day, which is why he is terrifyingly strong. It's not the high talent of geniuses that scares me, but the fact that they might be even more hard-working than you. Enran is definitely sweating it out right now, preparing to deal with you bunch of pretentious fools. In the morning, Xiao Shui opened her hazy eyelids and heard Enran's steady breathing beside her, first revealing a rather happy smile. Then, instinctively reaching for her own peak, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's true, he still has his limits in that regard. But Xiao Shui immediately felt something was off, her expression changing drastically, and Rant's hand was in the most inappropriate place. You big pervert. And Rant sat on the bed, blowing on his right wrist, which had just been bitten by a mother's silver tabby. He sniffed it again, savoring the lingering warmth and fragrance. Xiao Shui lay in bed, covered with a blanket, both shy and angry. I punish you for a week, you're not allowed to touch me. And Rand tried to change the subject, asking sulkily, so, have you reached your limit in your realm? One night should be enough. Hearing this, Xiao Shui, a bit dazed, felt her state of mind and nodded. It seems to be full, I can't feel any improvement anymore. And Rand wiped away a cold sweat. You've reached your limit today. Then he looked at Xiao Shui with a sly smile. But I haven't yet? He then dove back under the covers, startling Xiao Shui into a scream. Half an hour later, Wu Changnan called, and Enran frowned. What a buzzkill so early in the morning. Enran got up and went to the window, picking up the phone. Wu Changnan's lazy voice came through. Do me a favor. What favor? Enran asked helplessly. Teach that so-called strongest freshman from Imperial Capital University a lesson. He caused trouble at our school. Wu Changnan chuckled slyly. A freshman who doesn't understand the rules needs to be taught by another freshman. If we teachers intervene, it would be a bit beneath our dignity. Consider it a favor owed to you, just let me know what you want in the future. Strongest freshman? And Rand sneered, I'm in. And Rand loved to mercilessly crush those who prided themselves on being geniuses, relishing their humiliating expressions and racking up points for his own glory. However, when he glanced back at the still sleeping Xiao Shui, he felt a bit reluctant to leave and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Shadow and Rand, step forward. I have a task for you. Half an hour earlier, at the High Martial Department of Magic City University, in the freshman training hall, our old friend Dingjin was sitting on a bench at the entrance. Ever since the ranking matches ended, Dingjin had been hiding from Lu Zhao's reckoning at his animal friend's place, various wild animal nests, until Lu Zhao died before he dared to come back. Dingjin took out a Rick V, took a puff, and sighed. The feeling of the reformists is still a bit better. After enjoying this puff, I'll go in and cultivate. If even Enran is working so hard, what reason do I, a mediocre talent, have to slack off? Each grade in the High Martial Department has a dedicated training hall for those of average background to practice and cultivate during their free time. It was unclear who spread the rumor that Enran practiced for up to 16 hours a day,
but it stirred up the ambition of all the freshmen.
If Anran worked that hard, what right did they have to be lazy?
Suddenly, even though it was Sunday, the entire freshman training hall was packed. Just as Dingjun was about to take another puff, a raspy voice of a boy rang out in front of him.
Are you from the reformist faction?
Dingjun raised his head to look over, spotting a boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle, a hint of weariness on his face, and a rather disdainful look in his eyes as he regarded Dingjun.
Behind him stood a striking girl with a single ponytail.
Dingjun offered the two a pure, innocent smile.
What about you? Have a taste.
Dingjun handed over a Rick V, eager to share.
Wang Yuan shot a disgusted glance. Trash. I'm a traditionalist, I only love Furong Wang.
Dingjun was now displeased.
You can stick to your traditions, but why insult us reformists? Tension mounted between the two, their gazes nearly sparking fireworks. Mei Lizi tapped Wang Yuan's shoulder, somewhat annoyed.
We're here for serious business, let's discuss this ideological conflict later.
At her words, Wang Yuan relented, then shot a sharp look at the plaque by the entrance, snorting lightly. Humph, trash.
Soon, Wang Yuan's expression grew colder, and as he slightly opened his mouth, a murky black smoke instantly billowed from his mouth and nose, transforming into a dragon.
This drew gasps from the passing students of Magic City University. Wow, a rare smoke element high martial artist. Which class does this high martial artist belong to? So fierce. Dingjun looked at Wang Yuan in astonishment.
Such pure smoke, no wonder you like the reformists. Just as everyone was cheering for Wang Yuan's miraculous display, he let out a light shout, and the smoke dragon flew straight toward the plaque.
Boom!
The plaque shattered into several pieces, falling in front of the door.
This immediately angered all the students present at Magic City University.
Where did this brat come from?
I see you're deliberately looking for trouble, huh? Are you even a student of our school?
Dingjun was also filled with confusion. This friend of smoke is meant to be smoked, not to smash people's signs.
What are you doing? Amidst the clamor of the Magic City students, Wang Yuan appeared condescending.
You guessed it right, I'm not a student of Magic City University. I am the strongest freshman in the history of Imperial Capital University Poison Dragon Drill, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's voice was powerful and resonant, shocking the entire crowd, which then erupted in excitement.
Wang Yuan, the top scholar from Hebei province? I heard his college entrance exam score crushed the total of the 2nd to 10th place in Hebei province? I also heard he defeated a third-year expert of the 4th rank just a few days ago? He came here with the Imperial Capital University crowd?
Wang Yuan's reputation was quite prominent among the freshmen. If not for Anran's presence, he would undoubtedly be the strongest freshman.
Of course, Wang Yuan still believed he was the strongest freshman in history.
Even if you are Wang Yuan, your actions are insulting our school, Dingjun glared fiercely.
I can never forgive you. Wang Yuan crossed his arms, a look of contempt on his face. My actions are to declare that your Magic City University is not up to par. Which freshman dares to fight me? If you win, I'll perform a handstand and eat shit on the spot.
If you don't dare, it means all of you freshmen at Magic City University are cowards. Instantly, the crowd was stirred up again.
Damn, this kid is too arrogant. But without Anran here, it seems no one can handle him?
It feels like no one present is his match. A group fighter calling a teacher would just be embarrassing. Wang Yuan and Mei Lizi exchanged a knowing smile.
Humph, a bunch of cowards at Magic City University. I'll take you on.
Dingjun fixed his gaze firmly on Wang Yuan.
Right here, I am the strongest. I am the third new student of our Magic City.
Between us, there's not only a school rivalry but also a conflict between tradition and reform. It's only fitting that we are opponents.
Wang Yuan looked Dingjun up and down dismissively. You? Sure, why not?
In no time, in the dojo's battle area, Dingjun and Wang Yuan stood facing each other in the center of the stage, the audience already packed to capacity. Even some first-year teachers had come to watch.
Wang Yuan couldn't resist mocking Dingjun.
You might as well just step down and call your first-place winner over, so I don't hurt you.
Less talk. Dingjun's voice was no longer innocent but rather steady. Watch out.
Suddenly, Dingjun summoned his snow leopard friend, Pearl, who appeared in a purple robe, holding a staff in his right hand and a spellbook in his left.
Go, my Pearl.
The snow leopard Pearl charged at Wang Yuan, claws bared and surrounded by a green mist. At the same time, Dingjun opened the spellbook and dictionary, reciting the incantation.
Eek. Enlightenment. S-class spell electric purple smoke rain. In an instant, the snow leopard Pearl was enveloped in purple lightning, and the dojo was filled with thunder and lightning.
Finally, Dingjun shouted again, raising his staff.
Wild Staff's enhancement.
A blue light shot from the wild staff to the snow leopard Pearl, causing it to grow several times in size.
Wow.
The first-year students from Magic City University were in awe of Ding Zhan's performance. No wonder he's called the friend of animals, he can coordinate so perfectly with the snow leopard. Mei Lizhi, watching Ding Zhan's beast-taming skills, couldn't help but give a small compliment. As a first year, he really has some skills, but compared to me back then, he's still lacking. Wang Yuan looked at the snow leopard Pearl charging towards him and couldn't help but sneer, instantly pulling out a black smoke gun, biting down on the end of the gun. Poison Dragon Drill. In an instant, a large amount of black smoke spewed from the smoke gun, which quickly transformed into a massive dragon, enveloping the entire venue in darkness. The black smoke dragon then began to spin wildly while charging straight at Ding Zhan. 2.5 seconds later, it swept through and devoured the snow leopard Pearl, then continued towards Ding Zhan. Ding Zhan had no time to flip through the spellbook and dictionary, and he was knocked into the audience seats. The entire venue fell silent. Who else? Wang Yuan was extremely excited at this moment, raising his arm and shouting, "Our Imperial Capital University is the top institution."
As soon as he said this, the first-year students from Magic City University couldn't hold back any longer, erupting in outrage. Damn it, let me meet you. I'm not a pushover either. For the next 20 minutes, Wang Yuan went wild, defeating every first-year student from Magic City University with a single move. While he eliminated challengers, he mocked them arrogantly. Ha 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 ha, is this the level of first-year students from Magic City University? So pathetic? If you're pathetic, practice more. Now you know what the strongest freshman in history is like? Look, it's Anran. Anran is here. Suddenly, the audience began to buzz with excitement. Shadow Anran strolled into the venue leisurely, looking up at the arrogant Wang Yuan, lazily saying, "Did you just say you're the strongest freshman in history?" Upon hearing Shadow Anran's words, Wang Yuan's arrogant gaze swept over, and seeing that Anran was just a bit handsome but otherwise unremarkable, his arrogance only grew. It's not just me saying it, it's an unchanging fact. Wang Yuan's words drew another round of angry curses from the students of Magic City University. So damn arrogant. I hope you choke on your smoke while smoking a Fuhuangwang. If it's Anran, there won't be any problem. Anran can take him down with one hand. Wang Yuan scanned the crowd, noticing those condemning him and supporting Shadow Anran, and couldn't help but sneer and mock Shadow Anran again. Looks like your support is quite high, you have quite a reputation. That Ding Zhan just said he was third among freshmen. What level are you? Please state your strength. Shadow Anran leisurely walked onto the stage, feeling a bit helpless. The master embraced the beautiful girl, sleeping in, while he himself went to earn points from the madman. He was truly miserable, almost turning into a beast. It was worse than being a servant. Therefore, to relieve the frustration in his heart, Shadow Anran decided to take down the arrogant Wang Yuan in front of him. I will win. Shadow Anran then began to learn Anran's art of language, casting a murderous gaze at Wang Yuan. Get lost, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Wang Yuan flushed red. The other party was indeed arrogant, not taking him, the strongest freshman in history, seriously at all. Alright, kid, you've narrowed your own path. If I don't beat you into the hospital for a few days, I'll never be able to smoke Fuhuangwang again, only Rick 5. Isn't Rick 5 good? Protested Ding Zhan, who had been knocked into the audience area. What are you barking at, you dog? Shadow Anran continued to tease Wang Yuan. Mei Lizhi, seeing Shadow Anran so handsome and tough, couldn't help but blush, poking her tongue out with a mischievous smile. Hee hee, interesting, right in my sweet spot. Too bad you're about to be torched by Wang Yuan's smoke gun. You. Wang Yuan turned completely red, a cloud of gray smoke emanating from his body. The entire dojo was filled with a strong smell of nicotine, and everyone couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. Only Shadow Anran, being a shadow, was unaffected, still looking at ease. This only made Wang Yuan angrier. Smoke. Wang Yuan quickly brought the end of the smoke gun to his mouth and forcefully blew out a puff. Poison Dragon Drill. In an instant, a large amount of black smoke spewed from the smoke gun, which quickly transformed into a massive dragon, enveloping the entire venue in black smoke. Seeing this move, the first-year students from the Demon City were somewhat shocked. It's here, the Poison Dragon Drill. Ding Zhan was just taken out by this move. A suffocating technique. How will Anran deal with it? Mei Lizhi crossed her arms, looking at Wang Yuan with a proud expression. In our Imperial Capital University, no other freshman can withstand this Poison Dragon Drill. Even some sophomores and juniors can't handle it. This is the so-called gold content of the strongest freshman in history. Mei Lizhi cast a mocking glance at Anran. Not being able to withstand it is expected, being able to is a miracle. Wait, why isn't he dodging at all? Is he going to take it head on? Mei Lizhi was immediately shocked. Shadow Anran was actually standing still?
She saw Shadow Anran reveal the Firebird and 100 Ghosts Cry battle armor, activating the Meteoric Movement, Golden Light Shield, directly blocking Wang Yuan's Poison Dragon. The force of their clash raised thick black smoke throughout the venue, enveloping Shadow Anran, making it impossible for others to see the true situation. Wang Yuan thought Anran had been defeated by him, his demeanor revealing the air of a superior facing an inferior. Humph, what a stupid fool, not even dodging. No, it must be that you were too fast for him to dodge, Wang Yuan thought, unable to suppress a laugh. Mei Lizhi shook her head. It's over, too bad that handsome face will be tainted. Kid, do you think you're invincible? Shadow Anran's voice suddenly rang out from the thick smoke. I'm just playing with you, little child. Both Wang Yuan and Mei Lizhi were taken aback. What the hell? Did this guy win the resurrection match? A golden light flashed from the smoke, and Shadow Anran appeared right in front of Wang Yuan in an instant. So fast. Wang Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, his body being pushed back several steps by the golden aura emanating from Shadow Anran's meteoric movement. Even the smoke gun in his hand flew into the air. Wang Yuan panicked. That was an S-class smoke gun specially made for him. But the smoke gun had already appeared in Shadow Anran's hand. Shadow Anran put away the fierce bird and raised the smoke gun, a slight smile at the corner of Wang Yuan's mouth. Watch closely, this is how you use a smoke gun. Wang Yuan's pupils shook violently, and he shouted, What do you want? Give me back my smoke gun. However, Shadow Anran appeared in front of him again, charging the smoke gun towards Wang Yuan's head. Wang Yuan was not willing to sit still, he had already pulled out a toxic smoke cultivation manual and was chanting a spell. Drawl. Instantly, all the holes in his body emitted a stream of toxic black smoke, wrapping him up. Wang Yuan let out a sinister laugh, filled with confidence. This move not only provides me with protection but also poisons and paralyzes my opponent. The advantage is mine. Shadow Anran, unaware of the situation, began to strike Wang Yuan's body fiercely. Even the plainest of strikes shattered Wang Yuan's toxic smoke shield immediately. This smoke is toxic. Someone in the audience suddenly shouted. Be careful, Anran. Wang Yuan's face was as cold as frost, and he trembled with a mocking laugh inside. Heh, it's too late. Shadow Anran smiled slightly. With the recovery mage in hand, how could he be poisoned? It was truly laughable. Ouch, damn it. Wang Yuan was subjected to a brutal beating from Shadow Anran. Each impact of the smoke gun cracked a bone in Wang Yuan's body, creating a gust of wind. Wang Yuan was embedded in the ground like a pile of meat, his eyes barely open a slit. Defeated the self-proclaimed strongest freshman in history, Wang Yuan, what an invincible madman, madman points plus 2,000. Remaining madman points 35,000. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Anran! Anran! Mei Lizhi listened to the cheers from the crowd, first feeling numb, then gritting her teeth in anger. Anran, where did this character come from? Teacher Zhang will definitely be furious later. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, embedded in the ground, moved his mouth unwillingly, hot tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Why, can't you be poisoned? Heh, Shadow Anran sneered a few times. How can a mediocre like you understand a genius like me? Damn it, is this the level of the strongest freshman in history? What a waste! Then, amidst the cheers of the crowd and Mei Lizhi's shock, Shadow Anran directly stepped over Wang Yuan's face and swaggered out of the passage. Wang Yuan shed a few more unwilling hot tears. Strongly humiliated the self-proclaimed strongest freshman in history, Wang Yuan, what a proud madman, madman points plus 500. Remaining madman points 35,500. Mei Lizhi walked slowly to the martial stage with a cold face, squatting down to pull Wang Yuan up from the ground. Wang Yuan, beaten into a pile of rotten meat, struggled to open his eyes a slit. Sister Lizhi, you must seek justice for me. Use your song Duff to seek justice for me. I want to take one more puff of smoke before I pass out. Wang Yuan trembled as he took out a pack of Furong Wang, biting down hard on one. Mei Lizhi looked at Wang Yuan with pity and lit it for him. You've done well. Leave the rest to us. 1 hour later, in a presidential suite at the 7-star hotel in Magic City, the representative team from the Imperial Capital University held an emergency meeting. The LCD screen displayed Wang Yuan's miserable state, shocking everyone. The atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive, and Zhang Zhuang wore a serious expression before he began to explode in anger. Where did Anran come from? Where did Anran come from? What is your intelligence team doing? How could you miss such a powerful freshman? Zhang Zhuang was genuinely furious. Anran's displayed talent was the strongest freshman in history. If they had discovered it earlier, would they have let Anran run to Magic City University? How strange, if he were really that strong, he should have made a name for himself in the martial arts exam. Zhang Zhuang suddenly calmed down, feeling that there were many doubts.
Why are we only hearing this name today?
Well, Teacher Zhang, said Yu Ziqing, the leader of the intelligence team, pushing up his glasses, a hint of embarrassment on his face.
According to the information we just gathered, this An Ran was initially a student from the ordinary department.
Yu Ziqing spoke with a hint of guilt, doubting the authenticity of his own words.
As soon as this was said, the entire room gasped. No wonder.
Zheng Zhuang first scoffed, then looked shocked.
Does this mean that An Ran awakened less than a month ago?
Yu Ziqing nodded affirmatively.
That's likely. Moreover, we discovered even more terrifying feats of his. Yu Ziqing opened a document on his computer.
In the freshman ranking competition, he scored 10,000 points, breaking the previous record of 6,000 points set by Xiao Yang.
By the way, An Ran is now Xiao Yang's prospective son-in-law.
Oh, so he's just living off someone else's success. Laughter erupted in the room, creating a rare lively atmosphere. Yu Ziqing continued. Later, he participated in the university's team competition in Magic City, playing as the 5th position in the comprehensive department. Hiss! The entire room gasped again. It was unheard of for a freshman to scream in a departmental competition.
This An Ran is truly a monster.
Don't rush, there's something even more terrifying. Yu Ziqing wiped a cold sweat. In the match against the second young master of the Lu family, the two had a personal grudge and fought fiercely. Ultimately, An Ran decapitated Lu Zhao. After that, he withdrew from the competition. Magic City University deliberately concealed the fact that An Ran defeated Wang Fei, instead reporting that Wang Fei defeated Tang Kai to take first place.
Hiss! The room gasped once more.
This was the real shocker, and the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned.
An Ran was truly suffocating.
Zheng Zhuang then let out a chilling laugh.
Hee, the son-in-law of the Xiao family killed the son of the Lu family. Looks like I need to pay a visit to the Lu family sometime.
Zheng Zhuang then looked at Mei Lizhi.
Lizhi, you watched the battle between Wang Yuan and An Ran throughout.
How do you evaluate An Ran's strength? Mei Lizhi paused for a moment, then said, based on my estimation, An Ran's strength is roughly equivalent to the mid to high level of the 5th stage. From the perspective of a freshman, he is indeed absurdly strong. However, Mei Lizhi's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness.
As long as we don't treat him as a freshman, can't we just go all out against him?
After all, he just took a shortcut. He doesn't count as a real freshman.
It was a genius-like idea, earning applause from everyone, and they cheered.
Zheng Zhuang then pointed at Sima Chengrui, who was hiding in the corner, and smiled slightly.
As our trump card, what are your thoughts? Sima Chengrui coldly replied, someone of An Ran's level doesn't require my intervention. I just need to defeat Wang Fei. He can be left to others. I'll do it.
Mei Lizhi stood up again, a charming aura radiating from her. I was the one who brought Wang Yuan to challenge, so I should take revenge for him. I have a 6th stage level. Fighting someone at the 5th stage is as easy as eating and drinking.
I will win.
Mei Lizhi's lips curled up slightly, full of confidence. In reality, Mei Lizhi had other thoughts in her heart. At this moment, An Ran, who was lazily sleeping in with Xiao Shui, received a notification about the points and felt a bit displeased, cursing inwardly.
Damn it, with such a little point, he dares to claim to be the strongest freshman in history?
Then, An Ran inadvertently pinched Xiao Shui's little belly with his right hand. Xiao Shui frowned slightly, her face turning a bit red.
Are you full? It's time to get up. I'm full.
An Ran cheerfully lifted the blanket, but in reality, it had already been 2 hours. An Ran sat on the bed and sniffed her clothes, which were filled with Xiao Shui's fragrance. Then the two of them came out of the room together, and the servants looked at them with a kind of onlooker's attitude, their faces full of smiles. Xiao Shui became generous, boldly linking her arm with An Ran's, since they were almost inseparable anyway. An Ran, however, felt a pang of guilt. Fortunately, her father-in-law was not at the Xiao family at that moment, otherwise, An Ran couldn't imagine his reaction upon seeing him and Xiao Shui come out of the same room. Still in his house. Although her father-in-law had already treated him as a de facto son-in-law, and although with just a little more effort, Xiao Shui's defenses might collapse like a dam bursting, it still seemed a bit too early for that. He needed to hit the brakes, after all, he was a gentleman. In the afternoon, Xiao Shui took and ran to the Xiao family's Jingwu Martial Arts Hall located on Bun No. 18. This was a public martial arts venue operated by the Xiao family, and Xiao Shui sometimes came here to spar with people outside the family. At the entrance, Xiao Shui curiously winked at An Ran.
An Ran, what's your current strength? How many of me would that be?
An Ran scratched his head, estimating and having the number.
About 100 or so.
Xiao Shui was shocked, her eyes widening.
Are you cheating? An Ran.
Then, Xiao Shui tilted her head and looked at An Ran.
This afternoon, just practice with me and review the results of last night. We haven't fought in a long time. And Ran smiled slightly. I'm afraid if I go too hard, I might accidentally hurt you badly or even kill you. I wouldn't want that. You! Xiao Shui stepped on Ran's toes in embarrassment and annoyance. Oh, look at the little couple flirting. A jealous voice rang out. And Ran and Xiao Shui turned to look. Mei Lizhi, accompanied by another girl, was watching them with an unfriendly gaze. And Ran asked, "Is there something you need?" Mei Lizhi nodded with a smile. "I'm here for revenge." Revenge? And Ran scrutinized Mei Lizhi, feeling vaguely dissatisfied. He had never even met this woman. Where did the grudge come from? Oh, is this the girl who caused trouble with Wang Yuan this morning? Shadow and Ran reminded. And Ran laughed. It was Shadow and Ran who had dealt with her. What did it have to do with him? Shadow and Ran was slightly taken aback. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just a useless student from the Imperial Capital University, and Ran said with sharp sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Mei Lizhi not only showed no anger but even inadvertently revealed a hint of intoxication, her eyes almost glistening with moisture as she thought obsessively, my goodness, his masculine insults sound like the best whip for me. What revenge? It was just an excuse. Mei Lizhi wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Ran. Sorry, Wang Yuan, but my happiness is more important than avenging you. Seeing the way Mei Lizhi looked at Ran, Xiao Shui felt something was off and became anxious, even neglecting the crucial question of when Ran had gotten involved with someone from Imperial Capital University. With her brows slightly furrowed, Xiao Shui softly reprimanded Mei Lizhi. This is the Xiao family's place. Do you know who I am? Xiao Shui, the short-haired girl in a Lolita outfit beside Mei Lizhi, spoke in a cold tone, the future heir of the famous martial arts family, the Xiao family, in Magic City. Genius and Campus Bell used to be your most famous tags. Of course, your most famous tag now should be Ran's girlfriend. Bai Bing pointed at Xiao Shui with a delicate white finger, her icy face slightly mocking, as if her cold gaze could freeze Xiao Shui. What a pathetic woman. Your tone is really infuriating. Xiao Shui's expression began to darken. She could sense the hostility hidden beneath the surface from the other party. Xiao Shui coldly remarked, "Since you know I am Xiao Shui, how dare you come looking for trouble? Even if you are students from the Imperial Capital University, causing a ruckus on our Xiao family's territory will come at a cost." Normally, Xiao Shui didn't like to use the Xiao family name to pressure others, but exceptions were made for those who knew she was from the Xiao family and still dared to provoke her. They were seeking their own demise. Bai Bing let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, unfastening a crystal token from her waist and revealing it, the token prominently engraved with a striking white character. Let me introduce myself. I am Bai Bing, and my first identity is one of the outstanding freshmen of Imperial Capital University this year. My other identity is that I am a member of the Bai family of the Imperial Capital. After putting the token away, Bai Bing smirked slightly, showing a teasing smile towards Xiao Shui. So, how do you think it will go for you to cause trouble on our territory with my identity? Bai family? Xiao Shui was momentarily taken aback. The Bai family, one of the three great families of the Imperial Capital? The three great families of the Imperial Capital were a level above the four great families of the Magic Capital. Xiao Shui's expression grew serious. And Ran, upon hearing this, shot a sharp glance directly at Bai Bing. How dare you mock my girlfriend, you little brat? Bai Bing had initially wanted to show a hint of prideful smile, but was interrupted by Ran's gaze, feeling a terrifying authority wash over her. A wave of excruciating pain began to spread, and Bai Bing couldn't help but clutch her chest, ultimately kneeling down in humiliation. Bai Bing looked up in fear at Ran's towering and imposing figure, feeling disgusted in her heart. Damn it, this Ran has such a strong mental pressure. How big is the gap between us? Bai Bing had already lost without even engaging in a fight, though her original target was only Xiao Shui. A single glance defeats a second-tier, five-fold high martial girl. What a flower destroyer, 1,000 madness points. Remaining madness points, 36,500. And Ran smiled slightly in satisfaction. Having already reached the fourth tier, his talent in mental body was terrifyingly strong. Such second-tier characters were like ants in front of him, of course excluding Xiao Shui. Fighting them was like Tyson charging into a kindergarten. A single glance was enough. The situation unfolded too suddenly. Xiao Shui, Mei Lizhi, and the customers coming and going were all shocked by Bai Bing's actions. No, sister, why are you kneeling before Ran? Ran looked down at Bai Bing with an icy demeanor, his voice steady and slow. Remember, whether you are from the Bai family or the He family, causing trouble on the Xiao family's territory is not a good idea. Here, the dragon must coil, and the tiger must lie low. Don't bring your aristocratic nonsense in front of me. You aristocratic waste. Stop whining in front of me.
And Ran was not afraid of power, and knowing from his conversation with Xiao Yang yesterday that he would likely be opposing the aristocratic families in the future, he felt no pressure dealing with such mediocre aristocratic girls. Bai Bing had initially tried to maintain her composure, but upon hearing the word waste, she completely broke down. As a genius girl of the Bai family, she had lived a life of being praised by thousands. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? In a fit of anger, Bai Bing fumed, and then her stomach rumbled.
Hey, she spat blood and fainted. Good. Bystanders immediately applauded and cheered for Ran. That's how it should be.
When Xiao Shui realized it was Ran's doing, she held her breath, looking at her boyfriend with admiration.
Hey, he took the initiative to stand up for me and the Xiao family.
It shows that he has already regarded the Xiao family as his own. And when Mei Lizhi saw Bai Bing's predicament, she didn't have a moment to feel sorry for her. Instead, her gaze towards Ran became more entranced, her heart surging with excitement. I didn't expect this Ran to actually have mental abilities. He's on the same path as me.
This man, I'm going to claim him later. I'm going to perform the act of a wife before the ex-husband. Mei Lizhi thought Ran had used a mental attack on Bai Bing. According to her calculations, a 5th tier attacking a 2nd tier would easily result in a kill. But she never imagined that Ran had merely taken Bai Bing down with a single glance.
Ran! Mei Lizhi feigned a righteous demeanor, pointing at Ran. You first attacked Wang Yuan, then Bai Bing.
I challenge you for the honor of our imperial capital university. Ha! Ran raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you first pull your companion away? That doesn't matter, she won't die anyway.
Mei Lizhi stuck out her tongue, grinning mischievously.
So, what? Are you afraid to accept? I accept. Ran smiled. How could he refuse a free challenge?
Mei Lizhi felt a surge of joy in her heart. Later, sister will capture your heart on the battlefield.
On Bund no.
18, at the Jingwu Dojo, in the central martial arts area, covering over 10,000 square meters, Ran and Mei Lizhi stood facing each other in the center of the arena, with the audience area filled with curious onlookers.
Xiao Shui sat in the VIP section, next to the dojo's head, Zhou Wu.
Many members of the Xiao family recognized that the graceful young man on stage was their future son-in-law. Mei Lizhi was quite confident, her lips curling into a wild smile.
If my guess is correct, his strength is between medium to high 5th tier, and my strength is 1st tier 6th tier, which is second only to Wang Fei in Magic City University. So, I will win.
Then, Mei Lizhi began to reveal her true intentions, almost joyfully pointing at Ran.
Ran, let's add another condition. If you lose, you have to be my boyfriend. If I lose, I'll be your girlfriend.
I'm 3 years older than you, just right for you to hold the gold bricks. How about it? As soon as these words were spoken, the audience was shocked, and laughter erupted among the Xiao family members, who then curiously looked towards Xiao Shui in the VIP section. Xiao Shui was momentarily stunned, then shot a cold, murderous glare at Mei Lizhi, her teeth clenched in anger. You cunning vixen, I sensed something was off about the way you looked at Ran, and it turns out you had this in mind.
Dare to steal my man? Just wait to be thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish.
Xiao Shui rarely showed such anger.
He. Zhou Wu chuckled. Doesn't that just show that the little son-in-law is popular? Xiao Shui fell silent.
At this moment, Ran was getting a bit impatient. I can't be bothered to waste words with you, let's get started. This was Ran's usual declaration before a fight, but it sent the wrong signal to Mei Lizhi.
Hey, it seems he has agreed. But even if he doesn't agree, I have ways to make him agree.
Mei Lizhi appeared unusually excited, quickly revealing her battle gear, a pink goldfish suit, intermittently showing off a few snow-white patches, and in her right hand, she held a peculiar branch radiating black and white light. Mei Lizhi's unique battle outfit opened people's eyes and caused a cheer among the men. Xiao Shui disdainfully glanced at the crazed men around her, then worriedly looked at Ran in the arena. Fortunately, he hasn't been affected. Ran shot a cold glance, feeling a bit puzzled, unable to discern what faction this crazy woman belonged to.
Come out, my most loyal servant. Mei Lizhi's face flushed, then she raised her arm and called out, Songgu.
In an instant, a whirlwind swept across the arena, and amidst the gasps of others, a large black and white pigeon soared out from Mei Lizhi's heart. After circling a few times in the air, it settled on Mei Lizhi's right shoulder.
It seems to be a beast master type, but why does it look completely different from Dingjin?
Ran stared at the song pigeon. It was entirely black, but two distinct white feather bands extended from its shoulder to its tail. What a magical pigeon, Ran couldn't help but comment, then summoned the firebird and the 100 ghosts wail. Seeing Ran's puzzled expression, Mei Lizhi couldn't help but smile slightly. The pigeon in her hand was very special, belonging to the spirit-type spirit beast. It could produce a melodious song,
which could then transmit a devastating mental attack through its melody. Hence, it was called the song pigeon. If paired with her conducting using a marvelous branch and the enhancement of the 100 Songs rainbow garment for mental attacks, it would be a guaranteed kill. Not to mention that Enrant's strength was only at the 5th level. Even at the 6th level, anyone hearing the song pigeon's voice in perfect harmony would instantly succumb. Perfect. Maleezy had already popped the champagne in her heart before the battle began. I will win. In the VIP section, Joe recognized the song pigeon and let out a cold laugh. It's a good thing, but there's a huge hidden danger. Is this little girl stubborn or just unaware? Go for it. Song pigeon. Maleezy stretched her right hand forward with all her might. Fantasy concerto. As she spoke, the song pigeon began to flap its wings and flew into the air to sing. At the same time, Maleezy waved the marvelous branch in her hand, conducting the song pigeon like a symphony conductor. Coo 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 coo. Although it was the sound of a pigeon, the rhythm composed of 25 distinct beats was clear and resonant. GNI is so beautiful. The audience erupted in excitement. Look, that girl is dancing. Absolutely stunning. So beautiful, this move. Maleezy raised the branch high above her head, then gently pointed her right toe, resting her left toe on her right foot, and began to spin gracefully. In an instant, everyone in the audience felt a grand power rapidly spreading throughout the venue, and their bodies became light as a feather. Before they knew it, they found themselves immersed in a breathtaking scene. Those caught in the spell could not extricate themselves, laughing madly and restlessly moving about. The entire venue fell into a lavish atmosphere. Xiao Shui was also caught in the spell. She desperately covered her face because, in her dreamlike scene, she and Enran were. Seeing this scene, Maleezy couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. In the scene I create, I am the master. I can give everyone a beautiful dream, then slowly drain their energy. And in the scene, I can control the minds of those caught. Hee. Maleezy let out a giggle. When the time comes, I'll make you my boyfriend. A few skilled individuals who had not been caught in the spell cast admiring glances at Maleezy. Regardless, being able to play with sound mental attacks and beast mastery so skillfully, Maleezy was indeed very talented. Seeing Enran standing still, Maleezy thought he seemed to be caught, so she joyfully jumped in front of him. I won, you have to be my boyfriend. Are you done playing? Enran suddenly said coldly. That voice shattered Maleezy's beautiful dream, and she took a few steps back in panic. Enran's eyes were filled with fierce light as he swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, directly at her face without any embellishment. Wow! Maleezy instantly spat blood and flew back over 10 meters, crashing to the ground. In an instant, everyone awoke from their daze, looking at each other in shock. Who ruined our good fortune? Finally, everyone turned their gaze to Wu Tai, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The song pigeon slowly landed on the ground, half squatting, with its rear raised. Coo coo coo! Everyone fell silent. What was happening? Maleezy, with a pained expression, slowly got up, wiping the blood from her lips, and then looked over at the song pigeon. She saw something emerging from the pigeon's rear, and she screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Why is my song pigeon about to lay an egg? It's clearly a male pigeon. My song pigeon is definitely a male. Why is it laying an egg? Maleezy repeatedly lamented this, covering her face with her hands, trembling all over. The others were also confused by Maleezy's words. They had never heard of male pigeons laying eggs, unless it was a female pigeon. Xiao Shui stifled a laugh at the table, finding joy in Maleezy's breakdown. Serves you right for stealing men. Humph. Enran also stopped what she was doing, watching with interest. After all, a male pigeon laying an egg was quite amusing. Director Zhou Wu suddenly stood up and sternly shouted at Maleezy, "How can you assume its gender? You don't even understand your song pigeon." Everyone turned to look at Zhou Wu in unison. What, is there an expert? Maleezy was momentarily stunned, then looked at Zhou Wu with anger in her eyes, gritting her teeth. What nonsense are you talking? How could I not understand my song pigeon? You are insulting my identity as a beast master. Humph. Zhou Wu glanced at Maleezy disdainfully. When a song pigeon feels threatened, in order to preserve its species, both males and females can occasionally lay eggs in emergencies to continue their lineage. Strictly speaking, song pigeons are a type of hermaphroditic spirit beast. You keep calling yourself a beast master, yet you don't even know this. I think you're either unqualified or you haven't had your song pigeon for long. Everyone suddenly understood Zhou Wu's words. So that's how it is, the song pigeon really is a peculiar creature. So just now, Enran broke the mental attack, and the song pigeon was extremely frightened, which is why it laid an egg. Oh my. Enran couldn't help but laugh. This is quite the entertainment. Upon hearing Zhou Wu's mockery, Maleezy was first shocked, then her face turned green. She truly didn't know what Zhou Wu was talking about. Having obtained the song pigeon,
she only focused on its strengths while neglecting its weaknesses. At that moment, the song pigeon let out a series of urgent coos. Coo coo! Everyone looked over and saw that a third of the pigeon egg had already emerged. Seeing this, May Lizzie was instantly filled with rage. It was just too embarrassing. She wanted to retrieve the song pigeon, so she pointed at it with a branch and shouted, "Come back! No laying eggs!" At this moment, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, supporting the song pigeon. "Let it lay! Let it lay! Let it lay!" May Lizzie ignored the crowd's calls and forcefully cast a spell, pulling the song pigeon towards her heart with a surge of power. Meanwhile, the egg that hadn't fully emerged was being slowly pushed back. Zhou Wu, seeing this, exclaimed in alarm, "If the male pigeon's egg is forced back, it could cause its body to explode. This woman is unworthy of being a beast master?" Just as Enran was about to act. Ding! The song pigeon is in crisis. You have the following choices. 1. Beat the opponent to allow the song pigeon to lay its egg properly and gain the talent, King of Beast Masters. 2. Stand by and watch the song pigeon be harmed, gaining a set of sound-based mental attack techniques. Enran smiled. Even a fool would know to choose one. She had plenty of techniques from her father-in-law. She also wanted to try out the human-beast flow. So Enran held onto the fiery bird and suddenly appeared in front of May Lizzie, filled with hostility. "Woman, our battle shouldn't be over yet, right?" Just moments ago, May Lizzie was lost in fantasies of flying together with Gugu, performing in front of Xiao Shui as the wife of her ex-husband. Now, seeing Enran approach, she was startled both physically and mentally, quickly retreating in a panic. Enran's earlier display of power was simply terrifying. Even her most extreme mental attack had been effortlessly shattered by him. "But I won't easily admit defeat." May Lizzie quickly adjusted her stance and waved a branch. "Come forth, my other loyal servant, Meili Cat." As she spoke, a tabby cat the size of a tiger sprang from May Lizzie's heart, positioning itself between Enran and May Lizzie. Strangely, the white fur on the cat's head parted in the middle. At the same time, it radiated a dazzling black and white light that illuminated the entire area, causing many people to instinctively cover their eyes and gasp in surprise. "I can't take it anymore. One more look and I feel like I'm going to explode. Why has my world turned black and white?" "Stop singing." May Lizzie first let out a sigh of relief, then a slight smile appeared on her lips as she murmured to herself. Unlike Gugu, Meili Cat can produce visual-type mental attacks. The moment you see it, you've already fallen into its trap. Your body and mind will inevitably start to stir. Since you've broken my sound-based attack, how will you deal with the visual type? With this thought, May Lizzie formed a smirk. "Maybe I'll win." She then waved the branch forward. "Go, Meili Cat." The Meili Cat opened its massive mouth, roaring as it charged it and ran with claws bared. The more violently the Meili Cat moved, the stronger the hallucinatory effect became. Enran stood still, his expression cold. "Do you really think Meili Cat is a tiger? Your mental attack is worse than an old lady cursing. Get lost." The Meili Cat was directly split in half by Enran's fierce bird. Meow. After a mournful cry, the cat turned into foam and vanished. May Lizzie was now completely panicked. Her two trump cards, Gugu and Meili Cat, had proven utterly ineffective against Enran. "What kind of power do you have?" May Lizzie's legs went weak, unable to move, her face contorted as she hoarsely shouted, "Why is there such a huge difference from this morning?" Enran, too lazy to waste words, retracted the fierce bird and instantly flashed in front of her, pinning her to the ground and delivering a barrage of blows. "I told you to stop Gugu from laying eggs. I told you to stop Gugu from laying eggs. I told you to stop Gugu from laying eggs." Enran cursed while he struck, continuing for 3 minutes, leaving May Lizzie swollen, her bones shattered, her entire body embedded in the ground. "Ha!" Enran stopped his assault, wiping the sweat from his brow. Brutally defeating a 6th-tier martial arts girl, what a flower-destroying maniac. Maniac points plus 5,000. Remaining maniac points 41,500. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the audience. Gugu laid an egg. Gugu is gone. Ding. Mission completed, gained the talent Beast Master. Enran curiously turned to look at the spot where Gugu had laid the egg. Gugu had vanished, leaving only a pigeon egg on the ground. Enran walked over and picked up the egg. At this moment, May Lizzie, embedded in the ground, opened her swollen eyelids and defiantly shouted at Enran. "My Gugu's egg is not for you." Upon hearing this, Enran's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected this woman to be so resilient and still chattering away. His icy gaze shot directly at May Lizzie, who instantly felt immense pressure mentally and fainted. Soon after, Enran heard the sound of the eggshell cracking. Enran looked in astonishment at the broken eggshell in her hand, from which a little song pigeon poked its head out. Before long, the little song pigeon ran out of the eggshell entirely and joyfully chirped at Enran.
Just because. Just because. Then it began to flap its little wings and surprisingly took flight. It could fly just 2.5 minutes after hatching? Anran was filled with wonder. Aren't you impressive, little song pigeon?
The audience fell into a murmur of whispers. The chick will regard the first creature it sees as its parent, Joe Wu suddenly shouted excitedly.
This helps Anran form a contract with it.
The song pigeon is a precious A-grade spirit beast, getting one for free is a huge gain.
Upon hearing Joe Wu's voice, everyone cast envious glances at Anran.
But, Joe Wu continued, shifting his tone, to form a contract with a spirit beast, one needs the talent for beast taming.
Miss, does Anran have the talent for beast taming?
Joe Wu turned his gaze to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui shook her head.
It seems she doesn't at the moment.
Then she lightly bit her red lip and murmured, but maybe she will in the future. That's such a pity, Joe Wu said regretfully.
To be recognized as a parent but unable to form a contract. Moreover, recognizing Anran as a parent will make it difficult for it to form contracts with others. It's almost like losing it. Upon hearing this, others sighed in unison. They thought, Anran, you can't form a contract yourself, and now others can't either? Anran heard some of Joe Wu's words and couldn't help but look at the new talent on the panel.
Talent 7 Beast Tamer King. When you were born, all of nature called your name Anran. You are the wildest beast, the ruler of all beasts, the king of beast kings.
1.
You can easily form a contract with any spirit beast whose strength is not greater than yours, even including those already contracted with other beast tamers. 2. Perfectly unleash the power of contracted spirit beasts, even surpassing their strength limits. Look at this, I become the Beast King. So what does that make me with Xiao Shui? Anran couldn't help but complain as she looked at the description of Beast Tamer King. Beauty and the Beast? But it's a good ability. Anran's lips curled up slightly at the first ability. It's a total kill for other beast tamers, forcibly implementing the Minotaur plan in front of them. What I am is not a Beast Tamer King, I'm simply the home for all spirit beasts. Anran then glanced at Mei Lizhi, embedded in the ground, revealing a hint of a cold smile. This time, your spirit beast escaped. Next time you dance in front of me, I'll directly perform a face-to-face capture. Then, Anran turned her gaze to the little song pigeon performing wildly in front of her. With the song pigeon's assistance, her mental attacks would become even more formidable. Why not just take it in? However, Anran was troubled. How could she form a contract with a spirit beast? Just as Anran was in distress, the little song pigeon suddenly transformed into a bright light of black and white and shot directly into Anran's heart. Anran felt a warm sensation in her heart, and then the information about the song pigeon appeared on the panel. Song pigeon, A-grade, juvenile stage, growing rapidly. Skilled in sound-based mental attacks, it uses beautiful singing and dancing movements along with rhythmic rap beats to enchant listeners. So, have I successfully formed a contract with the song pigeon? Anran was stunned, followed by a wave of ecstasy. No way, it was this easy? I just had some thoughts, and the contract was successful? At this moment, some knowledgeable people in the audience could no longer contain themselves. Did you all see that just now? If a spirit beast can enter the heart of a beast tamer, it means the taming was successful. Wait, did the young master just form a contract with a spirit beast so easily? When did the young master acquire the talent for beast taming? And Joe Wu felt completely numb, his heart shaken by a tsunami of emotions. Wasn't it said that Anran has no beast taming talent? Moreover, even if there is beast taming talent, it requires various complicated processes with spirit beasts, taking a day or two is normal. So what is going on with Anran? It's simpler than eating or drinking. Joe Wu then stiffly turned to look at Xiao Shui, trying to seek an answer. Xiao Shui looked at Anran with a doting smile. Anran always inexplicably revealed a new talent, like a magic trick, leaving her utterly perplexed. Perhaps this is what true genius is. At 5 in the afternoon, at the hospital of the High Martial Department of Magic City University, Mei Lizhi and Bai Bing were urgently sent to the intensive care unit. Before entering, Mei Lizhi woke up for a short while, her lips trembling wildly as she tried to say something. A group of people from the Imperial Capital University anxiously surrounded the teacher and students. Say, what do you want to say? Don't. Anran. Before she could finish her words, Mei Lizhi fainted again. What Mei Lizhi wanted to say was, don't trouble Anran, his strength surpasses any of us. But, teacher, what did Mei Lizhi mean just now? A white-haired youth looked at Zheng Zhuang with a flushed face. Zheng Zhuang thought for a moment, pondering for a while, then nodded affirmatively. Don't let Anran off the hook. Mei Lizhi must have said that. He wants us to avenge her. Zheng Zhuang couldn't help but laugh maniacally. This Anran really doesn't give us Imperial Capital University any face. Not even the Bai family any face, Sima Changrui coldly added from the side.
Poof! Zheng Zhuang snorted coldly. This Ran is indeed an extraordinary genius, but unfortunately, he is too young and impetuous. He must be made to suffer a bit, to understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people. Otherwise, where do we place the face of our imperial capital university and the three great families? Do you need me to take action? Sima Cheng Rui crossed his arms, his cold eyes flickering slightly. Mei Lizi ranks third among us, and she has already been defeated. Sima Cheng Rui began to take a great interest in Ran. No need, you don't have to take action. Zheng Zhuang shook his head, then his sharp gaze swept over the white-haired youth from earlier. Guan Yun. Ran's strength is probably second only to Wang Fei at Magic City University. So for the upcoming exchange competition, you will deal with Ran. Understood. Guan Yun stuck out his tongue and stirred his lips. My white tiger will tear him apart. A terrifying tiger roar echoed from his heart. At this moment, in the Jingwu Hall, the matter was settled. Xiao Shui quietly pulled Ran into a small secret room and closed the door. Now it's just the two of us here. Xiao Shui's gentle hand continuously comforted Ran's palm, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Let's have a sparring session, and after we finish, we can go home. Is that okay? Sure. Ran freed one hand to pinch Xiao Shui's nose. The purpose of coming here was originally to accompany Xiao Shui in her sparring practice, to test her results. It was just that the plan was disrupted midway by two ordinary girls. But I'm too strong now, if I make you cry later, you can't blame me. Ran showed a hint of distress. No matter how much I hold back my techniques and martial skills, it feels like you can't handle it. Xiao Shui playfully pouted. Of course, I have that self-awareness. So, we will only practice pure offensive routines. Xiao Shui mischievously winked at Ran. And you can't use the Firebird, nor can you wear battle armor. Ran chuckled at Xiao Shui. You really thought this through. Why don't you just say I should stand still and let you hit me? That works too. Xiao Shui suddenly became excited. Ran. Forget it, forget it. Ran casually pulled out a long stick from the nearby weapon rack and pointed it at Xiao Shui. Let's get started. Seeing this, Xiao Shui's lips curled up slightly, and she immediately revealed her Cold Moon blade in Cold Moon armor. Don't underestimate me. When we first met, I was at the second tier, 3rd level, and now I'm at the second tier, 4th level. And I feel like I'm about to break into the second tier, 5th level. Xiao Shui even had a delusion that maybe she really had a chance of winning. I will win. Xiao Shui silently encouraged herself. Ran smiled knowingly at her words. In less than a month, she was about to rise 2 levels. Xiao Shui's talent was actually not bad. If she continued to develop normally, she might even surpass Wang Fei. Unfortunately, comparisons were daunting. With a monster like him around, all talents seemed no different from ants. Soon, the attack and defense drill began. Ran took the initiative to attack first, wielding the long stick and heading for Xiao Shui's soft spot. The rhythm varied between slow and fast. Sometimes it was rapid and powerful, like a rocket soaring into the sky. Other times it was gentle and soft, like a small spring entering a pool. The key was to maintain a balance between tension and relaxation. Xiao Shui was not willing to back down either. Holding her protective gear, Cold Moon Blade, she blocked left and right, not wanting Ran to break through her defenses so quickly. Especially that soft spot. As a young martial artist, how could she let anyone attack her at will? However, the gap between the two was too great. Even with Ran deliberately holding back, Xiao Shui still quickly fell behind. Xiao Shui's hands and feet became frantic, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her breathing quickened. Ran's strength was simply too great. Even when she blocked his attacks, it forced Xiao Shui to step back several paces. Xiao Shui kept making whimpering sounds. In the end, Ran seized the opportunity and jabbed a few times at Xiao Shui's belly. Xiao Shui, in pain, sat down on the ground, clutching her stomach, with a few tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes, looking pitiful. Easily winning the attack and defense drill against a high-level martial artist girl. What a flower-destroying maniac. Maniac points plus 500. Remaining maniac points 42,000. Damn Ran. Xiao Shui glared at Ran with tearful eyes. You really hit me? Ran helplessly dropped his weapon, walked gently towards Xiao Shui, bent down, and pulled her up. I only used a little bit of strength. Xiao Shui, feeling the momentum, angrily lifted her right foot and stepped on Ran's toes. I saw red. After saying that, Xiao Shui lifted the clothing covering her belly, revealing a patch of snow-white skin and a striking cherry red that was particularly eye-catching. How are you going to compensate me? Ran gently held Xiao Shui in his arms, continuously savoring the sweet fragrance, and spoke softly. You said the difference between us isn't a big deal. Xiao Shui pinched Ran's waist hard and complained, I don't want to. Who told you that you're practically not human?
Even hormone-injected mice don't develop as fast as you.
And you still say you haven't cheated. And Ran rolled his eyes at Xiao Shui. Is there a man who talks about himself like that? I don't care.
Xiao Shui rubbed against Ran in his embrace. Suddenly, Ran pushed Xiao Shui away from his arms and looked seriously into her eyes.
Xiao Shui, let's live together. Starting today, come stay at my place. Live together?
Xiao Shui's cheeks instantly flushed, her eyes dreamy and a bit shy.
Isn't that too fast? We just confirmed our relationship 3 days ago. Are you that eager? Ahem.
And Ran tapped his lips with his fist, his mind racing.
I'm doing this so we can improve your strength as soon as possible.
With the twin source, we need to stick together for about 12 hours a day to maximize our benefits.
If we don't live together, we can't achieve that.
My thoughts are absolutely pure, with no other bad intentions. And Ran said this without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Xiao Shui was amused by Ran but still shyly nodded.
All right.
She had long forgotten the earlier statement of "you can't touch me" for a week. The reason she agreed was simply to increase her strength, definitely not because she wanted to live with him.
Xiao Shui silently comforted herself. Why aren't you living at my place? Xiao Shui suddenly discovered a point. My house is quite big.
And Ran shook his head.
Cohabitation is fundamentally about a world for two.
True. Xiao Shui's face flushed slightly as she understood, continuing, it's just that, with my dad. And Ran chuckled, having already grasped his future father-in-law's thoughts. He couldn't wait for Xiao Shui to secure him, making him a true member of the Xiao family. The bottom line was that no extra weight could be added to Xiao Shui until her strength grew.
But that didn't mean they couldn't get on the same train.
Sure enough, when Xiao Shui shared her thoughts with Xiao Yang over the phone, Xiao Yang only said 2 things.
Be mindful of moderation.
And in Ran, you should give her a little leeway. She's used to a wealthy lifestyle and might cause you some trouble.
This nearly broke Xiao Shui's defenses. Is there a father who pushes his daughter out like this?
And so, the two began living together. At 10 o'clock that night, in the rental room, Ran sat on the bed, feeling a bit restless with the sound of Xiao Shui showering and her faint silhouette. He kept tugging at a bag of arms, which he had just secretly brought in from the Lutian armory downstairs without Xiao Shui knowing.
Although he was a decent man, one couldn't be too careful, right?
And Ran looked at his shabby room and couldn't help but sigh that Xiao Shui hadn't run away after just one glance. In a few days, they would move to a big mansion. It was truly too much to ask a young lady like Xiao Shui to live in a doghouse.
And Ran, I'm not used to showering without a bathtub. Why did the water run out halfway?
Xiao Shui's worried voice came from the bathroom.
Let me check.
And Ran put down the arms and walked towards the bathroom, easily pushing the door open.
Wait, why did you just come in?
I didn't know you hadn't locked the door. From now on, it was the real offensive and defensive drill between Ran and Xiao Shui.
The following is omitted for a million words.
After a round of offensive and defensive drills, Ran was defeated and could only retreat from the bathroom in frustration. That night, the two embraced and fell asleep, with nothing happening.
However, how could Ran sleep soundly when his career was in jeopardy? Thus, Ran suffered from insomnia.
Xiao Shui was not feeling well either, her mind racing all night, her heart fluttering. In front of Ran, she felt she had almost no secrets left.
If she could hold on this time, next time.
The next day, Monday at 8 in the morning, the martial arts arena of Magic City University was packed. The exchange competition would officially start in 1 hour, but Guan Yun was already impatient, heading straight for the preparation area of Magic City University.
Inside the preparation area, the students of Magic City University were conserving their energy.
Suddenly, a whistle was heard, and Guan Yun rode in on a majestic white tiger, leaping into view. This white tiger was massive, with a black and white coat, moving with powerful strides. The white tiger occasionally bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs, emitting a low growl like a royal engine. The tiger's gaze was cold, sharp as a knife, sweeping over every competitor at Magic City University with endless killing intent. Many lower-year competitors were intimidated by the white tiger's presence. Meanwhile, senior students like Wang Fei and Tang Kai had slightly pale faces, feeling quite displeased. They recognized this person as Guan Yun, the top figure of the beast taming department at Imperial Capital University, the second in command of the school team. The 6th stage, double-layered, is comparable to Wang Fei. However, Guan Yun has always believed that he is just a little stronger than Wang Fei. Now, Guan Yun's behavior is undoubtedly a provocation before the competition. To look down on the 2nd seed, the Magic City University, is a tremendous disgrace. Therefore, as the captain, Wang Fei naturally has to step up. He glared at Guan Yun and scolded sharply, "Guan Yun, the match hasn't even started yet, what do you want?" Seeing it was Wang Fei, Guan Yun crossed his arms and smirked. "Get lost, You're just a punching bag for our team captain, Sima Qingrui.
I can't steal the spotlight.
Guan Yun directly hit Wang Fei's sore spot. For the past 3 years, he had lost to Sima Qingrui every time. He didn't even dare to say he was sure against Guan Yun.
You! Wang Fei's face flushed with anger. What a big mouth. This Guan Yun actually had the audacity to disrespect him. Did he think he was in Ran or Sima Qingrui? The other students from Magic City University were also outraged, and the atmosphere became tense.
Guan Yun scanned the opposition, his eyes glinting coldly.
I'm here to find in Ran, it has nothing to do with you. I don't want to waste time with you. Wang Fei felt a surge of amusement. Another overconfident senior, and he, a 6th stage double-layered person, thought he could challenge in Ran? And Ran isn't here.
At this moment, Tang Kai also stepped forward, blaring at Guan Yun.
Besides, if you want to find in Ran, you have to wait until the exchange match officially starts, right?
Guan Yun shot Tang Kai a disdainful glance and then shook his head with a smile. I thought who it was, turns out it's my defeated opponent from 3 years ago.
You!
Tang Kai's face also turned red, but he couldn't refute it. He had lost from his freshman to junior year, and if he lost again this year, there would be nothing left to lose.
Guan Yun continued shaking his head. Did Ran consider that we 3 team members are heavily injured, and the match hasn't even started yet?
I also knocked him out of the main roster due to heavy injuries, that's only fair.
Damn it! Tang Kai couldn't help but curse. It was clearly your people who provoked Ran first. If you got beaten, you deserved it.
Although Tang Kai had conflicts with Ran, that was still an internal matter of their school.
How could he tolerate someone from the Imperial Capital University barking at Ran? Guan Yun's expression turned cold, his tone dark. Do you dare to insult me? Then let's start with you. Come if you dare. Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Tang Kai was also ready to enter a fighting stance.
Stop.
Wang Fei raised his hand to block Tang Kai. Let me handle this. But Tang Kai quietly whispered in Wang Fei's ear, you're our nominal number 1, dealing with him, a number 2, would be losing face. Wang Fei found this reasonable and instructed, be careful, if you can't win, admit defeat. Tang Kai nodded and stepped forward, donning phantom armor, with a yellow phantom moon black iron sword appearing in his right hand. Seeing this, Guan Yun snorted coldly, and a red cat toy appeared in his hand. A hint of a smile crept onto his lips, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he lightly jumped down from the white tiger, swinging the cat toy. A set of imposing, gleaming white tiger armor gently fitted onto the white tiger. The originally fierce white tiger now looked even more dominant. Hiss! Tang Kai gasped, then took the initiative to attack with great momentum.
Phantom sword technique.
In an instant, dozens of Tang Kai appeared around Guan Yun and the white tiger, spinning rapidly, creating intense air currents.
Guess which one is me? Tang Kai threatened Guan Yun. I'm going to stab down.
With that, dozens of Tang Kai, wielding swords and accompanied by strong air currents, charged straight at Guan Yun and his white tiger.
Ha ha ha. Guan Yun couldn't help but laugh. After 3 years, you're still using the same old tricks. I'm not good at guessing, but isn't it enough to take you all out in an instant? Then, amidst his wild laughter, Guan Yun issued his orders. White Tiger, unleash the tiger's roar upon the world.
Upon receiving the command, the white tiger opened its massive mouth and activated the Imperial engine.
Roar! A deafening tiger's roar echoed throughout the venue.
This sound generated a powerful shockwave, carrying endless pressure and strength, penetrating the entire space.
Damn!
All the Tang Kai were simultaneously taken aback, their bodies nearly twisting as they turned into countless bubbles and vanished. As the roar spread, the surrounding buildings began to shake violently.
Everyone present was overwhelmed by this powerful sound wave, covering their ears in distress.
Some people fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure, their expressions filled with agony.
Damn it, what a strong attack! You stupid dog, quickly put your tiger away. Even Wang Fei couldn't help but take a few steps back to maintain his balance, his expression grave. Tang Kai is finished.
As the roar subsided and everyone regained their composure, they were horrified to find Tang Kai lying on the ground, slightly writhing. Tang Kai trembled as he lifted his head, gritting his teeth at Guan Yun in the distance.
Damn it, I didn't even get a chance to concede?
Humph. Guan Yun took another swift step, mounted the white tiger, and then waved a cat teaser forward.
King's tread.
With that, the white tiger received the command and leaped high into the air, directly bringing its paw down on Tang Kai's head amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd.
In a fit of rage, Tang Kai shouted, then fainted. Who else? Guan Yun, riding the white tiger, shouted madly. Are all of you students from Magic City University just weaklings? Instantly, the atmosphere erupted, anger flaring as the students from Magic City University gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with fury.
At this moment, Wang Fei could no longer sit still, his expression serious. Forget about face, we need to regain control of the situation first. Suddenly, a lazy yet commanding voice came from the entrance.
I heard someone barking at my dog again? And Ran and Xiao Shui walked in hand in hand.
The students from Magic City University erupted in cheers and excitement upon seeing Ran and Xiao Shui.
Wow, it's Ran, he finally arrived. Hey, he's even holding hands with his little wife.
Seeing Ran arrive, Wang Fei first felt a bit awkward, then sighed in relief.
If it's Ran, then it's no problem.
To be honest, he wasn't very confident against Guan Yin either. At this moment, Ran and Xiao Shui looked exhausted due to insomnia, drawing curious glances from others.
Why do Ran and Xiao Shui look so worn out? Did they practice last night? He.
Guan Yun confirmed that the newcomers were indeed Ran and, out of curiosity, scrutinized this otherwise unremarkable man except for his good looks, feeling a hint of disdain.
So you are Ran?
You don't look that impressive, you should know how to restrain yourself. With that, Guan Yun's gaze turned malicious as he eyed Xiao Shui, beginning his mockery. This must be the Xiao Shui who relies on Ran. Ran, your reputation for living off a woman is well known in this school. Xiao Shui immediately perked up, shooting a cold glare at Guan Yun, her body slightly leaning forward. Ran gently pulled Xiao Shui back, his expression calm. Just wait and see how I crush him. Xiao Shui nodded shyly and then walked towards the resting area for the students of Magic City University. Others couldn't help but feel that Xiao Shui seemed to have lost a bit of her youthful innocence, gaining a hint of allure instead. Had Ran already begun to ripen the fruit named Xiao Shui, preparing for harvest? After Xiao Shui left, Ran turned his gaze towards the arrogant Guan Yun. This brat dared to mock my woman, the path has narrowed for him. The more he jumps around now, the harder Ran will prepare to strike later. Ran continuously sized up Guan Yun's white tiger and couldn't help but praise it. What a beautiful white tiger. Then she felt a surge of joy in her heart. If I take it in, I'll have 2 white tigers. As for why there would be 2, everyone understood. Guan Yun's expression slightly changed. How can you describe a white tiger as beautiful? It's majestic. Ran glanced at Xiao Shui in the distance, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. How should she put it? It was beautiful. Ran ignored Guan Yun's protests, staring at Tang Kai, who was being trampled by the white tiger, with a smirk. After all, he was the nominal second in command of Magic City University, and now he was being humiliated like this. It showed that Guan Yun's strength was impressive. He was a walking madman point blank. Ran felt a bit excited. Let's move away from Tang Kai first. Ran's tone began to turn ominous, and Guan Yun disdainfully glanced down at Tang Kai. Forget it. Weaklings only deserve to be humiliated by the strong. Unless you can prove that I'm weak. Upon hearing this, Ran's cold face flashed with a strange smile. He loved watching such arrogant geniuses dance before him, only to be brutally humiliated afterward, their shock and breakdown evident. Listening to your barking was my biggest mistake today. Ran revealed the firebird in his hand. You call me a dog? Guan Yun's face turned red. What are you barking like a dog for? Ran continued to insult him, continuously insulting a 6th-tier double beast taming genius. What a reckless madman. Madman points plus 500. Remaining madman points 42,500. Ran, you insult me. Guan Yun had a face like Guan Gong. My white tiger has long wanted to tear you apart. Go! My white tiger. Guan Yun swiftly extended a cat toy towards Ran. Scatter Soul Tiger Claw. The white tiger received the signal and immediately leaped, charging towards Ran with great momentum. It revealed its glimmering silver steel claws in mid-air. As the saying goes, clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. A silver-white breeze emanated from the white tiger's steel claws. Seeing the white tiger charging towards him, Ran remained unmoved, then lightly waved the firebird, directly blocking the white tiger's steel claws. The two sides became locked in a stalemate, the overflowing power creating a storm-like wave that continuously eroded the other onlookers, causing a frenzy of screams. What a powerful force, I can barely hold on. If this continues, Ran will be in danger too. But why isn't Ran making a move? This isn't his style. Guan Yun, seeing the two sides at a standstill, looked somewhat displeased. You still have some skills, no wonder you could win against Mei Lizhi. But unfortunately, you definitely aren't my match. Ran gave him a sly smile. Your white tiger is great, but soon it will be mine. Guan Yun's face was filled with confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, a bridge of power appeared between Ran and the white tiger. This bridge was visible only to Ran and Guan Yun. No! Guan Yun seemed to understand what was happening. Stop it! Ran brushed his bangs aside. Bring it here, white tiger. The white tiger, which had been baring its teeth at Anran, suddenly became docile. Then it wiggled its rear and thrust its body upward. It directly tossed Guan Yun aside and kicked him fiercely with its hind leg. Guan Yun rolled on the ground for dozens of meters. The students from Magic City were in shock. What the hell? What just happened? Did the white tiger kill its master? Hee hee, who do you think is better, me or your previous master? Anran laughed as he stroked the tiger's head. The white tiger rubbed against Anran like a little woman, happily purring. Give me back my white tiger. Guan Yun lay on the ground, raising his head, his face twisted and pale. That expression was like that of a victim of a minotaur. That was his white tiger, and it had never shown such a delicate demeanor before. At that moment, everyone else instantly understood, and Ran had forcefully taken away his love, directly humiliating Guan Yun. Wow, and Ran's move is impressive. Stealing a Beastmaster's spirit beast is even more insulting than taking away his woman. Ha ha ha. Wang Fei was also stunned, then smiled slightly. Impressive. What did you use to threaten it? Guan Yun was about to explode with anger, continuing to roar while lying on the ground. And Ran looked at Guan Yun with a disdainful gaze. Oh, threaten? Don't be ridiculous. If you can't handle it, don't blame the white tiger for running to me. You. Guan Yun gritted his teeth, his hands clawing at the ground. Damn it, don't underestimate us Beastmasters. Guan Yun roared, I'll fight you. Guan Yun prepared to get up and make a desperate attempt. He didn't dare summon his spirit beast again, in case he got humiliated again. But Beastmasters also had their own combat power. There was another round of gasps from the sidelines. Guan Yun is getting up. Guan Yun is about to rise. And Ran looked at Guan Yun, who was struggling like a trapped beast, with disgust. Still not giving up? Then I'll make you give up. Watch closely. This is how you use a white tiger. Slap. And Ran suddenly slapped the white tiger's rear. Stamp on him, then spray him with tiger urine. The white tiger received the command, its face turning red first, then it pounced fiercely on its old love. Two steel claws heavily stomped on Guan Yun's face. Ah! Guan Yun screamed, his entire head embedded in the ground. What the hell? Guan Yun got taken out in an instant. There was a chorus of jeers from the sidelines. The white tiger stepped back, turned around, and aimed its rear at Guan Yun's face, releasing a torrent. Instantly, the holy water poured down on Guan Yun's face like a waterfall. The entire venue was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Smelling that pungent odor, Guan Yun seemed to resign himself to fate, his face pale as he said, Please be a little gentler with it in the future. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Easily defeating a 6th-tier second-level Beastmaster genius. What a reckless madman. Madman points plus 7,000. Remaining madman points 49,500. Ha! And Ran crossed his arms, coldly looking at Guan Yun. What a useless piece of trash. Can't even protect his own white tiger. At this moment, the students from the Magic City University erupted in cheers. And Ran is invincible. Who else is there? Are the people from the Imperial Capital University barking again? Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded from the entrance. Your passion is your life. I, Sima Changrui, have arrived. Sima Changrui? Everyone present, except for Ran and Xiao Shui, felt a chill at the sound of that name. That man, already at the 6th-tier 8th level, was known as the strongest in history. In just 2.5 years, he had dominated the entire Imperial Capital University. Many believed that Xiao Yang, the strongest student in the history of Magic City University, was slightly inferior to him. For Wang Fei, this person was even more of a nightmare. For 3 years, Wang Fei had been repeatedly humiliated by him, becoming his exclusive experience punching bag. And Ran felt indifferent to this name, only thinking it sounded a bit like the name of the P-Station CEO. Everyone turned their gaze to the entrance. They saw a large group of students from the Imperial Capital University walking in, all with faces full of resentment, most of them wearing a Sima face. Leading them, Sima Changrui had a face full of spring breeze and gentle rain. Upon seeing Guan Yun's miserable state, the students from the Imperial Capital University changed their expressions drastically. What the hell? How did Guan Yun get beaten so badly? He's the second strongest in our school. Quick, he's been beaten into a pig's head. A group hurried over to pull Guan Yun's head from the ground for emergency treatment. Sima Changrui calmly glanced at Ran, his lips moving slightly. Are you Ran? Did you beat Guan Yun? Let me clarify, he came to me to be beaten. And Ran sized up Sima Changrui. Upon hearing this, Sima Changrui mocked Wang Fei. Wang Fei, I think your title as the top student of Magic City University is undeserved. This Ran is clearly much stronger than you. What surprised Sima Changrui was that Wang Fei actually laughed, and the other students from Magic City University joined in.
Sima Changrui frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease. What a strange reaction. Could there be some conspiracy behind this? He glanced again at the white tiger, now transformed into an rance-licking tiger, looking somewhat astonished. Isn't this Guan Yun's spirit beast? You also have the talent to control beasts, and you managed to take his white tiger? And Ran gently stroked the tiger's head, proudly saying, how can you say I took it? It's his own fault, otherwise, how could his white tiger abandon him to follow me? At this moment, Sima Changrui's expression gradually darkened, coldly staring at Ran. I often say, your passion is your life. For a beast master like Guan Yun, spirit beasts are their passion in life. You've taken something comparable to stealing a wife. I advise you, since you've already beaten Guan Yun, you should return the spirit beast to him. Otherwise, I can't be bothered to waste words with a foolish dog like you. And Ran firmly interrupted Sima Changrui. I took the white tiger by my own ability, why should I return it? Sima Changrui's face began to darken, his fists clenching slightly. You're being a bit too brazen. Foolish dog, stop barking in front of me. And Ran was getting a bit impatient. If you want to fight, just do it. Hearing Ran's audacious words, the students from Imperial Capital University couldn't hold back. Captain Sima, this guy is too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Just as Sima Changrui was about to explode, suddenly a student from Magic City University, unable to tolerate Sima Changrui, shouted loudly. Sima Changrui, when are you going to die? Unexpectedly, this remark triggered a domino effect, with students from Magic City University echoing, Sima Changrui, when are you going to die? At this point, Sima Changrui could no longer hold back, his face turning red as he exhaled a few breaths of cold air. I, Sima Changrui, am really angry now. As he spoke, a wave of electric blue energy began to surge from his body, creating a whirlwind of power. The people from Imperial Capital University wisely stepped away from Sima Changrui. Meanwhile, the students from Magic City University felt the immense pressure emanating from Sima Changrui. The crowd, which had been joking moments ago, instantly turned to shock. What terrifying pressure! Is this the power contained within Sima Changrui? Who was it that insulted him just now? Was it the Mongolian top laner? How strong? Wang Fei couldn't help but clutch his chest, frowning. With this strength, and Ran is probably no match for him. He realized something terrifying. Compared to a year ago, the gap between him and Sima Changrui had widened even more. I really want to fight him. Wang Fei felt very unwilling. After the whirlwind of power dissipated, Sima Changrui was seen donning an electric blue battle armor and S-Class thunder armor, its surface constantly flickering with blue electric currents. However, Ran did not see any weapons or items. Sima Changrui patted his thunder armor, looking at Ran with a slight smirk. Shall we begin, even though it's not time for the match yet? But the atmosphere is already here. Sima Changrui extended his right index finger towards Ran, sneering, let you feel the power of the electromagnetic cannon. At this moment, Ran finally saw that his right index finger resembled a mechanical gun barrel. Ran inexplicably felt excited. That must be Sima Changrui's weapon, the electromagnetic cannon. This was the first time he encountered an opponent with firearms. Just as he was about to make a move, Wang Fei suddenly jumped out. Sima Changrui, if you want to fight Ran, you have to get past me first. Shooting technique, Galactic Storm. Wang Fei, wielding the galactic spear and dressed in galactic battle armor, spun like a drill, radiating a wild silver light of power as he charged towards Sima Changrui, shaking the space around him. Second brother won't join the fun. Sima Changrui glanced disdainfully at Wang Fei, then extended his left index finger towards him. Electromagnetic cannon. With a series of crackling sounds, an electromagnetic cannon with a diameter of several meters shot from Sima Changrui's fingertip towards Wang Fei, filling the arena with dazzling blue light. In an instant, it shattered Wang Fei's attack. No! Wang Fei's face was filled with shock and unwillingness. His entire body, smoking, was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing headfirst into the ground. Sorry, Ran, I can only help you this much. Wang Fei fainted, filled with regret. Instant kill. Sima Changrui had taken Wang Fei out in an instant. Ha! Sima Changrui couldn't even be bothered to mock Wang Fei. This year, the gap between you and me is widening, not narrowing. At this moment, the students of Magic City University fell into silence. They knew Sima Changrui was stronger than Wang Fei, but was the gap really this large? Soon, the students began to stir. Wow, Sima Changrui's strength is insane. I'm afraid Ran isn't even a match for him. Ran, why not just give up? Just throw in the towel? Only Xiao Shui remained calm, having seen Ran's true strength at the Xiao family. What was Sima Changrui to her now? She cast a doting glance at Ran, who was smiling brightly, and Xiao Shue's lips curled up slightly. Let's give them a little shock from Anren. In the martial arts arena, in the VIP conference room, the main teachers from Magic City University and Imperial Capital University were holding a pre-match meeting. Wu Changnan was making some polite remarks. I hope our exchange match values harmony. Exchange first, victory second. Zheng Zhuang abruptly interrupted, his tone quite resentful. Let's skip the harmony part. You deliberately hid information about Anren, saying harmony is a bit too funny, isn't it? He sent our 3 key players to the emergency room in one day. Wu Changnan concealed his displeasure. After all, the other party was a guest, and then he smiled at Zheng Zhuang. Look, you're getting anxious. How can I not be anxious? Zheng Zhuang began to speak sarcastically. I think you did it on purpose, right? Why didn't you tell us about Anren? Well, you didn't ask, did you? Yuan Shen, who was nearby, responded irritably. You! Zheng Zhuang shot a glare at Yuan Shen but couldn't retort. Principal, not good. Suddenly, an urgent announcement rang out. Students from Imperial Capital University clashed with our students before entering the arena. Instantly, both sides in the conference room fell into a tacit silence, and after a moment, Wu Changnan calmly said, clarify. First, their Guan Yunchong went in to find Anren. He injured Tang Kai. Upon hearing this, the teachers from Imperial Capital University exchanged knowing smiles. Guan Yunchong looking for trouble before the match was clearly arranged by them. Anren had injured their 3 players beforehand, so naturally, Guan Yunchong was there to get revenge. Guan Yunchong was the Beast King of Imperial Capital University. However, what surprised them was that the teachers from Magic City University showed no signs of panic. Why? Was Anren really that strong? And then, what about Anren? Wu Changnan asked calmly. Anren came later and directly took Guan Yunchong's white tiger and severely injured him. Wow! Hearing this, Zheng Zhuang's eyes went dark, and his body involuntarily trembled. No! This is wrong. How could it be Anren beating up Guan Yun? This is a bit different from what I imagined. A trace of panic flashed across Zheng Zhuang's face as he looked at the calm demeanor of his opponent, and an idea suddenly formed in his mind. Could it be that Anren is actually the boss of Magic City University? Then, the broadcast continued. Just now, Sima Chengrui took all the students from the Imperial Capital University inside. Then Sima Chengrui severely injured Wang Fei with a single move. Now he's going to confront Anren. Upon hearing this, all the teachers from the Imperial Capital University couldn't help but lean back in shock. What does it mean to be the strongest university student? Sima Chengrui is it? They couldn't help but show proud smiles. With Sima Chengrui around, everything was secure. Meanwhile, Wu Changnan squinted at the people from the Imperial Capital University, a subtle smile on his face. You see, should we rush over to stop this? The young man is too hot-headed, he doesn't know when to hold back. Stop? Zheng Zhuang feigned surprise. Isn't being hot-headed what it means to be young? The young man's anger needs to be released, otherwise, it will backfire. Besides, this can be considered the match starting early. After saying this, Zheng Zhuang cheerfully glanced at the teachers from Magic City University. Finally, his gaze landed on Wu Changnan, and he felt ecstatic inside. Hee, old boy, don't think I don't know what you're plotting. If we go over, Sima Chengrui won't be able to use his full strength, and Anren will be fine. No way. The other teachers from the Imperial Capital University echoed in agreement. Then, Wu Changnan pretended to be troubled. Let's just not interfere. Wu Changnan and Yuan Shen exchanged a subtle glance, both thinking the same thing. Zheng Zhuang, what a fool. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, the atmosphere in the Magic City University preparation area had reached a boiling point. Sima Chengrui turned his gaze to Anren, a hint of malice in his eyes. Alright, now it's your turn. Then came a self-satisfied smile. I think I understand why I hadn't heard of you before coming here. It must be your school's cunning scheme to deliberately hide you away. Then let you catch us off guard. Am I wrong? Anren was already impatient. Get lost, I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. Don't waste my time. Sima Chengrui couldn't help but turn red again, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Still so arrogant? You've seen my strength, your so-called former number 1 is simply no match for me. What gives you the confidence? Don't think that just because you're a little stronger than Wang Fei, you have the capital to compete with me, Sima Chengrui. At this moment, the other students from the Imperial Capital University also began to shout wildly. Seeing our captain showing his might, why aren't you kneeling and begging for mercy? This Anren not only refuses to surrender but even prepares to fight back. Sima Chengrui stretched all 10 fingers toward Anren, his face beginning to contort. I'll let you see what the strength of the strongest university student looks like. Super electromagnetic cannon beaded curtain bombardment. 10 thick blue electromagnetic waves shot from Sima Chingrue's fingers toward Enran.
A thunderstorm erupted in the entire venue, fierce currents swirling everywhere, causing chaos among the others.
Some people were even knocked out by the electricity.
Yet Enran stood firm, already enveloped in the golden light of the 100 ghosts wailing in the godly meteor.
This is confidence. Boom! After a massive roar, a mist rose around Enran.
The thunderstorm phenomenon disappeared, and people turned their gazes toward Enran's position.
The students from Magic City University were in a panic. Why isn't Enran dodging? He wouldn't be going for a revival match again, would he?
Meanwhile, the students from the Imperial Capital University were overjoyed, shouting wildly that Enran was an arrogant fool.
Even the captain's ultimate move couldn't touch him. Oomph, arrogant fool. The corners of Sima Chengrue's mouth couldn't suppress his anger. I've already won. When the smoke cleared, Enran's body emerged, completely unscathed. The entire arena was in shock. What the hell? Did he not get hit, or did Enran win the resurrection match?
Wait, our captain's attack was ineffective?
Xiao Shue's lips curled up slightly. This was Enran. Sima Chengrue's defenses crumbled at the sight. Impossible. He screamed hoarsely, his body involuntarily trembling as he took 2 steps back. Why can't I hurt him?
Enran's expression was cold, a slight smile on his lips, feeling exhilarated inside. It was simply ridiculous. Jiang Jingfu at the 6th level, 10th stage couldn't touch me. You, at the 6th level, 8th stage, are nowhere near my Enran at the 4th level, 4th stage.
It's my turn to perform.
Enran commanded the White Tiger, use your strongest attack to take him out. With the talent of Beast Master, Enran could push the spirit beast beyond its limits. He wanted to see how powerful the White Tiger could become in his hands, and Sima Chengruo was just the perfect test subject. The White Tiger, receiving the command, became excited, standing on its hind legs and letting out a tiger roar. In an instant, a high concentration of white transparent energy surrounded the White Tiger, which quickly transformed into a massive illusory white tiger standing over 10 meters tall. The White Tiger's might. The entire arena felt the pressure emanating from the White Tiger, gasping in awe. What is that? The White Tiger, even Guan Yundu couldn't use it so well. Enran is invincible, this kid. Not only can he control others' spirit beasts, but he can also use them better. Sima Chengruo quickly fired 10 electromagnetic cannon shots at the White Tiger. All were effortlessly blocked by the White Tiger's might. Sima Chengruo was dumbfounded, muttering continuously. What kind of monster is that? The White Tiger's gaze turned icy as it fixed on Sima Chengruo, and with a roar, it lunged forward. The White Tiger's might directly extended a massive paw, slamming Sima Chengruo down into the ground. Exploding the genius at the 6th level, 8th stage. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 59,500. Finished, the White Tiger retracted its might, and Sima Chengrue's figure appeared. He was completely embedded in the ground, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. The arena fell silent. In the midst of the silence, Enran leisurely walked over to Sima Chengruo, first petting the White Tiger's head with satisfaction, expressing his fondness. This White Tiger was truly formidable, completely different in style from the one at home. Sima Chengruo at the 6th level, 8th stage, and the White Tiger could take him out. It must have at least the strength of the 6th level, 10th stage. Perhaps it was only slightly weaker than himself. If that were the case, summoning the White Tiger to fight alongside him in future battles would make him even more invincible. Sigh, this advantage was a bit too much. Unfortunately, summoning spirit beasts for battle also required a lot of energy, which would weaken his own combat power, and at this stage, he couldn't summon multiple spirit beasts. Otherwise, he could have the Song Dove and the White Tiger appear simultaneously, unleashing a devastating combination of physical and mental attacks on the enemy. Enran looked down coldly at Sima Chengruo, who was embedded in the ground. Just when people thought he was going to pull Sima Chengruo up from the ground, Enran took heavy steps and stomped down hard on Sima Chengruo's pig head, walking towards Xiao Shui. Stomping on the head to humiliate the genius at the 6th level, 8th stage. What a fearless madman. Madman points plus 1,500. Remaining madman points 60,000. Don't get it wrong, Enran didn't stomp on purpose. His foot just happened to land on Sima Chengruo's face. Oh, asterisk. Oh, at this moment, people were just beginning to awaken from their shock. First, the students from Magic City University shifted from shock to excitement, their words filled with admiration for Enran. Wow, Enran, you're invincible. Enran hasn't even made a move, and Sima Chengruo has already fallen. He was taken out in an instant, and it was the White Tiger from Niu Lai that did it. From now on, we will listen to everything Enran says,
and we will support everything Ran does. The students of the Imperial Capital University were as shocked by Sima Changrue's defeat as the people of Sakura Country were by the impact of the Second Origin back in the day. Since the start of their freshman year, they had been immersed in the strongest legends about Sima Changrue, and some had even formed fan clubs. What was even harder to accept was that Ran achieved all this with the White Tiger he had taken. The White Tiger could only unleash a 6th-tier second-level power in Guanyun's hands, but in Ran's, it was even more formidable than Sima Changrue. It was just like the scene where the female protagonist shouts that the yellow-haired guy is stronger than the victim. And so they erupted. Impossible, how could Senior Sima lose? Get up, Senior Sima. And Ran, give me back my perfect Sima pigeon. Today is a day of shame for our school. We refuse to accept this. And Ran, you won with Guanyun's White Tiger, it must be the White Tiger's strength, not your own. We want justice. Return Guanyun's White Tiger. And Ran was almost amused to the point of laughter by the adorable students of Imperial Capital University, turning to look at the students shouting wildly at him, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools, dare to talk but not act, come and have a match with me. You all come at once, and fear no one. Declaring war on all 35 members of the Imperial Capital University delegation. What a fearless madman, madman points plus 3,500. Remaining madman points 63,500. And Ran wasn't reckless. Originally, there were 10 from each grade in the delegation, and he had already taken down the 3 strongest from the senior year. The remaining 7 subpar seniors and the useless freshmen to juniors combined were no match for him. As soon as Ran said this, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. The students of Imperial Capital University engaged in a tense discussion. And Ran is really strong, it seems a bit mystical. But if we, 35 of us, attack him and he doesn't dare to fight back, won't our Imperial Capital University reputation be ruined? What if we lose? That would be even worse. What are you thinking? Our reputation is already being trampled underfoot by Ran. Let's go. Right, we can win. The leader shouted towards Ran. We accept the challenge, Ran. Then all 35 members of Imperial Capital University moved out, surrounding Ran and the White Tiger. Ran, no matter how strong you are, you can't take us all down. Ran looked at this group of naive madmen with a slight cold smile, hands in his pockets. He felt like Tyson who had wandered into a kindergarten. Every gesture he made sent chills down the spines of the Imperial Capital University students, making them think it was a profound action. At this moment, a group of students from Magic City felt that Ran was being a bit arrogant and were eager to rush in to help. Ran, don't do anything foolish, we're here to support you. Ran was speechless upon seeing this. No, I don't need your help. Don't come and steal my madman points. There was no other way, he had to strike first. Ran shouted angrily. 100 Ghosts Parade. A tremendous momentum erupted, and hundreds of massive shadows, exuding a powerful aura, were released from the cries of the 100 ghosts. The entire space was filled with a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere, with chilling ghostly wails echoing in the air. Then the shadows charged towards all the opponents. At the same time, he ordered the White Tiger to start attacking. The White Tiger roared and activated the White Tiger's fury again, its massive claws smashing down mercilessly towards the opponents. To be served by both Ran and the White Tiger's 2 ultimate moves at the same time, these students from Imperial Capital University were truly fortunate. Wow! What the heck is going on? The students from the Imperial Capital University hadn't even reacted when they were swept away by 2 powerful moves. By the time the students from Magic City University arrived, all the members from Imperial Capital University were sprawled on the ground, unconscious and in disarray. Instantly defeated all 35 members of the Imperial Capital University delegation. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 70,000. Remaining madman points 133,500. Ran's gaze swept over the already asleep members of the opposing team, cursing inwardly. A bunch of useless fools, only 70,000 points from so many talents. The students who had come to help were frozen in place, Omega. Did we actually doubt and shun? What a joke! At this moment, in the martial arts arena, in the VIP conference room, after Sima Changrue fought with Ran, the students from both sides clashed. The urgent voice of the broadcast rang out again. The students from Imperial Capital University have all been severely injured. As soon as this was said, the conference room erupted. What? Zheng Zhuang immediately jumped up, veins bulging, pointing at Wu Changnan and shouting. It must be your students who were unhappy that Ran lost to Sima Changrue, so they took advantage of the home ground to gang up on our students. How outrageous, the local students are too lacking in martial ethics. Haven't you educated your students on martial ethics? Is this your way of treating guests? The more Zhang Zhuang spoke, the angrier he became, his face turning as dark as an international friend, and the other teachers from Imperial Capital University also grew furious, almost ready to fight on the spot. Shut up! Wu Chengnan suddenly thundered with rage, the entire conference room's space twisted and shook. As the only ninth-tier presence there, Wu Chengnan could easily take out all the teachers present, including those from his own school. Everyone fell silent, and after a tremor, Zhang Zhuang cautiously sat back down. The broadcast continued. In fact, after Sima Changrui lost to Enran, the students from Imperial Capital University were dissatisfied. Then Enran beat them all up. Who upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuang felt dizzy. His mind went blank, and he fainted. Overwhelmed with shock, Zhang Zhuang was quickly taken to the hospital. Wu Chengnan and Yuan Shen exchanged a glance, both at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Well, now the opposing team was wiped out before the match even started. The exchange competition ended before it began. Enran had defeated everyone, but since the competition hadn't started, did Magic City University really win? If so, how? However, in his excitement, Wu Chengnan still increased Enran's bonus to 20 million, bringing his points to 100,000. Enran took Xiao Shui to the Tiangong Pavilion to sweep up a large number of precious items aside from martial arts techniques, all of which were stored in the space ring Xiao Shui had given him as their private property. In the car on the way home, Enran, exhausted, rested his head on Xiao Shui's lap, while she gently stroked his head. Having released a yokai parade resonating with the 4th tier, Enran had consumed a lot of energy. He remembered that his energy technique was still at the 3rd tier and hadn't been upgraded. Now that he had over 100,000 madman points, it was time to find a moment to work hard. As for the playful banter between the young couple, the driver, Jiang Tianxiong, said he was already used to it, chuckling. You've already dominated the entire university. According to the head of the family, you can get a marriage certificate now. In this world, one could get married at 18. Hearing about the marriage certificate, both Enran and Xiao Shui were startled. Getting married at 18 seemed a bit early. The father-in-law was a bit anxious, and Enran smiled. What he and Xiao Shui lacked was not that certificate, but the ceremony to announce their union. That night, in Enran's rental apartment, Xiao Shui stood in front of the fitting mirror in a sexy nightgown, constantly twisting her body. Enran suddenly wrapped his arms around her slim waist from behind, resting his head gently on her delicate shoulder, his lazy gaze drifting towards the mirror, and then he became restless. The black fabric of Xiao Shui's lingerie was subtly highlighted by her sexy nightwear, simply stunning. Enran's hands kept exploring her snowy white abdomen, while his lips brushed against her ear. Xiao Shui seemed to have no aversion to Enran's behavior, even beginning to immerse herself in it slightly. Feeling the warmth of Enran's hands and the heat of his breath, her face inevitably flushed. Just as Enran was about to boldly advance, Xiao Shui quickly and keenly stopped him. Xiao Shui said, slightly blushing, let's wait a bit. Enran, feeling disheartened, suddenly had a bright idea and said gently, let's set some rules. Every night, we'll summarize my performance for the day and reward me based on it. Rewards are divided into 7 levels. Rewards? Xiao Shui looked confused. What do you mean? The 7th level is kissing, the minimum daily requirement. Okay. Xiao Shui nodded shyly. The 6th level, I'll teach you sign language. Xiao Shui was puzzled. Why would I learn sign language from you? Do you even know it? Wait until I finish before asking questions, Enran continued. The 5th level, you teach me sign language. The 4th level, I'll teach you spoken language. The 3rd level, you teach me spoken language. The 2nd level, we have a water fight together. The 1st level, we practice offense and defense. Each first prize includes all the previous rewards. Alright, you can ask questions now. Enran revealed a mischievous smile. Xiao Shui was lost from the 6th level onward. With sign language and spoken language, not to mention whether they would learn it, how would they even teach each other? So Enran began to quietly explain to Xiao Shui. The more Xiao Shui listened, the redder her face became, until she finally stomped on Enran's big toe with her heel, pouting. Enran, why do you have so many bad thoughts? Enran chuckled, shaking her waist. Just say whether you agree or not. Xiao Shui lowered her head and thought for a long time, finally biting her pink lip hard. Okay. Enran's eyes instantly lit up. So, what level can my performance today rank? Enran gently asked in Xiao Shui's ear. Xiao Shui, blushing, thought for a moment and then gritted her teeth. 7th level. Enran was shocked. What? This is only the 7th level? Why? Xiao Shui pretended to be angry. Because you beat all the students from the Imperial Capital University, I was supposed to compete with them as a freshman. It's all because of you that I had no chance to perform. You stole all the limelight. Enran was amused by Xiao Shui's reasoning,
that excuse, you're just kicking the donkey after the mill. Then, with determination, he directly lifted Xiao Shui by her slim waist.
And Ran, what are you doing?
Xiao Shui shyly hit Ran's palm with her little fist.
And Ran cheerfully carried Xiao Shui to the edge of the bed. Tonight, at least it's the sixth prize, even the heavens can't stop it.
He then gently placed Xiao Shui on the bed, turned her over, and immediately covered her mouth, starting the sign language lesson. All night, Xiao Shui and Ran learned a lot of sign language. At this time, in the Lu family, in a secret underground cave, there was an ice chamber with thick layers of ice on the floor and walls. Two men stood beside an ice coffin in the center, where Lu Zhao's body lay, his head sewn back on. Yes, the Lu family had not yet held Lu Zhao's funeral and did not plan to. 60-year-old Luan, with a weathered face and tears in his eyes, looked at Lu Zhao in the coffin. Beside him stood his eldest son Lu Xian, nearly 40, with an extraordinary demeanor, comforting Luan.
Father, you need to come and see him for 2 hours every night, take care of your health.
Luan, however, said bitterly.
Body?
The Xiao family is joyfully welcoming their son-in-law, while our Lu family has lost a son. Originally, I had already torn my face with Xiao Yang in the capital. War was inevitable, and now it's only going to accelerate. I come here every night just to remind myself that this humiliation cannot be forgotten, it must be avenged. Luan, filled with anger and sorrow, turned to Lu Xian.
Shinner, you too.
This kind of humiliation cannot be avenged, don't even think about your position as head of the family.
Lu Xian took a deep breath and said solemnly, I promise. Luan nodded in comfort and then asked, how is our battle preparation going?
We need to finish before the Xiao family. It's expected to be completed within a week, Lu Xian replied.
Luan nodded in satisfaction and continued, what about the Wang family and the Lin family?
They are still watching. We need to win them over, we can't let them side with the Xiao family. They can't remain neutral either. They shouldn't think they can benefit from the conflict between the clam and the snipe. If necessary, we can also invite the families from the capital to join in, after all, we are doing this for them. Lu Xian felt increasingly overwhelmed as he listened, ultimately just nodding stiffly, repeatedly murmuring in his heart, Xiao Yang, and Ran.
Suddenly, Luan's phone rang.
Head of the family, teacher Zhang Zhuang from the capital university requests to see you.
What does he want?
Luan asked, puzzled. He said he has guidance from the families in the capital, came the reply. In the Lu family's living room, Luan saw Zhang Zhuang lounging on the sofa, casually crossing his legs and humming a tune, completely out of sync with the Lu family's sorrowful atmosphere. He was doing it on purpose. After being humiliated at the Magic City University today, he came to the Lu family to regain his composure. Luan felt very displeased upon seeing Zhang Zhuang's demeanor and angrily said, you don't even pretend to be sad, and yet you look like you're enjoying our misfortune.
Aren't you being excessive? Zhang Zhuang snorted upon seeing Luan. It's not like I lost a son, why should I be sad?
You! Luan's face flushed with anger, his brows furrowing.
Someone! Lu Xian quickly stopped Luan.
Dad, don't be impulsive, he's sent by the families in the capital.
Hearing the words families in the capital, Luan forcibly swallowed his anger.
Zhang Zhuang, a 7th tier, dared to be so disrespectful in front of Luan, a 9th tier, partly because he had the backing of the families. But that wasn't enough, he was very timid in front of Wu Chengnan. On the other hand, Luan had already chosen to be a dog for the families, so he naturally lacked confidence in front of them. Being a dog means having the awareness of a dog.
Luan softened his expression and called out, bring out the best tea.
No need for tea, let's get straight to the point. Zhang Zhuang waved his hand. I still have to go to the Bund to learn a foreign language.
Lu Xian and Luan sat down opposite Zhang Zhuang, both harboring resentment.
How does your Lu family plan to deal with the Xiao family?
Zhang Zhuang asked, adopting a condescending tone.
A full-scale war, striving to isolate the Xiao family from all forces, Lu Xian replied flatly.
Zhang Zhuang scoffed. How do you plan to achieve that? Do you think your family is a face factory, and that other forces will give you face?
Especially the Wang and Lin families, it's already good enough that they remain neutral.
What ideas do you have?
Luan coldly looked at Zhang Zhuang. I advise you to be more pragmatic and clarify the concept of isolation first. Zhang Zhuang leaned back slightly.
Do you think the Wang and Lin families can be swayed just because you say so? You don't have that capability, do you?
Start with simpler and more effective forces, even ants can trip an elephant.
The father and son of the Lu family exchanged glances. Where would they find such forces? Please be specific.
Zhang Zhuang's lips curled up slightly, relishing the feeling of being above others.
Stop always thinking about external forces. Xiao He and his son? Lu Xian asked tentatively.
Zhang Zhuang smiled at Lu Xian. Congratulations, you've learned to buzz in. Xiao He and his son Xiao Yu have quite the ambition for the position of the Xiao family head. stir them up, aim to undermine the Xiao family from within. Their biggest obstacle is Xiao Shui, and Xiao Shui's greatest protection is Enran.
With Enran, they have no chance. So Enran is a thorn in their side.
Zheng Zhuang paused and continued. There's also the GHG organization outside. They have conflicts with Enran and want to get rid of her quickly. Let these two forces join together to deal with Enran, and Xiao Yang will lose all his confidence. After being discharged from the hospital, Zheng Zhuang spent the entire afternoon gathering useful information, and he indeed found these 2 points to exploit.
Moreover, he accurately judged that Enran was the key to the future of the Xiao family, the trump card of Xiao Yang. The Lu father and son suddenly understood.
Zheng Zhuang continued, also, before preparing for war,
why not invite the major forces in Magic City to a banquet under the pretext of reconciliation? If the Xiao family doesn't attend, it will disrupt unity. If they do attend, showing weakness will reveal their cowardice.
If the Xiao family reacts strongly, even better, they can be taken down on the spot.
In any case, you won't lose, it's a win-win.
Luan and Lu Xian exchanged glances, finding it reasonable, then Luan turned to Zheng Zhuang.
We will consider this opinion from the imperial family. Consider?
Zheng Zhuang stood up. I didn't come here to suggest, but to inform.
I'm leaving, I need to go learn a foreign language.
With that, Zheng Zhuang left without saying goodbye. Watching Zheng Zhuang's arrogant back, Luan felt a bit annoyed and muttered, what a dog. They're all dogs, he just dares to act bossy because he's a bit closer to us.
Learn a foreign language?
Shenner, let him learn Eagle language with that group from the Crow Society.
Yes, father.
2 days later in the afternoon, in the Jiangnan Villa area, Enran brought Xiao Shui to see a small villa. She couldn't let Xiao Shui continue living in a doghouse. She didn't mind, but Enran did. Xiao Shui originally thought about going to school, but Enran felt that ordinary university education couldn't compare to her training as a reply sorcerer. Under Enran's guidance, Xiao Shui's strength grew quite quickly, already reaching the second stage, 5th level, and her figure looked a bit more rounded.
So, skipping school was fine.
Only the specialized combat training in forbidden zones and against exotic species would be meaningful. That was the true essence of high martial arts university education. By then, she would take Xiao Shui along to wreak havoc, with herself responsible for the chaos and Xiao Shui for the fun. This time, the real estate agent was a 30-year-old man named Daidala, who looked quite gentle and refined. He used to be part of the Xiao family, working under Xiao He, a 6th stage, 10th level martial artist skilled in various demolitions, adept at violently tearing down others' homes. 2 years ago, he left the Xiao family and became a real estate agent, which was quite abstract. So, when Xiao family members bought luxury homes, they would come to support him, and naturally, Enran and Xiao Shui were no exception. Daidala enthusiastically showed the two around the house. This house is quite spacious for you two, providing a venue for various activities, and the price is very reasonable. Enran and Xiao Shui were quite satisfied with the small villa.
How much? 18 million. 18 million? Enran's eyes widened. Isn't that too expensive?
Where is it expensive?
We've always had this price, you know. Daidala smiled broadly. This is still a discount for the Xiao family.
Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the window.
Daidala, get down here. Give us back our hard-earned money. The three curiously looked out the window.
A group of people outside the courtyard was holding a banner that read, Shameless Agent Daidala, violently selling haunted houses.
Enran and Xiao Shui looked at Daidara with curiosity, wondering what was going on. Daidara's face was full of embarrassment.
Don't believe the rumors, I'm very kind and honest when it comes to selling houses. Let me go take care of this. Then, with veins bulging, Daidara jumped straight out of the window and charged towards the protesting crowd like a madman. Enran and Xiao Shui were left dumbfounded.
Is this his solution?
The protesters, seeing Daidara rushing towards them, were so frightened that they ran away, and Daidara chased them all the way out of the courtyard before stopping.
Damn it, this is affecting my profits.
Daidara cursed, but suddenly his expression changed dramatically, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
Art is an explosion. Boom!
A loud bang erupted behind Daidara, flames shooting into the sky. The massive explosion shattered the entire villa, and the shockwave even destroyed several nearby villas. The towering flames roared like a mad beast, clawing at the surroundings, while the thick black smoke swirled like a giant dragon, rampaging freely.
Boss, come up. A few people landed beside Daidara on a giant eagle. Daidara hesitated for a moment, thinking, would running away after the explosion make him seem too suspicious?
Forget it, he had already decided to collaborate with the Lu family, so it didn't matter. He jumped onto the eagle's back, and once in the air, Daidara issued another command.
Hover in the air, I want to admire the art I've created. Daidara looked down at the artistic scene he had crafted and couldn't help but applaud himself. What is the art of explosion? The bigger the celebrity killed, the more artistic it feels. Deidara then dialed Xiaohe's number. At that moment, Xiaohe and Xiaoyu were anxiously waiting for news from Deidara in a secret room at their home. When they saw Deidara calling, they were incredibly excited. So, has Anren been dealt with? Xiaohe asked immediately. Deidara looked at the raging flames, unable to suppress a grin. My explosion is unparalleled, my art is flawless. Anren is going to die. Just watch the news. Hearing Deidara say this, Xiaohe and Xiaoyu exchanged excited glances. Well done, little D, it was worth letting you out for 2 years. Xiaohe was so excited that his hands began to tremble. 2 years ago, Xiaohe had found Deidara and asked him to go out and develop his own power in preparation for a potential power struggle in the future. However, the 4 major families had a rule that those who went out could not develop martial arts independently. So Deidara used real estate as a cover to secretly develop his explosion art troupe. The group of protesters just now were actually Deidara's subordinates in disguise. Xiaohe then asked, "Are your hands clean? I'm worried they might trace it back to you, which wouldn't be good." Deidara smiled slightly, realizing that Xiaohe was worried about him. It was clear he was more concerned about being implicated through him. Don't worry, the bombs were planted by the Crow Society. In the end, the blame will fall on the Crow Society and the Lu family. The Lu family had approached Xiaohe and his son yesterday and quickly reached a plan to eliminate Anren. Xiaohe nodded in satisfaction, promising, "Don't worry, if you becomes the heir in the end, when you return to the Xiao family, I will do my utmost to cultivate you into an extraordinary person." Deidara first pulled the phone away and scoffed disdainfully, then revealed a sinister smile. "So, to ensure young master you can inherit smoothly, I'll just take it all the way." "What do you mean by take it all the way? I blew up Xiao Shui too." Xiaohe was instantly petrified, and Xiaoyu's body shook. "Why did you blow her up?" Xiaohe reacted with anger. Xiaohe was ruthless, but not to that extent. After all, Xiao Shui was his own niece. Anren's life or death didn't matter to him. "Idol, this is the choice you made." DDLA's lips curled slightly. "You are competing with Xiao Shui for a position, and I have directly cut off the source for you, haven't I?" "You!" Xiaohe trembled all over, a wave of panic rising in his heart. Not only was Xiao Shui dead, but there was also DDLA's ambition that he could not control. Just as Xiaohe was about to erupt again, Xiaoyu stepped in to stop him. "Dad, it has come to this, just accept it." Unlike Xiaohe, Xiaoyu quickly calmed down, even feeling a bit pleased. What nonsense about blood ties and family affection? Is it more important than his future as the head of the family? Xiaohe looked at his son, who was about to burst into laughter, and in a fit of anger, he scolded him, but then his mood settled. All right. Xiaohe accepted the reality. He couldn't go confess to his third brother, could he? At this moment, Mo Xingzong, the hidden guard, had also sustained some injuries. Looking at the towering flames before him, he felt numb. The power was simply too immense. The young lady and the son-in-law were in grave danger. As their hidden guard, how was he supposed to report to the family head? And who had deliberately planted the bomb? The Lu family? Or Di Dala? There was no time, he had to at least retrieve their bodies. So, with a heavy heart, Mo Xingzong crouched down, pressed his hands to the ground, and gritted his teeth. Domain expansion, dust domain. Instantly, centered around Mo Xingzong, a grayish area formed within a radius of several hundred meters. In the area where Ran and Xiao Shui were, the soil began to stir. Amidst the ruins and flames, Ran pressed Xiao Shui tightly beneath him, not daring to relax for a moment. The triple protection of 100 ghosts wailing, plus meteoric movement, plus body of the Overlord, shielded Ran's body. However, he was still injured, but fortunately, the powerful healing ability brought by the recovery mage talent significantly reduced the severity of his wounds. Ran, are you okay? A panicked, sobbing voice came from beneath him, along with a slight movement from Xiao Shui's body. Ran affectionately nudged Xiao Shui's forehead with his chin. This silly girl, at the moment of the explosion, actually tried to shield him. In the end, it was his strength that pressed her down. That kind of genuine emotion expressed at the brink of life and death could not be false. Thinking of this, Ran held Xiao Shui even tighter. She was the treasure that heaven had bestowed upon him. "You can't die, so I won't die either," Ran said firmly. Hearing Ran's words, Xiao Shui immediately smiled and then asked, "How do we get out?" "Wait for the fire to go out, and I'll take you out," Ran replied calmly. "Anyway, this fire can't kill me." At that moment, Ran felt the weight pressing down on him being moved away. Xiao Shui, sensing the movement below, peeked out an eye and immediately became excited. "Sunlight, sunlight! Ran, we can get out!" Hearing this, Ran slowly raised his head and found that the surrounding ruins and flames had indeed cleared. "Who is it?" "It must be Uncle Mo." And Ran suddenly remembered that he had a 7th-tier elemental earth expert protecting him in secret. And Ran quickly got up, pulled Xiao Shui up, and then noticed that her face was smeared with blood, yet she was still smiling at him. Damn! And Ran cursed inwardly, vowing to settle the score once they got out. He then eagerly pulled her to run out of the disaster scene. At this moment, Didela looked on from a distance as Emo Xingzong displayed his abilities, feeling quite disdainful. Heh, Emo Xingzong, no matter how much you do, aren't you just finding 2 corpses? My explosive art is unparalleled. When I enter the extraordinary realm, my domain will be called the explosive domain. Boss, someone is coming out from inside. One of DDLA's underlings pointed in shock at Anran. Didela turned to look, his eyes widening in disbelief. No way? Is this all fine? Is he even human? Deidara looked at Anran, who not only seemed unscathed but appeared perfectly fine, his body nearly falling off the eagle in shock. He kept murmuring repeatedly, impossible, absolutely impossible. That was my greatest move, a deadly strike I spent a whole day setting up. It was useless? My most perfect art was useless. What else could be useful? No, there was one more move, which was self-detonation. But that was meant for a last resort, to perish together, and Deidara didn't want to die. As soon as Anran emerged, he looked up and saw Deidara in the sky, his brows furrowed. Was it really Deidara? Considering the power of the explosion, knowing which house to buy, the explosion occurred just as he ran out of the yard, and now he was hiding in the air to assess the situation. Deidara was the prime suspect. But what was the motive? Anran suddenly remembered that Deidara used to be with Xiaohe, so was all of this under Xiaohe's orders? In other words, Deidara hadn't really left the Xiao family, he was actually working silently for Xiaohe. You go to a safe place first, I'll go fight, with Deidara. After Anran took Xiao Shui's hand and instructed her, he walked towards Deidara. At that moment, Emo Xingzong slowly rose from the ground and, upon seeing Xiao Shui, his face lit up with joy. Thank goodness, you're all right. We all underestimated this kid Anran, he protected you very well. Xiao Shui was pleasantly surprised to see Emo Xingzong. I knew it was you, Uncle Emo. Miss, should I go help? Emo Xingzong looked towards Deidara in the distance. If I join in, I could take Deidara out in an instant. Xiao Shui shook her head. Anran seems to prefer handling enemies alone. As long as it's not someone he can't deal with, we don't need to worry. And Anran can also take out Deidara. Anran looked up and waved at Deidara in the sky, smiling coldly as he shouted, Did you do this? Deidara couldn't hear clearly and had someone lower his altitude. Speak! Did you blow it up? Anran repeated. If it wasn't you, then come down and talk. Deidara suddenly felt guilty. If he went down, would he be taken out immediately? Anran's strength, Deidara actually understood. Being at the 6th level, 10th stage, he didn't seem to be his match. But he could escape. Deidara suddenly remembered his advantage. His eagle could fly at supersonic speeds. What was there to fear? Deidara immediately became cocky. It was me who blew it up, so what? Anran smiled, liking this straightforward person, and asked directly, Did Xiaohe tell you to blow it up? Upon hearing Xiaohe's name, Deidara scoffed. You really underestimate my style. I am an artist. I do it for art. Art is explosion. You are the protagonists of this art. Deidara, relying on his supersonic eagle, became even more arrogant. My eagle flies at supersonic speeds. No matter how capable you are, you can't catch it. If you have the guts, fly up and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Anran looked at the eagle, contemplating whether to recruit it, but when he activated the beast mastery talent, the eagle only shook a few times, but those few shakes nearly caused Deidara and his little brothers to crash. Quick, 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 go higher. Deidara, who almost became the boss, panicked and shouted. It seems like a mental attack. Anran, seeing his failure to recruit the eagle, couldn't help but think. The eagle's strength couldn't possibly be greater than his. The only explanation was that the distance was too far. It seemed he hadn't opened up enough. Seeing the other side trying to escape, Anran immediately revealed the Firebird and swung it forcefully at them. Double blade Azura slash. On both sides, the fiery red Yama, with hands symmetrically positioned, pulled 2 intersecting beams of intense red light, each over 10 meters long, charging towards the eagle with the force of a landslide. However, the eagle performed a large drift in the air, easily evading Anran's attack. Hiss! Anran was rarely surprised. This bird really could fly fast. It must be brought under control. This would also compensate for his inability to fly. Deidara tightly grasped the bird's head, looking down at the ground, a proud smirk rising at the corners of his mouth. Once he ascended to a high altitude, Deidara thought he was safe and his courage swelled. If I fly high and blow you up, how would you respond, my lord? I won't run away. I will bombard Anran.
Deidara then dismantled his palms, revealing a cannon barrel, and lifted his shirt to show another cannon barrel on his abdomen, each barrel containing small missiles. Finally, he opened his mouth wide and spat out a small missile.
Art is explosion. After silently chanting this in his heart, dozens of small missiles shot towards Anran at high speed, leaving Deidara exhausted. The missiles were too fast, and Anran couldn't be bothered to dodge, standing still.
After a series of explosive sounds, flames soared into the sky, and a large amount of mist and dust rose from where Anran had been standing.
Deidara's little brothers were all excited. Boss will definitely succeed this time. I don't believe he's really the king of explosions. As the smoke cleared, Deidara was dumbfounded. Anran was unscathed and even smiled and waved at them. You dare to slander my art? Deidara looked as if he were gritting his teeth. He even thought about self-destructing with Anran to end it all. Anran retracted his smile and released the song Dove, which was entirely black, with two distinct white feather bands extending from its shoulders to its tail. After a few days of feeding, the song Dove had grown up. Anran smiled at the song Dove. You are now a mature song Dove, ready to fight, become the man among doves. Go for it. Song Dove, Anran shouted at the eagle above. Just let them fall for it. The song Dove's characteristic was that it could trap those who heard its sound in an illusion. Although the eagle flew at supersonic speed, Deidara had no idea about the song Dove's true abilities. The song Dove began to flap its wings and flew up to sing. Coo-coo coo 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 coo. Although it was the sound of a dove, the rhythmic 25 beats were so resonant that one could clearly hear the phrase, "Genie is so beautiful." When the sound reached the air, Deidara and his little brothers were momentarily stunned. Where is this music from? They soon became lost in it. Even the eagle began to feel dazed. Deidara was immersed in a world full of explosive art, where a certain cherry blossom island was constantly bombarded by mushroom clouds. Deidara watched in a trance, unable to help but shout, "This is the perfect art I desire." Upon hearing the music, the eagle immediately fell into a gentle slumber. In the dream, surrounded by many female eagles and chicks, it was said that a full stomach leads to. In reality, the eagle began to crash, its body spiraling downwards. When Anran felt the eagle was within taming distance, his body and mind suddenly became excited. It was time to bring it under control. Song Dove, cease your magic. The song Dove immediately stopped singing and flew back to Anran's heart. The illusion was lifted, and Deidara, his little brother, and the eagle all wore disappointed expressions. What was that just now? Deidara regretfully touched his forehead, then looked down and was instantly horrified. He could already see Anran's sly smile. Damn, when did it drop so low? Deidara immediately understood and shouted hoarsely, that bird call was a mental attack. Hurry, keep flying up. But it was too late. The eagle not only refused to obey and fly up but continued to descend. As they got closer to the ground, Deidara panicked. You stinky bird, do you believe I can transform into a firebird immortal and roast you? Deidara angrily slapped the eagle's head. This only angered the eagle further, causing it to shake violently. Deidara and his little brothers lost their balance and fell from the sky. The little brothers fainted immediately. Defeated 5 4th-tier warriors. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 143,500. After rolling on the ground a few times, Deidara clumsily got up and then witnessed a humiliating scene. The eagle flew to Anran's side, showing a respectful demeanor, transforming into a licking bird. Your big bird is great. Now it's mine. Anran smiled at Deidara. The bull-headed talent is true art. Deidara gritted his teeth and glared at Anran. What kind of crooked path are you practicing? Anran remained unfazed and stepped towards Deidara with a ruthless stride, holding the fierce bird. Just give up. You have no way out. Anran wanted Deidara to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Although he suspected the Shao family, he needed evidence, right? Seeing Anran's condescending attitude, Deidara felt a surge of unnamed anger. Heh, do you think I have no tricks left? Deidara decided to dedicate himself to art and snorted coldly. Art is self-detonation. Deidara's body began to swell rapidly. Anran, a loyal fan of the Konoha warriors before his crossing, immediately understood what was happening and became furious. Don't you dare give me that nonsense. Did I tell you to self-detonate? Anran shot a cold glare at Deidara, who was about to self-detonate. Dream abyss. In an instant, Deidara felt a strange force surge towards him, and the next moment, he was pulled down. Deidara stopped his self-detonation and suddenly realized he was in an abyss, desperately trying to break free but feeling utterly powerless as the abyss continued to consume him. In reality, Deidara had completely lost consciousness, and his body slowly returned to its original state before he wobbled and fell. Defeated a 6th-tier tenfold explosive artist. What an invincible madman! Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 153,500. A few minutes later, the inspectors arrived.
Wang Gang glanced at the villa reduced to ruins, then looked at the somewhat disheveled Anren and Xiao Shui, especially Xiao Shui, whose fair cheeks were bleeding, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. This was serious. The struggle among the four great families had already involved innocent descendants. If it turned out that the Lu family was behind this, it would mean the conflict between the Xiao and Lu families would quickly escalate to a life and death stage? Thinking of this, Wang Gang couldn't help but complain. Have you high martial families forgotten that there are other species in this world? It's only in recent years, with fewer appearances of other species, that you've had the leisure to mess around. Anren, Xiao Shui, and Mo Xingzong could only smile helplessly.
Who could argue with that?
But the tree wants to be still, yet the wind won't stop.
Wang Gang patted Anren on the shoulder.
You need to hurry. Recently, other species have been appearing more frequently around Magic City. Take them all to the High Martial Hospital, and as soon as they wake up, interrogate them together with the Xiao family. Wang Gang instructed his subordinates to pull Didera and the others into the car before leaving, not forgetting to remind Anren, "Kid, hurry and treat your wife's injuries, otherwise, she won't be pretty anymore."
Wife?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui's face instantly turned bright red.
Mo Xingzong, knowing the situation, discreetly walked away. He needed to report today's events to the family head immediately. With the devil's claws already reaching Xiao Shui, the family head would surely go mad. Once they were alone, Anren gently caressed Xiao Shui's cheek with concern. "Do you believe I can heal your face with my techniques right away?" Xiao Shui enjoyed Anren's touch and asked with a smile, "Are you joking? I've never heard you studied that." "Hee, I'll learn it right now to show you. Just wait and think about what reward you'll give me tonight. Anyway, for a sixth prize, teaching you sign language definitely won't be enough." Anren grinned as she turned Xiao Shui around. "Wait until I say to turn back." "So mysterious," Xiao Shui said, biting her lip and smiling. Anren directly pulled out a third-tier S-level healing technique, Little Optimization, from her storage ring, which claimed to instantly heal minor wounds on oneself or others. If Little Optimization evolved into Optimization later, who knows what effects it would have. Anren took a deep breath and thought to herself, some healing techniques are still necessary, otherwise, I'd be wasting my talent as a restoration mage. Crazy person, I'm going to work hard to learn the technique Little Optimization. Let's strive for perfection directly. Understood. Using 30,000 points to cultivate the third-tier S-level technique Little Optimization to perfection. After 30 seconds, time and hardship cannot conceal true feelings, 8 years of hard work reveal sincerity. Congratulations on perfecting Little Optimization. Remaining crazy points, 123,000. Hoo.
Anren began to breathe heavily, drenched in sweat, but felt incredibly refreshed. It had been days since she experienced this feeling of striving. Anren looked at the new technique on her panel. Technique, Little Optimization. Third tier S level, perfected. Note, a secret manual left by ancient restoration mages, which allows one to touch the wound with their palm and infuse their energy, enabling non-lethal wounds to heal rapidly, with skin and flesh restored to their original state. Anren was very satisfied and said, "Shui, turn around." Xiao Shui happily turned back, her bright eyes curiously looking at Anren. "Come on." Anren extended her right hand and gently stroked Xiao Shui's fair cheek, softly gliding down to the wound. Xiao Shui couldn't help but flinch at the sting. Little Optimization. Anren softly commanded, and immediately a warm current flowed from Anren's palm into Xiao Shui's face. In an instant, the bloodstains disappeared, and the slightly broken skin was perfectly mended. It even looked more beautiful than before. Anren smiled slightly. All done. Xiao Shui touched the area where the wound had been, her beauty restored, and couldn't help but hug Anren and kiss her cheek. "Anren, you're invincible. I can do anything." Anren wrapped her arms around her slim waist, cheerfully saying, "Let's go back right away." On the way, Xiao Yang called, frantically inquiring about Xiao Shui's condition. Xiao Yang was in a state of extreme rage, vowing to tear apart the person behind this. It took Xiao Shui a full 3 hours, with her last words being, "With Anren here, I'm very safe," to calm Xiao Yang down. That night, as soon as they returned to the rental apartment, Anren couldn't wait to hug Xiao Shui from behind, teasingly asking, "Shui, how did I perform today? What prize do I get? Can it be first prize? In a defensive drill?" Xiao Shui felt Anren's hot breath and her body involuntarily trembled. At the same time, Anren's hands began to misbehave, seeking to scale new heights. Xiao Shui didn't resist Anren's restless hands. Instead, she lowered her head, her face flushed, biting her red lips as she began to ponder. Today could be considered an experience of life and death. If she had died today, the only regrets would be two things. First, my strength has not yet grown to help my father share the pressure of the family.
Second, I haven't practiced offense and defense with Anren, growing together.
The struggles in the future will likely become more intense, and who knows, one day it might really be over, so to avoid regrets as much as possible. Thinking of this, Xiao Shui took a deep breath, as if she had suddenly gathered the courage she had accumulated over 18 years.
Today is the first prize, offense and defense practice.
Although she had mustered her courage, at the moment she spoke, Xiao Shui felt a wave of shame and discomfort wash over her. Upon hearing this, Anren became extremely excited, directly picking Xiao Shui up in a princess carry and gently laying her on the big soft bed. Unable to resist, he comforted his family for a moment, then sealed Xiao Shui's pink lips with his own. After a moment, Xiao Shui suddenly pushed Anren away, speaking hurriedly.
I want to see your knife first, fiery bird. Fiery bird? Anren felt a bit confused. Why do you want to look at my knife?
Xiao Shui shot him a glance.
Are you an idiot?
It's an S+ level divine weapon. I haven't had a good look at it yet.
Is it wrong to want to see it now?
Anren seemed to understand and immediately summoned his knife, handing it to Xiao Shui to play with. However, Xiao Shui was not the owner of the knife and couldn't control it, getting burned by the heat emanating from it several times. At one point, the heat from the knife blew onto Xiao Shui, making her feel uncomfortable.
Have you played enough? Let's start.
Anren could no longer contain himself, feeling restless all over. Xiao Shui reluctantly let go of the fiery bird, and after Anren retrieved it, he pounced on Xiao Shui like a tiger among wolves, wrapping his arms around her.
Turn off the big light.
Xiao Shui gasped. The small light is fine.
Anren reluctantly turned off the fluorescent light and then pounced on her again.
Wait, there's still protective gear. Xiao Shui quickly blocked him, panicking.
Anren slyly pulled out a piece of equipment from the drawer and waved it in front of Xiao Shui.
Hee, I've been prepared for this. You, Xiao Shui said, feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed, starting to lightly punch Anren's chest with her small fists. You, Anren, have had such bad intentions from the very beginning. Anren directly suppressed Xiao Shui's counterattack and began to turn the tables. 3 hours later, the practice ended, and Xiao Shui pouted.
Anren, did you use a little optimization on me just now?
No.
You still say no? Can I not feel such an obvious difference? You even used sign language.
Hee, Anren smirked. From now on, I will use little optimization to treat you every time.
You! Xiao Shui, angry, bit Anren's palm.
Don't bite my hand, or I won't be able to treat you in the future. Late at night, at the highest martial hospital in the Magic City, in the severe mental illness ward, Anren's mental attack was too intense. Didala still lay unconscious on the hospital bed. His few younger brothers had woken up, but they had no idea about any secrets. They just did whatever Didala told them to do. The only witness was Didala himself. Outside the ward and around the entire hospital, a large number of Xiao family warriors and a few supervisory personnel were scattered to prevent anyone from taking Didala away. Zhao Ding, a 6th-tier 10th-level powerhouse from the Xiao family, was responsible for security outside the ward and was yawning in boredom on a bench. At that moment, there was a sound of wheels rolling down the corridor. Zhao Ding looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged doctor pushing a medication cart with 2 nurses. Confirming that it was the doctor responsible for treating Didala during the day and seeing nothing suspicious, he let them in.
Once inside, the doctor first touched Didala's forehead with his right palm to perform a waking treatment.
Then he took out a wooden puppet and placed it beside Didala.
What is this?
Zhao Ding asked, puzzled.
Soul-soothing puppet, the doctor explained. It's used to stabilize the mind.
It is very effective for treating those who have fallen into a coma due to mental attacks, and can significantly shorten their recovery time. Zhao Ding looked at the puppet and found nothing suspicious, so he stopped asking questions. After a few minutes of the doctor and nurse fussing about, they prepared to leave. I estimate this person will wake up by midnight. Zhao Ding observed the entire process and found no suspicious signs, so he let them go. Before they left, Zhao Ding thanked the doctor.
Thank you.
The doctor smiled slightly at Zhao Ding. Young man, very good, polite. Then, with a light step and a slight smile, he disappeared down the corridor.
Zhao Ding touched his head and chuckled. Being polite is good.
The doctor walked out of the hospital without any hindrance, got into his car, and took out a small puppet from his pocket, smiling faintly.
Upon closer inspection, the puppet's face resembled Deidara.
Beep! The doctor sped away in his car. Half an hour later, Zhao Ding conducted a routine check. As he lifted the blanket, he was suddenly jolted. Where was Deidara? Only a small puppet remained.
Not good. Deidara is missing.
Zhao Ding led his team to search everywhere, but it was too late. They only found the real doctor, unconscious and naked on the bed in his office.
Zhao Ding felt numb. At that moment, on Queen Street, a Lexus was speeding. Deidara opened his eyes groggily in the back seat and saw a stranger driving, feeling a bit panicked. "Who are you?" The man turned around, a small black tumor on his right cheek, giving Deidara a lewd smile. "I am Abe Jingshan, from the land of cherry blossoms, now a warrior of the Lu family, known as the Puppet Master." "Lu family? So it's you." Deidara had heard of Abe Jingshan's reputation. He first breathed a sigh of relief, but then his expression darkened. "Even though I collaborated with your Lu family, I don't believe you would kindly save me. If we don't save you, are we supposed to let you expose everything? Humph, you really have too much courage, even blowing up Xiao Shui," Abe Jingshan said irritably. "If it gets found out that we supported you from behind, the Lu family could face unprecedented risks." Deidara laughed wildly at this. "Ha, if that's the case, wouldn't it be better to just kill me?" Deidara didn't believe the Lu family would care about him. If he failed to kill Anran, he would have no value. Abe Jingshan raised an eyebrow. "That's because keeping you is useful. At that time, we want you to create the most perfect explosion art." Boom! Abe Jingshan turned his head and made an explosion gesture towards Deidara, accompanied by a strange smile. Deidara immediately understood. "You Lu family are even crazier than me, Deidara." The next morning, in Anran's rental apartment. Despite battling for 3 hours last night, Anran woke up full of energy early in the morning. Remembering how Xiao Shui begged for mercy last night, Anran couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Humph, who said there are no fields that can't be plowed, only cows that die from exhaustion? Here, it's the opposite of the heavens." Feeling unsatisfied, Anran gently woke Xiao Shui to prepare for morning exercises, scaring her enough to let out a few playful protests. "Are you a boar or a dog?" Anran pinched Xiao Shui's cheek and teased. "Then you must be a sow or a bitch." After saying that, the two were about to wrestle. Just as Anran was about to succeed, Xiao Yang suddenly called, asking them to return to the Xiao family to discuss important matters. Sigh. Anran immediately deflated and took Xiao Shui back to the Xiao family. As soon as they entered the main hall of the Xiao family, they saw Xiao Yang surrounded by a group of key members of the Xiao family, each with a grim expression. Nan Horan was observing a puppet intently. Upon seeing Anran and Xiao Shui arrive, Xiao He and Xiao Yu exchanged a reluctant glance. The incident with Daidala had left both father and son feeling anxious. Although Xiao Yang had not yet implicated them in Daidala's matter, both were well aware that it was only a matter of time before evidence surfaced. "Dad, we're here," Anran smoothly called out, following Xiao Shui. Xiao Yang looked pleased and quickly pulled Xiao Shui in front of him. After carefully examining her and confirming she was fine, he finally relaxed. However, Xiao Yang felt that Xiao Shui's demeanor seemed to have changed. She was no longer the innocent girl she once was. He couldn't help but suspect that his daughter had been consumed by Anran. But seeing Xiao Shui walk normally, Xiao Yang felt confused, casting a complex look at Anran. Noticing the somewhat oppressive atmosphere around them, Anran felt puzzled. "Dad, what's going on?" Xiao Yang then explained the situation regarding Daidala being taken away. Anran felt inexplicably displeased. Daidala was his trophy, and just like that, he had been snatched away? "This is the work of a puppeteer," Nan Horan suddenly spoke up. "Puppeteer?" Anran looked at Nan Horan in confusion, having never heard of such a thing. Nan Horan began to elaborate. A puppeteer is a special and bizarre type of martial artist, commonly found in the land of cherry blossoms. They create their own puppets and infuse them with their unique energy, resulting in special puppets. The two most common types are cursed puppets, which inflict pain on the cursed individual by tormenting the puppet, and substitute puppets, which swap the puppet with the real person's body. For the puppet to work, it must obtain the target's blood. Last night, it was likely that a substitute puppet was used to steal Daidala from the hospital. Upon hearing this, Anran had only one thought. This little life is indeed twisted. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be that islander, Abe Season, whom the Lu family recruited half a year ago?" Nan Horan fell silent for a moment before replying, "I can't be sure. Though there are few puppeteers, among the millions of martial artists in Magic City, there must be a certain number of them. It's not just Abe Season who can reach this level. Even if it was the Lu family's doing, we have no evidence." Xiao Yang chuckled. "Whether it's him or not isn't important. What matters is that the Lu family has him." Everyone understood that Xiao Yang intended to target Abe Season. At that moment, Xiao Yang awkwardly looked at Anran. Last night, a large number of aberrations appeared in Nanshan District, which is an important base for our martial arts production. Most of the Xiao family's martial artists are heading to Nanshan District today, including all extraordinary martial artists, like myself.
It might take several days. The economic foundation of the Xiao family relies on the production, sale, and maintenance of martial arts techniques, and the production base in Nanshan district is crucial. Xiao Yang glanced at and ran with a hint of unease. We're short on manpower. Without extraordinary beings stationed here during this period, I feel uncertain about our operations. Your strength is currently at the peak of the 6th tier, teetering on the edge of extraordinary. I'll temporarily call it semi-extraordinary strength. So, and Ran had already caught on to his father-in-law's intention. He was being asked to start taking over the Xiao family's affairs. And Ran remembered he still had a system task. Long-term task, dominate Magic City within 2.5 years. Reward, direct access to a 9th-tier high martial artist. Participating in the Xiao family's affairs was a step towards achieving his goal of dominating Magic City. Dominating on his own or helping the Xiao family dominate was still domination. The system never said he couldn't ride on someone else's coattails to achieve dominance, right? By then, he would directly have access to the 9th tier. Sometimes Ran felt his thoughts were truly brilliant. He was ready to leave the hospital. So, Ran calmly said, I'll take it on. Ah, you already know before I finished speaking? Xiao Yan was a bit shocked. He originally thought Ran would be very conflicted, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily, which made him laugh heartily. Ha, from today onwards, you are the young master of the Xiao family. Instantly, all the martial artists in the main hall of the Xiao family were cheering. We welcome young master Ran. And Ran raised her arm and shouted, for the Xiao family, loyalty. The others followed suit. For the Xiao family, loyalty. The entire hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. And Ran, only 18 years old, possessed extraordinary strength and was so affectionate with Xiao Shui. And Ran was a member of the Xiao family who had been hiding in the Yin family. He was already one of them. So, everyone accepted him as the young master, except for Xiao He and Xiao Yu. The two of them turned pale instantly, a surge of anger burning in their hearts. Xiao He quickly calmed down and changed his expression to one of blessing. However, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming chill of anger. If Ran was the young master, then what was he, Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu suddenly felt as if he had been trampled by Ran, his teeth grinding loudly. Alright, Xiao Yang and Ran, you are forcing me to take risks. In the morning, Xiao Yan was to lead a large number of martial artists from the Xiao family to the production base in the South Mountain area. As the young master, Ran's first order of business was to arrest Bei Jingshan. Before leaving, Ran quietly whispered in Xiao Shui's ear, just stay at your house for a while, no need to go to school. It's too dangerous outside. Prepare to make it up to me tonight. No, when we come back tonight, we'll improve our realms together. You're getting more and more improper. Xiao Shui playfully pushed Ran away. Ran left with a smile, accompanied by the remaining experts of the Xiao family. Watching Ran's departing figure, Xiao Shui felt a bit melancholic. When would her strength be able to keep up with Ran's pace, so they could share risks together? Clearly, she was the true child of the Xiao family. Xiao Shui touched her chest, feeling the power within her. Last night's offense and defense practice had significantly improved her realm, and it seemed she was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd stage, 6th level. That kind of thing seemed to break through the daily limit provided by the twin source. From now on, she would practice offense and defense with Ran every day. Xiao Shui bit her pink lips and made up her mind. According to the intelligence received, Bei Jingshan had entered the Lu family early in the morning and had not come out. Ran, Zhao Ding, and Zhang Tianxiong were hiding on the rooftop of a residential building opposite the Lu family, using a 1000-mile light to observe the movements of the Lu family. Zhao Ding was the strongest combat force left by Xiao Yang, a 6th stage, 10th level spell martial artist. Di De La was someone he had lost track of, so he had to participate in this operation. By 7 in the evening, Bei Jingshan still had not come out, and Ran and the others were getting anxious. Zhao Ding couldn't help but curse, little brat, quite good at hiding. This Bei Jingshan has been inside the Lu family all day, does he know we are watching him? Ran's mind flashed with the figures of Xiao He and his son, and a thought emerged. Perhaps Xiao Yang had intentionally let them know to test if there was an insider? He's coming out. Suddenly, the voice of the Xiao family's informant came through the intercom. Driving a Lexus with the license plate number 8848. Ran turned to look and saw Bei Jingshan driving his Lexus out of the Lu family. However, several other cars were coming out with him. Ran couldn't help but frown. It seemed the Lu family was also on guard, providing him with multiple bodyguards. Bei Jingshan himself had the strength of the 6th stage, 10th level, and with the bodyguards, this battle wouldn't be easy. Follow him. Ran and the others quietly trailed Bei Jingshan to a large establishment called Sakura and Windon No. 25, Bun Street. Ran checked the information. This place was a consumer paradise for the Sakura people living in the Magic City. They felt the charm of their hometown here.
Abe Season and his protector got out of the car, and Zhao Ding glanced over, suddenly letting out a soft scream. Damn, Shan Runquan. Who is Shan Runquan? And Ran looked at Zhao Ding in confusion. Zhang Tianxiang said in panic, a martial artist from the Lu family who just entered the 7th stage. Even if he's just entered the 7th stage, he's not someone we can handle. How about we temporarily put our plans on hold? Wait until our main force returns from Nanshan district. Zhao Ding started to feel a bit uneasy, and Ran frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Can't we just avoid dealing with Shan Runquan? They can't possibly be together all the time, right? And by the time our people return, it will be too late. How do you know the Lu family isn't aware that our main force is absent and dared to let him out? And Ran paused. When our main force returns, Abe Season might not even dare to show up. Let's find a few face masks and blend in, waiting for the right moment. Zhao Ding and the others were persuaded by Ayn Ran. The face masks, precious S-class disguise items, could almost pass for real, making them nearly undetectable in such civilian places. And Ran had another plan. If they really got into a confrontation with Shan Runquan, they would add some excitement on the spot. An hour later, Ayn Ran led Zhao Ding, Zhang Tianxiang, and a dozen others into the venue with great momentum. A woman in a pink cherry blossom national costume, in her 30s yet still charming, walked over with a fan, smiling and speaking in a foreign language. Ayn Ran and the others were left bewildered. Realizing that Ayn Ran and the others were not from the cherry blossom country, the woman switched to speaking in the Great Xia language. My name is Tsang Jingkong, and I am the owner here. What would you all like to do? I want to experience the charm of your cherry blossom culture, Ayn Ran said, lying without a blush. The others followed suit. Me too. Me too. Ayn Ran and the others sat down, and immediately a group of heavily made-up cherry blossom girls surrounded them, offering drinks. To blend in better, Ayn Ran happily started drinking, all the while silently repeating to himself, "It's just a performance, my heart only belongs to Xiao Shui." Meanwhile, Zhang Tianxiang and Zhao Ding were struggling to hold back their laughter. On the other side, Abe Season and his group were already completely drunk, their hands wandering over the cherry blossom girls. Until late at night when the place was closing, almost all the guests had left, except for Abe Season, Shan Runquan, and the disguised Ayn Ran and his group. Song Jingkong looked at the two with a polite smile, momentarily taken aback, and spoke in the Great Xia language. Is there something you need, Abe-san? Abe Season chuckled awkwardly. Well, Sang-sensei, I haven't reviewed the language of my hometown yet. After staying in Great Xia for so long, I even have a Great Xia accent when speaking my hometown's language. And my friend here also wants to appreciate the charm of our cherry blossom language, Abe Season said, pointing at Shan Runquan with a smile. Song Jingkong laughed brightly at this. Look at my memory. Yes, the language of our hometown needs to be reviewed repeatedly. She smiled at Shan Runquan. I hope you will like it. Shan Runquan nodded slightly. It's troublesome, the cherry blossom language really needs to be learned well. Song Jingkong then smiled with her lips pressed together. I'll find a language scholar from your hometown for you right away. Let's go to the 3rd floor first. How about it, Sang-sensei, you teach me? Abe Season's gaze drifted a bit as he eyed Song Jingkong's curves. Song Jingkong showed displeasure, lightly coughing a few times, then gently adjusted her kimono's neckline. On her chest, the tattoo with the letters GHG was revealed. Abe Season immediately became obedient, leading Shan Runquan upstairs while leaving the guards downstairs. Zhao Ding was speechless, quietly speaking to Ayn Ran. Wow, that bastard Abe, is he really not coming out? Ayn Ran pondered for a moment. It couldn't be that Abe Jingshan and Shan Runquan were in cahoots for that kind of thing, right? If a surprise attack happened now, it would definitely catch them off guard. Great! Ayn Ran stood up and walked towards Song Jingkong, leaving Zhao Ding and the others dumbfounded. Song Jingkong, seeing Ayn Ran approach, couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion and threw a flirtatious glance at him. Is there something you need? Ayn Ran smiled slightly. Teacher Song, I also want to learn the language of cherry blossoms. Song Jingkong was momentarily taken aback, half covering her face with a fan, shyly sizing up Ayn Ran. Although Ayn Ran was disguised, he still exuded the innocence of youth. Young man, what we teach here is not the proper language of cherry blossoms, Song Jingkong smiled charmingly. And it's quite expensive? Starting at 2.5 million cherry blossom dollars. Ayn Ran scratched his scalp. Hee, it's precisely because it's not proper that I want to learn. As soon as Ayn Ran said this, Zhang Tianxiang and Zhao Ding couldn't hold back any longer, their faces turning pale as they pulled Ayn Ran back, whispering a warning. What, you really want to do it? Zhang Tianxiang glared at Ayn Ran, his eyes almost spitting fire. Don't forget you're a married man. If you dare to disrespect the lady, we will. Ayn Ran shot them a glance, constantly signaling towards the upstairs, then whispered,
you two need to come up with me later. Jiang Tianxiong and Zhao Ding immediately understood Enran's intention and quickly changed their expressions.
Damn, you're really something, I also want to learn the language of cherry blossoms.
At this moment, Sang Jingkong was looking at Enran and the others with suspicion, the corners of her mouth slightly raised.
Enran noticed Sang Jingkong's doubt and started to engage her. Yes, it's my fault, Teacher Tsong, my two friends also want to learn. Jiang Tianxiong and Zhao Ding turned back to Sang Jingkong and forced a smile. Teacher Tsong, we also want to learn.
Saying this, Jiang Tianxiong pulled out a diamond bank card and tossed it towards Teacher Tsong. Sang Jingkong quickly caught it, her eyes lighting up. A diamond card meant at least 1,000 dasha coins in deposit. Then she smiled, learning, everyone should learn. Please go to the third floor. The three of them felt a bit guilty as they went upstairs, entering the hall on the third floor, which at first glance looked like a normal massage area. The technicians had already clocked out, and only a mama-san dressed in cherry blossom attire was at the counter. We want to learn the language of cherry blossoms, Enran stated directly. The mama-san walked out from behind the counter with a beaming smile, bowed, and gestured for them to follow her down the adjacent corridor, then walked in with light steps. Following the mama-san, they wound through a maze of corridors until they reached the end, where it seemed there was no way forward. On the wall was a recessed flat surface, and the mama-san placed her palm on it. Suddenly, a spatial ripple appeared on the wall. Please enter, the mama-san gestured. Enran looked at Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong in surprise. They even used supernatural abilities? Was there a martial artist in this shop? Interesting. After calming down, Enran led Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong inside. As soon as they entered, they were hit by a strong smell of gunpowder from the battlefield. Inside was a hall, and under the dim lights, they saw a group of cherry blossom language teachers standing in the center. At that moment, Abe Jingshan and Shan Runquan were seriously selecting cherry blossom language teachers. Hearing the commotion, they turned around and were slightly surprised to see someone. Here to learn as well? Enran nodded. I came out of admiration. Abe Jingshan raised an eyebrow. First come, first served, you can choose after we finish. Shan Runquan looked at the disguised Jiang Tianxiong and Zhao Ding, feeling a bit familiar but unable to recall, so he let it go. Enran led Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong over, looking at the cherry blossom language teachers, each one youthful and beautiful. They wore name tags with various animal names as their code names. Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong couldn't help but swallow, wondering if they could really learn something later. Enran, as a virtuous person, remained unmoved. These Sakura language teachers were far inferior to Xiao Shui. Wasn't it better to go back and study with Xiao Shui at midnight? After a while, Abe Jingshan and Shan Runquan each chose teachers codenamed Snow Leopard and Antelope. They happily led their respective Sakura language teachers into different corridors. Seeing the two enter different rooms, Enran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this islander wasn't too perverted. Enran casually grabbed a Sakura language teacher and headed towards Abe Jingshan's direction. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxiong carefully scanned the Sakura language teachers. Zhao Ding patted Jiang Tianxiong on the shoulder and shot him a glare. Wait, did you really choose one? Jiang Tianxiong scratched his head awkwardly and randomly picked a Sakura language teacher to follow. Abe Jingshan entered room 25 with his Sakura language teacher, and Enran and the others immediately followed, lingering nearby. Guests are not allowed, one Sakura language teacher said in a coy voice. No peeking or eavesdropping. Enran turned to look at the teacher, his expression turning cold. Sleep now. Enran unleashed a mental attack on the three teachers, who immediately fainted. A few minutes later, Enran estimated that Abe Jingshan had already started frantically studying Sakura language, and said to Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong, now's the time. Go! The three rushed towards room 25, and Enran kicked the door open. At that moment, Abe Jingshan had finished studying Sakura language and was attempting to study again. Bang! The loud noise extinguished Abe Jingshan's ambition to study again, and he turned in panic to look at the door. Seeing the three from earlier, Abe Jingshan felt something was off, his veins bulging as he pulled the blanket and pointed at Enran, shouting, Get out! I'm studying Sakura language. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The Sakura language teacher codenamed Snow Leopard was so frightened that she quickly covered her face with the blanket and shouted, Oh my god, oh my god. Shut up! Zhao Ding glared at Snow Leopard, then his expression darkened. Silence. Snow Leopard immediately fell silent. Enran pointed at Abe Jingshan and laughed. Oh, whose family is studying Sakura language in bed? Get lost. Abe Jingshan shouted angrily, I'm a warrior, killing you is as easy as pie. Abe Jingshan quickly threw off the blanket, ready to make a move. Enran didn't waste any words and directly launched a mental attack. Dream Abyss. In an instant, Abe Jingshan felt a strange force surge towards him, suddenly feeling as if he were being pulled down into an abyss by a heavy tank hugging his waist.
Mental attack? Abe Jingshan instantly realized, then chuckled. Heh, I knew I would be mentally attacked, I was prepared. I've been carrying a soul-calming puppet all day, mental attacks will work on me. The next second, Abe Jingshan's expression froze. What the hell? Why am I still falling? Abe Jingshan struggled but couldn't break free, continuously being swallowed by the abyss, completely panicking. In reality, Abe Jingshan had already fainted on the bed, instantly defeating a 6th-tier puppet master. What an invincible madman! Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 133,000.
Jiang Tianxiong directly pulled out the binding sky rope and tossed it onto Abe Jingshan, instantly wrapping him tightly, leaving only his nostrils exposed, then skillfully threw Abe Jingshan over his shoulder.
Let's go! And Ran snorted lightly. The three exited the room and entered the corridor. How do we get out? Zhao Ding looked at Ran in confusion. Are we going to go straight down? And Ran smiled at the two. Is it really that complicated? Watch me create miracles with violence. With that, the flaming bird had already appeared in Ran's right hand, and with a slash towards the end of the corridor, he shouted, "1/Azura." A red light flashed, and with a loud bang, a large hole was opened at the end of the corridor. Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong gave Ran a thumbs up. Well done. Let's go. And Ran shook his head, notify our people to retreat. The three of them quickly jumped through the hole and rushed downstairs, heading straight for the Xiao family. Their speed was now faster than a sports car. At this moment, Shan Runquan had already learned the Sakura language 3 times and was thinking about learning it for the 4th time when he suddenly heard a huge noise from afar, frowning slightly. Sensing something was off, he immediately stopped studying and jumped off the bed. Guest, you haven't finished learning yet. The teacher, codenamed Antelope, grabbed Shan Rinchuan's hand and threw him a flirtatious smile. You've already learned 3 times in just a few minutes. Aren't you going to stay until the teaching addiction is satisfied? Shan Runquan was furious at these words. Bitch, dare to humiliate me. Women only hinder my path to victory. With that, Shan Runquan raised his right hand and slapped the teacher on the head. Ah! After a scream from teacher Antelope, she instantly turned into a pool of blood. After getting dressed, Shan Runquan took out a small wooden puppet from his pocket, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Heh, this is just a trivial skill. You think I won't be able to find him if I take him away? This was a tracking puppet left for Shan Runquan by Abe Season, stained with his blood, allowing Shan Runquan to track Abe Season. This was a safety measure left by Abe Season for himself. The tracking puppet began to emit a red light, pointing in the direction of Abe Season. At this moment, Ran and the others were rushing towards the Xiao family, taking a shortcut into a small alley. Late at night, it was eerily quiet. Suddenly, Jiang Tianxiong felt a slight tremor on his shoulder. Abe Season groggily woke up, first praising himself in his heart. I'm truly brilliant, knowing that Dala was brought down by a mental attack, so I carried a soul puppet all day. This way, he could effectively resist mental attacks in a short time. However, he didn't expect the opponent's mental attack to be so strong that he ultimately couldn't withstand it and fainted, even though it was for a very short time. Just as Abe Season finished admiring himself, he immediately felt something was wrong. His whole body was bound, and everything in front of him was pitch black. Loyalty. Set off. At this moment, in Factory No. 25 of the Lu family, the spirit mine storage area had been completely destroyed, with damaged and dull spirit mines scattered everywhere. A golden light shield slowly dissipated, revealing 3 figures. Dala pinched his nose and looked around at the flames, momentarily dazed, then suddenly clapped his hands in approval. Perfect, simply amazing. I would give this explosion a score of 97. 5. Deducting 5 points because it was aimed at us. Luoyin waved away the thick smoke in front of him, and upon hearing Dala's words, he nearly fainted from anger. What side are you on, anyway? I stand for the art of explosions, Dala chuckled. Luoyin scoffed. Art my ass, the spirit mines are all destroyed. Hearing this, Dala's face turned green. Damn it, Luoyin, you were just bragging about how safe it was. Now everything's blown up. What am I supposed to use to create art? Luoyin glared at Dala. Why are you shouting so loudly? He then muttered angrily, the Xiao family, it must be the Xiao family. Who in the Xiao family has such great power now? Dala rebuked Luoyin. You said it yourself. The extraordinary warriors of the Xiao family are not in Magic City. Does this level of destructive power look like something an ordinary warrior could do? If it weren't for Jiao Wei, we would have been done for just now. I don't know, there must be something wrong. Luoyin scratched his head frantically, unable to figure it out. Zhao Wei stood silently by, watching the two fools argue. Stop, 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 I'm not arguing with fools anymore, Luoyin said anxiously, the urgent thing is to find the instigator. You don't need to look for them, we are here. A voice suddenly came from the side, and the three turned at once. Luoyin and Dala couldn't help but shudder. It was Enran, leading a large group. Enran smiled. Finding you was incredibly easy. The entire factory was left with only the three of them alive, thanks to the noise from Luoyin and Dala's argument. Luoyin's face turned red with anger. Damn it, Enran! He harbored a great resentment towards Enran. Ever since the last plan to have Lauda and Green jointly eliminate Enran failed, he had been relegated to sitting at the children's table in the Lu family, sent over here to guard the door. If it weren't for being a rare 6th tier 10th level expert, he would have probably been feeding fish in the Heipu River by now. And all of this was because of Enran. Why couldn't he just forgive our second young master back then? Thinking of this, Luoyin angrily pointed at Enran. It really was you guys from the Xiao family. Then Luoyin looked surprised. Wait, how did you create such a huge explosion? That was a power comparable to the extraordinary. Luoyin scanned the people behind Enran, confirming there were no known extraordinary individuals. I did it, Enran said coldly. That was my skill. Luoyin looked at Enran with disdain. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. You're just an ordinary martial artist. How dare you claim to be extraordinary? Dala also scoffed. Enran, give it a rest. I fought you 3 days ago, and you're only a little stronger than me. Luoyin continued. And you act so brazenly, do you want to openly declare war? Aren't you afraid of our Lu family's counterattack? Upon hearing this, Enran tilted his head slightly, pointing at Dala, his eyes filled with anger. When you instructed him to drag Xiao Shui into this, the war had already begun. Dala chuckled. This was the effect he wanted. Luoyin's face darkened. Who would believe that was Dala's unilateral decision? Luoyin then said sulkily, in that case, we can only fight. Dala was a bit flustered at this point and said softly, how about we run away? There are too many of them. Luoyin glanced at the now silent Zhao Wei beside him and instantly felt confident. With this gentleman here, what do we have to fear? Luoyin pointed at Zhao Wei, unable to contain his excitement. In any case, the power distribution in this battle is extraordinary against non-extraordinary, the advantage is mine. We will win. Dala immediately felt reassured. The battle was about to break out, and the Xiao family quickly surrounded Luoyin and the others. Enran had already revealed the fierce bird in 100 ghosts crying battle armor, suddenly declaring with authority, I want all 3 of their heads. If I can avoid fighting, I will. That way, I can earn more frenzy points, Enran silently added in his heart. Upon hearing this, both sides were shocked. Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong looked bewildered. Did Enran really like heads that much? So confident, we can't let him get too cocky. Luoyin ground his yellowed teeth loudly. Heh, so arrogant. Watch me punish you first. Luoyin decided to take the initiative and launched an attack on Enran. As long as we initiate the attack, everything will get better. Enran, I've been waiting to fight you personally for quite a few days. Shadow Strike. In an instant, Luoyin disappeared into the night. The other members of the Xiao family were taken aback. That person must be Luoyin. A master of shadow abilities can strike during the day, and by night, it's almost impossible to counter. Young master, be careful, or we can surround you so he can't steal you away. Enran raised his right hand to stop his subordinates from making any rash moves, his face as cold as frost, silently shouting in his heart. Shadow Enran, give it some effect. He's attacking from the right side, long-range attack. Shadow Enran quickly responded from below. Hearing this, Enran did not dodge, instead turning to the right. Suddenly, a black dragon-shaped wave of energy appeared less than a meter away from Enran, roaring with claws bared. Young master, be careful. The members of the Xiao family were terrified. Luoyin laughed from over 10 meters away. Watch my black dragon wave. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the black dragon wave dissipated. Enran remained unscathed, his body slightly leaning as he looked at Luoyin, who had now revealed himself. Once the attack was broken, Luoyin would show his true form. The Xiao family members, initially planning to intervene, saw their young master was so invincible and quietly obeyed Enran's wishes, watching him show off. Luoyin looked at Enran in fear. What? My black dragon wave couldn't even break his armor. Enran laughed coldly. Hee, Luoyin, you don't think I'm still the same me from the past, do you? Luoyin's body trembled, sensing a great crisis approaching. Just as he tried to hide again, Enran struck. Enran shot a murderous glance at Luoyin, fiercely swinging the fierce bird. One blade Azura. In an instant, a blue Yama appeared riding a fiery red phoenix, charging directly at Luoyin with overwhelming force. Wow!
Luoyin let out a tragic scream, split in half, blood splattering everywhere, his death extremely brutal.
Defeated a 6th tier 10th level warrior. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 210,000.
And Ran coldly looked at Luoyin's corpse, then smiled slightly. With his peak 4th tier realm, paired with 2nd tier S-class martial skills, it was no problem to instantly kill a peak 6th tier person.
Who?
At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. The Shao family members exchanged shocked glances, their hearts filled with disbelief.
One blade? He killed Luoyin with one blade? Our young master has become this powerful?
Didila first glanced at the split Luoyin, then looked at Enran in fear.
Enran, how come you're so much stronger than the last time I saw you? Was that explosion really caused by you? Enran turned around, staring at Didila. Only now do you realize?
Didila hurriedly took a step back, then looked at Jiao Weite with dissatisfaction.
Why are you just watching the show? Just watching him die? Aren't you a vassal of the Lu family?
Jiao Weite said coldly. Luoyin deserved to die. Thinking he could show off in front of me just because he's from the Lu family. Didila was stunned again, realizing that the Crow Society and the Lu family were not united.
I can only fight to the death now. Didila suddenly gritted his teeth. Art is an explosion. I will self-destruct and take you all with me. With that, Didila's body began to swell.
The Shao family members immediately erupted in chaos.
Didila is going to self-destruct. Run! And Ran had already sensed Didla's intentions and shot him a fierce glare.
Did I tell you to self-destruct?
Nightmare!
Didila instantly froze, his eyes losing their luster, his body also stopping its expansion.
Didila realized the world around him had turned a bloody red, and seconds later, he collapsed to the ground. Defeated a 6th tier 10th level warrior. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 22,000.
And Ran still needed Didila as a second witness to accuse Shao He and his son. The Shao family was once again shocked.
Did Didila just get taken out in an instant?
That was a master at the 6th level, 10th stage.
Could it be that the young master has already entered the extraordinary realm? Everyone looked at Enran and couldn't help but gasp.
At this moment, Enran fixed his gaze on Jiao Weite.
It's your turn, the last one.
Jiao Weite carefully examined Enran, smiled, revealing his white teeth.
I am Jiao Weite, how should I address you, sir?
As soon as Jiao Weite's name was mentioned, the entire venue became eerily quiet.
Jiao Weite, the third of the Crow Society?
A 7th level, 2nd stage extraordinary warrior, young master, you can't fight him.
Enran, we should retreat quickly. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Jiao Weite couldn't help but feel proud.
You Chinese have an ancient saying, those who know the times are wise.
Since you've encountered me, an extraordinary being, shouldn't you kneel and admit your mistake? And then take your people and get out of here?
Enran's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, the children of the great Xia never kneel to foreigners. He then shouted to the others, all of you retreat, leave this person to me.
No way, we have to stay and help you. Zhao Ding shouted. Zhang Tianxiong followed suit. Me too. And Ran angrily rebuked them. In a battle against an extraordinary being, your presence will only hold me back.
And Ran's words awakened the crowd, and they immediately felt it made sense, advising him before leaving. Be careful, if you can't win, run.
That's right, Jiao Weite crossed his arms, admiring Enran. I really like your concern for your subordinates, but your excessive confidence in yourself is something I don't like.
Enran ignored him and first exchanged with Shadow Enran, time to power up. Enran realized his energy was nearly depleted and it wasn't suitable to continue fighting Jiao Weite, so he took out a bottle of S-grade auxiliary holy water from his storage ring and gulped it down.
Frenzy, power up. I want to upgrade the 3rd level energy cultivation method to the 4th level energy cultivation method. Received.
Using auxiliary supplements, 4th stage cultivation speed increased by 40%.
Using 36,000 frenzy points to upgrade the 3rd level S-grade technique Void Spirit. Starting upgrade. 15 seconds later.
The true energy cultivation method is not just about providing energy so simply.
After 2.5 years of relentless research, you have finally transformed the Void Spirit into the 4th level S-grade technique Nature Spirit. Unparalleled speed, truly a genius. Remaining frenzy points, 184,000.
Hoo after catching his breath, Enran felt his entire body brimming with boiling energy.
He then looked at the panel description. Technique 2, Nature Spirit, 4th level S-grade. Proficiency, perfect.
Main function, absorb energy from nature and transform it into one's own energy. Additional ability, all damage dealt by energy is increased by 20%.
Enran gasped, somewhat astonished. The energy cultivation method has reached a point where it can provide a power boost? I want foreigners to die. And Ran's tone was extremely fierce. I want foreigners to die. And Ran emphasized again. Zhao Weite originally wanted to see what Ran was up to, standing still as if watching a show. But upon hearing Ran's words, he couldn't hold back. Child, that's not a funny thing to say. The black dragon is still a dragon. Our Crow Society people have long been black-skinned with yellow hearts. We can't even speak the foreign language of our homeland anymore, only the Great Xia language. Zhao Weite's tone carried a hint of murderous intent. And Ran's sharp gaze swept over, angrily rebuking, you Crow Society people have been parasitizing within the Great Xia for many years. Ungrateful, instead, you cling to the Lu family, aiding and abetting their tyranny. Still frequently considering themselves as superior beings, what makes you think you deserve to be my subjects in the Great Xia? Language counterattack against a 7th-tier extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 185,000. Zhao Weite's expression suddenly darkened, his black eyes filled with coldness. You, a mere ordinary warrior, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Don't think that just because you killed 2 6th-tier tenfold warriors, you can compete with me. To compete with me, an extraordinary warrior, you have that. What are you barking about? And Ran impatiently interrupted him, if you keep babbling, I'll send you back to pick cotton and gnaw on watermelons. Language counterattack against a 7th-tier extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 185,000. And Ran considered himself a mild-mannered person who didn't like to curse, but the system was just too generous. Gaining points from cursing an extraordinary warrior, and Ran was more than happy to continue this exchange with Zhao Weite. Fuck! Zhao Weite was completely enraged, pointing angrily at Ran. You yellow-skinned monkey. I originally wanted to have an equal conversation with you, but since you really don't know what's good for you, I'll have to use martial virtue to subdue you. Let you know why we, the Crow Society, can be above others in the Great Xia. Look, you're getting anxious. And Ran laughed, pointing at Zhao Weite with the flaming bird. So, this is why I want the foreigners dead. Language counterattack against a 7th-tier extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 186,000. Zhao Weite sneered. Ha, kid, boasting won't increase your chances of winning. Then Zhao Weite's face showed a hint of sadness. Just right, today we'll settle old scores and new grudges. James, Luda, and Green's deaths, we, the Crow Society, haven't settled accounts with you yet. Among our Crow Society members, every brother shares a deep bond. And Ran chuckled. Since your bonds are so deep, then today I'll send you down to join those 3 for a game of mahjong. Language counterattack against a 7th-tier extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 187,000. Zhao Weite's expression had turned extremely cold. You are no longer just an ordinary arrogant brat and a common warrior. I must strike hard. There's nothing more to say. I already want to enjoy torturing you. With that, Zhao Weite began to emit a dazzling rainbow light, and then a set of black dragon battle armor appeared on him, his right hand gripping a golden baseball bat. Kid, watch closely, my armor and weapon are both S-grade. S-grade trash dares to embarrass itself in front of me? And Ran waved the flaming bird. Have you ever heard of the flaming bird and the cry of the 100 demons? Language counterattack against a 7th-tier extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madman points plus 1,000. Remaining madman points 188,000. Who understands what you're talking about? Zhao Weite roared. Take this. Domain expansion, light domain. As soon as the words fell, the rainbow light on Zhao Weite expanded outward from his body, engulfing a vast amount of space. And Ran was instantly swallowed, a terrifying pressure rising. And Ran frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. The sense of oppression from Zhao Weite was even stronger than that of Shan Runquan, without a doubt. His strength was significantly greater than Shan Rinxuan's. He really is a tough opponent. And Ran mocked himself inwardly. However, with the 20% damage boost from the Spirit of Nature technique, and Ran was also full of confidence. I will win. Child, look closely, this is my realm of light. A loud voice echoed from the sky. And Ran looked up at the sky and saw dazzling, multicolored light screens scattered everywhere. The light pierced into his eyes, causing a sharp pain, and he couldn't help but cover his eyes with his palm, pondering in his heart. It seems this Jiatet belongs to the light element within the elemental system. So bright, is it meant to blind me right from the start? Jiatet's figure loomed under the heavens, coldly gazing down at Ran, issuing a booming voice. The time is almost up. The moment my attack descends is the moment you can still survive. Jiatat swung a golden baseball bat forcefully towards and ran. Heavenly punishment, falling red.
In an instant, a massive red beam of light fell from the crimson wave zone of the sky, transforming into a chain of fire, surging towards and ran. And Ran was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned cold.
Ghostly calamity.
Suddenly, a torrent of black mist erupted from the 100 ghosts' wailing armor, morphing into a 100-meter-tall black specter, directly colliding with the oncoming chain of fire. The two sides held their ground for several seconds, the entire realm shaking.
Jiatat couldn't help but be slightly dazed. What is this child doing? Shouldn't I, a transcendent warrior, be able to kill him instantly? Unforgivable. Jiatat was enraged. I can unleash 3 heavenly punishments at once. He then swung the golden baseball bat with all his might. Heavenly punishment, falling blue.
In an instant, a massive blue beam of light fell from the blue wave zone of the sky, heading straight for the black giant ghost.
Boom! A loud sound echoed as the remaining blue beam rushed towards and ran. And Ran had already activated meteoric movement, running. But he couldn't escape. The opponent's light was too fast. The blue giant light pierced through and Ran's 3 layers of defense, and the remaining glimmer struck him directly. And Ran felt a wave of icy cold, shivering as he took a few steps back. Jiatat looked down at and Ran, once again shocked. Wang Defus? He can actually withstand my heavenly punishment directly. You, child, are truly invincible. However, you are already at a disadvantage and won't be able to block my next attack. Jiatat couldn't help but laugh maniacally. And Ran stopped in his tracks, looking down at his body. His clothes were already torn in several places, with a few conspicuous cherry red stains on him. A sense of crisis arose in Ran. If it weren't for the recovery mage talent, I would have been finished long ago. Why is it that my attack damage increased by 20% yet I'm still at a disadvantage? And Ran suddenly realized.
When Shan Renquan fought him, he didn't use armor or weapons, so his strength at that time was actually inferior to Shan Renquan's. Jiatat's strength was already greater than Shan Renquan's, and now he was using armor and weapons. So even with a 20% increase in damage, he was still no match for him. So, how to break the deadlock? And Ran's expression turned cold. In that case, I can only further enhance my strength. To prevent being ambushed by Jiatat during his struggle, and Ran decided, Shadow and Ran, step forward. And Ran and Shadow and Ran instantly swapped bodies. Shadow and Ran scratched his head, looking helpless. Here I am again, coming out to be a target bait. Forget it, I'm already used to it. He. The Ran below began to laugh strangely. Frenzy, add some points. I want to fight directly to the peak. Received. Using S-level supplementary items, cultivation speed increased by 30% for 5 stages. Using 170,100 points of frenzy points to ascend 3 levels, rising to the 5th stage triple. Starting cultivation. 25 seconds later. In 25 years, you have risen earlier than the rooster and slept later than the dog. The sun and moon in the sky are witnesses to your hellish training. You have entered a brand new realm of the 5th stage, standing at a new height of the 5th stage triple. Out of respect for your struggle, you are awarded the talent Messenger of Light. This moment belongs to the victors of hard work. I believe there is no one in the world who has worked harder than you, the warrior. Remaining madness points, 17,900. Phew, and Ran kept taking deep breaths, drenched in sweat, as if he had truly experienced 25 years of hellish training, feeling as if his entire body had been tempered. And Ran quickly calmed his mind and looked at the panel. Realm, 5th stage triple. Talent 8, Messenger of Light. In ancient times, the world was shrouded in darkness, and the Heavenly Emperor declared that there must be light in the world, so you descended upon the mortal realm. Ability 1, greatly increases the power and defense of light element skills. Ability 2, able to learn martial arts and techniques of the light element. Phew, and Ran gasped, another new talent? Endless, truly endless. Even Ran had to admit that the rewards were a bit excessive. At this moment, Jiao Waiter looked down at Shadow and Ran, somewhat confused. Why is he standing still? Is he too scared to move because of my strength? Thinking of this, Jiao Waiter couldn't help but laugh heartily. Is that it? Still trying to act tough in front of me? Then, Jiao Waiter's expression turned serious as he swung his golden baseball bat with all his might. Heavenly punishment, Shadow. Suddenly, a black pillar of light, several dozen meters in diameter, fell from the dark waves of the sky, directly hitting Shadow and Ran. Boom! The entire spatial realm shook violently. Ha. Jiao Waiter laughed maniacally. Goodbye, boy. The massive impact left Shadow and Ran feeling numb. Master, I can't take it anymore. Don't be afraid, child, I'm back.
And Ran's voice suddenly rang out, and in an instant, he swapped bodies with Shadow and Ran, appearing in place. Zhao Waiter swept his gaze down and was filled with shock. Damn, how did this kid come back to life? Or did he never die at all? This kid is a bit invincible. Zhao Waiter couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. And Ran pointed at Zhao Waiter with the fiery bird, a smirk on his lips. Zhao Waiter, from now on, this is the real war. He. Zhao Waiter regained his composure, looking down on Ran. Did my attack turn your brain into mush? Can't you see the gap in our strength? Don't you want to surrender quickly? I can still leave you with a whole corpse. And Ran sneered. Please, don't steal my lines. Language counterattack against a 7th stage extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madness points plus 1,000. Remaining madness points, 18,900. Upon hearing this, Zhao Waiter turned red with anger, ready to explode. Suddenly, he noticed the sweat on Ran's cheeks and couldn't help but snicker. Why are you sweating? Child, are you scared and trying to hold on? And Ran wiped the sweat and looked at Zhao Waiter, a slight smile on his lips. What are you so excited about? I just did a little training. Zhao Waiter was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Child, that joke isn't funny. It's only been a minute. What can you train in that time? I don't understand. And Ran looked at Zhao Waiter as if he were trash. You don't need to understand, anyway, you have no future left. Language counterattack against a 7th stage extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madness points plus 1,000. Remaining madness points, 19,900. Upon hearing this, Zhao Waiter was furious beyond control. Good words are hard to persuade a ghost that wants to die. The moment my attack falls, that's the time you can still survive. You little brat, take this. Zhao Waiter swung the golden baseball bat forcefully at Ran. Heaven's punishment, falling red. In an instant, from the red wave zone above the sky, a dazzling red light descended, transforming into a chain of fire that surged towards Ran. And Ran showed no weakness, his eyes cold as ice. Ghostly calamity. Suddenly, a torrent of black mist erupted from the 100 ghosts' crying armor, morphing into a 200-meter-tall black ghost, directly colliding with the oncoming chain of fire. In a split second, a tremendous black mist erupted from the 100 ghosts' crying armor like a volcanic eruption, instantly condensing into a massive black ghost towering 200 meters high. It roared with bared fangs and claws, filled with endless resentment and killing intent, charging straight at the incoming chain of fire. It collided. In less than a second, the black ghost shattered Zhao Waiter's red light and rushed towards him. Successfully countered a 7th-tier extraordinary warrior. What a brave and fearless madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 29,900. Zhao Waiter's body shook, his face filled with terror, panicking. No, this kid really leveled up on the spot? Invincible, this kid. In his panic, Garnet hurriedly swung the golden baseball bat 3 times. Heaven's punishment, falling red. Heaven's punishment, falling blue. Heaven's punishment, shadow. In an instant, 3 giant beams of light fell from the red, blue, and black wave zones of the sky, heading towards the giant black ghost. They collided, and both sides were locked in a stalemate. And Ran frowned at the sky, calculating in his mind. His realm had now risen to the 5th tier, while his energy technique was only at the 4th tier, based on previous situations. He could only unleash the ghostly calamity once. So this time, he could only kill in one blow. At this moment, the Shao family had already reached the factory gate, and Jiang Tianxiang suddenly stopped. The crowd looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Why stop? Jiang Tianxiang glared at everyone with anger. External people can enter the extraordinary realm through an interface. What do you mean? Are you going to? Zhao Ding looked at Jiang Tianxiang with displeasure. The young master told us to leave, I just pretended to agree with him. Jiang Tianxiang said angrily. But you really want to leave? Zhao Ding fell silent for a moment, then reluctantly said. But the young master's words make sense, we can't help. Most likely, we would be a burden. Yeah, the others echoed. Jiang Tianxiang glared at Zhao Ding, worry etched on his face. What kind of person is Zhao Waiter? He's the 3rd figure of the Crow Society, a 7th-tier double extraordinary warrior. His strength is even stronger than Shan Runquan. The young master is definitely not his opponent. If things go wrong, the young master might even die in battle. Jiang Tianxiang became agitated as he spoke. He dies to cover our retreat, and we survive, won't your conscience hurt then? Among this group, only Jiang Tianxiang had followed Ran from the beginning, and his feelings for Ran were the deepest. Hearing Jiang Tianxiang's words, Zhao Ding and the others couldn't help but feel ashamed. Jiang Tianxiang continued, if we 10 or so 6th-tier warriors go together, we can at least increase the young master's chances of survival. Those with a bit of conscience,
Come back with me to help the young master. If you don't go, I'll go alone. Jiang Tianxian's expression was very serious, then he turned around and walked back the way he came. The Shao family members were inspired and charged in. Today, we will risk our lives for young master Enran. At this moment, Enran's ghostly calamity and Zhao Weit's heaven's punishment attacks continued to be locked in a stalemate.
Zhao Weit's face was extremely grim. Wang Defa, I've already shot out 3 beams of light and it's still not enough? This is my limit. This kid is already invincible. What else can I say?
Enran looked at Zhao Weit, smiling confidently.
Do you think we are evenly matched right now?
Seeing Enran's confident demeanor, Zhao Weit couldn't help but start to panic.
What? Do you still have a trump card?
Enran pondered in his heart. Now that they were evenly matched, just a small distraction could determine the outcome. So Enran narrowed his eyes.
You promised to let me pick cotton and eat watermelon, and you kept your word. Nightmare. In an instant, an invisible force surged towards Zhao Weit.
Zhao Weit's body shook violently, and he suddenly felt the world around him turn crimson, as if he were in a cotton plantation, diligently picking cotton, while several farmers waved their whips at him, cursing as they struck. Fuck! This was the scene Zhao Weit least wanted to face. Why did it suddenly appear?
Zhao Weit quickly realized this was an illusion and couldn't help but chuckle.
This is just a petty trick.
Is this a scraping treatment? Break! In an instant, he shattered it, the entire process taking less than a second.
As Zhao Weit regained his senses, he suddenly looked at Enran.
Kid, do you think such childish mental attacks can affect me? It's simply, what the hell? What's going on?
Zhao Weit suddenly saw the black ghost had broken through the 3 beams of light and was rushing towards him. Zhao Weit instantly understood that Enran's mental attack was not meant to defeat him but to distract him for a moment, weakening the power of the beams, allowing his attack to gain the upper hand. But it was too late. The 200-meter-tall black ghost now unleashed all its energy upon him. With a loud bang, Zhao Weit's black dragon armor was instantly shattered, and his body was scorched by fierce flames as he fell from the sky.
Defeated a 7th-tier 2nd-level extraordinary warrior. What an invincible madman. Madman points plus 70,000. Remaining madman points 100,000. Enran looked at Zhao Weit's fallen body and laughed disdainfully. Am I that stupid? Attempting to defeat an extraordinary warrior with a 2nd-tier mental attack?
The realm of light was rapidly collapsing, and Enran returned to the real world.
Huff, huff, huff. Enran couldn't help but breathe heavily, his face flushed.
It was only then that he felt his body had reached its limit, his energy completely drained. Enran barely straightened his body, scanning the area for Zhao Weit's figure. He saw that Zhao Weit had turned into a charred corpse, completely dead. Enran let out a sigh of relief and retracted the 100 Ghosts' armor and the fiery bird.
Young Master Enran.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind him.
We are here to lend you a hand.
Enran turned around unsteadily and saw Jiang Tianxiang and Zhao Ding rushing over anxiously. Upon seeing Enran, everyone immediately ran over to surround him. Jiang Tianxiang was both surprised and delighted.
Ah, young master, how did you come out? Weren't you supposed to be fighting in Zhao Weit's realm?
Where's Zhao Weit? Zhao Ding looked around and suddenly saw Zhao Weit's charred corpse, causing him to tremble and step back a few paces, pointing at Zhao Weit's body, looking at Enran in horror.
Young master, you didn't kill Zhao Weit, did you?
The others, upon hearing this, looked in the direction Zhao Ding was pointing, their faces filled with shock. They couldn't help but shiver. Damn, it really is Zhao Weit. The crowd couldn't help but gasp.
That Zhao Weit? The 7th-tier 2nd-level Zhao Weit? Is it really such an incredible thing that I killed Zhao Weit? And Nang looked at his subordinates with a hint of dissatisfaction. Everyone fell silent.
They were convinced, left with nothing to say. They had originally thought of coming to help, but the young master had resolved everything on his own, making them feel a bit like clowns. Especially Jiang Tianxiang, who was drenched in sweat, and Rant's growth rate had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. At this moment, Nang had his hands in his pockets, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhao Weit's corpse as he said, "Take Daida back, check the other bodies, and finish off anyone still alive. Before we leave, completely level the factory. I'll go call my father-in-law first." How everyone felt the fierce determination and decisiveness emanating from Enran. An hour later, in Nanshan district, the Shao family concluded their battle with the aberrants for the day. After Xiao Yang finished his call with Enran, he couldn't help but burst into laughter at the Shao family members.
Do you know what Enran just told me? He took people to the Lu family's No.2 factory to capture Daida.
In the end, he blew up their entire factory. By the way, he also killed Lu's Luo Yin and the Crow Society's Zhao Weit. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then the atmosphere erupted in shock and excitement.
Xiao Yang smiled and quieted everyone down, turning his gaze to Xiao He. Also, and Ran said that Daida admitted he was acting under orders. Eldest brother, Xiao Yu, do you two have any thoughts? Xiao He first trembled slightly, his mind blank, and after 3 seconds of silence, he quickly shifted his thoughts. He chuckled at Xiao Yang, third brother, what kind of question is that? What else can I think? If Daida says who it is, then we'll settle the score with them. Xiao Yang's expression suddenly turned cold. In the afternoon, when Enran told him that Xiao He and Xiao Yu were colluding with the Lu family, they were in the midst of a fierce battle with the aberrants, making it inappropriate to confront his elder brother and nephew directly. Now that the aberrants had mostly been dealt with, Xiao Yang had no more concerns. Moreover, he added fuel to the fire by dragging Daida into it, when in fact Daida was currently unconscious. Xiao Yang coldly looked at Xiao He. Daida said he was instructed by you too. And in Bei Jingshan also admitted that you father and son colluded with the Lu family. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was in shock, all eyes turning to Xiao He. What the hell is going on? Xiao Lauda, are you digging at the Xiao family's foundation? On the surface, Xiao He appeared calm, but inside he was in turmoil. Daida was indeed under the orders of the father and son, and he had indeed colluded with the Lu family, but could he admit it? This is slander, pure slander. Xiao He's face turned red, veins bulging. They are purely sowing discord. Third brother, you don't believe these rumors, do you? You wouldn't disregard our brotherly bond, would you? You should ask Xiao Yu, my foolish nephew. Xiao Yang sighed, then scanned the crowd but did not find Xiao Yu's figure. Wait, where is Xiao Yu? Why can't I see him? At this moment, everyone looked around, and no one had noticed Xiao Yu. Does anyone know where Xiao Yu went? Xiao Yang shouted with a dark face. Everyone searched around but found no one, and when they called, no one answered. At this moment, Xiao He couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Damn it, this little brat wouldn't have run off and left me behind, would he? 2 days ago, when in Bei Jingshan and Sanshan Runquan were kidnapped, the Lu family had warned Xiao He and Xiao Yu. At that time, Xiao Yu had the thought of running away, but he was ultimately stopped by Xiao He. Staying might still offer a glimmer of hope if Xiao Yang considered their familial ties. Xiao He cursed his foolish son in his heart. If you run away, everything will be left unexplained, and it will all be truly over. At that moment, someone shouted, this afternoon, Xiao Yu said he was going to buy some Li Huan cigarettes, and then we never saw him again. The crowd erupted in boos. Xiao Yu must have known in advance and fled in fear. Even more ridiculous was that he hadn't taken his old father with him. Because Xiao He was an extraordinary martial artist, if he ran, it would attract attention. What a filial son Xiao Yu was. Xiao He was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, this brat really ran away. How did I end up with such a filial son? At this moment, Xiao Yang coldly looked at Xiao He again. Xiao He anxiously glanced at Xiao Yang, thinking he could only admit it. There was no use in dragging it out. Third brother, do you think I still have a chance? The atmosphere on site fell into an endless silence, everyone waiting to see what decision Xiao Yang would make. Xiao Yang's expression was extremely pained. After a few seconds of struggle, he said bitterly, elder brother, give me a reason. A reason? Xiao He sneered, is a reason even needed? Is it really because of the family's inheritance issue? Xiao Yang sighed heavily. Xiao Shui is still your own niece, is it so hard for you to accept her as the heir? At this moment, Xiao He found his courage and rebutted Xiao Yang. Third brother, do you think we oppose Xiao Shui? If Xiao Shui were to inherit, we could reluctantly accept it. But you clearly intend to hand it over to Enran, an outsider. You've made a decision that goes against our ancestors. I cannot allow your decision to be successfully executed. Xiao Yang was slightly taken aback and slowly looked at Xiao He. Elder brother, was what I said before not clear enough? And can convince everyone, but he hasn't convinced you, right? Xiao He pouted at Xiao Yang. No matter what Nan does, I will never be convinced. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, since you won't be convinced by Enran, then I'll have Enran convince you, in the physical sense. Someone, take Xiao He down first. At this moment, in the Lu family's main hall, Luan and Lu Xian were both on edge. The news that the Lu family's second factory had been destroyed had come back, and Luan was instantly furious. Damn it, this must have been done by the Xiao family. Luoyin was dead, and Weite was dead, Shan Runquan and Abe Shinzo were missing. Oh, right, and the most important one, Deidara, they had finally rescued him, and now he was gone again. How much combat power had the Lu family lost because of the Xiao family, from allies to subordinates? They hadn't even fully started the war, and the Lu family had already lost more people than the Xiao family. Oh, right, where did they get their extraordinary fighters? Lu Xian comforted him from the side. Father, these are all minor issues. As long as we hold the Hongmen banquet, everything will be fine. Deidara is already missing. What good is that? Luan shouted. This time, they must be keeping a close watch. They might even kill Deidara directly. Without Deidara, the strongest bomb expert, how can I deal with the Shao family at the Hongmen banquet? With our Lu family's broken top combat power? No, father, Lu Xian comforted him. Without Deidara, there are others. Who? Luan perked up. Lu Xian sneered. Xiao Yu, he is an expert in artillery among hot weapons. Using his artillery to bombard the Shao family would be even better, right? Xiao Yu? Luan's tone revealed disdain.
Putting aside his capabilities as a second-generation heir, he is now in the Shao family and can barely protect himself.
Ha, Lu Xian sneered. Xiao Yu's ability to run away is even stronger than his ability to bombard. He has already run to our Lu family.
In the main hall of the Lu family, Xiao Yu sat in the guest seat, nervously watching Luan and Lu Xian, father and son.
When you ran away, didn't you bring your father with you? Luan was a bit confused. Doing this will directly expose your father.
Hey, coming out with him would be too conspicuous. Xiao Yu leaned back tactically. I can only sacrifice him. Besides, everything he did was for my sacrifice. Whether it's early or late, it's all the same. Luan and Lu Xian exchanged speechless glances. This guy was really a filial son.
So, are you really going to take me in?
Xiao Yu suddenly asked, somewhat resentfully.
Luan chuckled.
After all, you are considered a talent, and you came from the Shao family.
A dog that bites its master is usually more ferocious.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu not only didn't get angry but instead laughed alone.
He, who says otherwise? A dog biting its master means its heart is dead. You should know what we want you to do, right? Lu Xian interjected. Xiao Yu immediately became serious. I assure you, I will tell you everything I know about the Shao family.
Enough, the so-called secrets of the four great families are well known to all parties. Luan waved his hand.
Xiao Yu was completely baffled. Then why are you taking me in?
You can't just take me in because I'm handsome. Luan and Lu Xian simultaneously looked at Xiao Yu's face, which looked like it had been chewed by a dog, their lips twitching. Then Lu Xian's face turned serious. In a few days, we are going to hold a banquet for the Shao family. I will give you 3 days, and provide you with enough spirit stones. Use your cannon ability to create something that can blow up all the Shao family members at the banquet. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned for 0.25 seconds, then grinned widely.
No problem.
I will blow up everyone on sight, as long as there are enough spirit mines.
Luan's expression changed slightly, emphasizing, it's the Shao family members. Okay, I guarantee to blow them up. Xiao Yu readily agreed on the surface, but internally he was wildly complaining. What a joke, it's not that easy. If I can't do it, I'll just blow up a little less for your Lu family.
Seeing Xiao Yu agree so quickly, Luan was a bit puzzled.
Do you really have no feelings for the Shao family?
Xiao Yu straightened his body immediately, his face turning pale. I love the Shao family. Does the Shao family love me? I am the most suitable heir. Xiao Xuan and Ran, one is a daughter, the other is an outsider.
Why should they step on my head? Since I can't have it, then I will destroy it.
Moreover, Xiao Yu suddenly smiled slyly. If the Shao family disappears, the magic city will become more peaceful.
I can be considered as doing a great deed by eliminating my kin. Luan laughed heartily. I damn well like this kind of beast in you.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu suddenly shivered, smoothly sliding off the sofa to kneel down, his eyes full of sincerity. In that case, Xiao Yu is willing to take you as my adoptive father. You just lost a son, and I am about to gain a father. We are a match made in heaven. If you disagree, I will be scared, and who knows what might happen with the cannon.
Xiao Yu was determined to cling tightly to the Lu family's thigh. Damn!
Luan was instantly stunned, and Lu Xian also had an expression of barely holding it together. The two exchanged glances.
Beasts are better off with others.
If they were really given to oneself, no one could hold it together. Then, to appease Xiao Yu and also to discuss the Shao family, Luan pinched his nose and agreed. After sending away this plague god, Lu Xian began to ask,
Father, should we report the factory explosion to the inspection department? Luan glared at him. Report?
If you report, the Shao family will report you for the murder of Anran and Xiao Shui, and in the end, we will be the ones at a disadvantage. Lu Xian was a bit unconvinced.
Then we can't just let it go like this. You see, you're anxious again.
Luan chuckled softly.
The urgent matter is to rescue Shan Runquan.
After all, a transcendent combat power is very precious. Originally, we had 5 7th-tier transcendent beings, 4 from the Shao family, giving us the upper hand. Now that we've lost Shan Runquan, the balance of power has shifted in favor of the Shao family.
Change? Who should we change?
Lu Xian was quite puzzled. Most of the Shao family members are in the South Mountain District. The only ones left here are Anran and Xiao Shui, but they won't come out of the Shao family.
Luan shot Lu Xian a glance. No worries, we still have Huang Chang, right? Let's tie him up as a bargaining chip.
Then, Luan assumed a confident posture. Moreover, we can test whether Huang Chang has truly severed ties with the Shao family.
During this time, who is the transcendent expert frequently acting for the Shao family?
It's simply a plan that kills two birds with one stone.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's mind was suddenly enlightened.
Father, you're a genius. At 11 o'clock at night, in the Shao family, and Ran rushed back, and at this moment, Xiao Shui was already waiting in her room. After experiencing a fierce battle, and Ran was completely drained and urgently needed to engage in another battle to soothe his soul. After hastily cleaning himself, he went straight into Xiao Shui's room, where a unique feminine fragrance wafted in the air. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Shui got up, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Ran with a joyful expression. That's great, as long as you're okay. Xiao Shui was wearing a transparent nightgown, her figure barely concealed, which made it hard for Ran to hold back. Ran felt a surge of desire and pounced on her, trying to make Xiao Shui submit. Xiao Shui panicked and frantically pounded Ran's chest. Didn't we just eat during the day? I have a big appetite. Ran scoffed, then began to take action. I can eat 3 meals a day. Moreover, I achieved great merit today by killing a 7th-tier transcendent from the Crow Society. I deserve first prize. Xiao Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. A 7th-tier transcendent? You killed one. You've already reached that level? Hee hee, what about you? Ran pinched her nose. I'm only at the 2nd tier, 8th level. Xiao Shui felt a bit embarrassed. Although I've grown quickly, it's still too inferior compared to you. So, you need to cook more with me. Only when we're full can we seize the future. Ran's skilled hands began to showcase his culinary skills. Xiao Shui felt Ran's superb cooking and soon joined him in the kitchen. The two of them spent a full 3 hours enjoying a midnight snack before finally falling asleep. The next day, Dala had not yet woken up, and Ran had nothing to do, so he cooked 3 meals with Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was well fed. Until the following noon, Xiao Shui patted the still lazing Ran on the chest. Do you remember Uncle Huang Chang? I remember. Ran replied, a bit dazed. He used to be part of your family, now he's the owner of an amusement park. I saw him over a month ago. What happened to him? Xiao Shui sighed deeply. He was captured by the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Ran immediately sat up, surprised, and looked at Xiao Shui. No way, he's a 7th-tier powerhouse. Xiao Shui frowned. The Lu family has several 7th-tier transcendent beings. What is the Lu family's purpose in capturing him? Ran asked. Xiao Shui smiled bitterly. They specifically demanded that our Shao family hand over Shan Runquan and Bei Jingshan. But Uncle Huang is no longer one of us. Xiao Shui's eyes were filled with confusion. How can he be so sure that our Shao family would sacrifice our interests for someone who is not one of us? Ran slapped his thigh. Luan is really clever. Xiao Shui looked at Ran in confusion. What do you mean? Ran paused for a moment and then spoke. We agreed, which is equivalent to admitting that the Mountain Runquan incident and the Lu family factory incident were both our doing. Moreover, it can also test whether Uncle Huang has truly distanced himself from the Shao family. That old thief Luan must be very suspicious about where another extraordinary warrior from the Shao family has suddenly appeared. It's simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After saying this, Ran took a deep breath. This is really troublesome. Ran then looked at Xiao Shui very solemnly. Shui, to be honest, do you still consider Uncle Huang a member of the Shao family? Xiao Shui nodded firmly. Of course, he has been with my dad for 20 years. How could that be severed in just 1 year? After receiving a positive response, Ran nodded in satisfaction and then asked, have you told Dad? What did he say? He notified Dad immediately, Xiao Shui said, looking troubled. He agreed. And he said he would urgently send 3 7th-tier extraordinary warriors over. Ran smiled in satisfaction. His father-in-law did not disappoint him. The Shao family had a total of 4 7th-tier extraordinary warriors, and aside from the already controlled Xiaoyi, 3 of them had already been dispatched. Alright, can you now tell me why Uncle Huang wanted to leave the Shao family in the first place? Ran looked at Xiao Shui with anticipation. I should know the reason behind this. Xiao Shui paused for a moment, then her face filled with sadness. To be honest, it's also our Shao family's fault towards him. You know that our 4 great families have to go to the imperial capital every year to obtain the annual business license. Last year, it was still Uncle Huang who went with my dad. Also going was his eldest son, Huang Shixiang. At this point, Xiao Shui choked up. Hearing this, Ran frowned and asked, so, what happened to Huang Shixiang? Did something happen? He died in the imperial capital. Xiao Shui's tone suddenly changed. In fact, the families in the imperial capital wanted to reclaim the business rights of our four great families, and this started several years ago.
Last year, there was already a very intense dispute. Our Xiao family naturally opposed it.
So, Xiao Shui paused and continued, at that time, the families in the imperial capital and the Lu family tried to force my dad and Uncle Huang to submit. They had a group of black gloves kidnap Huang Shixiang. In the end, Uncle Huang refused to submit, and the families over there tore up the ticket. At this point, Xiao Shui couldn't continue, and ran sighed and said, so, it seems that Uncle Huang and the Lu family have a grudge.
Is that just how it ends?
Xiao Shui said helplessly, first, it was the black gloves from the imperial capital who did it. They washed their hands of it completely. In the end, they killed a batch of black gloves to vent their anger.
Second, having lost one son, Uncle Huang didn't want to lose a second.
He was truly scared, so after that incident, he chose to leave the Xiao family.
Dad understood him and agreed.
Hearing this, Enran stroked his chin and said, maybe we can use this incident to bring Uncle Huang back.
That way, the Xiao family's strength will be even more dominant. Enran paused. Moreover, the real enemies are still at large.
I don't believe Uncle Huang would just let it go like that.
Xiao Shui looked at Enran in surprise.
You and Dad think exactly the same.
Hee, that's a normal thought, Enran chuckled.
Next, we just need to wait for the three extraordinary warriors from the Xiao family to arrive. Before heading to the battlefield, Enran decided to level up a bit to prepare for any potential conflicts. Enran took out a bottle of S-grade auxiliary holy water and drank it.
Frenzy, add some.
Upgrade Zhang's 4th tier energy cultivation method to 5th tier.
Received.
Using auxiliary supplements, 5th tier cultivation speed increased by 30%. Using 126,000 frenzy points to upgrade the 4th tier S-grade method, Spirit of Nature.
Starting upgrade. After 30 seconds. The true method of energy cultivation is not as simple as just providing energy. After 3 years of relentless research day and night, you have finally transformed the Spirit of Nature into a 5th tier S-level technique, the Natural Deity. What a genius speed, incomparable. Remaining frenzy points, 1,000.
Huff huff huff. After 2.5 minutes of frantic breathing, Enran's blood was boiling, and he gradually regained his calm. He then looked at the panel description. Technique 2, Natural Deity, 5th tier S-level.
Proficiency, perfect. Main function, absorb energy from nature and transform it into one's own energy for sublimation.
Additional ability, all damage dealt from energy is increased by 50%. Enran nodded in satisfaction, whispering softly. With the support of the 5th tier energy cultivation method, I won't have to worry about kidney deficiency during battles at night. Moreover, the output damage has increased by half. Even when facing higher tier extraordinary warriors, I can handle it more easily. Needless to say, at night, I will definitely unleash a ton of frenzy points.
I always feel like I'm cheating too much.
At 6 in the afternoon, Enran was in the main hall of the Xiao family, meeting with the 3 7th tier extraordinary members of the Xiao family.
2 familiar faces, a C and Emotion Zone.
The moment they saw Enran, they were very excited. Good kid, a C patted Enran's shoulder hard, excitedly saying, we just left for a few days.
And you've accomplished so much. Your strength can already rival the extraordinary.
Emotion Zone was also too excited to speak. Not long ago, Enran was someone he needed to protect. However, another person was a bit unexpected for Enran. Zhuang Yunya, that 35-year-old big-breasted sister, with a charming appearance and a hot figure, was wearing a wine-red tight outfit that perfectly showcased her body.
Zhuang Yunya pulled Enran into her embrace, sniffing him wildly. Hey, what a great young man, too bad you're taken.
Enran awkwardly tried to push Zhuang Yunya away. Don't do this, sister, Xiao Shui will misunderstand.
Only then did Zhuang Yunya reluctantly let go.
Enran then smiled and glanced at the three of them.
Alright, let's go.
In the southern suburbs of the Demon City, in the Wangu district, where over 10,000 once appeared simultaneously, causing everyone to flee, hence it was called the Wangu district. The Lu family chose this place for trading because there wouldn't be anyone else around.
In the abandoned central square, under a large clock tower, a group of people gathered.
Leading them was Lu Xian, flanked by 2 extraordinary members of the Lu family. Behind them stood a large number of Lu family warriors, standing at the ready. Lu Xian felt a bit anxious because according to Lu En's suggestion, he should take advantage of their strength to possibly deal with the Xiao family.
A white-haired middle-aged man, Yang Dianfeng, asked with a hint of frustration, Young master, are you confident? Lu Xian feigned calmness, blaring coldly at Yang Dianfeng, Uncle Yang, what are you afraid of?
The Xiao family can only send at most 3 7th tier extraordinary members.
We have 4. For against 3, the advantage is mine.
Lu Xian spoke confidently.
We will win.
Hearing this, Yang Dianfeng slowly looked ahead. I hope so. Lu Xian turned to look at Huang Chang, who was being held up by two subordinates. Huang Chang was unconscious, a golden chain piercing through his collarbone and coming out from his shoulder blade, binding him tightly. The locking dragon chain, a tool specifically used to restrain the powers of extraordinary beings. Lu Xian signaled to his two subordinates, let him speak. The two subordinates loosened the locking dragon chain a bit, and after a while, Huang Chang groggily opened his eyes. The first thing Huang Chang saw was Lu Xian, glaring at him angrily. Heh, give me an explanation. I don't even know why you guys tied me up. To deal with the Xiao family, you pull me, someone who has already distanced myself from them, back into this mess? You know you've already broken the rules, right? Huang Chang was also speechless. He had been running his business just fine during this time. Then, in the early hours of the morning, a group of Lu family members showed up and knocked him out without a word. Lu Xian glanced at Huang Chang and said coldly, Huang Chang, stop pretending. You've distanced yourself from the Xiao family? What kind of international joke is this? Huang Chang was taken aback, his face full of confusion. Help the Xiao family? When did I ever help the Xiao family? Enough, brother. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. Lu Xian's lips twitched slightly. If it weren't for you helping the Xiao family these past few days, how could they have extraordinary experts to capture Shan Runquan and kill Zhao Weitai? Their extraordinary experts have all gone to Nanshan. Huang Chang was shocked upon hearing this. Are you saying the Xiao family has a new extraordinary person? Stop pretending. Lu Xian said coldly. Isn't it you? Huang Chang laughed heartily. Believe it or not, it's not me. Lu Xian and the other four extraordinary members exchanged glances, feeling a bit guilty. Huang Chang's reaction didn't seem like a lie. If the Xiao family really had an extraordinary martial artist, it would be the worst news. But they had never heard of such a person. Suddenly, Huang Chang started laughing. I haven't settled the old scores with your Lu family, and now I've got new grudges. Lu Xian was startled awake, feeling guilty, and then put on a furious expression. Huang Chang, how many times do I have to say it? Your son's death has nothing to do with our Lu family. Keep talking nonsense, and be careful we won't acknowledge it later. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Lu Xian. You can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. Lu Xian turned around curiously upon hearing this and then smiled. Ah, see, you really came. It seems Huang Chang really hasn't distanced himself from your Xiao family. Upon hearing that the Xiao family members had arrived, Huang Chang felt a bit emotional. It seemed the Xiao family still regarded him as one of their own. Although this misfortune was also caused by the Xiao family. And Ran and Asi led dozens of Xiao family members, marching forward with the unconscious Shan Runquan and in Bei Jingshan, stopping about 10 meters away from Lu Xian. And Ran pushed Shan Runquan and in Bei Jingshan to the front. The people you wanted are here. Quick, let my uncle Huang go. Huang Chang felt a bit dazed upon hearing the voice. This voice, why does it sound so familiar yet strange? The Lu family members were surprised to see that the spokesperson for the Xiao family was a young boy. Especially Lu Xian, who looked at Enran and suddenly felt a surge of anger. You are Enran? Then he showed a hint of disdain. Is the Xiao family so desperate now that they let an 18-year-old son-in-law lead? Enran glanced at Lu Xian and said coldly, don't underestimate me. I'm the one who made you lose your second brother. Provoking the 7th-tier extraordinary Lu Xian in front of many experts from the Lu family. What a brave and fearless madman. Madman points plus 10,000. Remaining madman points 11,000. Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members laughed, and Ran was dancing on Lu Xian's landmine. The Lu family members began to feel a bit heated, especially Lu Xian, who felt furious and said coldly, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Seeing the situation tense, Yang Dianfeng jumped out to advise Lu Xian. Young master, let's focus on the main issue first. Lu Xian, upon hearing this, got angry for a moment but then smiled. No more nonsense, let's exchange hostages first. After a while, both sides cautiously exchanged hostages. Si and the others quickly removed the dragon chains from Huang Chang and welcomed him warmly. Huang Chang looked at the familiar members of the Xiao family, feeling an indescribable sensation, and fell silent. Finally, he focused his gaze on Enran, surprised. The last time we met, I felt you were extraordinary. Now, you must be the young master of the Xiao family, right? Enran nodded with a smile. We'll talk about the details when we get back. Wait a minute, are you in such a hurry to leave? A cold voice suddenly came from behind, belonging to Lu Xian. Stay and chat for a bit. Enran turned back with the Xiao family members, sneering at Lu Xian. Young Master Lu, are you trying to provoke a war? Lu Xian crossed his arms, looking confident. Let's settle old scores and new grudges together, just in time for everyone to be here. At that moment, Shan Runquan, who had just woken up, saw Lu Xian about to make a move and panicked, rushing over to dissuade him. "Young master, we must not clash with them, we are at a disadvantage." Lu Xian glanced at him and chuckled.
Shan Runquan, I see you've been caught by them once and are scared out of your wits, right? It's fine, now that you're awake. The comparison of extraordinary powers is 5-4. The advantage is mine.
Upon hearing this, Shan Runquan was stunned and shouted anxiously. "The one who captured us is not Huang Chang, but that Enran. The other extraordinary person from the Xiao family is Enran. What did you say?" Lu Xian stared at Shan Runquan in shock.
Shan Rinchuan's face turned red as he shouted again.
"I mean, the so-called new extraordinary person from the Xiao family is actually that Enran."
Ha!
Not only Lu Xian, but all the Lu family members gasped, panic beginning to spread.
Enran? How is that possible? Are you joking with me? He's only 18.
Lu Xian yelled hysterically at Shan Runquan.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
More than a month ago, he was at a level similar to my brother.
Now you're telling me he has reached the level of an extraordinary person? Did he cheat? It's entirely possible. Shan Runquan asserted.
I fought him to a standstill and ended up being captured. No, he even killed Jiao Wait.
Lu Xian shouted, how could it be just a tie?
Now Shan Runquan was also confused. Jiao Wait was stronger than him, and Enran should have been slightly weaker than him during their fight.
In the end, Shan Runquan could only helplessly explain.
When he fought me, he wasn't my opponent at all, he suddenly became stronger. So, upon hearing this, Lu Xian was instantly stunned. Now that Enran was confirmed to have extraordinary power, the situation had completely reversed. Although the extraordinary combat power was 5-5, the Xiao family's members were generally stronger than the Lu families. Lu Xian immediately felt deflated. He had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. His mouth twitched continuously, and the thought of admitting defeat arose. Meanwhile, on the Xiao family's side, Huang Chang looked at Enran in surprise upon hearing that it was him.
So it's you. No wonder the Lu family idiots couldn't find anyone and suspected me. Enran looked at Huang Chang with a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Huang, you won't blame me, will you?
Enran felt a bit guilty. After all, he was the culprit who got him captured.
Huang Chang patted Enran's shoulder, smiling broadly.
Your growth rate is like divine assistance. It's simply the greatest miracle in the history of martial arts.
I'm just happy for you. At that moment, Lu Xian's voice rang out. Can I take back what I just said?
Enran looked at Lu Xian and saw his apologetic expression, smiling.
What's wrong? Are you scared after knowing the truth? I can't decide alone, you need to ask the few big shots next to me. C laughed. Lu Xian, weren't you just being so impressive? It's too late now. The war has begun. Emotion's expression was cold.
Me too, Zhuan Yunhua said with a bright smile. I'm the same. Huang Chang hesitated for a moment before saying.
Since that's the case, I'm the same.
The cheerleaders led by Zhao Ding and Zhang Tianxiong saw that the big shots were united in their hearts, and their fighting spirit was ignited as well.
We're the same.
Enran greeted Lu Xian with a smile.
You can see that everyone on our side disagrees with a ceasefire. Although I am the young master, I can't go against the will of the people, can I? Enran's expression gradually darkened.
When the sound of war guns rings out, blood must be shed before there can be a premise for stopping. So, let's go to war. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field changed dramatically. Seeing that the peace agreement was not accepted, Lu Xian could only pinch his nose and make a decision.
Lu family, listen up, prepare for battle. However, Enran had already decided to take the initiative.
With his 5th-tier realm and 3rd-tier mental attack, even against top ordinary warriors, he was more than enough.
Dream Abyss. A powerful force surged wildly towards the Lu family members.
Lu Xian felt as if his body had been swept by a strong wind, momentarily stunned.
Then he quickly realized this was Enran's mental attack. Lu Xian looked at Enran with disdain. What a ridiculous joke. Do you think this level of mental attack can deal with us?
The other 4 extraordinary members of the Lu family felt the same disdain.
Kid, you really underestimate us. Absolutely unreasonable.
But then, a series of gasping sounds came from behind them.
Lu Xian and the others quickly turned around to see that more than half of the dozens of ordinary warriors they had brought had collapsed in an instant. Instantly killed a 6th-tier 4th-level warrior. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 4,000. Instantly killed a 6th-tier 2nd-level warrior. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 2,000. Instantly killed a 6th-tier 5th-level warrior. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 5,000. Instantly killed a 6th-tier 3rd-level warrior. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 3,000. Instantly killed a 6th-tier 1st-level warrior. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 1000. Instantly killed a 6th tier 6th level warrior. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 6000. Remaining madman points 100,000. And Ran looked at the skyrocketing madman points, unable to suppress a smile. What a great harvest. Looking at the bodies lying all around, Lu Xian and the other 4 extraordinary members were momentarily stunned. To be able to instantly kill so many ordinary warriors with a mental attack, indeed only extraordinary beings could do that. Then they turned back to look at Ran in disbelief. Ran looked at Lu Xian and said, "Sorry, I didn't say I was going to deal with you. I just wanted to clear out the minions first, to prevent them from interfering with our battle among extraordinary beings." Although the power of ordinary warriors seemed insignificant before the extraordinary, when both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, bringing in more ordinary warriors to assist could also become a decisive factor. Ran instantly killed dozens of ordinary warriors, tipping the scales of victory even more towards the Xiao family. The Xiao family members cheered at this moment. Meanwhile, the Lu family members were already drenched in sweat. Lu Xian's body trembled slightly, hating himself for not calling all the hundreds of Lu warriors over. Now he could only brace himself. Lu Xian gritted his teeth and shouted at the Lu family members, "Go to war, let's go." As the Lu family was about to take action, the Xiao family had already begun to strike first. "Hey, don't steal our lines." Asi laughed heartily, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Lu Xian, let's have some fun." Domain expansion, sound wave domain. Immediately, a powerful pressure surged towards Lu Xian, catching him off guard as Asi pulled him into the extraordinary domain. Both Asi and Lu Xian vanished simultaneously, leaving behind 2 light gates where they had stood. Ran blinked curiously, focused and intrigued. This was his first time witnessing an extraordinary domain from the outside. The Lu family grew anxious upon seeing Lu Xian dragged into the extraordinary domain by Asi. Although Lu Xian was also extraordinary, he was still a bit weaker than Asi. Lu Xian was the recognized heir of the Lu family. If anything went wrong, their family would be finished. Luan would definitely not let them off the hook. Yang Dianfeng shouted angrily, "We need to go in and help the young master." "Do you think we're beneath you?" Huang Chang suddenly shouted. "Let's have a one-on-one match between our 2 families." "Yang Dianfeng, I'll play with you." Domain expansion, True Qi domain. Huang Chang was once the strongest 7th-tier extraordinary of the Xiao family, while Yang Dianfeng was the strongest 7th-tier extraordinary of the Lu family. After more than a year without making a move, Huang Chang's first strike was extraordinary. In an instant, a terrifying pressure spread throughout the venue, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Yang Dianfeng was no pushover either. He matched Huang Chang's strength, resisting the pull of Huang Chang's domain, and snorted coldly. "I didn't expect that after a year of retreat, your power feels even greater than before. Then I'll play with you." Yang Dianfeng began instructing the other 3. "Each of us will deal with one, and will quickly break free to help the young master." Then, Yang Dianfeng and Huang Chang vanished from the scene together. At this moment, Mo Xingzong stepped forward and coldly called out to a big-eared, bearded man from the Lu family. "Hu Tulu, shall we have a spar?" Domain expansion, Earth domain. In an instant, a robust force surged towards Hu Tulu, instantly engulfing him. Hu Tulu laughed heartily and disappeared with Mo Xingzong. "Oh dear," Zhuang Yunyu twisted her slim waist, smiling brightly at Ran. "How do we divide the last 2? Ran smiled back. "I respect my elders and love the young. Please, sister." "Little brat." Zhuang Yunyu smirked. "You think your sister is old, huh?" "I wouldn't dare," Ran quickly denied. Zhuang Yunyu giggled, shifting her body playfully. "What a vixen." A middle-aged woman from the Lu family, dressed in a tight combat suit, suddenly mocked Zhuang Yunyu. "You've even seduced a pretty boy. You're really embarrassing us women." Zhuang Yunyu immediately flushed and shot her a glare. "Jiang Qin, you wish you could be a vixen. Let me slap you." With that, Zhuang Yunyu's aura surged, a fragrant pressure rushing towards Jiang Qin. Domain expansion, Charm domain. In an instant, Zhuang Yunyu and Jiang Qin vanished from the spot, leaving the scene eerily quiet. "Ha!" Ran took a deep breath and turned to look at the people behind him. "You all stay back to deal with the ordinary warriors of the Lu family. Don't interfere in our battle among the extraordinary." Zhao Ding and Jiang Tianxiong, who had been watching the show for a long time behind Ran, felt a wave of confusion. The figure of young master Ran grew taller in their eyes. Ran then looked over at Shan Runquan, grinning widely. "Well, it's just the 2 of us left." Shan Runquan couldn't help but shiver, feeling a surge of panic. "What, I'm going to fight Ran." But Shan Runquan quickly steeled his courage and spoke up. "Last time we ended in a draw was simply because I didn't bring out my weapons and armor, and I was careless enough for you to sneak in.
Although Jiao Wei is dead, who knows if it was at your hands, or if you used some underhanded means. Shan Runquan gradually regained his confidence, and an S-Class Red Demon armor appeared around him, holding an S-Class Red Moonblade. In any case, this time the outcome will be different from last time. And Ran let out a cold laugh, and instantly, the 100 Ghosts wailing armor emerged around him, with the flame bird in his right hand, pointing at Shan Runquan.
Stop barking like a dog, let's get started. Verbal counterattack, 7th tier extraordinary, what a fearless madman, madman points plus 1000. Remaining madman points 101,000. Shan Runquan first felt a surge of heat, his anger uncontrollable. You brat, you're just too arrogant. Let's begin. Then, the scene fell silent for 3 seconds. Shan Runquan suddenly looked at Chen Yang in confusion and asked, what about you? It's your people who initiated the domain first. Aren't you going to unleash your own domain?
And Ran smirked slightly and shook his head at Shan Runquan.
Sorry, I'm not an extraordinary. Then you should go first. Upon hearing this, Shan Runquan couldn't help but tremble, taking a step back. What the hell? What's going on? You're not extraordinary, how can you possess extraordinary strength? And Ran entering the extraordinary at 18 was a terrifying thing, but if someone who hadn't even entered the extraordinary could rival one, that was even more terrifying. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. And Ran's cold gaze swept over. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Verbal counterattack, 7th tier extraordinary, what a fearless madman, madman points plus 1000. Remaining madman points 102,000. Shan Runquan was instantly enraged. Domain unleashed, blood mist domain. As soon as the words fell, a wave of blood mist rose around Shan Runquan. The blood mist immediately spread towards and ran at lightning speed, centered around his body. And Ran felt a heavy sensation and found himself in the scarlet blood mist world. Not far away, a massive hand formed from the blood mist lifted Shan Runquan high. Shan Runquan looked down at Ran and said, before, both families kept face and wouldn't easily kill each other's extraordinary. But today, the mask has been torn off, so we can start killing. Therefore, this battle can only have one survivor. To the death. And Ran lightly waved the flame bird, letting out a disdainful laugh at Shan Runquan. No need to say, it can only be you, in my eyes. You are already a withered bone in the grave. Verbal counterattack, 7th tier extraordinary, what a fearless madman, madman points plus 1000. Remaining madman points 103,000. Shan Runquan, the killing plan begins. Upon hearing this, Shan Runquan was furious and shouted, you're going too far. Take this. Wrath of the Azura. As soon as Shan Rinchuan's words fell, the vast blood mist below him began to surge. This blood mist, like a living creature, quickly gathered together, forming a massive figure. In the blink of an eye, this figure transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall. This giant had only an upper body, while its lower half was shrouded in blood mist. Its head resembled that of an Azura, with a fierce appearance, exposed fangs, and eyes glowing red, exuding a terrifying aura. Shan Runquan stood on the giant hand formed by the blood mist, waving the red moonblade towards and ran. Attack! With the command given, the Azura giant's right hand clenched into a fist, suddenly smashing towards and ran. The fist was surrounded by unparalleled power and might. Anran coldly raised her head to look at the fist swung by Ashura, her eyes narrowing as she forcefully unleashed the fierce bird. Double-edged Ashura slash. 2 fiery red Yama appeared, symmetrically pulling 2 intersecting lines of red light towards Ashura's fist. The scale of the double-edged Ashura slash seemed pitifully small in front of Ashura's punch. So much so that Shan Runquan couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. Are you kidding? You think this little thing can block my attack? However, when the two forces collided, Shan Runquan was filled with shock. After just 3 seconds of stalemate, the 2 small Yamagis broke through Ashura's fist. They then violently struck Ashura's head, causing a disturbance in the domain, and soon the entire Ashura turned into a mist of blood. The residual shockwave of the double-edged Ashura slash still lingered, directly crashing into Shan Runquan, only to be absorbed by the red demon battle armor. Successfully repelled a 7th tier extraordinary warrior's attack. What a potential-filled madman, rewarded with 2,000 madman points. Remaining madman points, 105,000. Anran smiled at the fruitful outcome. The double-edged Ashura slash, merely a 3rd tier martial skill, was already comparable to Ashura's fury. At this moment, Shan Rinchuan's face twitched as he looked down at the area that had been attacked, feeling a wave of panic in his heart. He couldn't help but confirm a fact that shattered him. Anran was indeed stronger than she had been a few days ago during their battle. However, this did not mean he would definitely lose. Shan Runquan played around, a cold light flashing in his eyes, raising both hands, first closing his eyes in meditation, then opening them in fury. Blood Demon Dragon.
In an instant, the blood mist in the domain began to surge wildly, quickly gathering around Shan Runquan, forming a massive vortex. It ultimately transformed into a red dragon over 100 meters long. The dragon coiled above Shan Runquan, raising its head and letting out a deafening roar. The dragon's might permeated the air, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Shan Runquan coldly pointed the red moonblade at Anran. Attack! In an instant, the blood-red giant dragon roared and charged at Anran. Seeing this, Anran's eyes glinted coldly.
Ghostly calamity.
Immediately, a vast surge of black energy erupted from the 100 ghosts' wailing battle armor, causing the sky in the domain to change dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a massive black shadow broke through the air above the domain. A gigantic vengeful spirit, towering 100 meters high, suddenly appeared in the clouds, its body pitch black as ink, exuding an endless aura of terror. The black giant ghost descended from the sky, directly intercepting the giant dragon. In less than a second, the red giant dragon turned into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, the black giant ghost continued to charge towards Shan Runquan, completely unharmed. What the hell? Shan Runquan, caught off guard, was instantly filled with fear, quickly raising the red moon blade to block in front of him. Boom! With a tremendous roar, a wave of blood mist was raised. When the blood mist dissipated, Shan Rinchuan's battered figure emerged. He knelt on the giant hand of blood mist, his right hand gripping the red moonblade, struggling to keep himself upright. The red demon battle armor had been completely shattered, and he was covered in blood. Anran coldly looked at Shan Runquan. Trash, is this your level? Do you still dare to call yourself extraordinary in front of me? Language counterattack against a 7th tier extraordinary warrior. What a fearless madman, rewarded with 1,000 madman points. Remaining madman points, 106,000. Hearing this, Shan Runquan looked down at Anran in panic. He had already fallen into despair, feeling shock. Shame. In their last battle, they had been evenly matched with the same moves, but this time, he had been instantly defeated? And it was while under the attack enhancement of the red moonblade. This Anran was simply so abnormal that she didn't seem human. Just now, he had survived entirely thanks to the red demon battle armor and the red moonblade blocking together. Next time. With this thought, Shan Runquan decided to go all out, using his last bit of strength to leap into the air, gripping the red moonblade with both hands, and slashing towards Anran. Dance of chaos. In an instant, a red wave of light, dozens of meters long, surged towards Anran, simultaneously activating the blood mist along its path. All the blood mist swirled violently, engulfing Anran. Anran looked at the incoming red wave and blood mist, revealing a hint of surprise. Did the opponent dare to draw their sword against him? Then, Anran calmly activated meteoric movement, using his incredible speed to evade the attack of the red wave, while golden light enhanced his defense against the blood mist. Anran suffered no harm at all. Finally, he swung the fierce bird towards Shan Runquan with all his might. One blade Azura. The fierce attack instantly pierced through the blood mist, heading straight for Shan Rinchuan's neck. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Shan Runquan was momentarily stunned. After a slight twitch of his eyelids, his head rolled away. With Shan Rinchuan's death, the blood mist instantly dissipated, and Anran returned to the present world. Defeated a primary level 7 extraordinary warrior. What an invincible madman, madman points plus 50,000. Remaining madman points 156,000. Ha! Anran took a deep breath, looking at the enormous harvest with satisfaction. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Why was it so quiet? Shouldn't the ordinary warriors of the Xiao and Lu families be fighting? His battle with Shan Runquan had only lasted a few minutes. Anran began to observe his surroundings, and at that moment, countless flashlight beams shone towards him. Anran spun in place, shielding his eyes with his hand while observing. He saw a large group of people in uniforms rushing in from all directions, finally stopping a few meters away from Anran. Then a voice rang out. Stop! We are from the inspection division.